where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns dropped their first game back after the All-Star break last night, 121-94 to the San Antonio Spurs, and the injury question marks appeared again last night. Devin Booker left the game and did not return last night with right hip soreness, but the Suns will be back in action tomorrow for the Orlando Magic. Diamondbacks owner Ken Kendrick wants a CBA that makes the MLB more competitive from top to bottom as the Diamondbacks start Cactus League play today against the Colorado Rockies at 1:10 this afternoon over at Salt River Fields. And as we wrap up Newsmakers Week today, Mike Hazen, Mike Laflur, Josh Bartlestein, Molly Miller, and more will be joining Bickley and Murata today. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley. When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Murata.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
And a fantastic Friday to everybody in our audience. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 5 of the week. Day 4 of Newsmakers. The end of everything happens today.
Oh, the end of everything.
The end of everything happens today.
Enjoy it while you can, people.
Now, like most married men, my life is consistently a revolving door of Amazon drivers dropping off things to my house. Right? It's nonstop how many times cars pull up in front of my house and gates open and people are trampling across. It's nonstop, right? And sometimes my beloved wife, with her ordering of products and things we need, sometimes it gets a little away from her. So this morning, last night she tried to order 10 bananas along with her groceries.
Okay.
She unfortunately ordered 10 bunches of bananas.
Oh.
I woke up and walked into a kitchen that looked like I was in a Costa Rican jungle.
There it is. It's transcendent. 10
bananas everywhere. Folks, yeah, and she left me a note. She said, the note literally said, "Hope you like banana bread." Jared, what do you think of banana bread?
Eating banana bread for the next 8 years.
I do. My grandma used to make, she called it banana cake because it was a little more moist and sweet than like just regular banana bread. But yes, I like it very much.
Okay.
It is delicious.
But
how about banana cream pie?
It was quite a sight, though, seeing 10 bunches of bananas.
That's a lot.
In your case, it's a lot of bananas, man. It's a lot of bananas.
I can only imagine what that's going to look like at the end of the run for the bananas because they only stay good. Unless you do the foil trick, they only stay good for about 3 or 4 days.
Hence the banana bread.
I throw away more bananas than most countries. And I don't even buy that much. I buy a bunch. I usually look for the bunch that only has 4 in it because I'm not, when you're shopping for bananas.
Yeah.
Do you rip off a number from the bunch. To
So then you just leave the solo bananas on the
People do it all the time.
They do it all the time.
But I don't do it.
That's but I would
look for one that's already been pre-ripped.
Listen, there are things you shouldn't do in produce sections of grocery stores. You shouldn't pinch grapes, right? There are things you're not supposed to do. Taking bananas from a bunch has always been, from what I've noticed, acceptable behavior. You're here to tell me it's not. It's acceptable behavior, right?
I see it both ways, except that these solo bananas then die a slow death on that
but
thing.
nobody leaves one. If you're going to take... Is that what you just said? You leave one banana?
He says he doesn't do it, but he sees people.
And I don't like when people do it, but I'm the beneficiary of them doing it.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to buy 6 bananas because I know I won't eat it.
That's right.
As somebody who lives
5
by
are getting
himself.
thrown out. I gotcha. Okay.
So I look for 4, but... So I'm kind of a hypocrite on the whole subject.
Well, if you need whatever you need, Dan's your guy now.
Your guy, man.
Hey,
2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Hook a brother up.
I know.
You guys can come in.
Let's talk after
I'm
the
gonna
show.
I'm going to be on the street corner in Fountain Hills. Hey, got some bananas, man.
You're gonna come in on Monday
this
dressed
out.
like Carmen Miranda, wearing bananas in your hair.
Okay.
There's a hip
bunches of
reference.
bananas.
Yeah, I got a lot of them, man. I got a lot of them. Me, Tarzan, you ferret. Start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
We thought the Suns might be back to full health, minus the suspension-related absence of Dylan Brooks. But no, that was not the case at all. In an ugly 121-94 loss to the San Antonio Spurs in Austin, Grayson Allen ruled out before the game with a new injury, a sprained right ankle suffered at shoot-around. Devin Booker limited to 8 minutes and 47 seconds of playing time with right hip soreness. And the Suns that did play looked generally aimless on both ends of the floor. Victor Wembanyama had 17 points, 11 rebounds, 5 blocked shots, and oodles of altered shots in the win for San Antonio, which was their 7th in a row. Suns back at home to start a 4-game homestand tomorrow. Afternoon game against the Orlando Magic. It's Kids Day. Game tips at 3 o'clock, and you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 2. Aimless, is that a good description of what we saw last night?
Very good description. A lot of things happened to that basketball team that I didn't think happened to that basketball team, like getting back on defense.
Yeah, it was almost an unrecognizable performance.
I agree.
And it came against a good team, yes, but that has not been the case for the Suns this year. Commissioner Adam Silver, the NBA, informed the league's 30 general managers that the league plans to make anti-tanking rule changes for next season, according to reports. The final plan has not been unveiled, but several points which could be a part of the plan were reported on Thursday, including restrictions on protections on first-round picks, teams no longer being allowed to draft in the top 4 in consecutive years, and the flattening of odds for all lottery teams. Interesting, but he's moving on this. On the same day that Suns owner Matt Ishbia went to Twitter and talked about tanking being loser behavior.
Love it. Called everybody currently taking in the NBA a bunch of losers.
The Arizona Cardinals had their groundbreaking ceremony for the team's new training facility in North Phoenix on Thursday. Team owner Michael Bidwill said the plan is for the team to move into the new facility in August of 2028 after the team breaks training camp in Glendale that year. The office portion of the team headquarters scheduled to open earlier in 2028. It sits on a 217-acre site on the northwest corner of Scottsdale Road and the Loop 101 and will replace the team's headquarters in Tempe, which they've used since its construction in 1990. So big day for the Cardinals yesterday. That wasn't the only big football construction news on the Valley on Thursday. Arizona State head coach Kenny Dillingham came in studio, told us that the renderings for the school's new indoor practice facility would be released, and they were. And you can see them on arizonasports.com. Dillingham and A.D. Graham Rossini spoke about the project coming to fruition thanks to a large donation from a yet-to-be-identified donor. Ooh, mystery.
Yeah, especially since it's not necessarily a Sun Devil graduate.
Yeah. Yes. Just somebody with deep pockets. Diamondbacks open their 30-game Cactus League schedule today at Salt River Fields against the Colorado Rockies. Right-hander Thomas Hatch will get the start in the opener. Manager Torey Lovello did say yesterday that several regulars will play in today's game due to a large contingent of players departing camp to report for their respective World Baseball Classic squads. First pitch today, 1:10. D-backs will play the Rockies again on Saturday and then host the Angels at Talking Stick on Sunday. Big weekend of college basketball for state teams as well. Arizona State looking for a third straight win on the road in Waco against the Baylor Bears. Tomorrow's tip-off is at 2. Those Bears are not moving to Indiana.
Yeah.
They're staying in Waco. You can catch that on KTAR News 92.3 FM with pregame starting at 1:30. Fourth-ranked Arizona on the road to face second-ranked Houston. Big matchup there. 1 o'clock tip, nationally televised on ABC. And Bryce Drew's GCU Lopes at home hosting the Wyoming Cowboys in Mountain West action at Global Credit Union Arena. That is a 6 o'clock tip. Don't forget to check out my man Dan Bickley and Darren Sutton on the call.
Woohoo!
And congrats to the gold medal winning U.S. women's hockey team. They downed Canada 2-1 in overtime in the championship match in Milan. Defenseman Megan Keller scored the winner on a 3-on-3 golden goal overtime period to lift the Americans to their third Olympic gold medal in women's hockey.
It is always interesting how still far ahead we are in the rest of the world in women team sports that we're not necessarily good at, like women's hockey, women's soccer, women's softball.
Yeah,
we're always
right.
Women's basketball, not necessarily in men's sports, but women we're still ahead of the rest
Jared,
of the world.
you may not have heard this, but we are the land of opportunity.
What? Should put that on a bumper sticker.
You really should. Plus, that is your splash for this Friday. Plus, it is day 4, the final day of Newsmakers Week 2026. We'll fill you in on all of our interview subjects coming up today. But coming up next, 3 bad quarters, 2 missing players, 1 bad hip equaled a nothing performance from the Phoenix Suns last night. And we'll get into it. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Friday live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tyreek Hill, I'm going to pass. That's going to be a hard pass. As a matter of fact, you're talking about a guy that is wildly talented, as we all know. Have we seen wildly talented wide receivers in the National Football League? Have we seen them just go astray? Unfortunately, yes, we have definitely seen that before in the past. And this is a guy that is wildly talented, yet nobody wants the headache that is going to be Tyreek Hill, in my opinion.
Okay, I think we've answered the question. What do you want to talk about now?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
College happened. Maybe you had a great time. Maybe you really thrived, but now it's time to pay those student loan debts, and you might not be in a situation to do so, and you feel like you're drowning in your debt. Well, if you feel like you're drowning and nobody's going to help you, let me stop you right there, because Why Refi will. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what Why Refi does. They will work with you to build a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. It's not a Band-Aid. It is a real path forward. And during the process, they don't make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment. There's no grilling you on how you got into the situation that you're in. Why Refi knows that life happens, and they just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end, because Why Refi was built for the people who have been told no by those other lenders. Your student loans don't have to control your future. Take back control today. Give Why Refi a call. Their number, 888-WY-REFI-85, or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Hey, it's Wolf. What type of intensity did the Phoenix Suns show in the return from the All-Star break? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yo, Sun Lakes, good morning. We appreciate you listening to Bickley and Murata Mornings out in Sun Lakes this and every morning.
And he will let the final seconds tick off as the Suns fall tonight to the Spurs, 121-94. Their record on the road is back to even at 14-14. But here tonight, it was all Spurs, 121-94. San Antonio victorious.
That was John Bloom on the final call on the Suns radio network. Ugly performance top to bottom by the Phoenix Suns. After the first quarter, there wasn't really much in terms of competition going on at all, really, on either end of the floor. And let's start there. I don't want to focus on the other bad news that happened last night just yet. But we touched on it in the splash, and you felt the same thing watching the game last night. It was an unrecognizable performance by the Suns, and especially when you're coming off an 8-day break. I don't care who's out there. They didn't burn as hot as the Phoenix Suns normally burn. And that was a little bit concerning.
And maybe not having Dylan Brooks is an example of what happens when you don't have him, which is an example of why he cannot get suspended again this season. Maybe it was the slow drain of belief when midway through shoot-around of all places, shoot-around, Grayson Allen tweaks his ankle. And shoot around.
Yeah.
And now he's gone. And then Devin Booker, hip injury, he's gone 9 minutes into the game. And then suddenly I think you've got a team that might have been going, we've got no chance here. I couldn't recognize the team. I couldn't recognize Colin Gillespie getting swallowed whole by those San Antonio guards. I couldn't recognize, but I should, Mark Williams, because he cannot go over the top on Victor Wembanyama when he can do it pretty much on anybody else.
Well, let's go there.
Okay.
What was the fascination with challenging Victor Wembanyama last night?
I don't know. I don't know. It's like, how many times do you need shots swatted in your face to realize?
A couple times where he really wound up too, and he still got
and contorting your body just to get the shot over him, and which limits your percentage chance of making said shot. I mean, he changed everything in there.
Yep.
And maybe it's desperation to try to get to the line, because that's the other thing that's not happening with this team. They shot 6 free throws last night. Over their last 13 games, they've been outshot at the free throw line by 85 by their opponents. So I don't know if that was a stress, but it was mind-boggling how much time they spent in the paint challenging an absolute alien on defense.
It almost felt like whether it was Jordan or not, someone said, "All right, let's make it a point of emphasis to challenge the best defender on the planet tonight." Like it didn't make sense.
Yeah, and you know what? Wembanyama had 5 block shots and 1 foul.
And
that did not work for you.
And the block shots don't even do it justice.
No, not at all. Here was Jordan Knott on the game.
I just want to see the guys play together. That's it. And I probably didn't handle it right in game when we get the news. Then I thought we battled back there at the end of the second quarter to get in it. Then just the start of the third, they just overwhelm you. Like their physicality and their size and athleticism, the ability to put the ball down on the ground and into your chest. It's hard to guard. And then offensively, when we just struggle to get any type of advantage, and anytime you do, he's sitting there in the paint. So we just need to be more perfect. That's it. And now trying to, as a coach, and now especially in this seat, like, what do we do at All-Star? You start to evaluate all that and know at the end of the day it's just 1 of 82, and we got another one at 3 o'clock on Saturday. So.
Yeah, so that was just trying to be more perfect. The team did not respond well, and there was even watching the game, just the level of uncertainty and mystery with what was going on with Devin Booker, because it was an oddly timed timeout.
Yeah.
Right at the 6-minute mark. Mm-hmm. And it came after another timeout. So you're like, okay, what's happening? And you could kind of see, if you go back and watch, you could kind of see, even before that, Devin Booker had gestured to the bench on the previous possession. So he comes out, and then he doesn't come in for a really long time, and everybody on Twitter is freaking out. What happened with Book? What happened with Book? He keeps going back to the locker room, and then he comes back, which you don't see in today's NBA very often. Mm-hmm. Very short run, and that was it. Here was Jordan Knott with any information at all on the Booker injury.
I didn't, Dwayne. I don't know. I felt in the first timeout he might have felt something because he wasn't. I looked for him during the timeout, but then obviously went back in and I didn't know anything until I think then right after that timeout he kind of said something or someone then told me, and that's why we took to the next one.
What's the prognosis in terms of day-to-day or next game as far as him?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was something that's just different. It wasn't the ankle. It wasn't anything like that. So, tried to assess, and then he felt good enough to come back in. And the first couple of times up and down, I didn't notice anything. And then I definitely noticed there at the end of that second stint that he was not right. So, yeah, something just popped up.
Yeah, so it was injury, ease back in, game off before the All-Star break. And Devin Booker then played more minutes than anybody in the All-Star game festivities, and then lasted less than 9 minutes.
Yeah, that irony or whatever you want to call it was not lost on me. I thought to myself, oh, really? This is a guy that kind of was a real active participant in Saturday, Sunday, the minutes played, the plus-minus, winning, being part of the winning team, and this, that's exactly what you don't want to happen. I mean, that's textbook bad deal. Your guy gets to the All-Star game and then in the first game back kind of succumbs to injury.
No real information. They do have a day game tomorrow. It is a back-to-back with Portland coming into town on Sunday night. Certainly not ideal. I mean, I guess if you want to wade through all the weirdness of how they got there, you knew Dillon Brooks wasn't going to be there. Before the game started, you knew Grayson Allen wasn't going to play. And if somebody would have told you that, plus, Devin Booker's going to play 8 minutes, you probably would have expected a 27-point loss.
You wouldn't have expected a victory, that's for certain.
But the optics were again, alarming. There was some pluses, I think. Jalen Green's performance, I thought, was pretty promising. Started for the first time since early in the season. He played the most minutes he's played. He got his shots up, 26 points. Looked explosive on a couple of different plays, was hitting from the outside. That was promising. I liked what I saw from Oso Ighodaro in spots with some aggression and some quickness offensively.
I'd agree with that.
But other than that, not really much to be all that jazzed
Yeah,
about.
no. First game coming out of a break. Listen, I didn't have this thing in the victory column, given how good the Spurs have been, given the fact that the Spurs had lost the previous 2 games against the Suns and probably had a little added motivation there. And then after the injuries, you just kind of, but again, like you said, it was the optics of it all. In the second half, I told you yesterday that according to a Dwayne Rankin piece, there's this whole thing that Jordan Ott loves. He loves to make the other team call the first time out of the second half. That wouldn't happen last night.
No.
That was the Suns at the 9-minute mark after a Wemby 3 where they're like, okay, white towel, here we go.
You know that thing I love? It ain't happening tonight.
Yeah, right.
And again, credit to the Spurs are really good. And that's a team that has full health. And that's the one thing I couldn't get past. Even leading up to the game, it felt like we were right there.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing this team together, we haven't seen it very often, and then this happens, and now it's a question mark again going into the weekend. It's just such a cruel turn of events. Suns and Magic tomorrow, and then against Portland on a Sunday night. As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we're inviting you to the men's basketball game February 28th against Utah. Use the code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the info. Coming up next, the Cardinals broke ground on a new training facility yesterday, and we'll tell you what it means for the team and let you hear from Michael Bidwill next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
As there's a swing and a drive. Deep right center field. Back and goes. Way gone.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and sports fans know better than anyone else that you need more than goals to get where you're going. You need the right team. You need a really, really good plan, which is why if you are thinking about retirement, if you are seeking financial independence, if you're a little uneasy of what your golden years might look like, schedule a free appointment with my friends at Trajan Wealth. They can take a look at your current existing portfolios, check out what those look like, and they can give you personalized game plans that will assure you are making the right financial moves for your future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, plus they are not beholden to certain products or portfolios, which means they can offer you a wide variety of options, plus they're fiduciaries, which means they are duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interests at all times. When you meet with Trajan Wealth, you'll see it all begins with relationships, talking about customized strategies, personalized plans based on your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call today, get that plan started. 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 due at signing. All leases, zero security deposit. 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-718-4040. That's 800-718-4040. 800-718-4040.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like? Cynthia.
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns injury bug continued in a disappointing 121-94 loss to the San Antonio Spurs last night. Already without Dillon Brooks, who was serving a one-game suspension, and Grayson Allen, who is dealing with a sprained ankle. Devin Booker left last night's game with right hip soreness, and his availability for Saturday's game against the Magic is in question. Spring training has arrived here in the Valley, and it starts today. The Arizona Diamondbacks are in action today at 1:10 this afternoon against the Colorado Rockies and will be at Salt River Fields all weekend long. The Arizona Cardinals broke ground on a new practice facility yesterday with eyes on a 2028 finish line, and a big weekend for Valley College hoops. GCU Wyoming tomorrow at 6, ASU and Baylor at 2 on Saturday, and Arizona and Houston, a top 5 matchup, will tip off tomorrow afternoon at 1. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. Help kids get in the game. Drop off new or used sports gear at any Earnhardt dealership or donate online. Text GEAR to 620-620 to learn more.
Hey, it's Wolf. Is it a good year for the Cardinals to trade down in the NFL draft? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You know, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. There was a lot of infrastructure work for this property that needed to come into place, but I've been looking at this property for over a decade. I wanted the best possible property for our performance center to make the multi-generational investment that we're making. And now that the infrastructure is going in up here, we went ahead and moved forward and purchased this large piece of property. We wanted to make sure it anchored something, that the Cardinals Performance Center anchored something for the greater good of the state and for the city of Phoenix, and I think we've done that.
Michael Bidwill, big day for the Cardinals yesterday as the team owner, speaking with the media. Groundbreaking on their new Performance Center, state-of-the-art. Seems to be the phrase being attached to this. It is on 217 acres of land. That's not all their facility, obviously, but as you heard Michael Bidwill say, about 30 acres of that will house the Arizona Cardinals, and it'll be part of a mixed-use facility right there. And you want to talk about prime real estate off freeway access, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where the Arizona Coyotes probably should have been looking for a long time, but that now belongs to the Arizona Cardinals. Big day.
Well, and again, you would say that you would hope this would be the end of negative report cards with the NFLPA, but that's already been taken care of. Before a shovel hit the ground, that was already taken care of. Yeah. So good. I'm glad the Cardinals are going to have an expansive place. I'm glad all their future players will have all the weight machines and space they need to be happy.
Yeah, and when you look at it, the facility that they'll be leaving in Tempe, which has been improved and a lot of money's been put into that in terms of refurbishing it over the years, 38 years of use out of that. And Michael Bidwill saying, hey, I've been looking at this for 10 years. We wondered whether or not, if the negative report cards that were made public over the last 2 off seasons by the NFLPA, if those weren't so scathing on those fronts for the Arizona Cardinals, would this have happened?
Mm-hmm.
Michael Bidwill reassured it was going to happen eventually, just waiting for the right time for it to come together. And I think Gambo said this yesterday, and I kind of agree with him. Better late than never. Because they needed this boost. This franchise needed this boost. Something good to happen.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, here was Michael Bidwill also talking about what the new facility can do for players.
I think what it does for the players is it continues to modernize our facility. Our facility in Tempe has continued to work great, but we've outgrown it with a lot of the things that we've been working on. But until this property came available, we looked at other properties too. This is going to be awesome for us as we look at it. The facility itself will be quite a bit larger. We've modified the Tempe facility every several years, but this is going to be the most state-of-the-art facility that's been ever built in the National Football League, and we're proud that it's right here in Phoenix, Arizona.
Players excited about it too. They were out at the groundbreaking. Buda Baker.
Oh man, they look really nice. They look like a state-of-the-art facility. I was able to go to Washington at the time. It was everything was brand new, state-of-the-art, and this is very nice. It puts Washington to shame with the facilities and the amenities, and just very excited for the future.
Now, remember when this was announced, the initial plans of for this were announced, Kyler Murray was asked about it and said, well, it seems great. I hope I'm around to see it. It's August of 2028 is the projected move-in date for the team. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. We'll have a lot more of the Kyler Murray stuff coming up in the weeks to follow. But again, a positive note.
Trey McBride will be around to see it. I don't know if Buda Baker will be around to see it. So out of the players that are celebrating it, I think Trey's really the only one for certain who's going to be around.
Yeah, Marvin Harrison Jr. was
Marvin
out
Harrison
there too.
Jr.
Yeah, but things could change very quickly.
Yep.
The other thing that came out of that, the media availability wasn't Michael Bidwill on the podium, but kind of in a scrum with the media.
Yep.
Was asked a question, and you brought this up several times and pointed this out. And the fact is, the Arizona Cardinals are one of the few NFL franchises that operates without a designated team president. It was asked to Michael Bidwill yesterday.
Michael, you guys are among the minority of NFL teams that does not have a team president to oversee the business side of operations. Why have you not hired someone for that role?
I am the team president.
Why have you not hired a team president?
I am the team president.
And do you think that's the
So next question.
Okay, so that would be Teo Mackey, the local Bulldog reporter.
Yep.
Couple guys holding the chains on his neck. No, props to Teo, because that singular question generated probably 50 times the social media engagement of everything we talked about previously with the new stadium and the new facilities and the unveiling of it. And it's a very tricky question, because there is no team president listed on the current Arizona Cardinals team hierarchy. Uh-huh. Now, that changed when Michael became the full-time owner, if you will. And so it's not so much that this was information we haven't known about or haven't talked about. I just think it's the way that question was handled. You would think that if an owner wanted to soothe a fan base about the hierarchy of a team that doesn't have a team president, one of the minority of teams that doesn't have a team president, while at the same time being one of the worst teams in the NFL the last 10 years, you might have a different kind of presentation. You might kind of come out and say, no, I'm team president, but this is why it works for us. And this is what I'm doing. And you would take the moment, instead of shutting and pulling the curtains closed, you take the moment to explain why your process is the best for this team. And that didn't happen. No. And so as a result, it turned out Michael Bidwill getting hammered on social media for a better portion of a couple hours after that went down.
Yeah, and I think the way you broke it down is perfectly put. There could have been more of an elaboration, certainly, on that. And look, is a lack of a team president what's holding the Arizona Cardinals down? Maybe. I think it's probably pretty far down on the list of things that have been holding the Arizona Cardinals down. When you talk about why they're not more successful recently, It's certainly on the list. Is it number one? No. But I also think it was a missed opportunity to give a little bit more explanation on it.
Yeah, listen, there are people who cover this team. Walter B. Mitchell is one of them who firmly believes that Michael Bidwill wanted Mike Laflur, that Monty Ossenfort liked a different candidate. Now, I don't know whether that's true or not. But what I'm using it to say that if he's acting as the team president, then he's making decisions in areas that he may or may not be an expert or have the expertise that other teams do. That's why these questions are important. And that's why I think a more elaborated, expansive answer would have been justified and probably helpful to Michael Bidwill in that situation.
Yeah. It got a little testy there at the end.
A little bit.
You know, when
It's not a subject he wanted to talk about very clearly. And then, but also, Michael in generally isn't an open book flowing. This is what I believe about everything.
No, but and Michael, trying to get into his thinking. Yesterday was a celebration for his organization.
Right.
It was a big day.
Good point.
And probably didn't want to be grilled with the difficult
That's
questions. Which
and
you
people
can't control what's asked.
Well, and people hit Teo up about that and said, well, I'm sorry, but there's not a lot of Michael Bidwill availability, so you got to ask the questions when you can.
Very true.
Is it fair? I mean, it was a fair question. Like you said, it was a big talking point.
Of course it's a fair
There's
question.
not a lot of teams that don't have a team president.
Yeah. And it's not saying in the end that there isn't good reason for doing it this way, but
Right.
I think you take the moment and explain why.
I wonder if that leads to, I mean, it would be cosmetic if nothing else because things operate the way they operate with the Cardinals. I wonder if team president is added to the masthead, if you will, the business card of Michael Bidwill publicly to kind of quell this. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? But yeah, that was a little interesting. Michael Bidwill also did talk about what his favorite thing about the new facility is so far.
I think I have there's so many great things about this site. It's visibility to the fans that are driving by and the people that are driving by. To behind me, the views of the McDowell Mountains, being here in the Sonoran Desert, the mixed use development. We really want to make this a walkable development that when people go out to lunch, you don't have to worry about the summer weather and everything. It's going to be a lot of shade on the streets and the sidewalks and things like that. So we're super excited about what the vision is for this going forward.
Yeah, like I said, overall big plus day for,
but
for the Arizona
when they
Cardinals.
say shared facility, they don't mean shared with all you in the listening audience. It's not like you can roll in and spend the day there.
It's not a rec center.
It's not a rec center, exactly.
No, it's a place of work.
If you want a nice shady lunch, you're not going up there and eating.
Can't go play a little racquetball there on the break.
I can't go.
There is precedent. Maybe Michael Bidwill goes the Jerry Jones route and starts offering up tours. Because you know how much the players love that.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Big fans. When they're trying to get their work in and they look like they feel like they're in a fishbowl.
Well, listen, I do think in the long run, if this is something that now does kind of change the opinion of playing for the Cardinals by future free agents, then I'm glad it happened.
Yeah.
Very glad it happened.
Absolutely. And honestly speaking, 2.5 years for construction of a facility of that magnitude, it's a pretty quick timeline. So they'll get to enjoy the fruits of that labor very soon. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can get involved as well. It is the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive. To donate and to learn more, please text GEAR, GEAR, to 620-620. Coming up next, Newsmakers Week rolls on. It's our final day of the 2026 edition, and we'll talk a little soccer. Phoenix Rising FC team president Bobby Dooley and manager Pamuda Ka. I screwed that totally up. I'm sorry. No, I did get it right. Pamuda Ka, yeah. They'll join us in studio next. My apologies. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's 2026 now, and maybe you are looking to do something big this year. Maybe you're buying a new home. Picture this. You find the new place. It's your dream house. You move in right away without wasting time waiting around to sell your old place first. That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You still sell your old place, but you get moved into your new home first. Then you just do everything from there. It's perfect. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedules of a bunch of strangers. I have done that. It is such a hassle. It impacts your everyday life. I'm not doing it again. You don't have to do it again either. Then the Orchard experts handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town. They're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Their flagship program is buy before you sell. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
On February 28th, boxing's biggest spotlight shines on Glendale, Arizona. Two Mexican warriors, Eduardo Sugar Nunez collides with Emmanuel Navarrete in a huge WBO and IBF world title unification. Only one can rise as the next king of Mexico. Live at Desert Diamond Arena. Don't miss boxing history. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com.
Come on into the great outdoors.
The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, March 27th through March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Shop, compare, and buy boats, RVs, personal watercraft, off-road vehicles, houseboats, outdoor gear, and more. The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, Friday, February 27th through Saturday, March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Get your discount coupon at azoutdoorexpo.com. Use code KMVP for the best discount.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Phoenix Rising FC gearing up for another season in the USL Championship. And here joining us during Newsmakers Week to kick off our Friday schedule, team president Bobby Dooley, head coach Pamu.com. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us in studio. Great to see you again.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Right around the corner, March 7th is the opener. We'll start with you, Pa. How equipped is this squad right now for the rigors of a full season? How are they looking so far?
We're looking very good. We're getting 15 returnees back, and trickle that with some new signings that suit to our culture, suit to our style of play. So we're very happy. The scouting department, Bobby and Brandon has done a great job of identifying players that will be a great fit for us this year. And building up of last year, given this is the 10th year anniversary of the club, we want to do something special.
You guys finished really strong last year, and I think I've read you talk about how your system, how you want this team to perform, basically positionless soccer, a lot of creativity, a lot of reading the game, not just being in a certain place and operating certain ways, that it might take a while for guys to kind of interpret it, to put it into play on the pitch. Is that what's happening now, that there's been that kind of development, that kind of cognition with what you're installing?
Absolutely. It does help having guys come back that understand the way that we want to operate as a club and also as a coaching staff, so that the learnings this year is quicker than it was last year. Last year we were fresh, we were new, trying to implement some ideas, and it also take a little time for people to grasp and understand. But this year, we've hit the ground running with the returnees that we have, but also the new ones have brought a little life to it as well. So their buy-in has been wonderful. And when you get that and you go into the second season, obviously you're hoping and willingly that the second season is going to be better than the first one. Obviously we finished strong, but we would like to start strong as well.
Right.
And a playoff team last year, 5th in the West. You ran into Tulsa, lost 1-0 in the second round of the playoffs.
1-0, Vinny.
1-0. Sorry. I gotta get the terminology down. Thanks for the correction.
Just kidding you, man.
1-0 to Tulsa. But with the returnees and finding these players that do fit with the identity of this club, how equipped do you feel like you are to get back to the top of the West and back to the top of USL?
Well, if you don't aim for those, then why are we playing or coaching this game?
Sure.
And with a club as Phoenix Rising, we are a club that is aiming high, and that should be always our goal, and that's what this club is known for. For 10 years, or every year fighting for trophies. So we have that mentality as a club, but also we've installed that in our players, and the hunger that these players have, because sometimes you have to go through adversities like last year, losing at the last moment of the game. We didn't want it, but it happened. But bring that back this year and rectify it.
Yeah, continuity, very, very important in professional sports, as we all know, on a lot of different platforms. The way I described your system, is that kind of accurate, the way you like to see a soccer team or a football team play?
On the front foot, we want to play on dominant football, but also last year we conceded a lot of goals, which I'm not happy with, and that's something that also we got to change this year. Definitely defensive on the side, but offensively I think we created enough, but we should aim to create more, but also concede less more, and that will allow us also to be able to fight for the top positions in the West, because again, as I mentioned, this is the 10th year anniversary of the club. We would love to have a home playoff throughout the whole year. Our goal is to be the last man standing.
Bobby Pa mentioned it a couple times, 10th year anniversary of the club. It's been a very strong club in terms of league membership. How is the overall health of the club going into this 10th year anniversary? What's new? And give us a kind of a picture of the overall health of USL as a league.
Yeah, the league continues to grow. It's amazing. I was just down at the league meetings a couple weeks ago down in Atlanta, and just to see, whether it be the investment level that's coming in the league from the ownership, the infrastructure from stadiums to youth academies, and then the players on the field. 10 years ago, it looks completely different than it does today. And the level of player that's coming in this league, the transactions that are now happening, you're selling players overseas, you're selling more and more players to MLS. So it's really exciting to be a part of, an organization, I say that collectively with the USL, that has that growth mindset. Everyone's challenging each other. How can we continue to get better? How can we improve the product on the field? How can we improve the product off the field? And it holds all of us accountable. And so us at Phoenix Rising, we have that same growth mindset. We want to get better every day, on the field, off the field. We want to keep pushing. We are striving. We're working hard to build the stadium at some point here in the near future. So, it's been fun to be a part of, and we continue to learn each and every day from those around the league. And for us at Phoenix Rising, you mentioned it, talking about stability and consistency. So for us going into the offseason, this was the first time in a few years where we didn't have to look at changing the head coach. And so having Pa and his staff back, last year at this time, we're just kind of feeling each other out, getting to know each other. this year we know how, what pushes each other, what buttons we can push, and ultimately, having the 15 players back, bringing in, being really picky about the players. So really excited when, Phoenix Rising, what is at its best when we are relentless, right? When we are pushing each other, when we had that depth, that competition each and every day. So I'm really excited. Home opener's a few weeks away. Expecting a big crowd and getting people out there to see what Phoenix Rising is all about.
So not that long ago, the Arizona Cardinals hired a new strength and conditioning coach, and he thought, it would be really good for team building. Let's go hike Camelback Mountain. And so he brought all the team up there, and he had some really big overweight defensemen from the South who had never seen a mountain before, and it was horrible for him. You guys did the same thing, didn't you, as a team building?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
We've done it. It's the second year in the row that we're doing it, and I think it's just, great because when you climb a mountain, people think the end goal is at the top, but it's going up to the top. That is the most beautiful passage that you have to have. And also talking about togetherness, having our president join us onto that together with the players. That sets standards of a culture, but also just for them, because half of the players maybe never hiked or never been in, to able to see when you're at the top the beauty of Phoenix, but also the work that you did to get yourself there. So it's something that we want to keep doing as a tradition, but also just 6:30 in the morning, It's like similar to the game, it's similar to the season, are you going to grind through, are you going to fight through, to get to the destination that you want to get to.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing is doing the journey together.
Yeah, that's
something unique.
Yeah, and they say that last quadrant of Camelback is exactly what you said. It's transferable to sports because it's all mental at that point.
Yes.
It's what you can grind through. Can you push yourself to the top?
How much teeth pulling did you have to do to get some of the guys? Any at all?
No, the guys were great.
I'm not a hiker.
No, I tell you what, it was a lot harder than it was back in my college days, for sure.
We're speaking with Bobby Dooley and Pamu.com of Phoenix Rising FC. We talk about this every 4 years. The boost that American soccer gets whenever the World Cup rolls around. It's different this year because it's in North America as the host. What kind of boost are you guys expecting to see from World Cup?
I mean, it's in the mainstream media, right? Everyone's talking about soccer. It's coming here. You have national teams from all over that are setting up camps here. So that's a testament to the facilities and infrastructure that clubs, even in the USL, are building, right? It's a little difficult to set up camp in Phoenix at that time of the year.
Sure.
But ultimately, it's more eyeballs. It's more investment dollars from, the corporate dollar. People are looking to how can I activate my brand and tie it into soccer? So I think that's for us where we're seeing the benefit is on the corporate side of things and wanting to activate the sport. But ultimately, people, I always say it right, you want to watch it on TV, but to experience live. So more people are going to be watching the World Cup games. Hey, why don't I bring my kids out to the local game? So I think that's the benefit that the clubs and I think the uniqueness of the USL is the tie-in to the local community. So people have the opportunity to not only watch it on television, but watch high-level players that are competing in the World Cup on these USL teams, in their own markets. So I think that's really exciting for the
So
sports soccer.
we first got to meet Paul last year. You guys came in same time last year, and right away we knew that this guy's got a different vibe about him. In your words, describe your head coach.
Oh, man. Passionate, a culture builder, honest. You know what he's thinking, and driven. And I think those are all things that excited us about bringing him on board. And he's got a growth mindset. And I think when you have that growth mindset and you want to continue to push people, right, and you want to see people, take that and grab opportunities, right, and he's doing it for, people's personal growth. And last year is a perfect example, one of the best players in the league, right, and he pushed him, and an opportunity presented itself for him. And we sold that player in the middle of the season. It was tough for the organization, right? You're losing one of your top players. But ultimately, that's what we're about at Phoenix Rising. And I think over the 10 years that I've been here, whether it be players on the field, whether it be coaches, I mean, we had a team administrator last year about this time. We walked out of here and we found out he got an opportunity. He's working for the national team right now. So that's what it's about at Phoenix Rising for us is bringing people into the organization, on the field, off the field, them contributing, giving everything you got, challenging each other each and every day. An opportunity present itself, and they take a little Phoenix Rising with them.
Season opens March 7th on the road in San Antonio. Home opener against Orange County on March 14th.
Here's to 34 victories, fellas.
Yes.
Love it.
Thank you. And for ticket information, Bobby, where can
you can visit our website, phxrisingfc.com.
Gentlemen, thanks for
Thank
coming
you,
in.
fellas.
Great to see you. Best of luck this season.
Thanks for having us.
Bobby Dooley, Pamu.com from Phoenix Rising FC joining us in studio. We'll shift our focus to baseball next. We'll be joined by General Manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Mike Hazen, as Newsmakers Week rolls on here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
College happened. Maybe you had a great time. Maybe you really thrived, but now it's time to pay those student loan debts, and you might not be in a situation to do so, and you feel like you're drowning in your debt. Well, if you feel like you're drowning and nobody's going to help you, let me stop you right there, because Why Refi will. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what Why Refi does. They will work with you to build a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. It's not a Band-Aid. It is a real path forward. And during the process, they don't make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment. There's no grilling you on how you got into the situation that you're in. Why Refi knows that life happens, and they just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end, because Why Refi was built for the people who have been told no by those other lenders. Your student loans don't have to control your future. Take back control today. Give Why Refi a call. Their number, 888-WHY-REFI-85, or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free, too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-230-2777.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's truck month at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford off the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns dropped their first game back after the All-Star break last night, 121-94 to the San Antonio Spurs. And the injury question marks appeared again last night. Devin Booker left the game and did not return last night with right hip soreness, but the Suns will be back in action tomorrow for the Orlando Magic. Diamondbacks owner Ken Kendrick was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and he claims he wants a CBA that makes the MLB more competitive from top to bottom as the Diamondbacks start Cactus League play today against the Colorado Rockies at 1:10 this afternoon. And as we wrap up Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Murata, Mike Hazen, Mike Laflur, Josh Bartlestein, Molly Miller, and more will be joining us today. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Peoria Kia. This President's Day, experience the no bull way, simple lease specials, honest pricing, and a name trusted since 1951. Visit EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Murata Mornings. The Arizona Diamondbacks.
Cactus League opener today for the Arizona Diamondbacks taking on the Colorado Rockies out at Salt River Fields. And joining us for Newsmakers Week, the general manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Mike Hazen, our guest via video. Mike, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Mike, what's happening?
Great to have you on. All right, let's give the 30,000-foot view of the Arizona Diamondbacks heading into the Cactus League opener today. Some late movement on the roster, obviously, with the re-addition of Zach Gallen. How do you feel about this roster and how it's put together right now?
Yeah, I think this offseason was a little bit different than the ones we've typically had with the guys that we're kind of balancing that are on the IL right now that are going to be coming back onto the roster, and want to make sure that the team was in a good enough position as we go through the season, especially the early part. We have an tough early schedule. I think it's come together fine. With Corbin's injury, hopefully he's going to be back. We're seeing where Gurriel is going to land. We have a bunch of young kids that you're going to see in spring training just because of the WBC. So I'm excited to watch these guys get going. I think we have a good young team. We have some star veteran players, and I think this team is going to get better and better as it goes through the year.
All right, Mike, here's the recurring record that we do every year in spring training. How about the bullpen? What do you think? What is it going to look like when we get to opening day?
Yeah, I have no idea, honestly. I think that there's a few guys that that'll be in there. And then how that bullpen comes together, we've worked this offseason to build a lot of depth into that bullpen, to build a lot more power, a lot more swing and miss into that bullpen. I think that's what we were lacking as we kind of went through the middle part. Obviously, the injuries, look, we talked about this last year. They're losing Puck and Martinez. It was very challenging to replace guys of that caliber. I don't know that there's a lot of teams that can do that. We certainly didn't do that, and the bullpen was part of our downfall for sure. It's something we've been very fixated on. I know we didn't spend a lot of resources in the very back end. We're going to have guys that emerge into the back end of our bullpen, and we're going to look to improve that area of our team as we move forward. I do want to highlight that one of the major reasons, in our opinion, the pitching was as bad as it wasn't just the bullpen. The defense wasn't very good. And this has been a focus for us from through the offseason and into this early part of spring training.
Mike Hazen, general manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. When the season ended, I think Diamondbacks fans were pretty conditioned that, hey, either Merrill Kelly's not going to be back after he was traded to Texas or Zach Gallen's going to go elsewhere in free agency. If I told you back in October, Mike, that you'd have Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen as part of your rotation to start 2026, what would you have said?
I'd have said there's a 0% chance of that happening. I think we left it open that there was a decent chance that one of them could be back. Didn't really know which one. Certainly we qualified Zach. So, I think it was probably more Merrill than Zach, just thinking that, given where the market may take that. But, look, the free agency has a ways of behaving sometimes that you can't fully understand, and you have to be prepared for any outcomes. Thankfully, as we had gone through we'd signed Merrill in December, and as we had gone through the rest of the offseason, Zach was still out there. I had a conversation with Ken about just, hey, listen, he's still sitting out on the market. What do you think about dipping our toe in the water and getting back into this thing and see where he's at? And he was like, well, you can make a phone call, see where it is, and we can go from there. And, he, at that point, Ken's been amazing with us in terms of when he wants something. And even though we've spent our money and we're at the budget, there's been times where he's like, hey, if we really think this guy's going to make a difference for our team, then we need to go out and get him. And he did that again. And we're very appreciative of that. So we're lucky to have those two guys. I think the rotation is now a lot more stabilized. We have a group of younger pitchers that are coming that probably weren't ready to just jump into a rotation. But now they're going to have that time. And they're going to cut their teeth at some point during the year, but it'll be done in a I think, a more responsible fashion.
Yeah, I agree with you. Ken's commitment to winning has been exemplary in the past 5, how many years you want to put on it. And I know so are you, and how much pride you take in what you do. Emotionally, what's it been like to navigate these past 2 years where at times you all look so close, and due to a variety of circumstances and injuries or what have you, you haven't been able to get it done? What has that done for you? How has it felt, and what does it mean going forward?
Yeah, it stinks, honestly, when you step back and you kind of think about it that way. I try not to put my mind in that space. We have to look and build for tomorrow. And 24 and 25, even though they both came extremely close, they were, markedly different in a lot of ways. I felt in 24, we did a really good job. I mean, winning 89 games is something that, you're not necessarily, tipping your cap over, but at the same time, to win 89 games in this league is pretty difficult. And I was proud of that. Last year didn't go the way we wanted it to. I'll be honest with you. And it wasn't just the injuries. The injuries had a definite impact. Losing the group of players that we lost, the amount of players that we lost, the amount of time we lost them had an impact. No excuses. That excuse aside, we played pretty poorly, especially early. And that's something Tori and I have talked about quite a bit. It's, we can't play that way. The focus in spring training, we played sloppy last spring training. And the answer is always, it's spring training. Don't worry about it. Nobody wants to hear it when you're talking about spring training games, because no one really wants to discuss those. But it carried over into the season for us. And he acknowledged that too. And, we sat down this offseason and talked through that. And it's been a point of emphasis from his first meeting on that spring training games, the caliber of play, the way we go and play is going to matter, because it carries over into the regular season. And I've already said this, the first month of our season, we play the best of the best the entire month.
The situation in the outfield being what it is, with the injuries starting with a couple players at your corner spots with Corbin and Lourdes on the shelf right now. And all the reports of Alek Thomas tweaking the swing, getting ready for the season. I know he's going to play in the World Baseball Classic as well. But how big of a season is this personally for Alek Thomas?
Huge. I mean, we talked to him about it. It's time. It's, he's got 3+ years in now. He's got 1,000 at bats under his belt. Mm-hmm. Those adjustments need to start happening. And he knows that. He's working hard. I appreciate how he's going into this. He knows what he needs to do to lock down that position. We know how good we were when he locked down that position in 23. He said he had some injuries, so he's been banged up. I think it's taken a physical and mental toll on him a little bit coming back. I think those speed guys, when they lose their legs sometimes, it has a bigger impact injury-wise than you can imagine, because that's their identity. That's how they play their game. He's perfectly healthy. He's back into it. I'm excited to see Lawler run around out there and see what happens. Corbin's going to be back. Gurriel looks great. I think that outfield situation is going to rectify itself pretty early into the season, if not before.
All right, Mike, last question. I know this is not your realm in terms of where the sport is going and negotiations and labor impasses and all that stuff. I know that is not your arena, but we do know how these things work, and this can be quite a distraction for teams and players if there starts to be dialogue, contentious comments from one side to the other. How do you plan to navigate what may or may not be part of the scenery and the part of the background noise this coming season?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I think because everybody's involved in it, the entire sport is involved in it. I think the players do a good job of blocking it out. I think whatever noise happens outside of the clubhouses, outside of the games, I think the players do a really good job of separating all that stuff out. We don't really talk about it because you said it's not really our sandbox to play in. So we kind of stay out of it. We're kept out of it. That's a great thing for us. I'd rather be out of it. It goes way above us on both sides. And, look, this is a big season for us, and I'm really looking forward to
us turning the corner on last year and putting our best foot forward and watching this team come together and emerge in a way that makes the city proud.
Nice.
Mike, as always, thanks for the time and the insight. Really appreciate it.
All right, guys. Take care.
Appreciate it.
You too. Mike Hazen, Arizona Diamondbacks general manager.
Mike Hazen.
Freaky Mike Hazen.
What do you think he would do if we hit him with a rap song? Jared, why don't you put something together?
Okay, next time he's on.
I can give you the beatboxing if you want.
Unphasing.
He does it all.
By Mike Hazen, something like that.
You
I got it.
Monkey calls, beatboxing. The man is vocally talented.
Yeah, okay.
Like a young Michael Winslow.
So we'll never catch him singing karaoke.
No.
Or backup.
No.
Hazen's the best, though, isn't he?
He's
very,
fantastic.
very honest.
Yes.
And straightforward.
Well, yes. And again, there's nothing but transparency with Mike Hazen.
Absolutely. Thanks to Mike Hazen for joining us. Mike Laflur, head coach of the Cardinals, coming up later in the 7 o'clock hour. But coming up next, the NBA. What can it do to fix its biggest problem? Adam Silver says they're going to try to do something big. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Swung on high fly ball deep to right field. That ball is way gone, Perdomo.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Unrivaled Season 2 is here. The energy is off the charts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. And yes, the best women's basketball players on the planet, running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Players like Satu Sabali, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, many more, taking the court, redefining the game. If you're unfamiliar, Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. It's built for the players. The WNBA's best playing here on American soil during their offseason instead of having to go overseas. And Season 2 of Unrivaled features higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. After Chelsea Gray's big $200,000 win in last week's one-on-one tournament, Unrivaled is back to scheduled play starting this evening. 4 straight nights of league doubleheaders, and the games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
The American Sprint Car Series is coming to Central Arizona Raceway this weekend for the Sonoran Clash. Come on out and watch Arizona's best take on racers from all over the country this Saturday and Sunday. It's affordable, it's fun for the whole family, and the weather is going to be perfect for a weekend of wheel-to-wheel, high-speed action. Racing starts at 3 both days, and all the event info you need is at CentralAZRaceway.com. The new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The best in women's college basketball, the brightest stars in the game. And for the very first time, it's happening in the desert. The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix. 4 days of free family fun with tailgates, a concert, viewing parties, and more. April 2nd through 5th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Good morning and a thanks to our audience out in Surprise in the West Valley. Appreciate you taking in Bickley and Murata mornings in Surprise.
I think the point about this year, when you look at totality of the circumstances, I mean, of course, I'm paying attention to what's happening, and the perception is you have a very deep draft class this year. A perception, who knows whether this will be the reality, that the next 2 years' draft classes aren't as good. There's no doubt that's affecting the behavior of our teams. But at the end of the day, I think there needs to. I think all the teams need to step back, the ownership of those teams, and just as a reminder that we're all in this together, that we want to have fair competition, we want to have fair systems, and to keep an eye on the fans, most importantly, and their expectation that we're going to be putting the best product forward.
It's Adam Silver, NBA commissioner, last weekend at All-Star Weekend, talking about the draft class affecting the behavior of teams near the top of the league. We've seen tanking. We've seen fines handed out, $600,000 worth of fines handed out to teams, including $500,000 to the Utah Jazz alone. So it's being dealt with. He talked about, hey, I'm paying attention to what's happening. But yesterday, Adam Silver took it a step further. He notified all 30 teams, general managers in the NBA, that crackdown is coming on anti-tanking rules. Now, the full plan won't be released for a while. They're still working on it. But some people with knowledge of the situation talked about these particular concepts. First-round draft picks can be protected for only top 4 or top 14-plus selections. So there's a little gap.
Either or.
Yeah, there's a little gap in between there.
Right.
Lottery odds freeze at the trade deadline or a later date. We'll get back to that one. I got some questions on that one. No longer allowing a team to pick in the top 4 in consecutive years and or after consecutive bottom 3 finishes. Okay. Teams can't pick in the top 4 a year after making the conference finals. So that would affect a team like the Oklahoma City Thunder, probably.
Or the Pacers.
Or the Pacers, yes. Oh, that's a good point. Lottery odds allocated based on 2-year records. Lottery extended to include all play-in teams. And they would flatten the odds for all lottery teams. I think there's some good parameters there. That last one, I think flattening the odds is probably the biggest deterrent. Don't you?
Maybe.
Because obviously it's not going to be financial. You're not going to scare these teams off with fines unless they get into the multi-million-dollar fine range. The one that I did have an issue with, lottery odds freeze at the trade deadline or a later date. Wouldn't that just incentivize teams to start tanking earlier in the season?
Maybe, yeah.
Or look at like the Clippers, who started off so poorly. If the lottery odds were frozen, again, they don't have their pick, but a team that starts off poorly and that has expectations, they can just be like, all right, the lottery odds freeze here. We'll suck till then and then maybe try to get better.
There's a conundrum here because, as we've discussed, just by the fact of having a draft, okay, means you're going to encourage some teams to tank. The flip side is to abolish the draft, which Vinny has brought up on numerous occasions, which really sounds good in theory But what does that do to the non-desirable markets? Will it really affect them? Now, people would say, look, it's supply and demand. There's only X amount of jobs in it. And if you're in Memphis or if you're in Portland or if you're in a city that Charlotte, if you're in a place that is not considered desirable, that you will still be desirable to people who need NBA jobs.
Yes.
But they're going to flood the better cities first.
Well, I mean, yes, theoretically, but there is a salary cap in place as well.
Here's what there is that as well. But here's what I'd like. I would like them to create a start date of any new procedure, and then if you're the team in year one of this new system that gets the number 1 pick or the number 2 pick or the number 3 pick, then your next 3 years are locked in at lesser picks. So if you get a number 1 overall pick, could you work a calculus where in year 2 you get 9, in year 3 you get 17, in year 4 you get 27? And then conversely, the team that wins the title, that team's got 30 in year 1. Could it go to 18, then to 11, then to 5? Could you do it with mathematics that from start it's going to reward the worst teams, but there's an inversion that feeds everybody?
So that the worst teams just don't keep trying to be the worst for multiple years.
Because the next 3 years now are locked in.
So let's say Utah gets the number 1 pick.
Right.
And they pick Darren Peterson. And he's cramped up all year and can't play. And he can't. They blow the pick. You don't get to be in the lottery then.
Yeah, you're the ninth pick next year.
You're the ninth pick next year. It's automatic.
You do the NBA draft in 3-year increments.
Or 4.
Or however.
Right.
That's interesting.
Thank you.
I hadn't thought of that.
See, Commissioner Dan Bickley.
I actually don't mind that.
Have you seen this guy?
Hey, listen. Yeah, I can imitate the commissioner. I want to suck your blood.
The few problems I have though with all this is there has to be a way beyond just like, well, they need to spend more money there has to be a way to make the bad teams better and not just keep rewarding good teams. If you flatten the odds completely, the 14th,
then you're going to reward good teams. I like
there's a team with 40 wins that could have the same odds as a team with 10 wins.
Yes,
a lot of this might not be the fault of the people that are in charge of the team right
now.
That's true.
The other thing is that Matt Ishbia yesterday with an impassioned rant on social media. Again, he is now in many other cities because I kind of did a deep dive after he made his comments. People are just, why can't we have an owner like that?
In case you missed it, it was a lengthy tweet. I won't read the whole thing, but it was in response to a Tom Haberstroh article that he put on Yahoo Sports where he power ranked the tanking teams. And Matt Ishbia responded, "This is ridiculous. Tanking is losing behavior done by losers. Purposely losing is something nobody should want to be associated with. Embarrassing for the league and the organizations. And the talk about this as a strategy is ridiculous. If you're a bad team, you get a good pick. That makes sense. But purposely shutting down players and purposely losing games is a disgrace that impacts the integrity of the whole league." He said it's worse than any prop bet scandal.
And people were like, from the just cheering, standing ovation for Matt Ishbia.
Half of me did that.
Yeah.
Half of me went, ooh, I don't know as an owner if I want to put that out there because let's say things are going swimmingly for the Phoenix Suns this year. Let's say they weren't. Let's say they had 12 wins right now. Do you think a healthy Devin Booker would be out there on a regular basis?
Well,
and
but the Suns don't have the draft picks, which is the other reason.
Right, that's true.
That's true, too.
That's why people were ridiculing Matt, like, oh, easy for you to say. You got no options, man.
On that note,
that's one way to eliminate tanking altogether. Squander all of your draft picks.
Well, on that note, real quick, if they come into this whole new system with all these new rules, does that eliminate the value of first-round draft picks?
It could.
Like, trading multiple first-round draft picks no longer are as valuable if you don't have, a good chance at getting a top 5 pick.
Look at it
because
this way.
they're
The system that's in place right now, these teams are tanking. Like, we'll use Utah, for example, again. They are tanking to get a better position in what most people believe is a fixed lottery. That's one hurdle.
Yep.
And then let's say you get the pick. Then you got to nail the pick
exactly.
to make it work. So there's still hurdles in place that are just not deterrents anymore.
Utah is just doing
listen, And the whole quality of the league, when you throw in the tanking plus the load management, you can see why this product is getting a bit saggy. And there's a couple of anecdotal things I want to bring up here. So there's a story that A.J. DeBansa went to a Jazz game with his dad, and they left at halftime. It was so bad. And this might be the guy they want, and they're leaving at halftime.
He had to get up early to go to class.
And the other thing is, Vinny, as I talked about off the air, coming out of the All-Star break, all the national radio shows, they're all talking football.
Yeah.
We're a week out of the Super Bowl. Nothing has happened roster-wise, and the default position of national radio shows is to go right back to the NFL.
I noticed that too.
Yeah.
It's where's the NBA dialogue?
It's very strange. And if they are talking about the NBA, this is what they're talking about.
Exactly.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to get us caught up to date on all the big stories on this Friday. The Rush Hour reboot straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you've been watching the Olympics and all the drone footage, you know the quality of your entertainment system matters a lot when you are watching sports. This is one of many reasons you head on down, see my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. I'm going to give you a whole bunch of reasons why you should do that, maybe even this weekend if you're bouncing around the valley. Number one, through the end of March, if you purchase a 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger, you're going to get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Buy one, get one free on a Samsung televisions. That is a pretty cool deal. Waltz is going to give you great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, an incredibly knowledgeable staff that will give you insight you'll never get from the big box stores. They'll price match any price you bring to them. They'll give you same-day delivery 7 days a week, and their service and expertise is unparalleled. Finally, some other incentives. When you're at Waltz, drop my name. You're going to get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Bick. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Come on into the great outdoors.
The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, March 27th through March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Shop, compare, and buy boats, RVs, personal watercraft, off-road vehicles, houseboats, outdoor gear, and more.
Show off shows you've been waiting.
The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, Friday, February 27th through Saturday, March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Get your discount coupon at azoutdoorexpo.com. Use code KMVP for the best discount.
And the great outdoors is waiting.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns injury bug continued in a disappointing 121-94 loss to the Spurs last night, already without Dillon Brooks, who is serving a 1-game suspension, and Grayson Allen, who's now dealing with a sprained ankle. Devin Booker left last night's game with right hip soreness, and his availability for Saturday's game against Orlando is in question. Spring training has arrived here in the Valley, and it starts today. The Arizona Diamondbacks are in action this afternoon at 1:10 against the Colorado Rockies and will be at Salt River Fields all weekend long. And the Arizona Cardinals broke ground on a new practice facility yesterday with eyes on a 2028 finish line. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers, trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bidwill and Marana Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
7:30 on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. It's the Rush Hour Reboot. I'm Sammy Sepulka. And let's start with a team that was coming off the All-Star break, the Phoenix Suns last night. Obviously a disappointing loss. But what was the level of frustration last night in seeing Book go to the locker room and then not be able to play the rest of the game?
I was a little confused for a while.
Yeah.
I just kind of was like, oh, yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. Is he everything okay with it? Was a little bizarre for me. Everything about last night was bizarre to me.
The
fact that we went into the game thinking we're almost at full health.
Yeah.
And with the exception of Dillon Brooks, who's suspended, and then to come out of it with 2 injured players.
Right. And it wasn't even in San Antonio. That was weird, too.
Yeah,
that
right.
Was weird
That too.
I'll be honest. There was that level of mystery leads you to form your own conclusions.
Yeah.
I thought Devin Booker had the runs.
Oh, okay. He just
When you keep going back to the locker room, that's what I thought.
It's kind of like Jarrett, after he has the white fish bagels.
The old hot squirts.
Oh, have you finished the montage yet?
I wish that was the case.
Yeah.
It's not. We don't have any update. We'll get an update probably later today on the condition. When they use the term hip soreness,
Yeah.
and this is not directed solely at Devin Booker, I hate the use of the word soreness or sore as an injury. I can't stand it. It doesn't sound injury-like at all.
Doesn't sound serious enough.
No. And I know they've clarified the terminology they use to indicate different levels of the injury, but that one will always bug me. Soreness is...
You could play through soreness is what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, the old saying used to be, you can play if you're hurt. If you're injured, you can't play. What about if I'm sore?
Okay, so the stretch run in the NBA, post-All-Star break, less than 27 games. I'm going to ask you one, who do you trust more? LeBron and the Lakers or Durant and the Rockets?
The Rockets, without Steven Adams, have become a very, very, very bad rebounding team. I think the Lakers, they're the same kind of deal as the Suns. Their big three have not had a lot of time together. And it's my opinion that given what they've gone through, where they're at in the standings, they probably should feel pretty good about themselves.
Yes.
So even though it pains me to say so, I would trust the Lakers more.
Oh.
I can't put my trust in the Lakers at that point. And last night we saw Houston open up their schedule, tough road game against a surging team in Charlotte, and they come away with the win. And we're all expecting. I said I would be watching with an interested eye what happens with Kevin Durant in Houston, because that could go one of two ways. He could come out and be a madman, or he could sink the whole team. He was a madman last night. 35 points, hit a lot of big shots. So it could go that way too, and then they'll deal with it at the end of the season. But I think I trust Houston more right now than the Lakers.
Some say he was burning hot last night. All right, so
Media PR guy for the Diamondbacks just texted me and said, "Did you just say hot squirts on the
He
air?"
did. Yeah. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Okay, so yesterday the Cardinals.
Luckily, we already got
doing my best.
We already got all their Newsmakers Week's guests done with, so we can't pull anybody.
Okay, to the average Cardinals fan, how important was breaking ground on a new practice facility yesterday? To someone that, maybe just may not care, but how important is it?
I mean, the breaking of the ground is ceremonial. It's cosmetic, but leading to the construction of this facility, very important. We always talk about it in college athletics more than the pros, but it's an arms race. You're competing against 31 other organizations that are pouring money into their facilities, and we've seen what the result or what the reviews of their facilities have been in the last 3 to 4 years. This was a necessary move by the Cardinals. Very, very important.
I think that, I think it was clearly important for a couple of different reasons, but I don't think that I think part of the reason why some of it didn't go over well with the fan base is that this is not what the fan base wants. They want a winning football team. They want a better stadium experience. They don't want to know that their failing football team suddenly has more luxurious workout rooms items. So while it's important, it's off the mark of what what the Cardinals really need to deliver.
Okay, spring training is back in our lives today. Starts this afternoon. If you're a Diamondbacks fan, what would be the best thing to see from the team or a player this spring?
I'm going to say a group, and we talked to Mike Hazen about it, and he was very, very honest about how big a year this is for Alek Thomas. But in the interim, and he painted a pretty optimistic picture on the returns of Gurriel and Carroll early in the season, which is a great thing. But I would love to see this group of outfielders that is getting increased opportunity this spring to really push each other. We're not going to see it from Thomas because he's going to play for Mexico in the World Baseball Classic again. But, Tim Tawa, Ryan Waldschmidt, Christian Robinson is a guy who's been in this organization for a really long time, and he's still only 25 years old, and he's finally played at AAA. So I want to see those guys really create some decisions to be made.
Is Drew Jones healthy?
Drew Jones is healthy.
That was somebody that Derek Hall mentioned. I had totally forgot about him.
He's a non-roster invitee, but he's going to get opportunity as well.
I want something much different. I want a closer to emerge from the Cactus League schedule. I want either Kevin Ginkel or Paul Sewald or somebody to have such elite-looking stuff that they go, that's the guy.
And I thought Torrey's explanation of that, too, in kind of determining who that can be in Cactus League games being difficult because it's not high pressure at all, and being a closer in the major leagues is all about pressure. But the way he described it, I want somebody who you have confidence in the way they hold themselves on the mound. You don't want the knees knocking. You want somebody who's going to take, the bull by the horns. I really liked his description of what he's going to be looking for. That'd be great if they can find it. Find a guy that is going to be the guy until Pucker Martinez gets back.
Yep.
That'd be fantastic.
All right. Thanks, guys. Happy Friday.
All right. Thank you. We're rebooted on this Friday. Coming up next for the first time on this show, we'll get a chance to talk to the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Mike Laflur will join us for Newsmakers Week next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about Ford Truck Month going on at the best place in the Valley to get into a new Ford, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, where the deals are rolling hot for over 75 years. Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family. And right now, you could take advantage of some great savings. Zeros across the board on new 2025 Ford F-150s, Lightnings, and Super Duty XL trucks. We're talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford FlexBuy. Zero money down, zero payments for up to 90 days for qualified buyers. Plus, score $1,000 in truck month cash towards your purchase. Even more bang for your bucks. These offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. The offers end March 2nd, 2026. Like Tex Earnhardt used to say, what'll it take to make you happy? Well, swing by their dealership in Chandler to find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. Noble for 75 years and going. Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at AmazonBusiness.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Ready, set, save during the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale. Choose the open road in America's #1 selling truck for 49 years straight. The Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months on all remaining 2025 models, including the Ford F-150 Lightning. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offer expires 3/2/26.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marotta Mornings. The Arizona Cardinals.
And it's our pleasure to welcome for the first time to Bickley and Marotta Mornings the brand new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Mike Laflur joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coach, welcome to the Valley,
Mike.
and congratulations on the job.
Dan, Vince, I appreciate it, man. It's been awesome, and
these mornings out here in the valley aren't bad, man.
Yeah, they're not bad.
Say that
at all.
again.
We were both at your introductory press conference. I thought it was a really cool day, not only for the organization but for your family. But since then, I mean, you've been a busy man. Take us through what the last two plus weeks have been like for you, Mike.
It's the 2 weeks. It felt like 2 days or 2 months, depending on how I'm feeling in that moment. It's been, but it's been awesome. The biggest deal is obviously just getting the best staff together, but also not losing sight of getting to know these players. So that's really where my focus has been. I finally have been able to dive into some actual football, which that's what we do. We coach football, and for a 3.5-hour window, 17 times, hopefully more. There's a lot of work to get to those points, but I was able to get in real early this morning before anyone could bother me and actually do some stuff.
Nice.
But other than that, it's just been getting the staff together, getting to know these guys. What is so unique and so cool about this place is because this is a destination, because people actually love living here, players. There's so many guys in our building, more than any other building I've ever been in, and so you actually get to know these guys. As opposed to having to wait until April 7th, in phase 1.
Mike, you brought a lot of energy. You brought a lot of gratitude to the opening press conference. Cardinal fans really vibing on the fact that you clearly want to be here, but also the reality of the moment is, what this team has been like the last few years. You know better than anybody, know how strong the NFC West is. Why are you going to be different? What skill set are you going to bring to this gig that is going to make this thing work for everybody in Arizona?
Yeah, I mean, I know this. These guys are going to put in the work, and the one thing I've learned through this over the last, 12 years being in the NFL, like if you can just take out the fluff and all the crap and you just keep the main thing, putting your best foot forward every single day, putting in the work, building these relationships, building the best roster we can as an organization with Monty, then you give yourself a fighter's chance come Sundays. We're not going to sit here and promise wins. We're not going to sit here and, guarantee, that we're going to be playing in February. I just know that we're going to put our best foot forward, that when we get there on Sundays, we're going to like what we see. We're going to operate the right way. When the silent tape is on after those games, I want these guys looking at it saying, yeah, I put my best foot forward and let the chips fall where they may.
Mike Laflur, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings for Newsmakers Week 2026. You talked about now that the staff is in place. I'm always curious about the process, especially for a first-time head coach and putting together a staff. You do have NFL experience. You've got connections all around the league. But now that the staff is complete, how much of that was your call? How much of that is you leaning on the viewpoints of others? How much of it is candidates reaching out to you and making a pitch to be part of your staff, Mike?
It's a great question because it's all the above. I mean, there's great communication within our building for, guys that we retain. There's great communication that I'm going to have with the resources that I have around the league, whether it be my brother, whether it be Sean, whether it be Kyle. I mean, yeah, we're all, obviously two of my closest friends in the world are in this division, but there's still good communication. People want to see people succeed in terms of getting, jobs and promotions and stuff like that. It was a fun process. You get to meet a lot of new people with the way the league works and the rules. There's a lot of interviews that have to take place, more so than they did, say, 10 years ago. And you learn a lot about a lot of these guys. And then a lot of times you're interviewing people and you learn a lot about some other guys because they bring them up in those interviews. So, I stuck to the whole thing of, hey, I got two things. I want great character and I want great capacity from every coach that we hire. I don't care if it's a coordinator down to a QC. So, we kind of stuck with those. And then, kind of that next element of, hey, we need some experience. We need some young blood. Like there's a good mix right here. And I'm fired up about the guys that we got coming in here to the Valley.
Your older brother was asked at your press conference, would he have ever believed that one day he'd be coach of the Packers while you'd be coaching the Cardinals? And he said, yeah, I would have said you were full of bleep if you told me that. He clearly cares about you a great deal. I had a nice conversation with him out at the golf tournament. How have you leaned on him? How is he going to help you? How has he helped you sort of get your arms around this job?
Yeah, I mean, well, again, I think I've been on record as saying, it just so happened to be he was here for the press conference. He was coming out here anyways to get some golfing in and obviously get away from that Green Bay weather. So he loves this area, so it was, but no, in all seriousness, I've always leaned on him. And, he's 8 years older than me. And so I got to kind of, dating back to when I was just a little guy being a ball boy, always kind of looking up to him. And then, as we just got older, especially when I started getting into sports in high school and college, it turned into less being big brother. It turned into being like best friend, and we talk all the time. I mean, it's, yesterday my wife got into town because she's looking for some homes, and we had about a 30-minute drive up to the hotel we're staying in. 28 minutes, we were on the phone with Matt, and she's like, "Well, it's good to see nothing's changed so far." But that's the way it is, and it's just him, and obviously his wife Bree and my wife are really tight. But no, I mean it's always like that. We talk all the time. The only time I'd say it kind of tones down a little bit when it really gets into the thick of a game week, Wednesday and Thursday, when you're really, pouring into these guys in terms of scheme and all that kind of stuff and practice. And then really when we play those guys, and obviously if we play those guys this year, that's going to be good things because that would be, after that 17-game stretch.
Yeah, not only the golf tournament, Mike, but your brother had really good Suns tickets for one of those games, too. He was having a good time here.
He had a great time. He was trying to get me to go to that Suns game. I said, Matt, you've been here before. I have a staff to hire. So,
right.
It was neat. He took my son, my 10-year-old daughter. She passed. She wanted to just go hang out with the girls, but they put him on the jumbotron. They asked him, and if he could go on. He says, I'm going to boo, and the nice lady said, No, I think you're all right with your brother. And sure as crap, they put him on there, and he got the big boo bird. It was great.
He got booed. Mike Laflur, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, our guest. You said you've had some time to get down to actual football now, and obviously the league year starting soon. That means free agency is going to start. There's draft preparation, but the question that everybody's asking about the Cardinals is at the quarterback position. Right now in the early stages of getting to football work, how much of your time, how much of your discussions are centered around the future of the quarterback position right now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it is the most important position in all of sport, right? Like let's be real right there. There's no harder position to play in this league than the quarterback. But like every other, position, especially being in the first year, Monty and the crew, we're talking about everybody. We're talking about this entire roster, all 90. And when I say all 90, I mean all 90. Like who's good enough to make the 53? Who's good enough to be, a reliable backup? Who's good enough to be a starter? Who do we got to bring in from a free agency perspective? What's the projection on what some of these guys are going to get paid? What is their health history? And then you got the draft and all the things that happen within the draft. I'll be taking off to the combine with Monty on Monday. Our whole staff will be there. It'll be great to get there to start to get to know those guys. But like I just said, I mean every single position is important, and we'll be talking about all of them.
All right, so you have learned next to Kyle Shanahan. You've obviously been a right-hand guy for Sean McVay. Your pedigree is absolutely unquestioned. It's obvious you cannot wait to get back to play calling at the NFL level. At the peak of your offense, what will it look like when you get the Cardinals rolling? What will this offense look like?
I say this, and I just told the staff this about 12 minutes ago. I said, we're going to operate better than anyone in the NFL. And I really believe that because that takes no talent. That's just setting foundations and with our cadence, with our formations, with how we break the huddle, like that I can guarantee. Like we're going to operate at an extremely high level. I just firmly believe that the way that we're going to teach these guys and the way that they're going to take a lot of pride in that. As far as what it's going to look like when that ball snaps, hey, I still got to figure out what these guys can do best. That organically happens. We didn't go into last year with the Rams saying, hey, we're going to be a 13 personnel team, and if you're going to do this, we're going to do that, and if you're going to do that, we're going to do this. Like that just organically happened. And I think the best teams that I've been a part of, particularly on offense, 2016 in Atlanta with Matt Ryan's MVP, 2019 in San Fran when we went to the Super Bowl, and then obviously last year in LA. Like, I mean, the way that it went, it just organically kind of flowed, and we turned into that team whenever it was. And you kind of know, as a staff and as a coordinator, as a head coach, kind of when it flips over, because you can just kind of feel it starting to click. And it always happens at different times. But, again, we're going to operate at a high level. I don't think it's going to be boring football, But again, we'll see where this thing goes. I do know this: when you sit back and you try to not mess it up, usually you mess it up. When you actually go and attack defenses, when a defense goes and attacks offenses, and you're actually going for it and you're shooting your shot, a lot of times good things happen. And that's what I'm going to try to get instilled to these guys, when they get back here.
With crucial in-game decisions, this is your call. You're the head coach, so give us an idea. Let me give you a 4th and 1, down 7, second quarter on your own 33-yard line. Are you by the book going for it every time? Are you a gut guy? Does gut even exist? I mean, give us an idea of your reliance on analytics as opposed to gut.
Well, Dan, Vince, I'd have to ask you the question. Where are we playing? What time of year is it? Who's the quarterback on the other side? What's their D-line like? Were you in our short yardage meetings, and do we actually, love our short yardage, or are we just kind of like, man, we like our 3rd and 2 to 5 package. Short yardage, man, these guys are pretty good. So you can't answer that question, because there's so many variables to it, and that's what's so cool. Like when you just keep, kind of be where your feet are, and you say, hey, this week, what is it going to take to win a football game? That's when those questions get answered, and then all of a sudden, you're playing in that game, and hey, we are going to go for it in that situation, but a monsoon just started. Well, maybe we're not, So, I mean, there's just too many factors to answer those questions, but I do believe we'll make the right decision at the right time.
Well, Mike, thanks so much for joining us again.
Yeah.
Congratulations on the job.
Good luck,
we
brother.
look forward to talking to you in the future.
And Vince, look forward to meeting you guys in person. I appreciate you guys being there a few weeks ago. And, I'm just, obviously, as you guys probably can tell, I'm getting a little juiced up. I've had a lot of coffee, not a lot of breakfast this morning. I get to do football in 2 minutes, and I can't wait.
That's my kind of football coach. Good luck, Mike. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Mike Laflur, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, joining us for Newsmakers
Good
Week
vibe.
on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, the Friday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings continues.
Fire!
With the blast. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes. Call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 20 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV, SUV, or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These Commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from gated financing. Exclude some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
With a Global Credit Card, you earn reward points for every purchase. Use your rewards at checkout at many of your favorite stores. Or use points instead of cash when you shop online. You can even use them to book a flight up to 3 days in advance. New York, Vegas, Albuquerque. From groceries to getaways, redeem your way. Apply for your Global Credit Card now at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns dropped their first game back after the All-Star break, 121-94 to the Spurs last night, and the injury question marks appeared again last night. Devin Booker left the game and did not return with right hip soreness. The Suns back in action tomorrow for the Orlando Magic. And spring training is back as the Diamondbacks start Cactus League play today against the Colorado Rockies at 1:10 this afternoon at Salt River Fields. And a big weekend for Valley College basketball. GCU Wyoming tomorrow at 6, ASU and Baylor at 2 on Saturday. And Arizona and Houston, a top 5 matchup, will tip tomorrow afternoon at 1. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Required minimum distributions can trigger a tax bomb, raising taxes, Social Security costs, even Medicare premiums. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Michael Bidwill didn't expect to get dragged on social media following a ribbon-cutting ceremony for the team's new headquarters in North Scottsdale, but one simple question and one awkward response later, and you have more proof of how far our NFL team has fallen in the eyes of Valley football fans. Bidwill was asked by Bulldog reporter Teo Mackey why he hasn't hired a team president. His answer, I am the team president. I am the team president. Next question. Now, it wasn't so much that reveal. We already knew how the hierarchy works inside the Cardinals, how they're a small handful of teams that operate without an independent team president, a team with a reputation for cutting financial corners. It was how Bidwill shut down the question without justification or explanation, without sharing why he thinks his process is best for the team and why he doesn't change things given the 102 losses in the past 10 years. It was simply, this is my team and this is how we do things. And I kind of get it. Bidwill's been under the crosshairs a lot in recent years, and he's obviously very sensitive to these lines of inquiries. My hope is that yesterday's groundbreaking ceremony represents the end of the NFLPA chapter of our collective football experience and the moment Bidwill can return his focus and his money to the product on the field and the experience of his fans in Arizona, because there's a lot of unhappiness in the desert air, something a shiny new headquarters will not fix. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, makes luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Michael, you guys are among the minority of NFL teams that does not have a team president to oversee the business side of operations. Why have you not hired someone for that role?
I am the team president.
Why have you not hired a team president?
I am the team president.
And you do think that's the
So next question.
So there you go. That's the audio of what I just put out there and all the things that I think about there. Yet at the same time, you have just heard from Mike Laflur, and my phone has been blowing up from people who love the vibe of the new head coach. So, and again, this is a head coach that a lot of people think Michael Bidwill is handpicked. I would say this. I would say that yesterday, the sporting world or the sporting community in Arizona, we all stood up and cheered Matt Ishbia for what he said about tanking. Matt Ishbia is every bit the meddling owner that Michael Bidwill is, who is every bit the meddling owner that fill in the blank. It's not unusual. Now, it's unusual for NFL teams not to see the value in a team president, and it's a very valid question to ask why, if you've had no success in the past decade, are you not changing things up? I think the response to that would be there's been a process in place here ever since that NFLPA came out. I think that deeply embarrassed Michael Bidwill and the organization, and I think that was proven in terms of their motivation to get that out of the NFL calendar, which they succeeded. And I'm hoping this ribbon cutting now means we can all put this chapter to bed and get back to focusing on what matters to everybody.
Look, that subject came up too, the report cards being kept, it's still happening. The process is still happening. The teams will get the feedback, but they won't go public. Michael Bidwill was asked about that as well.
Feedback's a gift, but also I knew what our plan was, and I was going to make this multi-generational decision when this parcel became available to build the best possible facility and performance center that's player first for the Cardinals and for our future.
I assume there's still going to be leaks that come out here and there. We've seen a couple from this year's report card already come out. Teo Mackey also in AZ Central and the Arizona Republic points out the Cardinals one of 7 teams that don't have a team president of any variety. Cardinals, Cowboys, Giants, Buccaneers, Bengals, Steelers, and Colts, which across the board, except for the Buccaneers, I mean, they still owned by the Glazers? I think so.
Yes, I believe so.
It's all,
yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but I mean,
Jerry Jones is in that list, as you can tell. The
Browns,
Rooney family is in that list.
The Maras, the Rooneys, the Ursays. I mean, that's all Bidwill's. That's all
old school,
old
guard.
Stuff.
Yeah.
And look, when you're not successful and when you fall short of your goals and you underachieve, these are the things that you will have to answer questions about. This is a situation where winning doesn't solve everything. It solves close to everything. You win some games, you get back on the right track. Nobody's worried about the lack of a team president on the company roster.
No. See, and that is listen, if you go back and you sort of follow the way the Cardinal season unfolded last year, what blew my mind was literally, it might have been hours, might have been days after that loss, that horrible, horrible loss at home to one of the worst teams in football, against Tennessee. All of a sudden, there were these other issues that Cardinal fans were very unhappy about. There was that letter to Michael Bidwill about the casitas and the seatings and
all the premium seating, displacing all the real fans.
All of it. As soon as the Cardinals were no longer unbeaten, and as soon as the losing began, and soon as it became pretty clear that the season was getting sideways again, all of this stuff came right to the fore.
Yeah,
and that is what it is. Like it, hate it, argue about it. It's a thermostat or a thermometer into the fan base. And you pull it back out and you go, whoa, they're burning hot.
Yeah.
And that is because it's a lot of reasons, man. But it's the accumulation of time. It's the idea that, wait a minute, this is the NFL. Teams are supposed to go last to first all the time. Why are we stuck in the basement? So let's hope Mike Laflur, who has, I'm not sure what to think about the coaching staff he's put together. Clearly, he's been handicapped by being hired so late. Clearly, there's not a lot of impetus for some other climbers to come and work for this organization at this point in time.
Yeah.
Given their competitive situation, their situation at quarterback, where they reside in the NFL's division status, all that stuff. But Matt Schaub, that's a guy that's very, very, very familiar with the offense that Matt Lafleur and now Mike Lafleur love to run. Okay, I can see that working. Is he going to hire a senior advisor? Does he feel the need? He's got, again, I don't think you can underestimate how deeply involved they are in each other's lives.
Yeah.
Which you don't always get with brothers separated by large swaths of time.
Yeah, 8 years difference. That's different lives for siblings, basically.
Yeah.
Does it kind of feel like Hackett? Again, he's not given the title of like advisor, senior advisor, but didn't it kind of feel like they brought him in to be the OC to kind of like help Laflur?
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, when you heard the explanation from Mike Laflur on the reasoning behind that, and him saying that I wanted him and nobody else, and then when you consider the fact that Nathaniel Hackett is not going to be saddled with play calling duties on game day, that's kind of the takeaway I had from it. But we'll see.
I'm talking, and I know what you're saying, Sammy, and I think he does check that box, but I'm talking more like the older guy that the young head coach can go to on any number of ideas, not just offense, but any number of things that might be happening inside a football team.
Yeah.
How do I handle it? I never saw this coming. What do I do here? Well, son, let me tell you. I had this issue back in 1978. Here's what you do. Look, Bruce Arians famously got hired, and for all that swagger and bombast that came with Bruce Arians, he said, I need this guy. This hire was for me because I need this guy on my side so I can check myself.
Yeah, and that guy was Tom Moore.
It was.
Yeah. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and to learn more, text the word GEAR to 620-620. Coming up next, the Suns come out of the All-Star break completely healthy. What could possibly go wrong? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
For me, this was a massive benefit for the Arizona Diamondbacks to bring Zach Gallen back. And sure enough, if it didn't happen, my expectation, I don't know what yours is for Zach Gallen, I think he's going to have an incredible year. As a matter of fact, my expectation is he becomes one of the best pitchers in the National League, one of the best pitchers in baseball once again.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports fans know the sideline is no place to be, and if you are dealing with joint pain that's holding you back, keeping you from doing what you want to do in life, there is a way for you to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. My friends at QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in advanced regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And folks, I can tell you from personal experience, this stuff really works. In fact, the patient satisfaction rate at QC Kinetics nationwide is 92%. That's a staggering number. I've leaned on them twice, once when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago, currently got through with the 5-round treatment for a real bad case of tennis elbow. 2 incredible results. Emmett Smith also raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him manage his joint pain. So if that is you, if you need relief from joint pain, go check out these cutting-edge options and what they can do for you. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Chandler, and Peoria. You can get on the books for that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-2013. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-2013. That's 800-444-2013. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's Truck Month at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovik Santan Ford off the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hey, it's Wolf. What type of intensity did the Phoenix Suns show in their return from the All-Star break? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, good morning to everybody taking the show in, and a thank you to those in Anthem. We appreciate you watching and listening to Bickley and Murata Mornings up in Anthem.
We did get an update from the Suns on Devin Booker's status, and it's not a great one. It's right hip soreness, and he will not return to tonight's game. So Booker finishes with 5 points in 9 minutes on 2 of 6 shooting, and the Suns are down 22, their biggest hole.
Yeah, it got to 32. They lose by 27. John Bloom, the voice of the Suns, on the call on the Phoenix Suns radio network here on Arizona Sports. It was an ugly night. That's not the way you want to start in any way, shape, or form. The way you want to start your 27-game push to the postseason if you're the Phoenix Suns, and hopefully that was the outlier, the anomaly. They knew they weren't going to have Dillon Brooks. Dillon Brooks' absence was felt in a number of ways.
No doubt. No doubt about it.
Because there was nothing really resembling the intensity that he brings and the tone that he sets from the start of the game. And that was even with the initial boost. Yeah, it was a bummer. The Grayson Allen injury, spraining his ankle at shoot-around. Like, what has this guy done to the basketball gods? That's his 5th separate injury so far this season, and they're 56 games in. That's a lot. But even with that, the nudge that they got, hey, Jalen Green is starting. Yeah, maybe out of necessity. And if there was one thing to take away from a positive from last night, it's that he played 26 minutes, scored 23 points, and looked pretty good. But other than that, that is just the definition of how not to start your post-All-Star game schedule.
Yeah, listen, and I think that 1-2 punch is kind of what did the Suns in, because there were some things I saw last night that I have not seen them do. I've been raving in watching these games go by at some of the little basic elementary things the Suns do exceptionally well. Contest for offensive rebounds, and they do it for a purpose. They want to win possession battles. They want to hoist far more shots than the opponents, and there have been games. There was one game they had 25 more field goal attempts than the opponent. I forget which game it was, but that's an absurd discrepancy. And a lot of it has to do with just their ability to compete and fight for rebounds on the offensive end. Yeah. And then the getting back on defense, it's one of the things that at times I've marveled at with this team. Last night was not one of them. No. Last night, the Spurs way too easily were turning stops into uncontested layups.
Yeah, or really good looks at three, or open mid-range shots.
Yep.
There was very little resistance defensively in any realm last night. But we started this with the Booker announcement from John Bloom that he wasn't coming back in the game. Here was Jordan Knott after the game.
Just probably heard the same as you guys heard, just right hip soreness. Obviously tried to go back out there, and we just save himself from himself. So When go out and play, he wasn't moving great when he came back in.
Yeah, and what do you expect for the future? They got a game tomorrow. They got a game on Sunday. You cross your fingers. You hope for the best, but I'm getting tired of crossing my fingers on the injury front with this team. And that was the frustrating realization you come to is like the idea of full health in the NBA is almost non-existent. You take it when you can get it because health and availability are two different things in the NBA these days. And then you look at the team that they were playing last night. San Antonio's been blessed with really good health. They flashed up the graphic. 6 starting lineups all year, the least that any team's had to use. So, and you see that. They got a really good team, but they haven't had to deal with it. The Suns are used to dealing with it, but that was a gut punch last night to see Grayson Allen not on the floor to start and Devin Booker getting 8 minutes.
Listen, but I also think when you talk about the amount of missed games and we go down this path of just lamenting all the injuries we've had, the Suns have also been one of the more deliberate teams at getting guys back.
True.
They definitely err on the side of caution. They've done that with Grayson Allen. They've done that with Jalen Green. So I don't know what role that plays, but, Yeah,
Jalen Green, who did have 26 points last night. I shortchanged him 3 points. He did say this about feeling like himself again.
Yeah, I feel good. It's the first time I felt this good in the entire season, so happy about that. Not the result we wanted, but personally, I feel good out there, like myself again.
He also did fill one role that Dylan Brooks wasn't able to play last night. He complained about the refs.
Defense, the foul count was crazy too. We shot like 6 free throws, maybe all game. It's pretty crazy. I don't know. I feel like we be handsy in everything we're doing. The defense is doing. The other side is doing what we getting called for. So can't really complain about that. Shots going in or not. It's a miss or make league. So just gotta move on.
Yeah, hopefully it's one of those flush games. Apologize for the quality. That already a little hard to hear what Jalen Green was saying there, but he did talk about only shooting 6 free throws on the night. That is a trend that continues. I don't look at the officiating as an issue last night.
No, neither do I.
But 20-6 in free throws. Over the course of the last 13 games, though, it's a little concerning. 85 more free throws for the opponents.
Suns foul a lot, man.
They
foul a lot.
I
watch them defensively. They are up into people. It's why they can be so disruptive. They foul a lot.
Yeah, and it works in their favor sometimes. They get a lot of steals. They force a lot of turnovers. They have good defense. But you're right. That leads to more fouls.
It's their style of play on both ends of the court. It helps tilt that free throw disparity, and just something you got to fight through.
And they don't have a ton, and maybe it will change now with Jalen Green, but they don't have a ton of guys that drive to the hoop.
That's exactly right.
So maybe that now with Jalen, maybe they will get more foul calls.
Maybe, although 26 minutes last night, he didn't get to the foul line, and I know this year is not the year to look at his per game averages, but he's in the games that he's played under 2 free throws per game. That's been as high as above 6 in his career. That's where that needs to be. When Jalen Green is up and running, and good sign that he says he feels like himself. He needs to get to the free throw line a lot more than he does.
Yeah, and I think by putting the ball down and getting to the rack consistently, he will get those calls.
Yeah, I agree, and we'll see maybe. The next chapter of that from Jalen Green tomorrow against the Orlando Magic. Join us April 11th for Pat's Run, presented by Tech Systems, a 4.2-mile run-walk that honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. You can learn more. Sign up today at patsrun.org. Coming up next, why did the D-backs spend the money they did this year? We'll hear from the guy who made the ultimate decision, Ken Kendrick. He joined Burns and Gambo yesterday. Had some interesting things to say. We'll share them with you next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
There's a swing and a drive. Deep right center field. Back and goes. Way gone.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and our communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances, but natural gas is more than an essential home ingredient. Helps support economic development and growth in the community as well. Many of the recent large-scale businesses that have expanded their operations into Phoenix, they're dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit their website at swgas.com.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns injury bug continued last night in a disappointing 121-94 loss to the San Antonio Spurs, already without Dillon Brooks, who was serving a one-game suspension, and Grayson Allen, who is now dealing with a sprained ankle. Devin Booker left last night's game with right hip soreness, and his availability for Saturday's game against Orlando is in question. Spring training has arrived here in the Valley, and it starts today. The Arizona Diamondbacks are in action this afternoon at 1:10 against the Colorado Rockies and will be at Salt River Fields all weekend long. And the Arizona Cardinals broke ground on a new practice facility yesterday with eyes on a 2028 finish line. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Hey, it's Gambo. Diamondback spring training kicks off today. We'll tell you the key guys to watch during the spring on today's Burns and Gambo show 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Well, I hope it won't be that far in at 100 to 120, but it could be that someone or more would not be playing until then. But you've divided into two pieces, and hope after the first 81, let's say, the first half, you'll have maybe three or all four of the guys we already are talking about. Well, it's part of the game. How confident am I in the first half? Well, I would have to be honest and say I'm less confident in our win and loss record in the first half than I think I would be able to predict, albeit that's further down the road in our second half. But all of them add up. Every game counts, and it's 162. It's not first half or second. It's both.
Ken Kendrick, managing general partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, a guest of Burns and Gambo yesterday on the eve of the Cactus League opener, which is today, out at Salt River Fields against the Colorado Rockies. Believe it or not, February 20th, baseball is here. If there was ever a team, Bick, that was maybe wishing for the... Do you remember this, back in 1981 when they had the work stoppage in Major League Baseball? They had the strike in the middle of the season, and they revamped how they did the playoffs. There was a first-half winner of each division, and there was a second-half winner.
That's right.
And they did the round-robin playoffs. The Diamondbacks are probably wishing for that this year. Wouldn't you say?
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, Ken Kendrick didn't say as much, but he said he's way more confident in the second half of the season.
Again, and I understand the discourse, I do, but I think there's great danger in just acting like the cavalry's coming down there.
Yeah.
Don't worry, at some point in time, we're going to be whole. You don't know, and B, you don't know how good they're going to be when they get back.
And
it's a very dangerous thing to kind of indulge in.
I give them credit for signing Merrill Kelly, signing Zach Gallen, Arenado and Carlos Santana. These guys that can help you in the first half of the season until the cavalry comes back. They didn't just say we're going to just wait it out.
Yeah. You said something that triggered in my head. The operative word is whole, spelled two different ways. Yeah, we're going to be whole, W-H-O-L-E, but before then, we can't dig ourselves a hole,
yeah, there you
H-O-L-E.
go. Yeah, that's definitely accurate.
So there is pressure, and I think the Diamondbacks are very well aware of that. We talked to Torey Lovello yesterday. He talked about the increased intensity and not easing into the season. Mike Hazen was adamant, and he doesn't mince his words ever, and that's what we really respect and like about Mike Hazen on a number of other things that you like about him, but he's completely honest. And he used the phrase, we played poorly last year, especially at the beginning. The defense was not up to the standard. And when you go out and even with the reality of these players that are on the shelf for different amounts of time, and you bolster what you were bad at, they're acknowledging it and they're not accepting it. And if you play better defense, you're going to be in a lot more games. And he didn't give the pitching staff a free pass for what happened last year, but he did acknowledge the pitching was affected by bad defense behind it. And even Geraldo Perdomo, he was very critical of his own defense.
Yeah, because I think that's also sort of indicative of the messaging that's going on from the very, very, very top. They've made it very, very clear that they're going to be intolerant and impatient with shoddy defense, with the failure to pick up the baseball, as Torey likes to say. So I think that to me has been the biggest thing, the biggest difference from the team I saw in 2023, which was so clean and so good defensively versus the last couple of years. I think they've kind of done the let's add a little of this, let's add some slug to our lineup, let's get a little more power, and you do that. It's like playing video game baseball where you get X amount of points to kind of distribute among attributes that you want. and you get a little more power, you got to sacrifice something. It almost feels that way. So I think getting back to a pitching first, defense always kind of paradigm is probably the best way to go, especially because there's a questionable amount of slug in this lineup. Now, it may not be questionable if Nolan Arenado is that kind of year, and if Carlos Santana is good and thrives in a platoon situation, then maybe it won't be an issue. But it might be more of a small ball kind of approach.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, it sounds like, by all indications, Corbin Carroll is not going to miss that much of the season. But the question is, after that surgery, you pointed it out earlier, a lot of players talk about, hey, I'm back playing, but my power's not where it needs to be.
Yeah, I've read some stuff about that. There's some conflicting reports about whether that is actually true or not. Logically, it sounds accurate. There have been guys who've struggled to get their power back after this procedure, but I read a survey or some data based on the last 15 Hammett injuries. It's not that profound. Now, everybody's individual. It might be profound with Corbin Carroll. It might not be. It's not as set in stone as I once thought it might be.
Yeah.
In terms of that.
You do have to consider the individual. Remember once upon a time, anybody that had microfracture surgery in their knee, they're never going to play again.
Done. Do they even do microfractures anymore?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
That was a stress-causing phrase for Arizona sports fans for a long time. Between Eric Swan and Amari Stoudemire.
Really, Amari Stoudemire. The news that Amari Stoudemire had a serious degenerative knee condition, and he had to opt for this experiment, and I won't call it experimental, but this surgery that had very mixed results. I can still remember how gutted I felt, because you would have had to have experienced Amari Stoudemire early in his career to understand what that guy could have been.
I was not working in sports. That's when I was working for the FM music station. And we had a woman on our staff whose husband was in the operating room when they did the surgery on Amari Stoudemire. And she said, "You guys have to break the story. He's never going to play again." I'm like, we're not touching that with a 10-foot pole. But that's how bleak the outlook was.
Well, nowadays they wouldn't call it a microfracture. They would call it a sore knee. But on the power thing, does Geraldo Perdomo have another level? Like, he got up to 20 home runs last year. He had 100 RBI last year. Can he get to 25 home runs this year? Does he have an even higher ceiling? Or
I wouldn't count on it, and that's not a knock on Perdomo. But I still look at those numbers and my eyes pop out of my head, because, again, we all experienced the Geraldo Perdomo at the plate at the beginning of his career, where he was thrust into a role he wasn't ready for, and he paid for it. And I think he learned from that. But I
think it's
20 and 100 is a great benchmark.
Because where else is it going to
you got to back up and talk. You got to first back up and realize the hitter we're talking about here. Geraldo Perdomo at his best does what? He works counts, right? Which means you are not up there trying to mash home runs. He gets a lot of gappers, opposite field. He uses all of the ballpark. If he's in the mindset that, I like this new power I have, I'm going for 30. I don't know if you want that.
Right.
I don't think you do.
But, I mean, you take away, let's say Corbin Carroll does start a little slow. Other than Ketel Marte, is there anyone on this team that could hit 25 home runs? I mean, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, I think it's a lot of finger crossing going on, but you look at Nolan Arenado, because he's done it before. And people will point out that he's up there in years. The production was way down. There's a lot of ifs. There's a lot of questions on that front.
This is why a lot of people want Ryan Waldschmidt to make the team, because they see that kind of power in that kid.
Another thing that Ken Kendrick talked about with Burns and Gambo yesterday, too, was, and he was very diplomatic about it. He didn't give much, but he did give his thoughts on what's looming in Major League Baseball in terms of the expiration of the CBA and salary caps, and he's certainly in favor of that.
Different than our system, and sometimes you ought to look at what the other guy's doing and how successful he is being when you look at how you're doing and how successful you are. And let me just leave it at that. It's not a subject I can go I can really go into. I think there's going to be a lot said and a lot written. You guys are going to have a lot of fuel for the fire of your program over time as this unfolds, because it is going to be in the public eye, and it already is. Even when we haven't even begun, we have one more year to go, and bargaining is just about to begin.
Yeah, basically the gist, hey, we don't have a salary cap. The other three major team sports in North America do.
Yeah.
Seems to be working out pretty well for them from a competitive standpoint. Maybe we should take a look
And
at
you
it.
know what I'm already predicted. I've said this a couple of different times from somebody who has actually lived this on the ground level of a beat reporter inside this game. There will come a time somewhere around the All-Star break, somewhere maybe early summer, when somebody, an owner or a player, says something that is very incendiary to the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's going to be kaboom. Then there's going to be a lot of slinging of mud back and forth, and then it becomes part of the background throughout the course of the baseball season.
The key to saying things in an incendiary nature, though, and this should be a lesson for those involved, do it from a burner account.
Oh, yeah. Get a good picture of an owl. Who? Get a good picture of an owl. Slap that bad boy out there.
Yes.
Right?
Coming up next, we'll shift our focus back to the Phoenix Suns. Newsmakers Week continues. We'll have a visit with Suns and Mercury CEO Josh Bartlestein. He joins us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Sports fans know on the court, on the field, on the diamond, the three magic letters are MVP, most valuable player, but on the roadways, those three magic letters, they become BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And if you're in the market for a new ride, highly recommend, make it the ride of your life. Head on down, visit my friends at Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They have two great locations, which not only gives you great convenience, you will get an extensive selection of new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, high-quality used cars, and as our listeners will attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience from Ted Chapman all the way down to the techs in the garage. Everything they do is first-class red carpet elite. And once you join the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center is staffed by BMW-certified technicians who ensure your vehicle will receive expert care throughout its life. And if you've never been behind the wheel, folks, I'm telling you, the ultimate driving machine, one of the more exhilarating driving experiences you are going to find on this planet. And you've got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. So find what you like, take a test drive, get your hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's a personal friend of mine. He wants you to ask for him by name. You will get the hookup. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9 million. That's 800-9-million. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I partner with Galaxy Lending Group because their Goal Loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan, reminded me of the way athletes train. Stick to the plan and get results. The Goal Loan helps homeowners pay off debt faster using the income they already have without changing their lifestyle. If getting out of debt is something you're serious about, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marotta Mornings. The Phoenix Suns.
We continue on Newsmakers Week 2026, our last day of Newsmakers Week, and the focus again becomes the Phoenix Suns. We're joined by the CEO of the Suns and Mercury, Josh Bartlestein, here on the Arizona Sports Line. Josh, thanks so much for giving us some time today. We appreciate it.
What's up, gentlemen? Good morning, and thank you for having me.
We got to start. We've talked a little bit about the game last night. Not exactly the way you want to start after the All-Star break, but please tell me, you got some kind of good news on the injury front. Is there any update on Devin Booker?
They got back late last night, so I'm going to go in and see everyone after I'm done talking to you guys, and we'll figure it out. So fingers crossed it'll be all right. But look, this team has kind of had that next up mentality all year. So regardless, we got to go find a way to beat Orlando tomorrow. But that'll be my job today, is to get us whole again.
All right, now coming out of the All-Star break, I wrote this, I've been saying this, Vinny's been saying this, you guys are the best story in basketball. You have been the surprise of the season by far. What do you guys have to do to finish the job, Josh?
It's a cliche answer. We got to just keep doing what we're doing. You know, there hasn't been any randomness or shot variance or insane shot making. We've won just by the grit and grind mentality. Our defense has been terrific all year, and the collective team. And Coach Rock's done a great job. So that's why I got people ask me, why is this year so fun? Of course, the winning makes everything really fun. But when you can go to a game each night and expect to win because of the way you play, knowing it's not relying on insane shot making, obviously with Devin and Dylan, at times you've had insane shot making. But we just got to go do what we do, which is defend, rebound, play in transition, and represent the value of how hard we play.
Talking with Suns and Mercury CEO Josh Bartlestein here during Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. I thought last weekend was a really good weekend for the organization in terms of representation. It all started Friday with your owner, Matt Ishbia, hooping it up in the celebrity game and acquitting himself quite nicely. Bringing back the behind-the-back pass, which I appreciated.
He's got to work on his free throw percentage, though, Josh.
But then you had Devin Booker's participation in the three-point contest and the actual All-Star game, and then kind of the handoff, because you guys are up next for hosting All-Star festivities next year here in downtown Phoenix. What kind of workload does that create, and what does the year look like on that front for the organization?
Yeah. Well, two things. One, I think you're spot on. It was an awesome weekend to have someone representing us each night. Matt Friday, Devin Saturday, Devin Sunday. Matt got fouled on that taco foul shot, and you're right. We got to get the free throws. We'll be in the gym. Working on the free throws. But it was awesome, and obviously what Book can do, the shooting exhibition and then winning on Sunday. You know what? It's an incredible honor. We've been working on this for 2 years, and we have a dedicated team that focuses on All-Star. and all the mega events we have, right? Starting with Women's Final Four coming up here in a little over a month, and then All-Star in a year. And we think about it on a spectrum. What's everything we can do? So when you step foot in Phoenix, you step foot in Arizona, we can show you what Player 15 group, the Suns, Mercury are all about. And it's from the biggest things, the events, to the smallest things, level of care and detail. And that's our job. And you know, I said this, I made a speech on Saturday that there's different levels to things in sports. And it starts when you have an owner who cares at that level. And it's not just the investment in money. Of course, that's amazing. Matt's amazing with that. But he thinks about all of these things. You know, Matt goes to every single event at All-Star to see, hey, what was the awesome stuff they did and how can we replicate that and make it even better? And what can we do differently? And when you have an owner who will do that, it makes it great for our entire team of people because then we're all into doing the same. So you will see a ton of work. The torch has been passed, and the 300, and I think it's like 64-day countdown clock is on, and we got to get ready.
Look, Matt played college basketball. We know that. He played well in that game. You played college basketball. Were you a little jealous? Were you jonesing to get out there, Josh?
I'm so happy to be sitting on the side of JO and BG. There's some talk about me getting out there next year, but I'm happily retired. I'm a tennis player now. That's if you want to see me, you can play some tennis with me. But I was a big fan of Matt going out there, and it was fun to watch.
Well, yeah, and you know what? It's also really, really cool to see kind of everything come back around for Matt in terms of what he believes and how he's going to turn this franchise around. I really was vibing on the fact that he says, look, what I do consistently in all areas of business and life is I zig when other people zag. I find out where everybody is going, and I go in the exact opposite direction. There have been a lot of other successful business leaders who have done that. It's a hard road to take on, but he seems to have turned the corner here in Phoenix in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, no, it's what makes him special. The care factor, you know, he's in it every single day. Like I wake up every day, I wake up early, and the first thing we do is talk. It's not just about basketball, it's about fans. And the $2 menu, my favorite story is the $2 menu was completely his idea. I woke up one day and he's like, hey, we got to find a way to bring value to our fans. And we're, no matter where you sit, how can you come to the game for cheaper? So it was literally a morning text, a morning call, and 3 weeks later we had it. And there's so many ideas like that, guys, that are just our one-offs, that are the biggest ones, that are awesome to how we want to build our team. But what I love are kind of the smaller things that are behind the scenes that are directly tied to the people that work with us and work for us with the Suns and Mercury, how to make their experience awesome. And then our fans, because I think from day one, what we connected on was we are stewards of this thing. The Mercury and Suns and the arena, they're all amazing. They have such incredible history. There's going to be so many amazing teams and events that happen, in the years to come. And we take it very seriously. Every day is to put our best foot forward to make our fans and team members proud. And that's what we aim to do. And I think, to your point, we've done a pretty good job of that recently.
Josh Bartlestein, CEO of the Suns and Mercury, our guest during Newsmakers Week 2026 here on Arizona Sports. There's a lot of talk, and we get into these conversations a lot in media too, on what would make a successful season for such and such a team. And, we can all be realistic here and say there wasn't a lot of expectation, on-court expectation for the Phoenix Suns this year. Through their play, through their record, they have changed that. So in your mind now, with 26 games left in this season, what does a successful season look like for this organization, Josh?
You know, it's a great question. And, J.O. and VG and Matt, we all spent some time in L.A. together during All-Star. And we kind of said, like, what do we want the last, 27 to look like? And it's kind of what I said at the beginning. We just want the mentality to be the way we've played all year long, which I know can be a little bit cliche, but if you hear people, especially I love listening to other teams' coaches talk about playing us, and whether it's Mark Dagnall or Steve Kerr, says they're the hardest playing team, you better be ready to bring it. I think if we just do that with the talent we have, I'm knock on wood getting healthy, the results will take care of themselves. I think so often when teams set, hey, we got to go 17-10 the last 27 or, 16-11, you get away from the identity you had. Our identity is to bring it every single day, starting with practice in a couple hours here. And if we do that, the sample size has been big enough now where the rest will take care of itself. So that's honestly the answer I'm giving you all. but also the answer that we talked about in LA that we told our team kind of starting this last stretch.
Finally, Dylan Brooks, we all know how important he is to everything that you've done this year. You saw it without him last night and what his absence means. How do you get him to straddle that line without dealing with any more suspensions the rest of the way? Is that possible?
Yeah, Dylan knows. We're texting during the game about what we're seeing. Look, Dylan is a great leader. What makes Dylan is Dylan, Dylan the villain. He goes up to that line. What I love is everyone's gotten to see how skilled he is, the investment he makes in this game, and how much better he's become. And he knows the best version of our team, he's got to be on the court. So I expect him to kind of find that line, and he's got to still push and play with that urgency and that aggression, because it brings out of that in our entire team. But we also need him on the court as well. So Dylan gets it. I can't wait to go see him here shortly. And you'll see him at Mortgage Metro Center tomorrow afternoon on the Orlando Magic.
All right, we'll leave you with this. So yesterday we had Bryce Drew in studio, and Bryce asked us, who are you having on from the Suns? And we said, yeah, Josh Bartlestein's coming on. He's like, Josh Bartlestein? His dad was my agent. I remember Josh when he was just a little kid.
Yeah, that's my so Bryce, when I was young, I was half good at basketball. My dad's clients that would come in, I would guard. My job was to guard them and build their confidence for the draft, because they obviously work out in Chicago, and they go off screens, and I guard them. So I have a lot of memories of running around guarding Bryce, and Bryce didn't need any help because Bryce could really shoot. But it's always cool. There's such a small world in sports, whether it's talking to you two or seeing Bryce Drew at GCU, or Tommy Lloyd when I was coming out of college and was looking at schools. I talked to him about going to Gonzaga. It's we have a pretty special community, and I think the people you have on all week. On Monday, I was looking through the show, and congrats to all the great guests you've had on. But there's some amazing people here that also are really good at their job, but the best part is always the people.
Yeah, Josh, thanks so much for spending some time with us today. We really appreciate it.
Appreciate you both. Have an awesome weekend, and I'll talk to you both soon.
All right, sounds good. Josh Bartlestein, CEO of the Phoenix Suns and Phoenix Mercury, joining us for Newsmakers Week 2026. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Newsmakers Week continues into the 9 o'clock hour. ASU women's basketball becomes our focus. We'll be joined by the head coach, Molly Miller, next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Kenny Dillingham previews new-look ASU offense with quarterback competition and wide receiver transfers. Matt Ishbia says tanking is ridiculous and needs to be fixed by the NBA. And Suns injury rut persists out of the break. Booker hurt and lost to Spurs. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, so not that long ago, I had an air conditioning bill of $666. I was shamed by listeners when I brought it up on the radio. I thought it was a sign of the devil, proof that we're literally living in hell during the summers in Arizona. But the truth was, my windows were shot. And if you have been in your home around 15 years, chances are you might need new windows at all. And I highly recommend you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company right here in the Valley, celebrating their 40th anniversary. No middleman markups. They sell directly to the public. They've got their own factory here in the Valley, like I said, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. There are great financing options available, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. If you need fewer than 10 windows, no worries. They will prorate that discount to whatever you need. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. Online at advancedwindows.com.
Ready, set, save during the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale. Choose the open road in America's #1 selling truck for 49 years straight. The Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months on all remaining 2025 models, including the Ford F-150 Lightning. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offer expires 3/2/26.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 to its signing. All leases, 0 security deposit, 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns dropped their first game back after the All-Star break last night, 121-94 to the San Antonio Spurs. And the injury question marks appeared again last night. Devin Booker left the game and did not return last night with right hip soreness, but the Suns will be back home tomorrow for the Orlando Magic. Spring training starts today. The Diamondbacks start Cactus League play against the Colorado Rockies this afternoon at 1:10 at Salt River Fields. And a big weekend for Valley College basketball. GCU, Wyoming tomorrow at 6. ASU and Baylor at 2 on Saturday over on 620 over on 92.3. And Arizona and Houston, a top 5 matchup, will tip off tomorrow afternoon at 1. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through the 25th. Details are at CasinoArizona.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona State University.
I got one more thing.
Please do.
Women's basketball, it's great to see us back to where we've been. You know, people forget our women's basketball program from 2014 to 2020 won 20 games 14 out of 16 times.
Yeah.
We were a 20-game machine in women's basketball until COVID. So it's great to see our women's basketball program get back to what I call the standard. 20 wins here is the standard.
Yeah.
And we established that standard, and it's great to have us back into that standard that we've accomplished 14 out of 16 times over a span of 16 years.
We're going to clip that. We're going to play it back from Molly when she comes in studio tomorrow.
Awesome.
And there it is.
And there you go.
And Molly Miller, the head coach of ASU women's basketball, in studio with us for Newsmakers Week. Molly, welcome. Great to see you.
Thanks for having me. This is fun.
That Kenny Dillingham sounds like a super fan. I don't know.
Oh, my goodness. I've learned so much from him in this short amount of time, and he just inspires, I think, the other coaches, and everything's contagious around here right now.
Well, before we get the interview going, we have to correct her actual name, and this is courtesy of Doug Tamro. This is one of his better lines ever. Her name is actually Moy Meyer, because there are no L's associated with her.
I like it. I like it.
See?
I know. He reminds me every day if I do add an L.
Yeah.
So I remind him, then we have to add W's, too, if we're going to play that game.
That's funny. That's good.
So resurgent is the word that everybody uses for your program, and obviously there was a big wave of support and enthusiasm when you took the job last offseason to come from GCU to ASU. 21-7 at this point, a lot of winning going on. You're coming down the home stretch. How pleased are you with year one and how things have come together with really a team that you pulled players from all over to put this group together, and it's been pretty good.
Yeah, we had 3 returners. One of them had pretty significant minutes, but then you have to really come together as a staff and say, what do we want this to look like year one? So that was on my first checkbox. I got to get an all-star staff. And I did that. I have an amazing group around me. I say I've got, I don't have assistants. I have head coaches that assist. And that's really what the makeup of our staff has been like. So when we came together and we're like, what do we want this to look like? Well, they got to play ball. They got to be able to hoop a little bit. We want to be successful. But the culture and the foundational piece is so important year one. And I couldn't imagine doing this with any other group. We got the right pieces in place. We got the right student athletes that really cared about winning, but also cared about their legacy and how they were going to start this with me. And I sold them the vision, and they're like, all right, a little bit of blind faith, but let's go. Let's try this. And it all worked out.
No, a lot of people have pointed to you went, almost a full calendar year at GCU and ASU without losing a game. If you take the tournament appearance last year out of the mix. But this is nothing new for you. You had a great thing going at Drury that got stolen from you by COVID. You could have had a title, right? It was right there. I don't mean to dig the knife in there.
Heartbreaker. It was. We were 34-0. We were going to march our way on to the national championship. I am totally convinced of that. From the beginning of the season to the end of the season, we were ranked first in the country. And, yeah, COVID cut that short. So that was heartbreaking. But, more so than the wins and losses, you remember the memories. And actually, one of my players that played on that team is now coaching with me. So that's pretty special.
So if winning has been so habitual and such a pattern in your career, what are some of the non-negotiables with you? Who are you as a coach so people can understand why you've been this successful?
I mean, I'm ultra competitive, so I think coaches that have that winning dynamic and they're wired that way, they're obsessed with it. They're obsessed with the details. They're obsessed with the prep. They're obsessed with the work. They work frantically. You have to be many places at once, and you have to love that. And I do. I love that. I thrive in that environment. And you hope that trickles down to your staff, and I've got winners around me with my staff and then to your players. So there's definitely a formula, but from the get-go, you have to establish what that looks like. So you cannot cut corners. We did not take any shortcuts in our culture. We have culture checks daily. It's just a little blip in time where you check yourself, really. Does this look like what we want it to look like from a body language standpoint, from an energy standpoint, from a prep standpoint? So all those things as you go and you're building, you have to be very strategic but very genuine in the build.
Molly Miller, head coach of ASU women's basketball, our guest here during Newsmakers Week. And we played that clip from Kenny, and he referenced a period in time where the program was run by Charlie Turner Thorne, and she built something here over a long period of time. How much do you, in your current role, do you lean on her? Do you pick Charlie's brain on things, if at all?
Oh, no, tons. She sends me a text before every game. She was on my radio show the other day. After this, I have a call into her. I need to ask her some advice. So we are constantly back and forth, and she's one that I want to make maybe the proudest, wow. And she's been incredible in setting the foundation, and I owe it to her to get this program back to its rightful spot.
You mentioned something a minute ago that I want to elaborate on and explore a little bit further, the idea of culture checks, moments in time. What do those look like? Is that you stepping in the middle of a practice and just, all right, huddle up, everybody, let's talk this through? What exactly are culture checks?
There's a huge spectrum of them. So on one end, it could be our leaders getting them up, our captains, making sure, even when I'm not there, in the locker room, the messaging. It could be anything from just, here's some insight for you. This was a 2 a.m. idea. Those sticky notes?
Yeah.
So during practice, if I don't want to interrupt practice or the flow, but I want them to check their culture real quick, like body language, for example. Let's say someone turned it over and then they slump their shoulders and they don't get back on defense. Well, I'll have my manager write on a sticky note, poor body language. And she just slaps it on the scores table. And at the end, we'll go look at our stickies and see how we need to get better. And sometimes, there might be a consequence to it. So one, it's very direct and it's non-judgmental feedback and it's immediate. So if someone has poor body language, I'll just be like, sticky, poor body language. And we don't have to stop the drill and belabor the point. But it's I better fix my body language. And then it's a note. And then it's for everyone to see.
Right.
So it's kind of a cool little tool to use. So if you want to change behavior, use stickies.
They appreciate the endorsement, I'm sure.
Right. right.
You have 3 regular season games left. Tomorrow against Houston, Wednesday at home against BYU, on the road at Texas Tech, and then it's right into conference tournament play.
I can't believe it.
How do you feel about, and if I'm getting the cart before the horse, let me know. But how do you feel about your NCAA tournament resume right now?
I believe we're March ready. I mean, we played more road games than most Power Fours in the non-conference. And then you've got a stretch of the conference season where we've taken care of business at home for the most part. We've done a good job in terms of winning the games we need to win. And then, I thought one of our marquee wins was against Oklahoma State. They've been ranked this year. And we've got to continue to do our job. And if we do our job moving forward in these 3 games, we're a tournament team.
I saw somewhere where you said that becoming a mother made you a better coach.
Absolutely.
What's the correlation?
I mean, you love these kids like your own. Crosby's my daughter and Sai's my son. So I put Crosby in these young women's spot all the time and say, how would I want her treated? And you've got to lead with a firm hand. You have to have accountability and discipline, but you have to lead with a gentle heart also. And that's momming as well, right? You've got tough love, and you've got pick-me-up love, and you got wrap around your arm around them love, and that's what I do with my players.
Do you ever find yourself coaching your kids?
Oh, yeah, all the time. They get stickies. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Get the energy and effort up, kids.
Well, Vic, you know this, but I got a chance to do the radio play-by-play for the UNLV game, which turned out to be the Marley Washington
crazy ending.
Hail Mary.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And I've been kicking myself ever since, Molly, because after that day it became known as the Hail Marley, and I didn't come up with it. And I'm kicking myself.
The first time I heard it was Mayor Kate Gallego. She said it, and I was like, that's brilliant.
She was on the bench that day.
Yes, she was on the bench, and she was the honorary coach, and I was like, this is why you're the mayor.
That's fantastic.
Well, Molly, thanks so much for coming in.
Great having you in, Molly.
Great to have you in, and best of luck down the home stretch, and here's to an NCAA tournament appearance.
Thanks so much.
Thanks. Molly Miller, head coach of the Arizona State women's basketball program, joining us in studio for Newsmakers Week, which continues our last guest of the week. The 2026 WM Phoenix Open chairman Jason Eisenberg joins us in studio. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Swung on high fly ball deep to right field. That ball is way gone, Perdomo.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at dbacks.tv. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
One of the pitfalls of hiring a service company in Arizona is you never know who's going to show up knocking at your front door. This is one of many reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Every Parker & Sons technician is trust certified, which is a big deal to me, folks. It means they're licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed background checks. They have all passed drug tests. They are the company you can trust in your sacred space. For over 50 years, Parker & Sons have been helping Arizona homeowners stay comfortable with honest expert service. They're reputable and highly decorated, fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. They'll show up on time. They'll fix it right at a fair price. They will treat your home like it's their own, and all you have to do is call 602-2REPAIR, 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 due at signing. All leases, zero security deposit. 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
I want to send a shout out, a thank you, and a good morning to our audience in El Mirage. We appreciate you listening and watching Bickley and Marotta Mornings in El Mirage this and every morning. It's coming to an end. Newsmakers Week 2026 been a smashing success. No pressure on our next guest to really bring it home for us. The 2026 WM Phoenix Open chairman, Jason Eisenberg, joining us in studio. Jason, thanks for being here.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys having me.
Chance for a deep breath now?
A little bit, yeah. A little decompression, a little R&R, trying to recoup from the event. Yeah.
And an event that went very swimmingly and smoothly up until a little blip at the end, but it was really just a blip, which is indicative of how well the players now think that they're handled at your tournament. Give us the overview from 30,000 feet.
I think the tournament went incredibly well. I think, from 24 to 25 to 26, I think we've implemented so many changes, so many new access points, so many new venues and tweaks, and just continue to try to make it better, that I think what you saw in 26 was really the culmination of that. I think it's I think how the ending happened, with obviously the fans screaming. I think that was a blip on the radar, and it's one bad apple spoils a whole bunch. I think in past years, if we hadn't made the correction, you would have seen a much more visceral reaction to how it went down. I think the way Hideki handled it, obviously with as much grace and class as he has. And just the way that, it didn't get spun out of control in the media. It really was handled the way it should have been handled. I think was indicative of how the players feel about the event. I think it's indicative of how the fans reacted and behaved themselves all week. I think it was just a great event overall.
Yeah,
could have been happy.
I agree.
The timing of that particular blip, you mentioned it wasn't ideal, but generally speaking, aren't the blips what make the WM Phoenix Open to a degree?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, we can't lose our fastball, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it is a very, very fun event. I think the reason you've seen crowds grow, the reason you saw viewership go up on Sunday, I think it went from 3.1 to 5 million, and really capture the national stage, is because it's so unlike any other event. It is a golf tournament, but it is the most fun golf tournament. It is the most fun event, and concert venues and all these other things. So, I think, it's a blip, and it is what it is. But I think part of being the event we are is the fun that we are allowed to have.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think in terms of 16 and the energy, you guys reeled it in the way you needed to, and now it's maybe time to let a little anarchy back in the proceedings, because it's kind of what's defined this tournament. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
It's the People's Open, Jason.
It's the People's Open. I mean, it's rowdy. It's fun. It's you get to get up close and personal with the athletes. So yeah, I think there's always, we're always turning dials, right? We're always making a little better, a little tweak here or there, and I think part of one of the tweaks is maybe continuing to turn the volume up there.
I think you hit it right on the head that in years past, a yo-yo doing what he did to Hideki on the 18th hole with a putt to win, it would have created a backlash. If golfers were unhappy, they would have used the moment to express their unhappiness. None of them did that, and it's indicative of how well they feel, how well they are treated now, and I think you guys should all take credit for that. In fact, the new commissioner is out on the grounds all weekend, and a little birdie tells me that they're going to kind of pare down the PGA Tour in the coming years, and now their new mission is to make all these non-majors like your tournament, like our tournament. That is one heck of a compliment.
Yeah, he was incredibly complimentary of our event. I think it was the first time he'd been out there and seen it, and I think the first time you see 16 and then you really 17 and 18 in the crowds and everything that goes on there, it's pretty eye-opening. But yeah, I think in a perfect world, he would take the WM Phoenix Open and have every other event like it and really draw that casual fan into going and experiencing live golf.
Jason Eisenberg, 2026 WM Phoenix Open chairman, our guest in studio for Newsmakers Week. You mentioned the uprise in television numbers for the last round. Take us through that. I mean, obviously, you get the playoff that helps things up. Chris Gotterup wins in the playoff. His second win on the tour. That had to help. I think Scotty Scheffler getting out of his own way after Thursday probably helped your numbers as the weekend went on too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Gotterup's an amazing champion. Going to the playoffs was great. Anytime you see Scheffler doing what he did, I mean, he had just a phenomenal run at the back there, which is great for TV viewership. I also think it's where golf is. I think golf's in a really good spot right now. I think viewership, the casual fan is watching golf, and I think there's a giant runway if the PGA implements what they're talking about implementing into really bringing more fans in the tent.
One of the things, too, that I notice is your rough at the TPC Scottsdale was about as thick and as high as I've ever seen it, and it's been a recurring thing on tour, trying to toughen up these courses a little bit for these guys.
I mean, TPC has played, I think, pretty easy the last couple of years. I think they made a concerted effort to make the course a little more difficult. I think growing the rough out, I think it was 4.5 inches at gameplay. You could see, I mean, when players rolled into the rough there, that second shot out was not a crisp, clean, normal shot onto the green like it typically is. There was some struggles out there, and you saw it in the players' reaction. So I think the grounds crew, the agronomy at TPC did just a phenomenal job of getting that course in fighting shape.
And for the next chairman, what are you handing off to the next chairman?
Yeah, Chris Camacho. When that last putt dropped, I hand off the keys. He's already. I'm on a gajillion text and email chains with him. He's already planning for the tweaks. They're going to put the committees together. They're going to start rolling everything, talking about changes they want to make. So he's already hit the ground running. He's going to be. We're in great hands with him, and he's excited for it.
Well, and one thing that has to be said after what we saw here 2 years ago, after the weather we saw at Pebble, at what they're kind of getting at Riviera. Did you thank the weather gods?
Oh my goodness!
Amen. Yeah. I don't think anybody checked the weather app more than I did the 2 weeks leading up to the Open. It was the weather could not have been better. I mean, having 80 degrees, sunny. I mean, especially when the rest of the country was covered with sleet and hail, it was perfect.
All right. So one of the things I was telling young Sammy here, who covers golf as well, I went out to the golf house over at Papago yesterday, where all of these golf associations, 11 of them, they're all under one roof now in Arizona, which is fantastic. And then you guys, with the PGA Tour stop in town, you're kind of the ringleaders of it all. What do you make of that, and just what it all means for the business of golf in Arizona?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Arizona is a leisure state. One of the things we strive on is leisure here. So I mean, I think having a singular voice as it relates to golf, the importance of golf, what it does for the economy, what it does for employment, what it does for a lot of things is hugely important. It's not just the week of the Phoenix Open. It's 365 days a year of how does golf support the economy of this great state. So having all those institutions and associations under one roof, having one voice, I think is largely important to make sure that the economy drives forward and that golf in the state drives forward.
And then obviously your goal with Thunderbirds and with the WM Phoenix Open, charitable contributions. I know the numbers get tabulated, but I'm expecting
it'll be a big number.
Big number coming up here, right, Jason?
It should be a big number. Yeah, I mean, last year we were fortunate enough to give out $18.1 million. Bringing our historical give to over $226 million. Hopefully we can continue to have that grow. I mean, the initial numbers we're seeing are going to be big. We'll be able to give a very healthy check out to charity.
Well, great work this year, Jason. Take a victory lap. Enjoy yourself. We appreciate you coming in, man.
Really appreciate all your guys' support this year. Thank
you, Jason. Appreciate you coming in. Jason Eisenberg, 2026 WM Phoenix Open Chairman, our guest to put wraps on Newsmakers Week 2026. To help us put a wrap on the week. What a downturn here.
Oh, boy.
Jared Carlin's got the Sports Kebab next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tyreek Hill, I'm going to pass. That's going to be a hard pass. As a matter of fact, you're talking about a guy that is wildly talented, as we all know. Have we seen wildly talented wide receivers in the National Football League? Have we seen them just go astray? Unfortunately, yes, we have definitely seen that before in the past. And this is a guy that is wildly talented, yet nobody wants the headache that is going to be Tyreek Hill, in my opinion.
Okay, I think we've answered the question. What do you want to talk about now?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Not that long ago, played a round of golf with their founder, Shane O'Grady. During our round of golf, he got a text from a client. She said she was doing her happy dance because she had paid off her home in 41 months. Could you imagine that? Paying off your home in less than 4 years? This is what you can get from Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do all of your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. In fact, all of your income goes to paying off all of your debt, and you do it without changing a dime of your spending habits because you always have access to your equity. Talking about 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want, whenever you need to do so. And 5 years is the average length of time a Life Changer Loan client needs to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things. If you're a little older, if you're nearing retirement, it sets you up perfectly for your golden years where you do not want a mortgage payment, your fixed income years. If you're younger, now you've got a lot of time to build personal wealth, and that is how you get ahead. Now, like I say, it's not for everybody, but if you are a good fit for Life Changer Loan, I can guarantee you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844 online at lifechangerloan.com.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's truck month at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovik Santan Ford off the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit Vital4Men.com. That's Vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns injury bug continued in a disappointing 121-94 loss to the Spurs last night, already without Dillon Brooks, who is serving a one-game suspension. Grayson Allen, who is dealing with a sprained ankle. Devin Booker left last night's game with right hip soreness, and his availability for Saturday's game against Orlando is in question, which you can hear right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Spring training has arrived here in the Valley, and it starts today. The Arizona Diamondbacks are in action this afternoon at 1:10 against the Colorado Rockies and will be at Salt River Fields all weekend long, and you can hear that over on ESPN 620. And the Arizona Cardinals broke ground on a new practice facility yesterday with eyes on a 2028 finish line. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right. Today's Sanderson Ford Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. So tanking has become a major problem in the NBA. Of these three proposed solutions, what is the best one? Same draft odds for all lottery teams, freeze lottery odds after the trade deadline, or play-in teams can get a lottery pick.
I
don't know if I like any of them, but go ahead, you can vote.
Of those three, I would vote for the same odds for all the lottery teams.
That's of those three. I
think that goes the furthest into curbing it.
I agree, and that's 54% of the vote, 26% to freezing the lottery odds at a trade deadline, and then 20% play-in teams can get a lottery pick. So there you guys go.
All right.
Win takes for nothing.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
You are a very funny man. I'm sure your sense of humor will serve you well in this situation. And I'm slowly getting a little bit annoyed by this humorous activities.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
It's the only one of our daily benchmarks that ever makes the cut during Newsmakers
how did it
Week.
get in
Somehow,
here?
I don't know how.
Yeah,
that's because we're done.
Wasn't approved, but
that's because I'm the.
Neither were 40% of his jokes.
Don't react to some of these that then might not have got approved.
No, okay.
Just kidding. But we're doing the sports because we're doing
what?
Good start.
You sound like me.
Go drain your sir.
We're doing the Sports Kebab because we just concluded another terrific Newsmakers Week where we brought on all the biggest names in Valley sports, and I have to say it was another success. We had 23 guests, many of them in studio. I mean, we hosted more sports stars than Kendall Jenner's bedroom.
Oh, wow. Wow. That's where you're starting?
Wow. My goodness.
Look, listen to this. We had two guys named Jerry, two guys named Bobby, two guys named Mike, and two guys named Brian.
Now, to be fair, we only had one guy named Pa. But with Colangelo, we did have a grandpa, so that should count. Yeah, Jerry Colangelo, always one of my favorite guests. And I thought it was funny when you asked him his goals for 2026, and he said, to stay alive. Now, that answer sounds humorous, but it's harder than you think to stay alive, being that he drove into the studio this week and literally 2 of us on the show almost died. Yeah, me and Vince both hit the same block of cement or road or rock or something coming into work this week. It destroyed my tires and wheels and sent my car out of control a little bit. Seriously, when I hit it, my steering wheel yanked to the side a little. I mean, I haven't seen a little jerk like that since Mick Cronin.
Yeah.
Yeah, screw that guy. He looks like a hamster.
Or a thumb.
Or a thumb. Good job.
This thing ruined my tires on the way to the show, which is crazy because usually the wheels don't fall off until I start the show. I don't even know where that hunk of cement came from, but it sucked to hit. I mean, I haven't seen something white and chunky destroy a car like that since Andy Reid tried to sit in a Miata.
No.
There it is.
No.
Come on. Chunky, I couldn't resist. And I did not need this, guys. I mean, I was just coming back from an awesome trip to Disneyland, and I was in a great mood. I mean, when I was at Disney, I ate 3 different sausage sandwiches, 4 different churros, and 5 different types of Dole Whip. I'm not saying I got heavy and round, but people kept waiting to see if I'd roll down a hill to chase Indiana Jones. Really, I think I gained 5 pounds. I mean, I had a bigger weight than the line for Space Mountain. I mean, what can I do? That ice cream is so good. I mean, I haven't seen a Dole get whipped like that since the 96 election.
Robert Dole.
Yes. What I will say is, man, there were a lot of people there. I mean, it was a 3-day weekend. It was nice weather. It leads to huge crowds. I mean, that park was more stuffed than a ski jumper's pants. And my favorite ride is the Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't know if either of you have been to California Adventure since they have that one.
No. Yeah, it's the old Tower of Terror.
It's what used to be the Tower of Terror, but it's really, really cool. It's one of those rides that raises you up, and then it drops you, and then up, and drops you down. It's thrilling, man. It's crazy. I mean, usually the only thing that purposely goes into a nosedive and free fall like that is an NBA team in February. Yes, tanking is a big problem in the NBA right now, which means it's a big time for NBA commissioner and human-sized Navy bean, Adam Silver. Yes, Silver said he is putting in rules to try to stop teams from losing, and this can't come soon enough. Things are just awful in the NBA right now. There is good basketball, especially here in Phoenix, that all anyone wants to talk about is teams not trying to win. I mean, I haven't seen something get ruined by a tank like this since Dukakis.
Oh my God.
See, the kids love Bob Dole and Michael Dukakis jokes. That's
unbelievable.
That's why.
You're.
And Tank. And Tank. Remember when he was in that tank? Okay.
With the helmet
the
and
stupid
everything?
helmet on.
Yeah.
All right. Tanking isn't the only odd story in the NBA. As another big headline this week involved Kevin Durant's alleged burner account on Twitter. Yeah, some say KD had a secret account that he used to criticize teammates and coaches. And when he was asked about it, Kevin Durant didn't deny it. Did you see this exchange? We played it on the show.
Yeah.
How weird. I mean, this was more awkward than Thanksgiving dinner at Tony Clark's house. Yeah. Honey, your sister coming this year? I'll be honest, the whole story confused me. I mean, when I heard a former son got caught burning one, I thought they were talking about DeAndre Ayton.
Well,
Yes, and in conclusion, yes, I will say this story. DeAndre Ayton was briefly detained for possession of marijuana by immigration officers when he tried to enter the USA from the Bahamas. Now, to be fair, this isn't the first time Ayton has been stopped by ICE.
Oh, that's good. Took me a second,
In
but that's
conclusion, there
good.
you go.
Yes, in Portland.
A real thinker to end on.
That's good.
Nice.
That's good. I haven't seen a tank like that since Tiananmen Square. Babe.
Well done, Jared.
Yeah, that was
Thank
pretty
you. There
good,
you
Jared.
go.
You had some bangers in there.
And a 30-year-old election reference.
I had a 30-year-old one and
Dukakis.
Yeah,
40,
for something.
I didn't get
88, and yeah, he ran against.
Don't worry,
But-
it won't be
okay,
asked
whatever.
next week in the
Dole
generation.
Whip. Dole Whip jokes. Okay, I need to know more, though. What are these sausage sandwiches that were in
So
abundance at Disneyland?
Okay, so firstly,
Sandwich.
I had something that's called the Ranta wrap in Star Wars land, which is a sausage wrapped in a pita with coleslaw on it. Delicious.
Okay.
I had a traditional.
What'd that run you?
$18?
Look, I don't. You can order everything on the app now, so you don't
Okay.
even think about it.
Right,
Boom.
exactly.
I had a jumbo hot dog from the Wiener Circle,
Okay.
at California Adventure, and then I had this new famous sandwich that is a bratwurst inside of a garlic cheesy pretzel bread.
Oh, now that sounds right up my alley.
Yeah, it was delicious. And then I had, like I said, 5 flavors of Dole Whip. I had pineapple,
Okay.
Peach,
Okay.
raspberry,
Yeah.
lemon, and mango.
Yeah,
Full
that stuff
helpings
is
of
insane.
all 5?
Yeah.
Oh my God, Jared.
One of them was on. You could order a flight of them.
Oh, that's
A flight of
Dole Whip.
A flight of Dole Whip.
For me and my friends, or just me. That's the sports.
Good
Kebab.
job, Jarrett.
Thank you,
can
guys.
follow Jarrett on Twitter at GetHigher77.
Don't give that
At
away.
Jarrett GC. JARRETTGC. We'll put the wraps on the week. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Gambo, we want to see all of you, especially when you wear the schmedium shirts. I mean, we must see. Put
This
that
is
away.
a large. This shirt's you want to look at? You want to go look at the tag?
Go ahead, look. If it's not a large, I'll buy you lunch. Take a look at the back.
It's a medium. He owes me lunch.
It is not! Look at the tag! Look at the damn tag!
This is a medium?
Look at the damn tag, schmedium boy.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So sports fans know that winning on the court is great and all, but if you are ever injured in an accident, the ability to win in court becomes essential. One of many reasons why you call the attorneys at Sweet James. Look at it like this. There are over 450 players in the NBA. They all play basketball. They're all good, but very few rise to stardom because very few win at that level. That puts them in an elite category. Well, it's exactly the same thing with personal injury firms in Arizona. There are a ton of them out there. They all say the same thing. But Sweet James, one of the very few firms that are elite in everything they do, especially when it comes to litigating. Their attorneys have extensive trial experience, which is rare in their industry, and it means a ton. It means they've got a great deal of leverage when negotiating with those insurance companies, which is why when you hire Sweet James, you can expect maximum compensation. Remember, this is a true story. With the wrong attorney in your corner, you might be looking at a $2,000 check instead of a $2 million settlement. And if you're ever injured in an accident, do not settle for less. Remember, at Sweet James, the call is free, the consultation is free, and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000 online at sweetjames.com.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, Your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected. Your floor mats are cleaned and delivered. And your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-230-2777.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
One's going out to young Sammy. You know this one?
Yeah, by Kane Brown.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Can't stump this kid.
Dialed.
And this song's all the way from 2018.
Yeah, this is
that
peak.
was before you were born.
No, this is peak. This is peak Kane Brown. I'm turning it up.
Kane Brown was at a Suns game not too long ago. I got to introduce him.
Oh,
Hey,
good.
look who's in the house. Kane Brown.
Nice.
And then I tapped the guy on the shoulder and I was like, who's Kane Brown? No, he's gigantic in country music, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. A little Weekend from Kane Brown.
Okay.
We earned this one. Newsmakers Week is over. Heading
We
into
always
Newsmakers Weekend.
earn the weekend.
That is true. Weekend by Kane Brown, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, we have wrapped up Newsmakers Week 2026. I think a smashing success. I'll get this out of the way early so I don't run out of time.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to our guests, starting from today, going backwards.
All
Jason Eisenberg, Molly Miller, Josh Bartlestein, Mike Laflur, Mike Hazen, Bobby Dooley, Pamu Dakar, Willie Bloomquist, Bryce Drew, Tori Lavello, Graham Rossini, Brian Gregory, Kenny Dillingham, Nick Uren, Brian Mueller, Eric Moses, Brent Brennan, Jay Perry, Latasha Causey, Bobby Hurley, Derek Hall, Jerry Colangelo, and Geraldo Perdomo. It's quite the list.
Oh, yeah. So, and I called Brent after the show to tell him how great he did. And I said, just so you know, our producer really has come around on you. There was a time when he didn't really think much of you. And he said, that son of a...
Wait, did that actually happen?
That actually did not happen.
Okay,
I certainly would not throw Jared under that kind of bus.
No, Brent Brennan said, I know. I listened to the show. He used to call me Coach Gump.
Coach Gump.
Coach Gump.
There was nothing gumpish about Brent Brennan.
No, listen.
Honestly, that was one of my favorite interviews of the week.
He
was great.
So far, I mean, he's so much more comfortable. It feels like with everything. I think he explained it to us. Like
yes.
Yeah.
attacked the first year at U of A the wrong way because they were coming off of a really successful, surprising Jed Fish year.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I tried to kiss everyone's ass. I tried to keep things going the way they were instead of the way I want them to be. And
it was almost inspiring just for people to use in their real lives.
Right.
So Monday, expect the new Vince Marotta.
I want to know, but I want to second this and thank all the teams and all the organizations for participating in Newsmakers Week. We tend to keep it real on this radio program, so we appreciate the participation, if you will.
Absolutely.
What do you mean we keep it real? I read online that we're a bunch of homers.
And you know what I noticed? You know what I noticed about all the ASU coaches, and we had all of them in studio.
Yes.
Kenny, Bobby, Molly, Willie.
Wow.
Well, I don't know if that means anything, but they all have the Y at the end.
I really do like Doug Tamro's line, though. It's Moy Meyer. There are no L's in Molly Miller.
Well, I mean, and Molly just joined us in the 9 o'clock hour this morning. That program, the turnaround, I mean, they're 21-7, and people might say, big deal, 7 losses. They started out 15-0, and where that program was when Molly Miller got the keys to the program to where it is now, unbelievable.
Yeah.
And that was what they touted when they hired her. All she does is win.
Yeah, that's true.
All she does is win.
It's true. So there you go. Yeah, that was a really good week. And I do agree with Jared that out of all the great conversations, the line of the week was Jerry Colangelo's answer to what's next, legend. Staying alive, Bickley, you idiot. What do you think I'm doing at age 86?
Well, can I share the line that Jerry gave on his way out of the studio wasn't on the air?
Go ahead.
He asked you, hey, how's everything going in the broadcast booth? Because Jerry was instrumental in you coming aboard to be part of the broadcast team. And I said, he sounds pretty good, doesn't he? And he's like, yeah, he does. A lot better than his writing. And then he walked out of the studio chuckling maniacally.
Yeah, just mic drop and he walked out. That's what it was.
Oh, it was a fun week.
Yeah, it was.
And I appreciate all, like you said, all the organizations, but Jarrett and Aaron Maloney putting that all together, too. That can't be easy.
Because it really does feel like a community when we get done with Newsmakers Week, doesn't it? Like just one big family. We might have our disagreements. We might not always get along. But at the end of it, we're just one big tapestry.
Yeah. By the way, that means Newsmakers Week is over. The torches are back out on Monday morning. Real quick, Devin Booker was asked about the burner comments or the burner allegations about Kevin Durant. Not surprisingly, he took the high road.
He did.
Quote, I don't know. I was just with him at All-Star Weekend. Nothing was said about it. You don't know what's true and what's not nowadays. I don't pay too much attention to it. Even if it is true, I understand there's trolls nowadays. That's what social media is. It's trolling, and it's a good time. It's a fun time. I don't take any of it too personally.
He's got his vibe right, man. He's not getting bothered by it.
That's a pretty healthy... It's like 36.
He knows KD's
one.
Deal better than anybody.
Yes, he does. We won't learn about it for years, if ever.
Right.
But
right.
Yeah. Like Bick said, thanks to everybody for making Newsmakers Week possible. We are headed out to the weekend, back on Monday morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. We leave you with this. I didn't know if he did it.
So what do you got left? What else do you want to accomplish, Jerry, now that you've done so much in your life?
You got to stay alive as long as you can.
That's really the game at this point,
That's
right?
the challenge.
I would be much more interested in being a single loser because that way I could still be an Olympic athlete and continue to lay down.
For the last several years, you've been a single loser.
The thing about Tyson Bagent is when Gamble put the name out of there, I would venture to guess 97% of the Valley said, who?
90% of the Valley, 100% of the Owls.
Yeah, exactly. Do you get weird looks going to Disney as adults without kids?
Do I get weird looks? Full stop. Yes.
Great to know that there's actually a place you can
Curling
go
bar.
ice curling.
2-on-2.
There you guys
Don't
go.
you need more than one sweeper, or can you do it with one sweeper?
I've only swept with one person before.
It's always curling. Curling never ends.
Iron Ball Smith.
I don't know.
Mission from Gad.
We're putting the band back together.
Oh, this sport sucks.
When I was going somewhere, I was running.
Well, he must have watched the Kid Rock halftime show then. He's one of us. Good job, Devin.
I'm back, baby!
Excellent. Now pinch hitting, Tony Clark.
What are we serving for dinner tonight? Cougar or cougar?
The unbridled power of avenged sevenfolds.
We haven't seen somebody come back from that long away and have that kind of impact since Roy Hobbs, babe.
Yeah, rock. Yeah, fire.
Shut up, Beavis. These guys rule.
Tank for the lottery. Boom!
There it is.
You come on newsmakers and you hope to not become a newsmaker.
I'm no longer a schemo
Wow,
virgin.
cold like frog.
Dorks, nerds, and Sammy.
Kick their Aztecs, man.
The old hot squirts.
Shut your Athenaeum.
Large chunk of something.
Don't be like Kevin Durant. Put your phones down. I don't know what perspective that is. Maybe I should have looked before I opened my big mouth.
Nah.
But
Hey, we look pretty aligned now, don't we, you sons of...
Align this!
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns injury bug continued last night in a disappointing 121-94 loss to the San Antonio Spurs, already without Dylan Brooks, who is serving a one-game suspension, and Grayson Allen, who is dealing with a sprained ankle. Devin Booker left last night's game with right hip soreness, and his availability for Saturday's game against Orlando is in question, but you can hear that right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Spring training has arrived here in the Valley, and it starts today. The Arizona Diamondbacks are in action this afternoon at 1:10 against the Colorado Rockies, and will be all weekend long at Salt River Fields, and you can hear those games on ESPN 620. And the Arizona Cardinals broke ground on a new practice facility yesterday with eyes on a 2028 finish line. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Now is the perfect time to start your home renovation. Windows, doors, and more, all in stock at the Window Depot. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brother. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Friday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. John Lund is in for Wolf. What's going on, John?
Hey, brother.
There you go. 4 more hours of that, and you're
good. I'm good. I'm good. I got the full Wolf experience yesterday.
You
complete
got the experience.
with the Pantera shout out at the end. Wow. He was on fire yesterday.
Yeah,
on fire. Yeah.
Well, if you're going to get the experience, you want to get the full experience.
Yeah, it was the full Wolf experience.
All right. Well, it's a Friday. Yesterday. I guess it's not a football Friday. We don't have any more football Fridays for a while. Well, there is a lot of football news, so we'll get to that, certainly. John Bloom's going to join us, talk Suns in a little bit. Jody Jackson's going to join us because the first Cactus League game of 2026 for the Arizona Diamondbacks is today.
Yeah, I get excited at the beginning, and then it starts to drag, and then you're ready for the regular season. Yeah. But today feels great. All of a sudden, and we don't have it like some cities. Like it's like, that are digging out in the Midwest or the East. They're like, oh my God, it's spring training. It's coming close. And we're like, whatever, it's 80.
Yeah.
So we don't get that euphoria feeling, but it's still cool.
We got it a little bit because it had been 80. And then what was it, like Tuesday and Wednesday of this week? It was like, it's winter. It's 70.
Exactly.
And it was windy. So we kind of got now it's like, okay, good. Finally, spring's here after those 48 hours.
You ever have people come into town and you're like, because that's what happened to us. We had a couple
people come into town on Tuesday this
and it was
week.
Like, oh, and they're looking at me like, what are you doing? And they're in bathing suits in my backyard. I'm like, cover up, man. It's winter already.
I know people who got here today. I know people who got here on Tuesday. I haven't seen them, but I've trust me, I've gotten the text of like, you said it was 80 and sunny. Well, it was.
It will be again.
You are now experiencing winter. We hadn't had this yet.
Our 3 days of winter.
We're going to start with the Suns, though, John, because they are officially out of their break now, and most of them, and playing basketball
Didn't go well last night at San Antonio. Jalen Green started. Jalen Green put up 26 points, but Devin Booker left with a hip issue, and Dylan Brooks didn't play, which we knew he wasn't going to play because of the suspension.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it couldn't have been worse because the big positive, we've been talking about it and talking about it and talking about it. When's Jalen Green going to go pedal to the metal? And he would have played more than the 26 minutes, I think, if they had been in the game. But what's the point? But 26 minutes, 26 points. And as you said, that's where it ends. Yeah. And I'm starting to think to myself, because everybody keeps saying, when they get healthy, when they get healthy, when they get healthy, when they get healthy. There's 26 games left. They may not get healthy. And it's not just getting healthy. Oh, we got healthy on game 82. It's getting, I don't know, what do you think, 10 games under their belt in terms of, because you've got to have some continuity as you go in the playoffs. So Book goes down. Dylan Brooks is out. It just, Grayson Allen, in the morning, right before our show yesterday, it was, hey, everybody's healthy. This is awesome. Grayson Allen's got an ankle. Book gets hurt. No. Dylan Brooks is gone. So, how many games is it going to take? Because this whole premise of when they get healthy may never happen.
It felt like last night, Jalen Green, 26 minutes, 26 points. There's 26 games left. It was like, oh, here we go. Like, it's like you just hit the slot machine and everything came up. And yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait for an update on Book. Dylan Brooks will be back next game, but then he might be suspended 2 games later until we figure this out. And yeah, now you got to worry about Grayson Allen too. And, it's great to see Jalen Green out there. I'm not ready to put all my confidence in him being the healthy guy. You know what I mean? Based on what we've seen through the first 56 games. So, and last night was their first time this season they've lost to the Spurs. And San Antonio is a team that, the play-in muddles things up a little bit, obviously. But right now, the Suns are the 7 seed and the Spurs are the 2 seed. So, in theory, that would be a first-round playoff matchup. And the first 2 meetings looked great for the Suns, especially the very first one because Wembanyama played and they shut him down. Second one, he didn't play, but they still won. Last night did not look good.
Well, and honestly, whatever the regular season, once you hit the playoffs, that doesn't matter at all. There could be some kind of psychological thing, but in my estimation in history, it doesn't really matter. Once you hit the reset button, it's who's playing better at that point. San Antonio really, and this is why they give Oklahoma City so much trouble, they remind me a lot of Oklahoma City in that they just hit you with waves. So when Wembanyama plays the SGA role, and then it's a bunch of guys who are interchangeable at a certain size from 6'4" to 6'7" to 6'8", who are just really athletic and can shoot it and do all these different things, and it's really difficult to deal with. Having said that, the focus is the Suns. And like you said, for Jalen, you hit Jalen Green right on the head. To me, he's almost rookie-ish in that when I look at rookies, I say, whatever they give me is a bonus. Mm-hmm. With 26 games left, whatever Jalen Green does, that's great that he's got 26. I was at a game last year in the playoffs where he scored 38, and the rest of the series, he did nothing. Yeah. So it's great. But this thing, I think what we learned is this team is going to go. I think we've had it wrong. It goes as Book goes. It goes as Green goes. It goes as it goes as Dylan Brooks goes. And last night, they looked like the team we thought they were going to be at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, that's it's hard to argue with that. I mean, the only argument back is it's one game. But as far as last night specifically, yeah, I mean, they don't have a chance without Booker. Like, they don't. They might be able to win a game or two here or there, but they're not going to win anything of significance without Devin Booker. That's been that way for years, obviously. But you're right. They don't seem quite built to win much of significance this year without Booker and Dylan Brooks out there with them. Now, maybe they could have got by if they had Booker and Jalen Green last night. I don't know. But the overarching thing is we need to see this team together at some point. What was the stat they flashed with the Spurs? The Spurs have used like 9 starting lineups all season, or is it Minnesota leads the way with only 6? I mean, that's a great thing to have if you can have it. I feel like the Suns have used 734 different starting lineups this season.
I think that's the exact number, actually.
It feels like
that's the exact number.
I just ballparked it, too. I should go on some sort
Might
of
have been a little
show.
higher if we were on Prices Right, higher or lower.
Well, I didn't want to go too high. So,
but, what I gleaned from last night that I would have never thought I would say, and a lot of people have come out now that Memphis has completely frayed and been gone, and a lot of those players who we thought were sick of him did say that he was the glue keeping them together. Yeah. And I think that last night we kind of saw they didn't have that edge. They didn't, and as frustrating as it is, and here's where that technical foul thing comes in, he plays on the edge. Everybody seems to feed off it. And the problem is if you don't have a Book, a superstar, if you don't have Dylan Brooks without that edge, the rest of the role players are exactly that. They've been really, really good.
Yeah.
But they're role players, and everybody always thinks that, well, if a guy plays 18 minutes and you extend out his minutes to 28 or 30, he's going to do the same thing. And that's not how it works with role players, especially on the road. They play their minutes. It's why there's a rotation. It's why because the coaches have looked at the numbers. This is the optimal amount you should play. This should be your role. And when you try to expand that, it doesn't just work in a math equation where if he plays 18 minutes, he'll do the same thing in 26. It doesn't work like that.
No, it doesn't, and that's why you need Jordan Ott needs some time to figure out how to put these guys together to get them to their optimal lineup and their optimal amounts of minutes. And it can't be like you said, it can't be game 82. Like, okay, all right, playoffs start 2
we're
days.
good.
I think we're good. Like you're not overloaded with talent. We all love this team. Part of why this team has been successful, I would say maybe the biggest part is their chemistry. And as you're adding Jalen Green in, you're tinkering with the chemistry. Now, it's worth it. You got to do it. But the other part is if you have to pull Devin Booker out, you're tinkering with the chemistry. If you have to pull Dylan Brooks out every week or every 2 weeks, that's tinkering with the chemistry. Like that stuff's got to end. It's all got to end. And they can't obviously control all of it. I mean, if they, it's not like Jordan Ott had the option of, hey, Devin's going to get hurt tonight or he's not. Like, he would obviously do everything he could to prevent it. Here's Jordan Ott after the game.
I just want to see the guys play together. That's it. And I probably didn't handle it right in game when we get the news. Then I thought we battled back there at the end of the second quarter to get in it. Then just the start of the third, they just overwhelm you. Like, their physicality and their size and athleticism, the ability to put the ball down on the ground and into your chest. It's hard to guard. And then offensively, when we just struggle to get any type of advantage, and anytime you do, he's sitting there in the paint. So we just need to be more perfect. That's it. And now trying to, as a coach, and now especially in this seat, like, what do we do at All-Star? You start to evaluate all that and know at the end of the day it's just 1 of 82, and we got another one at 3 o'clock on Saturday. So weighing all that, knowing that we have a lot of good in us, the shot quality, shot margin, the shot variance of all this, I know, I believe in it. Didn't feel great tonight. I know what the numbers said there post-game. We just got to be more perfect overall, everyone. Coaches, players, just organization. This is what it is this time of year. Playing meaningful games against a really good team. We got to be more perfect.
That's easy. Just got to be more perfect.
Wow. I don't think I've ever heard a coach. I mean, there's coach speak. Have you ever heard a coach say we've got to be more perfect?
No.
Like, that's not attainable.
I think even some, is that logistically?
Yeah, it was
if you're
weird.
perfect,
and he said it like 4 times.
He did. He wasn't like shying away from it.
Yeah.
He's also right.
He is right. And then the first thing he said is, at some point, someone's going to have to get to him and go, I don't know if we're going to be healthy. You've done a hell of a job, but I don't know that we're going to be. And he said the same thing that everybody's saying about the Suns. When we or if we or we need to. And it's like, I don't know, man, between Brooks and everybody and someone coming up with an injury and Grayson Allen, I just think it might be one of those years you're going to have to deal with whatever you got.
I think they have shown that they are good enough as long as they have Book to put moving parts around him and be a good team. Now, I don't know what that looks like in the playoffs. I mean, obviously San Antonio's getting better, and they're going to be facing a really good to potentially great team in the playoffs, if they get there. But you got to have Book. It starts there. As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we are inviting you to the men's basketball game February 28th against Utah. Use code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount, and then head on over to the contest page on arizonasports.com for the information. When we come back, what are the top Diamondback storylines we'll be watching for in Cactus League play, because it officially begins today. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
As there's a swing and a drive. Deep right center field. Back and goes. Way gone.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us. And we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone. pound 529 or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free home delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing. Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Arizona sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Welcome back to the show. Quick shout out to Guadalupe. What's going on, Guadalupe? Wolf and Luke on a Friday. John Lund is in for Wolf. Spring training starts today officially. I mean, I guess technically it's been going for a little bit, but actual games.
Yeah, you can go day drink today, and it's a Friday. Why not?
Well, and it's
get out there.
1:10 first pitch, right? So we've got the D-backs first game coming up here at 1:10 against the Rockies at Salt River Field. It's Thomas Hatch on the mound, and we've got U.S.-Slovakia starting at 1:10.
Yes.
Too. So this is
we'll lose you at 1:10. We're losing you kind of right now, but we're at intermission.
This is the typical garbage Canada polls, though, where they're going to be trailing. They'll come back and win at the very end. I'm not going to be distracted by Canada losing to Finland as they are right now, 2-1, unless they're down 2 with less than a minute.
No, you didn't even flinch. I walked in at the start of the show, and Canada's down to Finland 2-0, and you go, Pshaw.
Doesn't matter. And as I said that, Canada scored.
Yeah, exactly.
That doesn't.
You looked at me like, see?
They'll start trying in the third, and if they have to pull their goalie in the last minute, they can put 6 Hall of Famers on the ice.
We need Finland. We need Canada-U.S. anyway. Like, come on, let's go.
Worked the women's game. That was pretty entertaining yesterday.
I would prefer Canada just to lose, whatever.
You would? You don't want to see the best against the best?
Well, Sidney Crosby isn't playing, so I don't know if it would be the best against
What
the
were you
best.
calling him before the show?
Crybaby Crosby.
See,
He said like 5
He knows that
times.
Crosby is literally my favorite player of all time and a top 5
He is. I
greatest
actually
player of
didn't
all
know
time.
that. He's a joke.
The only player I've ever had a jersey of is Sidney Crosby. And
Only
sorry, that
jersey
sucks.
ever?
I think. Well, I mean, I guess maybe when I was like.
Oh, as
5
an
or 6
adult.
or whatever.
You mean
Yeah.
you're like an adult? Okay.
And it's because 3 different people gave me Sidney Crosby jerseys.
Yeah. So you have 3?
I don't still have 3. I don't think.
Oh, okay.
But I have over time. But that is. I mean, Rick makes an oddly good point. He's not playing. That's not how Rick was trying to make the point. But if you talk to people within hockey, he's the best player of the last 25 years or whatever. So I don't think it'll matter because he's not currently the best player, and they still have the other 3 best players. But we'll see. It's 2-1 Finland going into the third. Diamondbacks and Rockies today, John, it really sets the stage for a conversation that, it's kind of been building. But what are the top storylines you're watching for this spring with the Diamondbacks? There are quite a few to choose from.
There
honestly.
are. I think it's going to be, first and foremost, and I learned this from Torey Lovello when he was on Newsmakers Weeks yesterday. He was really, really good. And it's clear to me what they're going to try to do, which is they lost, they lost a lot of offense, and they're not. And Corbin Carroll, I think, is going to be back, even though Torey was saying how he had a hole in his hand and he can't handle blood and all those kind of things. And
That sounds totally good. He's good to go.
So yeah, I think he's gonna be good to go. But again, left field, Gurriel is out. You and I have talked about this. They lost a lot of offense, and the style of play they're going to attempt to do here is you're going to see a lot of Carlos Santana at first base. You've got Nolan Arenado at third, and you got to hope that he's going to be what he's going to be. Alec Thomas has got to hit enough. Really good defensive center fielder. My point here is that they're going to pitch and play defense, which is a little bit scary because I think their rotation could be okay, even though I don't think Merrill Kelly's a 1. I think if you pushed him down to a 2, but I like that they signed Zach Gallen. But they're going to try to pitch, play defense, and with the bullpen the way it is, I think it's a little bit scary. But they're not going to mash. They're just he emphasized yesterday a lot defense, and I know Mike Hazen did the same thing.
The scary part of it, because you're saying it perfectly. The scary part is the last few years they have tried to build their team around pitching and defense, but they've just been able to hit so well.
Right.
That, one year they got good pitching and defense and they went to the World Series. But the other years they didn't get the pitching or the defense or sometimes both, and they still hung around because they could hit so well. Well, they've stripped away a lot of the hitting, at the trade deadline last year and even a little bit this offseason. So some of the hitting is gone. You don't know that the pitching and the defense is there until the actual games start. Now, they've emphasized it, but we're not going to know that it actually took until the games start. Mike Hazen was on Bickley Murata this morning as part of Newsmakers Week, and they asked him, okay, spring training games start today. How do you feel about the roster right now?
Yeah, I think, this offseason was a little bit different than the ones we've typically had with the guys that we're kind of balancing that are on the IL right now that are going to be coming back onto the roster, and want to make sure that the team was in a good enough position as we go through the season, especially the early part. We have an tough early schedule. I think it's come together fine. With Corbin's injury, hopefully he's going to be back. We're seeing where Gurriel is going to land. We have a bunch of young kids that you're going to see in spring training just because of the WBC. So I'm excited to watch these guys get going. I think we have a good young team. We have some star veteran players, and I think this team is going to get better and better as it goes through the year.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to get players back throughout the season. That's probably the biggest storyline for me, but that's more when the season gets going is what can you, specifically the first month, what can you do that first month? The schedule's tough the first month. You can't make the playoffs in the first month, but you can get buried in the first month.
I think the biggest thing is you look at the rotation. It's a solid rotation, but as I said, 37-year-old Merrill Kelly is not a number 1. If Zach Gallen somehow can find his number 1 stuff, that's a pretty good 1-2. Rodriguez, I like. Nelson, I like. Fott, that's fine. That's a fine starting 5. And then they put the defense behind it. But what the thing that Torey said yesterday I think is interesting, he mentioned the veteran guys. Okay, I don't know what you're going to get from 39-year-old Santana. I don't know what you're going to get offensively from Arenado. But this may come down to younger players. Now, and I'm not even talking about Lawler. I'm really talking about Waldschmidt because what was interesting, if people didn't hear this, so he was supposed to be on Newsmakers Torey yesterday at 7:30. Ryan Waldschmidt went into his office. And they started talking baseball, and he loves the kid. And all of a sudden, Torey's calling at 8:30. He said, sorry, this kid came in my office. we start talking. We're talking baseball. I love this kid. Like, all of a sudden, he's an older prospect, so they're not going to be rushing him through. I mean, he's a 23, 24-year-old kid. So, I know we're going to talk about all the veterans and so forth, but I think it may be young kids who make the difference, because that's what you just said is if we want to pitch and play defense, well, then that means the third part of that is timely hitting. That's what they talk about, right? Timely hitting. So who can provide that? Veterans can because they have, but there's 2 or 3 young guys on this team that really need to come through for this kind of plan to work.
Yeah, and going back to the rotation for a second, it's a decent rotation. I think. I mean, I've been saying this. My thought for the last couple months was it felt incomplete, and then they went out and got Gallen. So now to me it feels like you have a decent rotation. There's upside there. I mean, if Zach Gallen pitches the way he typically does, I know people just want to focus on the first 2/3 of last season because it is recent and it happened. You can't ignore it. But there's definitely part of the fan base that just wants to say he had 20 games where he was only good in 5 or 6 of them maybe, so he's done. There's definitely that mindset. I choose to look at the final third of the season and the entire rest of his career and at least acknowledge there's a chance he could still be really good. If he is, and Merrill Kelly is just what he always is, and Ryan Nelson's your number 3, I mean, the way Ryan Nelson has pitched as a starter in his career, that's pretty good. I threw this out there when they signed Gallen, and people were like freaking out, like, how could you say this is going to be a potentially great rotation? Well, if Corbin Burns comes back and pitches like the Cy Young candidate he always is, which is not a given, it's not
Well, he's your one that knocks everybody back, which is good.
But then, I mean, do you disagree with that? You can disagree. Do you think it's crazy that if Corbin Burns comes back and pitches the way he basically has his entire career, which again, not a given coming off the injury, but the way I worded it was potentially. If he does, your rotation is Corbin Burns, potentially Zach Gallen being really good, potentially Merrill Kelly just being Merrill Kelly as your number 3. I think we're all pretty happy with what Ryan Nelson has done. If he's your number 4, and then Erod or Fott or whoever, Soroka's your number 5, that is.
Yeah.
I mean, if Corbin Burns comes back healthy and good to go, that is a top 6-7 rotation.
Plus, here's the thing about Tommy Johns is that it's routine to come back. Like, not right away and not be the guy right away, but we're not talking about what it used to be. And as far as Zach Gallen, he's 30.
Yeah,
like he's 30.
It's not like he's 60.
Guys have bad years all the time. And here's the other thing, too, that we all think we know because of social media and everything else. We don't know how hurt a guy is. We don't know what's bothering a guy. We don't know what's going on in his personal life. We all think that guys that play professional sports are robots and walk out of a locker and go, I will pitch 7, shutout innings, and then they go back in a locker.
They're
Look,
not all Paul schemes.
I don't know what's going on with this dude.
Yeah.
It could be that there was a lot of things going on. He bounces back. We all have that going on in our life. I don't know. Or it could fall flat on his face.
He totally could.
But Tommy Johns, routinely guys come back from now a couple of these, and Burns is a horse. So all of a sudden, he's your 1. Gallen with a good year is a really good 2. Merrill Kelly should be a 3 where he is in his career. And all of a sudden you're going, can you do that pitching and defense talk again?
Yeah. I mean, it's just the potential is there. The potential is there. If Corbin Burns wasn't coming back midseason, then you have a decent rotation. If you didn't bring Zach Gallen back, you have a serviceable rotation. But you have the potential, if you can hang around, that in July, August, September, you have an elite rotation. You have that potential. It's got to happen.
Why were people getting on you? Because this is supposed to be the most optimistic time of the year. Like, today is supposed to be most optimistic day of the year.
I don't think they were D-backs fans. I think they were just like, hey, can you believe this guy thinks the Diamondbacks could do good?
This guy?
Could. Didn't say will. Said could.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, what could the new facilities the Cardinals and ASU are building do for football in the Valley? We're going to get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Fox into the forecourt, dribbling against Bouye. Threads the needle to Wembanyama, who jams it right on top of Mark Williams, and then mean mugs all the fans in attendance. The Suns fall tonight to the Spurs, 121-94.
That was ugly, and we've got more reaction to it coming up on the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports on YouTube, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 due at signing. All leases, zero security deposit, 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Desert Wind Harley needs used bikes and is giving Nada retail value when trading for a new Harley this week. Oh yeah, that's right, NADA. I've got it. No matter how much you owe on it, Desert Wind Harley will trade anything. Bikes, cars, ATVs, RVs, and more. NADA retail value for your motorcycle. Got it that time. Good credit, bad credit, no credit. At Desert Wind Harley, all credit applications considered. Desert Wind Harley Davidson is the #1 volume Harley dealer in Arizona with rates such as 2.5% APR. Retail trade value ends this Sunday. Adjustments based on condition and mileage and negative trade-in equity may be applied to new amount finance on approved above average credit.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks start Cactus League play this afternoon at Salt River Fields against the Colorado Rockies. Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, Nolan Arenado, and Alec Thomas are among the regulars in today's lineup. First pitch is at 1:10. And Newsmakers Week wrapped up today on Bickley and Murata to hear interviews with Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike Laflur, Arizona Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen, and more. Head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. Help kids get in the game. Drop off new or used sports gear at any Earnhardt dealership or donate online. Text gear to 620-620 to learn more.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf today. Talk a little football.
I will not be doing a Pantera today. That
Really?
looked painful. That looked painful when he did that yesterday.
It definitely feels like one of those things.
Face was purple.
Wolf used to do it every day. He used to do that every single day.
He told me.
No. And I think he probably still could, but I think anybody else, because I've been in here when others have tried it, and not only do do they not pull it off? But the problem then is you're done for the rest of the show because you can't
your voice is history.
Yeah. We have Newsmakers Week going on all week, obviously, on the morning show. Just wrapped up this morning. And Kenny Dillingham was one of the guests, and he talked to Bickley and Murata yesterday about an indoor facility for the Sun Devils.
I went on a rant about a 8-figure donor one day, and
stroking that check.
We got somebody very close to that to help with the indoor already. Somebody who's not naturally associated with the program, but somebody associated with the Valley for that indoor. So that's trending in the right direction. That got approved for the indoor. It's going to be one of the largest indoors in the country. It's going to have a 50-yard football field and a 100-yard field with 2 indoors in one indoor. So it's about 180 to 190-yard indoor facility, which is going to be unbelievable for the football team and for the tailgating and the fun and the experience. Maybe able to host youth football championship games in there because you have your practice field to warm up. Like, there's so many different things that we're going to be able to do with this. So,
all right, was who made the donation? Was it one of you guys?
It was me.
It was you.
it was actually
Jamal.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
But, he asked, and I had a couple of coins in my couch, and I went, what do you need here? I got a few bucks.
Couple $5 million coins.
That's the biggest news that kind of gets buried in this whole thing is they didn't get that Texas Tech oil guy paid, a $20 million one check.
Yeah.
But he did, with the amount who talked about money, they got a lot of money. And at least the renderings, and we've seen millions of renderings through the years in sports. Ooh, that's beautiful.
I'm
never
still
gets
waiting
built.
for that Coyotes arena
never gets
that
built.
got rendered 8 years ago.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it does. It was the best drawing I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saving my money for.
Exactly.
The Coyotes arena.
But, so that's the biggest news that kind of gets buried in there. But they show the renderings. And so just because we have renderings to go on, look, it looks beautiful. And we'll get into the Cardinals in a minute, but from an ASU standpoint, it's number one is money in the NIL, and Kenny said that yesterday during the interview. But kids are impressionable, and so they walk in and they see the facilities, they see a place to hang out. So that can make a difference. And then Kenny was also talking about how word of mouth is starting to spread. So what it does is it gets you on the level, maybe not an Uncle Phil level at Oregon or some of the SEC schools, but in terms of where ASU is going and what it takes to build a program. This is a big step.
Yeah, and it's also I'm interested when schools do stuff like this, where like people look and they say, okay, Kenny, this job opened in Michigan, so obviously he has to leave, right? He has to leave.
Yeah.
Oh, well, he's not.
That
leaving.
was the past.
Yeah, but he must get a ton of money then. He probably wanted his salary doubled. Well, no, okay. Well, then he just wants a bunch of money to buy a roster. Well, you need money to put together a roster in college football in 2026. I get that, to competitively do it. But that's also if you take all that money and you just burn it on your roster, and then they all go to LSU the next year anyway. Yeah, it's. So I'm interested in the way that he and they are doing it. Where he got a little bit of a raise, but really it was more about his assistants getting a raise, and it was about funding for some of the stuff they're trying to do. And you need some money to build the roster, but also this facility is not a one-year thing. You have this, and then you'll be able to recruit for years and years, or recruit through the transfer portal as well. If they pull this off, and to a certain extent they already have, ASU seems to be building a more sustainable model. Now, again, if you're Oregon, if you're somebody who can just print money every single year, you're sustained. You're fine. But there's really only a few schools that can do that every single year.
Well, what you're talking about, to relate it to everyday life to people, it's you got your millionaires and billionaires who can literally burn money. That's Oregon and some of the SEC schools. The rest of us have to invest and be smart and have a plan, and then maybe at some day retire. That's not me. It might be you, but I'm too dumb to do that, and it's too late for me.
You said investing? I got to look that up.
Exactly. So that's what ASU has to do, is they have to invest in it. So what most people would do, what a lot of selfish coaches would do, pay me.
Yeah.
Who cares about my assistants? We're going to get this money. Then we throw it at players. And then what do you do?
Then I leave and I take those players with me.
So it's like the person who gets a bonus check, runs out to the bar, and and then the next day wakes up hungover and broke.
I got scratch tickets.
Exactly. So now ASU, at least they have an adult in the room in Kenny. I know that's because, he doesn't seem like an adult. He seems very childish in a positive way with his energy.
Yeah.
But he's smart. He's investing in the future, which is these facilities which kids will walk in, and if they're on the fence about your school, all of a sudden, here are all these beautiful facilities, and that's what it takes to continue the program. And maybe, and he talked about this, maybe the bottom is 8 wins like last year, and you grow this thing so that you have sustainability, and that's what he's trying to do.
The other thing, and I'm sure this has been brought up, but I'll bring it up again. Next year when some school fires their coach, some school that was good 15, 20 years ago, and they fire their coach, and they're like, hey, did you see us in 2006? That means all the coaches have to line up to come here. Didn't really seem to happen with Michigan, but whatever. And they were good a couple years ago. If you're Kenny Dillingham, this sort of stuff seems in line with what he's been saying and what his actions have shown. If you're trying to get everything to build a facility, that's something that's not like a quick, here, get this, I need this facility for 1 year, then I'm bolting for LSU. I keep using LSU as the example because, Lane Kiffin's going to just try to
that's
steal
where Sam
everybody
Levitt
can.
is.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. I mean, that's exactly what he's thinking, and I give him a ton of credit because these are things that will prevent him from leaving. And Graham Rossini, and he's talking to the powers that be and these check writers and everything, and they're asking him
term,
right, and saying, okay, if I give you, and Mark Cuban has said this, Troy Aikman said this on a broadcast, they don't know where the money's going, and it pisses them off.
It should.
Exactly. Okay, like when you get a Christmas present, it's like, okay, who did this come from? I don't know.
Yeah.
All I want is for you to acknowledge the fact that I gave you something. So what these donors now get is you bought this. We'll put your name on it or whatever. So they get something for their money. And rich people are fine with investing in something as long as you acknowledge this. And so now they have these facilities that will be up there for a long time and maybe bear their name or whatever the case, rather than, as you just said, throwing $3 million at some player. You got him for a year, and then he left.
That's Aikman said that. He's like, yeah, I donated. I'm not even sure the player's still here. I mean, he probably went to LSU. That's kind of how this works, right? For like half a season, and then they go somewhere else there too.
Are you bitter? Are you bitter? Are you mad at Sam Levitt for going to LSU?
I'm not mad at Levitt.
Do you hate Lane Kiffin?
I
clearly
I don't hate Lane Kiffin.
You have issues.
But in the last couple months, I realized that when people said he's everything that's wrong with college football, and I was like, you're being mean. He found a new home, and they were actually all right.
Yeah,
That's it. Once he tried to steal Damon Williams away from the Huskies. I don't care about the Huskies at all. They're not even in ASU's conference. But that sort of
while
garbage,
he was entertaining two quarterbacks courtside, you mean?
While the picture was there of him and Levitt, and he's trying to get Damon, and Levitt's like texting Tennessee, like, you guys deserve each other. Have a fun year.
Get this guy out of here. No, it's true. If there was a face of all this NIL stuff that was going on, if we had to, we would put his face on it.
And
you
know what?
Yeah, you're right.
Everybody in the SEC agrees with us right now.
Yes.
So on Saturday, February 28th, it's going to be a monumental all-Mexican clash in the Arizona desert when IBF World Super Featherweight King Eduardo Sugar Nunez and WBO champion Emmanuel Navarrete meet in a unification battle, Desert Diamond Arena. You can buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com right now or win a pair at ArizonaSports.com. Click on contests. When we come back, will any of the proposed NBA tanking solutions actually work? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Get Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Right now, the Funk Soul Brother. Check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother. Right about now.
Hey, it's Gambo. Diamondback spring training kicks off today. We'll tell you the key guys to watch during the spring on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Wolf and Luke on a Friday. John Lund in for Wolf today. John, no pressure. You just need to fix tanking in the NBA. Can you do that for us?
Oh yeah, I can do it.
Okay.
It's really an easy solution.
Okay. What do you got? Try.
Well, the bigger picture is that we're always tinkering. Not you and I, but the powers that be, for some reason, feel like every year they got to tinker with something and mess with something and everything like that. And I think where this comes from is, if it was just a sports issue, they'd let it go. But what's happening is corporate sponsors don't like it, because people, there's less interest. This guy's not playing, that guy's not playing.
Yeah.
They
don't care about the fans.
Right.
Yeah.
They're this whole tinkering with all this stuff. They're getting it from TV executives. They're getting it from corporate sponsors. So nothing in our society, sports are out, in or out of sports, and nothing changes unless the people that power it with the money complain. And that's what's happening is corporate sponsors, TV executives are complaining to the NBA. This is not good for us. So do something about it. So you got to understand that's where it's coming from. To me, they just tinker too much with the game. The worst team is the worst team. It's always been that way, but in the last number of years, we have to put lotteries and all these different things in. I think if you're the worst team, you're the worst team. So my solution, as it often is nothing, which is whoever is the worst team is the worst team, because generally speaking, that's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. This comes about, this comes about for a lot of reasons, but I have Shams posted this on X last night, basically, and said multiple sources with knowledge of Thursday's GM meetings, as well as the late January competition committee meeting, told ESPN that the following concepts have been discussed to curb tanking. Okay, so I'm going to there's 7 of these. I'm going to throw these at you real quick, John. And then the one that they almost tried in hockey that I think might actually work, and by the way, Canada just tied it, so
Go ahead,
Canada's
say it.
going
Just
to
say
win.
it.
Well, no, I mean anybody that
You
has
almost
ever
said,
watched
why
the sport,
didn't you just finish your sentence? Because you were going to go, I was right.
Because it's like saying,
That's what-
I was right. It was sunny in
Yeah,
Arizona. Anybody who's ever watched the sport knew
I
Canada
wish
was
people
gonna
could see what on
start
YouTube
slow
because
and come
you
back
just
and
kind
win.
of smirked. You kind of went, I was, but then you smirk like,
Because
you know
it would
what
be
I
a
mean.
cool story if they actually lost because they keep not starting these games.
Rick is very angry in there, by the way.
No, Rick,
very angry
Rick,
that
you
they
wanted
tied.
Canada, U.S., or you
didn't?
You want?
I just want Canada to lose. Crybaby Crosby.
He's not even playing.
Yeah, but it would be. But he's still on the team. It would still be a loss for him.
Yeah, they're gonna lose
I
now.
think he's won enough.
All right, what are the 7? Sorry,
So-
I didn't mean to go off on a thing there.
First round picks can be protected only top 4 or top 14 plus. Okay. Lottery odds freeze at the trade deadline or a later date. That one's interesting. That one's interesting, at least. That's interesting.
But then what's going to happen is they're going to tank to that point.
Yeah.
Like if you change when the tanking ends or starts, then the worst teams are just going to okay. So that's our window. Our window to tank is
Just say
that
Utah. Utah's going to start tanking before
right.
them. They're not the only ones, but they're becoming pros at it. No longer allowing a team to pick top 4 in consecutive years and or after consecutive bottom 3 finishes. They've done that in hockey because Edmonton kept winning the lottery every single year. So
What do you think of that?
That helped a little bit. It wasn't a tanking thing with Edmonton. They just won the lottery every single year. So finally, the rest of the league was like, hey, you know how Edmonton's had 5 number 1 overall picks in like the last 6 years? How about we make this fair? So that would be interesting. I would do that, actually. I wouldn't even
could live with
think
that.
twice. That's not going to curb tanking, though, necessarily. It didn't curb tanking in the NHL. It's just
It's just a
minimized
fairness
one
thing,
team.
which that seems
Yeah.
okay.
Teams can't pick top 4 the year after making the conference finals. That's got to be like the Spurs rule. Lottery odds allocated based on 2-year records, so just tank for 2 years.
Can we go back to that Spurs thing for a second? See, that doesn't seem fair to me. If I made a smart move, and I try to equate this to business and the way it should work, but again, sports aren't always a perfect comparison. But let's say, like Oklahoma City gets all these, pick swaps and all these different things. So years ago when you stunk, and let's just use OKC as an example, and you got rid of Paul George and you got SGA, but throw this aside for a second. You got all those picks. And you could look into the future and say, well, that team at some point is going to get old. So it's a strategy thing. And now you're penalizing me. So I won at a really high level.
Yeah.
And I made a really smart trade with a dumb team and into the future. But they knew it too. Like Golden State, for example. After Steph Curry leaves, they're going to be horrendous. So if I'm a team, I'll trade with Golden State because I know in the near future they're going to really stink.
Yeah.
Well, so for me being a smart general manager, giving up a player who's older, and really this is the Clippers rule, giving up a Paul George, getting an SGA, but getting all those picks from Clippers, knowing that they're going to be in the lottery in the coming years, which they're okay with too, and now you're penalizing me because I'm Oklahoma City, I'm really, really good, and now you're saying I can't get a top pick because I'm really, really good? I looked into the future and I saw that.
That one needs to go.
So I don't. That doesn't make any sense.
I was looking at it more like if you made a trade with a team that was going all in, and you knew they were probably going all in and going to be bad the next year. Like, is it even worth trading for that pick
Right.
if that pick can't be?
But the
top
team
4
knows
spot?
too. And again, I hate anything that saves a team from itself.
Yeah.
So when you look at a team and you say, well, they're going to tank, but like Golden State, for example, is really desperate to win another championship around Steph. So I could see them in the offseason doing something really dumb for their future, knowing and doing pick swaps and all these number ones, knowing that they're going to be in that spot. But you know what? That's the decision you made. I traded this. I got all these picks from you, and now because I'm Oklahoma City and I'm really good, I can't cash in at a high level. I can't be in the lottery, or I can't win the lottery because I'm good now.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
I would be shocked if that one worked.
Yeah,
the other
that's
ones,
weird.
Lottery extended to include all play-in teams. I don't know if that really helps. Flatten odds for all lottery teams. I mean, that's extreme. So the one that they tried, they were talking about in the NHL, and tanking has been an issue in the NHL, but it's very rare. It's if there's like Connor McDavid is in the draft, or somebody you know is going to be the first pick for 3 years. And even then, it's not like it is in the NBA where you just have like 5 or 6 teams being like, maybe we'll try next year. I don't know, maybe. It's hard to explain. It's not as complicated as it sounds. But basically, once you're mathematically eliminated from the playoffs, whoever has the most wins after they get mathematically eliminated gets the first pick. So like if you get eliminated with a month left in the season, you still have 20 games. Even if you just go 5-15, you've got 5 wins, right? Whereas another team maybe gets eliminated with like a week and a half left in the season, and so they go 2-3. Well, you in theory, you were the worst team because you got eliminated before them. So you have the chance at the pick. But it incentivizes you to keep trying to win at the end of the season because you don't get the first pick based on how many games you lost. You get the first pick based on how many games you win after you're eliminated. There's a better way to explain it, but
you're incentivizing winning. Bottom line, you're right.
Yeah.
You're still incentivizing teams to win, even though they're out of it. And I understand how that works from a TV standpoint. They like it from a corporate sponsor. Hey, my team's out of it. I'm Budweiser. I spend all this money. There's nobody watching. There's no fans in the stadium. I'm getting ripped off. So if you're incentivizing winning from a business standpoint, I understand that it makes sense. But again, sports has gotten away from common sense so much. Let's just say a team or an organization is just really, really bad.
Yeah.
What happens to that team? So what you're doing is you're penalizing a team that is really bad because there's teams tanking. And by the way, let's not dance around this part of it.
One team ruins it for everybody.
Yeah.
Or in this case, 5 teams ruin it for everybody.
And let's not dance around this. The reason why teams are tanking so much is there are 3 talents in the NBA draft. DeBonzo, the kid out of BYU, Peterson, the kid out of Kansas who can't stay healthy, and Carlos Boozer's kid, not the point guard, but the power forward. And those 3 kids are franchise changers. And Utah is a team going, look, we're not exactly the biggest destination for free agents.
True.
So we have to do this because all of a sudden they're looking at Jaren Jackson Jr., they're looking at Markkinen, they're looking at, George. Like they've got a decent amount of, and if they added a DeBonzo right from their backyard at BYU, all of a sudden Utah's cooking with gas.
Yeah.
So that's why they're doing what they're doing. You don't do that. You hit it right on the head with hockey. You don't do that every year if there's not somebody, a Celebrini in the draft. You've got to have somebody that's up there, and there's 3 of them this year. So everybody, the whole reason why the Western Conference is literally dive bombing right now is because there's 3. So you don't even have to get one this year. If you get one of those top 3, that might change your franchise.
Yeah, but I mean, as you rattle off, one of those guys is hurt a lot. What happens if Utah gets him? He's
Peterson
hurt,
instead of DeBonzo
and then you just tank for another year. I mean, we saw Philly do a version of this where they were just tanking for years and years. And the worst part is when you try to get your fans to buy in on it. Like, at least just say, hey, we're not good enough at running our own team, so you're going to keep paying us money and we're not going to try. But it was like, trust the process. Trust the process.
Oh, remember that term?
Trust the process is actually like a thing in sports psychology, or like you'll hear athletes say it. The actual origins of it makes sense. If you're an athlete, it's what you're doing when everybody's not watching.
As we just kind of rattled through those 7 things, that's why I'm going back to common sense for a minute. It just, if you complicate things so much, if this and if that, and if this team, if that, I think you're doing too much. I think you're thinking too hard.
I don't, off the top of my head, know an example where it truly worked for a team. And we had Mike Hazen on at the end of last year, and I don't remember how it came up, but it wasn't about tanking. But he said something that I've always kind of been trying to verbalize it, and he basically did, of if you put all your young players in this losing culture, you can't get the losing culture out of the room. You don't want to, because you'll see teams, okay, we got the 3rd pick, okay, let's tank again. Okay, we got the 4th pick, okay, let's tank again. It's just a
bad teams
process.
They always take bad players too. You're right.
But if you're incentivizing losing as an organization, it doesn't typically work out. Who are the good teams in sports right now? They're not trying to lose. I'm with Matt Ishbia in his post where he said tanking is losing behavior done by losers. That was what the Suns owner posted.
But I guess what I'm saying is that I reserve the right to do it. If you're a bad team, that's what's going to happen to you. Well,
the way it's set up right now, yeah. I mean, if the rules are there, you can't just blame Utah because it's not them, and you can't really blame them because they found a loophole that isn't going to work for them anyway. They'll get one of these guys, and they'll be doing this again in 2 years. All right, when we come back, tough loss for the Suns last night out of the All-Star break, but was there maybe a legitimate silver lining? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You can't have guys leave and break out somewhere else. Hassan Reddick broke out in Philly. Zach Allen broke out in Denver. You had these guys. You can't have Walter Nolan or Will Johnson or Robinson. You can't have these guys break out on another team. It's up to Rallis to get the most out of these guys now.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
How can you grow your business from idea to industry leader? With smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Right now, save $16 on a pair of Rain-X Rugged XL wiper blades, plus get 2 times O rewards points only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta again. You hear those engines? That means Ford Truck Month is on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and these deals are rolling in hot. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family. And right now, the savings are seriously stacked with zeros across the board on 2025 Ford F-150s, Lightnings, and Super Duty XL trucks. We're talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days for qualified buyers. Plus, score $1,000 Truck Month cash towards your purchase. That's more bang for your bucks. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
The Target. 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms. No broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity. And they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks start Cactus League play this afternoon at Salt River Fields against the Colorado Rockies. Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, Nolan Arenado, and Alec Thomas are among the regulars in today's lineup. First pitch is at 1:10. And Newsmakers Week wrapped up today on Bickley and Murata to hear interviews with Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike Laflur, Arizona Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen, and more, head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles, don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Kenny Dillingham previews new-look ASU offense with quarterback competition and wide receiver transfers. Matt Ishbia says tanking is ridiculous and needs to be fixed by the NBA. And Suns injury rut persists out of the break. Booker hurt and lost to Spurs. Those are your top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Canada on a power play with like a couple minutes left in a tie game. I wonder if they will score. It's Wolf and Luke on a Friday. John Lund in for Wolf here as we head into hour number 2, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios. John, Jalen Green, this could be an actual silver lining. This is not something you necessarily have to talk yourself into. Jalen Green played last night. He has now played a few games in a row. Played 26 minutes. They needed him to score. He did. It was not nearly enough to win. I mean, it's a silver lining. It's not like it's not great news, but it's a silver lining in the midst of a bad game. How much do you take from the fact that he was able to play and produce?
It's the only positive thing that came out of last night's game.
Agreed.
We could say 20 things that were negative, but the only positive thing was Jalen Green. Now, having said that, not to be a negative person, but having said that, what is the thing we're looking for from Jalen Green? Health, consistency, and so one night he can't prove that. So I don't want to be negative about it because 26 and 26, it's what we expected when we got here, so that's great. But now you got to add everybody else in, and that's the problem. But for one night, let's just isolate this one night. Awesome. Great stuff.
Yeah, it's it's good to see because for a while there it didn't feel like he was even going to be a part of the team. I mean, you start to get 50 games in and he can't stay on the floor for more than one game. You start to wonder if like, okay, is this just kind of a guy that it's not his year and, you'll have him next year and he's still a building block for the future, but you can't count on him at all this year. So good for him to go out there and do that. He didn't play the last game before the All-Star break. They sat him in book, but he's essentially played 3 of the last 4 games, and the one that he missed certainly seemed like it was the team resting him on the second half of a back-to-back. So this is his best stretch of the season. I mean, there was a week-long break in there, whatever, and 2 of the 3 games have been losses. Hey, look, Canada scored. What a stunning turn of events this game has been. So you have what he's been able to do over the last few weeks is a positive, but it is also a reminder that you just have too many moving parts with this team. It shouldn't be this difficult to get everybody on the court at the same time.
And here's what I want to see. And everybody, Brian Gregory was on yesterday, and we kind of made fun of it because he was asked a direct question. When is it time for Jalen Green pedal to the metal? You take everything off, and he can play 30-plus minutes a night. And he kind of danced all around that in a very good way where a guy talks for 60 seconds. You go, he said nothing. So we don't know about Jalen Green. So the fact that he played 26 minutes, was that because they were getting blown out? Or is that the number he's going to play? Where exactly? Because we still don't have an answer because they got blown out. And what's the point in continuing to play him? But I guess the only thing we didn't learn about Jalen Green, and we knew that he could score 26 points in 26 minutes. There's 2 things. A, is he good to go? The governor's off, and he is totally good to go. We still don't know. And then the one thing that keeps creeping up, and you and I have talked about this, free throws last night were 20-6. And I'm not bringing it up because I'm going to complain about officials, as fans often do. What I'm saying is one of the things I thought Jalen Green could bring to the table is get to the rim, be aggressive, and he's not to that point. No free throws last night. Averages about 6 in his career. It's important, not because of referees and everything. It's important to get free points. It's important to do those things. And right now, and if you look at the Suns, they're not a free throw type of team. They a lot of perimeter shots. They're not a lot of guys are going to the rim, so they're not going to get him anyway. So they need Jalen Green to kind of morph into that type of a player so that they can get some free points from the line. So 2 things I want to know: is he going to still play? Is he going to play those minutes? And can he help them get to the line?
Yeah, the free throw thing is It is. I mean, it's important because it's built into today's game. Where to me, it's one of the worst parts of today's game. Look, if you're naturally driving to the hoop, and
you're talking about the James Harden element.
Yeah,
right?
or I was thinking Luka, but yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Luka, same thing.
Where you're looking for a foul every time down the court. That just whatever. It's part of today's game. At least to the point where you as a team can't be shooting 6 free throws in one night, or 5 or 9. It was the other night they got outshot at the free throw line 44-9.
Right.
And I pointed that out. This is another thing. Things have gotten contentious online, and a bunch of Mavericks fans were like, "What do you want it to be 44-44? Like, how about like 44-15?
Yeah.
Like, how about you don't get the biggest advantage ever?" And
it's hard to win, by the way, it's hard to win games that way because what you do
some of
is
it's on the Suns.
It is.
Yeah.
But you start to look at the box score and say, okay, are you behind in threes, your attempts, your shots, they do the calculations, all the teams. And if you lose at a high level from the free points, if you don't have, and not everybody has a Luka or a Harden or something like that, but like you said, you have to play into the game. And one of the things that hurts the Suns is outside of Book, they don't have that star.
And he's not even really.
And he doesn't do that.
Yeah.
So your guy that is the star that could get the Luka or Harden calls isn't really that type of player. So every night you start in a hole of minus 10, 12, 15 from the free throw line, and you got to make it up in other areas the rest of the game.
And that can be a problem in a playoff series. And it can frustrate you in a playoff series too. Something like this happens the other night, against Dallas when the free throws were 44-9, and it's like, okay, that's frustrating. We're not playing Dallas again. We'll just move on. And they won that game anyway, so who cares, right? But if you are in a best-of-7 series and it's back and forth, and let's just say the Suns play the Spurs in the first round, and let's say the Suns win game 1. Like, even if you are the most, hey, this season is all gravy, and whatever happens in the playoffs, if they win game 1 in their first round playoff series, you're going to be sucked in. You're going to want to win that series. And let's say the Suns win game 1, Spurs win game 2, and the Suns are, they're outplaying the Spurs in game 3, but the Spurs shoot 33 more free throws than the Suns in game 3, and it costs you that game. It's going to be in your head in game 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And I don't just mean a fan. It's going to be in the players' minds.
Yeah. What did you make of Jalen Green last night?
I thought it was good. I mean, look, you referenced, I think, the maybe this isn't fair, but the thought everybody has from last year in the playoffs.
We don't have to be fair on the show.
That's true. That's a good point. That's why I'm saying 38 points, and then you never saw him again in the playoff series last year. I don't think we're not going to see him again because he scored 26 points last night. But it was encouraging to see him play like that. It was encouraging to hear him say he felt like himself again after the game. But it also was a kind of a reminder / eye-opener that they can't win with him being their number 1 scorer. You have to have Devin Booker.
Yeah.
And that's
it goes back to the whole thing that we're talking about this whole time. Is that's great. But now Devin Booker's your 1 scorer. Jalen Green goes number 2. Dylan Brooks can be what Dylan Brooks is. Dylan Brooks in his career is not a 20, 22, rely 20 on him and we go into the night. He's about 15, 16 points, grab some boards, a few assists, be that irritant. That's his role. And when everybody else is healthy and the pecking order is right, then let's see what this team can be. But we still don't know with 26 to go if they can do that and if they'll have enough time to do that because, as you said, it's not game 82 they need to do this. They need at least 10, 12 games to get ready for the playoffs and figure everybody out.
You know why I said that? Because you said it.
No.
So you just credited me stealing your point. Which,
wow.
in a way, you just credited
It's very
yourself.
complicated.
We're going to go to break so I can turn this hockey game off. When we come back, what D-backs storylines will Jody Jackson be paying the most attention to in Cactus League play? We're going to talk to her. The D-backs broadcaster will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Swung on high fly ball deep to right field. That ball is way gone, Perdomo.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with 1610 per thousand barred for 72 months. 2.99% financing with 1519 per thousand barred for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and end 3/2/26. See dealer for details.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Arizona sports.
And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Quick shout out to Apache Junction. What's going on, Apache Junction? It's Wolf and Luke. John Munn in for Wolf. Jody Jackson is joining us right now in the Arizona Sports Line to get ready for baseball season. What's going on, Jody?
Hey guys, what's going on?
We're ready for baseball. That's what's going on. How you doing?
I'm good. I know that there obviously is a game today at Salt River. I'm not out there quite yet, but excited for this. I think, just the running it back theme, I think a lot of people are kind of excited about that, I know we're not going to see everybody out there today, but it's going to be pretty cool to see those guys that are getting ready for the WBC out there. I love that part of it because they're going to be gone for a while. And I'm also excited to see Ryan Waldschmidt. I mean, there's still a lot of unknown too. So I think it's a great mix.
Hey, Jody, since you mentioned Waldschmidt, talk about what you do know about him, because it was really cool. Tori came on yesterday during Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marotta, and he was supposed to be on at 7:30, and then Waldschmidt came into his office, and they talked for like an hour about baseball, and he absolutely was euphoric. He loves the kid. So what do we need to know about him, and is he going to make the opening day roster?
It's a great question. I think, when you look at his progression, I don't know if he doesn't make the opening day roster. I think that he's not far behind. I think, he's a guy that just, I don't know how to put it better than, he just raked. He raked at all levels. And I just think that when you look at what he's able to do at the plate, and when you have Troy Lovello calling him a can't miss prospect, I mean, that's pretty high praise. So I think we're all excited. I think it's a lot about the makeup, a lot, but he's just excelled so far to this point. So I think we just look at the other challenges that are coming his way. But I think he's a guy that, frankly, they're going to be counting on. And the bat play, it's because the name is Waldschmidt, and I mean, he's not as tall as Goldie. I mean, there's really no compare. He plays a different position. It's all those things. But could he have the impact? I don't know. It's just the name, but we're connecting. Like, could he have the impact of a guy like Goldie? And I think, he could, because Ryan Waldschmidt Goldie is a guy that I remember coming on, 8th round pick, and we're thinking, like, what's he going to be for this team? And look at what it ended up being. So I don't want to put that pressure on him, but I'm excited to see him develop. And obviously they haven't needed his position. So I think it's exciting.
Talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, how do you feel about the bats in this lineup? And I guess along those lines, how much pressure is on Perdomo to replicate what he did last year, since guys like Suarez and Naylor and some of these other guys aren't here anymore?
Well, I mean, he ended up, second in WAR to Shohei Ohtani. So
pretty good.
It's out there because he did it. And I don't think anyone was really expecting it. Certainly in the baseball world, I think it was a bit of a surprise. So when I hear him talking, though, everything he's saying is, hey, I want to be better. I can be better. It's just the quality of the at-bat. It leads to things like walks, but last year, what it led to more and more was extra base hits and even home runs. And then I think the biggest thing, though, that this team is looking for from him is leadership out of the gate and better defense out of the gate, because I think that's what did surprise us a little bit, some of the errors early on. And if he's able to set that example and tone, because look, even though he is one of the younger guys, he sets the tone. And if he, last year, I remember some of those games early. And frankly, if a guy like that is making an error or making a mistake, it just kind of lets, sets the air out of the balloon a little bit early on for the team. So I think he knows that. He knows that what pressure comes with that. And guys are going to make mistakes, but I just think, and he knows that going into this year, by nature of what he did last year, he's elevating that standard for himself.
Jody, it seems like right out of the gate, it's almost a little bit of an emulation of the Suns, like when we get healthy. And they kind of look at the second half and you start thinking to yourself, well, Burns will come back and Gurriel will come back. And we just talked about Waldschmidt and the young players who have to come through. But I'm looking at a guy like Santana at first base, and I'm looking at Arenado at third base, because I think early in the season it's going to be about pitching and defense. Can they hang around long enough to do those things? So I guess my question in a long way is, can they do that? Can they keep everything together before they get healthy and maybe can make a move in the second half?
Well, John, that is the big question, because I think that's the formula. When you see so many high dollar as well as, just really good pitchers that are on the IL and they're making their way back, that was really what we're all thinking is like, can you just hang around? Can you be around 500, a little bit better? Can you be relevant so that you can make that move and make that big turn in July? And look, what's crazy is I remember this team, I've been covering the team in some form or fashion since 2000. So there have been many years where we really didn't have any expectations for the team, and they ended up after April, 15-13 or 16-12. So, I mean, it's certainly possible. I think a lot of it will depend on the bullpen, because that's the area where a lot of these injuries lie. But, as far as the offense goes, I think that is a question mark. I mean, that's something when you lose big bats in the lineup, you're going to see how does it work. And I think Corbin Carroll, look, again, talk about putting pressure on people. Corbin Carroll is a guy that I think, seeing him play through injury these last few years, he's done it. He played through a chip fracture till he had to let it rest. He played through a leg bruise. This guy is so tough, so I don't really think he's going to miss any time, or if it is, maybe just a few days. So, but John, that's the key. I mean, because we've seen it before. It's not how you finish all the time, although for this team, if you have a big lead in the division or if you're relevant, you have to carry that through. But you also have to start well in March and April. And obviously they're starting in March this year. So it means a lot getting off to the good start.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, unfortunately, it feels like we have a version of this conversation a lot over the last couple years, but they don't have a clear-cut closer right now. I mean, they have two, but they're both hurt, and they're both going to be out for a little while. I know, because this has come up the last couple of years, that Torrey would prefer to have one coming out of spring. I think we all would. How important is that in your mind that they have one for opening day, or, at least that they establish one within the first couple of weeks? And is there a guy that you think is better suited for that role that's available right now?
Well, I think that, this is not a secret because we've seen these guys. And in 2023, they were all excellent. And it was the combination in some form of Ryan Thompson, Kevin Ginkel, and Paul Sewald is back on the roster. Now, if they're all healthy, last year for Kevin Ginkel, and now he has been pretty honest about it, he was pretty banged up with the shoulder last year. And I remember before the All-Star break, we were in Anaheim, and I think he was really battling that, and most guys probably would have been on the IL. But Jalen Beeks and Ryan Thompson had just gone on the IL, and I think that, he battled through that. So you've got Kevin Ginkel is a great option. I think Ryan Thompson, you look at his profile and you kind of can see him in a big spot in the 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th. You can employ him anywhere. And then the wild card is Paul Sewald. He says he's healthy now, and is he an option eventually, or is it out of the gate? So those are some of those great options. And I think some of those young guys we saw that were traded for last year in the pen, they're going to slot into those spots that are more, 5, 6, 7 innings.
Jody, as far as the outfield is concerned, I'm going to assume for a second that Corbin is back. And Torrey talked about his hand yesterday, like had a hole in it or something like that. But he said, he's working and he's going to come back. We just talked about Waldschmidt. Maybe he's going to start with Gurriel down and left. But in center, Alek Thomas we know what he can do, but all of a sudden it's Jordan Lawler, and Waldschmidt seems to have passed Lawler. So he's moving to center field. How is that going, and could he challenge Alek Thomas if Thomas isn't going with the bat? We know what he can do on defense, but if he's not going with the bat, is Lawler in that conversation?
I think Lawler is absolutely in that conversation. You hear from Dave McKay, and you see that, they feel really good about him. He's a great athlete. The move from infield to outfield is more seamless than vice versa. And I think for Jordan, we have to see it. That's the biggest thing about these games, guys, is that we just have to see it under the lights. And we say under the lights, obviously it's day game, but these are day games. So I think that we want to see, Lawler, Waldschmidt. Alek is the guy that what he can do there. And, once these guys vacate for the WBC and in the outfield, that means Alek, they're going to get plenty of reps. And so it comes down to also what does the bat look like? Because for Jordan, the thing that I will say is later in the year last year, and it was a mighty struggle. I think he had like an 0 for 30 stretch at one point, but then he finished the year stronger. He finished the year having better at bats and hitting the ball hard and hitting, having extra base hits. So look, he even admitted it's mental a lot of the time. And I think if he's just able to start with a fresh slate here, I think he's going to surprise a lot of people, but he's got to do it, because until he does on a regular basis, a lot of people are going to question, is he this top prospect, or has it been disappointing? And he knows that is out there because the numbers don't lie. So hopefully we see better at bats from him in spring.
Jody, great to talk to you. It's great to have baseball back. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, how much can Matt Laflur help Mike Lafleur succeed in Arizona? You're going to hear what Mike Lafleur had to say about that earlier. This is going to be a really confusing segment. That's next. This feels like a routine from like the 1930s. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hi, Kurt Hudek here for Augusta Ranch Golf Club in Mesa, Arizona. We're excited to announce the opening of Buckets, our brand new outdoor food and beverage outlet next to our Top Tracer range. Buckets and the 21 Bay Top Tracer range provide a beautiful setting to enjoy yourself day or night with a cold draft beer or a canned cocktail and a recently lit putting green. Open till 9:30 p.m. It's the perfect venue to work on your game or entertain your group or organization. For more information, go to AugustaRanchGolfClub.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
All right, let's talk about something a lot of people deal with, but almost nobody wants to admit they deal with: private student loan debt. When you're struggling with it, it feels like this weight you're dragging around everywhere you go. But you don't have to keep dragging that weight. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Why Refi works specifically with people who are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low fixed rate payment that fits your actual budget, not a fantasy budget, your real one. And they do it without judgment. They're not here to lecture you. They're here to help you start fresh. I've talked to people who felt completely buried, like they had no options left, and then Why Refi stepped in and gave them a real path forward. There's something powerful about knowing someone's actually willing to work with you. Look, you can't change what happened, but you can absolutely change what happens next. Call YRefi at 888-YRefi-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks start Cactus League play this afternoon at Salt River Fields against the Colorado Rockies. Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, Nolan Arenado, and Alec Thomas are among the regulars in today's lineup. First pitch is at 1:10. And Newsmakers Week wrapped up today on Bickley and Marotta. To hear interviews with Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike Laflur, Arizona Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen, and more, head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Babbo Italian Eatery. Arizona, eat for a cause. February 25th, visit any Babbo Italian Eatery. All 7 Valley locations and 100% of profits go to cancer research. Dine in, take out, or go online to donate. Buy raffle tickets and online auction, babboitalian.com.
honored to be the head football coach here of the Arizona Cardinals.
It's the totality of the person, totality of the belief, and how he wants to put together the program. And ultimately, that led us to making sure that we wanted him to be our guy moving forward.
As we went through the interview process, the clear winner was Mike Laflur.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, well, it is Newsmakers Week. It's Friday of Newsmakers Week, but Mike Laflur joined Bickley and Murata this morning. That's Wolf and Luke. John London is in for Wolf right now. So, John, we get to actually hear from Mike Laflur. I know we've heard, he's had a couple press conferences already or media availability, but to actually hear him in, I guess not quite one-on-one, but a one-on-two interview setting, that's you start to get some, maybe some deeper answers from him. So he talked about what the first few weeks have been like now that he is the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals.
It's the 2 weeks. It felt like 2 days or 2 months, depending on how I'm feeling in that moment. It's been, but it's been awesome. The biggest deal is obviously just getting the best staff together, but also not losing sight of getting to know these players. So that's really where my focus has been. I finally have been able to dive into some actual football. Which, that's what we do. We coach football and for a 3.5 hour window, 17 times, hopefully more. There's a lot of work to get to those points, but, I was able to get in real early this morning before anyone could bother me and actually do some stuff.
Nice.
But other than that, it's just been getting the staff together, getting to know these guys. What is so unique and so cool about this place is because this is a destination, because people actually love living here, players, there's so many guys in our building.
I thought the last thing he said actually was kind of interesting. He's coming from L.A., so, I'm sure it's very similar there, but that's not the only place he has coached. And you do, not that we take it for granted, but especially this time of year, if I'm from Minnesota or if I'm from like 90% of the country, I'd like to be here right now.
Well, we're going to reference his brother here in a minute, Matt Lafleur, who coaches the Green Bay Packers. It just wasn't that he and Matt are very, very close. It wasn't that, or at least the way Mike tells me, Lafleur. But his brother was coming out here to golf anyway because he lives in Green Bay. He coaches in Green Bay.
Exactly.
Players aren't hanging around Green Bay. They're not. And so he was coming out here golfing anyway. He's like, oh, you're going to be the head coach of the Cardinals. Okay, I was out here golfing anyway.
I'll stop by,
Yeah, and he went to a Suns game, Matt Lafleur, where he got lustily booed. But the point is that, like you said, all the players hang around here. They hang around in L.A. They hang, they're not hanging around Green Bay, man.
Why did we boo Matt Lafleur? Did we ever get an answer on that? It has to be
because they're a major rival of the Cardinals, of course.
Times the Cardinals and the Hackers have ever
All
played
the
a big
time.
game. It's always gone the Cardinals' way. It feels like in the playoffs. Has to be a lot of Bears fans or Chicago fans at that game. But either way, you brought up Mike Lafleur talking about Matt Lafleur. This is what he said.
Yeah, again, I think I've been on record as saying, it just so happened to be he was here for the press conference. He was coming out here anyways. To get some golfing in and obviously get away from that Green Bay weather. So he loves this area, so it was, but no, in all seriousness, I've always leaned on him and, he's 8 years older than me. And so I got to kind of, dating back to when I was just a little guy being a ball boy, always kind of looking up to him. And then, as we just got older, especially when I started getting into sports in high school and college, it turned into less being big brother. It turned into being like best friend, and we talk all the time.
About what?
I don't know. He's gone. I guess that was it. Here's more. Matt,
we talk all the time.
Lafleur asking Mike Lafleur to go to the Suns game.
He had a great time. He was trying to get me to go to that Suns game. I said, Matt, you've been here before. I have a staff to hire. So,
right.
It was neat. He took my son, my 10-year-old daughter. She passed. She wanted to just go hang out with the girls, but they put him on the jumbotron. They asked him, and if he could go on. He says, I'm going to boo, and the nice lady said, no, I think you're all right with your brother. And sure as crap, they put him on there, and he got the big boo bird. It was great.
He got perfect.
He did. It was. I still don't know why. Maybe somebody can answer in the chat.
By the way, I've never heard the term "sure as crap," but he said "sure as crap."
Oh, there you go. Write that one down. That's a good one.
In all honesty, with his brother, the reason why he gets, and he said this a little bit later, so I don't want to step on this because you might be playing it, but his brother's Matt Lafleur, and they have an 8-year difference. One of his best friends is Kyle Shanahan. One of his best friends is Robert Saleh. One of his best friends is Sean McVay. So the reason why he gets benefit of the doubt right now, which, number one, he's not Jonathan Gannon. He's winning press conferences. He's winning radio interviews. I mean, he's winning all of this, and that's great. And we'll see at the end of the season how we feel. But by the very fact that he hung around and knows all these people, hopefully we're looking for similar results offensively.
Look, part of what's tied to this is I just want it to be football season again.
Yeah, right.
But I do want to see what he's like during the season because he is, so far, very personable. I think you and I have both been in on if you were going to hire a coordinator, even before they hired him, you and I were talking about Lafleur or Kubiak before it ever even came down to those two. So I'm in. I'm in on this. But, and it doesn't really matter how personable he is in interviews, except if you get into the season and you're just not giving anything and you're losing. Like you can get away with not saying anything and almost like being offended that you're giving an interview if you're Bill Belichick and you're winning the Super Bowl every other year. And even then, it'll cost you a Hall of Fame vote, apparently, or 10 or 12. So it'll be, I don't know what to expect from the Cardinals this year. They won 3 games last year. We got to see what they do this offseason, but I don't think the path to them suddenly winning 10 is right there. So I think that's going to be a huge step for him is how he navigates that because you can't just cut everybody out if you're losing every week too. It doesn't work, even and because the only reason I say that is because like Gannon was very personable off the air. He really was, and in the offseason he was too. And Cliff Kingsbury was the same way. But when they started to get deeper into the season and the losing, Gannon his answers were 5 seconds long. And Cliff's answers were more than 5 seconds, but they were always kind of the same thing of almost like, especially during like even training camp, he'd be like, he's got an injury. Well, what's injured? His body. You know what I mean? Like they wouldn't say, and it's like, okay, that's fine until you're losing all the time. And then it almost is like a fast track out of town, because everybody's just like done with it.
Well, because all the enthusiasm and all the things you said you were going to say, you can't say anymore because you're not winning. And so all of a sudden it's like, and some of these guys, they've never gone through it. Now he was with the Jets, and that's the most difficult media that you've got.
He's gone through losing, and he's gone through the New York media.
Yeah, but he's also been in San Francisco and L.A. at a really high level when they were winning. So and he doesn't have to be the center of that storm, so that can be really difficult. Look, the one thing he didn't answer, I don't know if we're going to play this right now, so again, I don't want to step on it.
We're not.
But the quarterback situation is everything, and he definitely went around that. We're going to play this a little bit later on in the show, but he definitely went around that and talked about the other positions on the field. But to me, it just comes down to how well can this guy coach quarterbacks? If it's, let's say it's a Jacoby Brissett, can they get better? Let's say I'm not going to throw out the name that we're going to talk about a little bit later, but it could be a Younger, it could be a Mac Jones, it could be there's a lot of ways they can go at sports' most important position, and ultimately, I think he's going to be judged on how much he can get out of that position.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. I think I would even add Monty Ossenfort in the front office now are going to be judged on what they do at that quarterback position, and Mike Lafleur. As the GM, you come in, he's the guy who picked Jonathan Gannon. Everybody was happy with Jonathan Gannon until last season. So Gannon goes, as the GM, you kind of get the pass, but you're not going to get the pass forever. So if you're Monty Ossenfort, you need Mike Lafleur to work, and by proxy, you need your quarterback position to work, because either you're going to move on from Kyler, and that's a huge decision that you were the face of making that decision, so it better work, or you're just going to keep sticking with them, and you better figure out a way to make it different.
By the way, don't you think that decision's been made?
Yes.
Like everybody's like, they don't know. When they had the first interview with Mike Lafleur, maybe the second or third question, they probably got into some philosophical. Maybe it was the first question. What would you do with Kyler?
Yeah.
I mean, that had to. And so they're sitting there, and I get why they're doing it, but they've decided.
I feel like they went into the interview process with it like 97% decided, just, on the off chance that randomly Mike Tomlin's in your office and he's like, I can make it work with this guy. Then, okay, maybe you rethink it. But I think they went into those interviews with the decision already made, but they couldn't tip their hand to the guys they were interviewing because 4 or 5 of those guys they interviewed are now coaching other teams. And
Right.
one of them they might be trying to trade Kyler to. All right, when we come back, what can we count on with the 2026 Diamondbacks? And what are the biggest questions as spring training games get going today? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Gambo, we want to see all of you, especially when you wear the Schmedium shirts. I mean, we must see. Put
This
that
is
away.
a large. This shirt's you want to look at? You want to go look at the tag? Go ahead. Look, if it's not a large, I'll buy you lunch. Take a look at the back.
It's a medium. He owes me lunch.
It is not.
Look at the tag. Look at the damn tag.
This is a medium.
Look at the damn tag. Schmedium boy.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oh, here's the secret to a fast, smooth move in Phoenix and the East Valley. Moving Team 6. They know the city and all of Arizona inside and out, which means smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress. Their brand new Mesa facility serves the East Valley with the same trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, professional packing, and secure climate-controlled storage. I also love how they support veterans, giving them real jobs and proper training. Every crew member is a full-time, experienced, and ready to get the job done right, licensed, insured, and fully equipped dude. When they move you, it's clear. They take pride in their work, efficient, professional, on time, and careful with every belonging. They don't consider the job done until it's done right. Over 25,000 moves completed, 15 plus years in business, and still family owned and operated. For a stress-free move you can trust, go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Hi, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, why is Liberty GMC the place drivers come to for service?
Dave, it's all about convenience and savings. And with our President's Day service specials, it's a great time to come in. You can drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and you'll be back on the road the next morning. Plus, right now, get free wiper blades with any oil change and buy 3 tires and always get 1 free.
Plus, you can lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $199 a month for 36 months. Buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Well, we are about an hour and a half away from the start of D-back spring training against the Colorado Rockies at Salt River Fields.
And we're just looking at the lineup. Probably 8 of the 9 hitters. If we say that Waldschmidt's going to make the team and start in left field, which Jody Jackson just joined us and sounds pretty optimistic, and Torey Lovello joined Newsmakers yesterday with Bickley Murata, and he sounded optimistic. So other than Corbin Carroll, who's obviously, as Torey said, has a hole in his hand.
Still doesn't sound good, but he'll still hit better than most people.
But, 8 of their 9 guys, not their pitcher, but 8 of their 9 bats in the lineup are probably starters. If you're thinking about going after the game, you can see, at least for 2 or 3 innings, you might be able to see them.
Yeah, you could look what you had the lineup over there. It was Perdomo and Cattell were in there, and so I think Gabby was in there. I think pretty much you'll get to see Waldschmidt. It looks like he's starting today. So
Moreno's in there, Arenado's in there, Santana is at first, Thomas is in center. So everybody but right field. Would be a bat.
Year.
Yeah.
It really is the best time of year as we get this started up. Mike Hazen was on with Bickley and Murata this morning as part of Newsmakers Week, and they asked him about the bullpen. Mike Hazen, probably any GM, it gets so tired of answering bullpen questions every year, especially because, the running joke with Wolf, John, is he asks Hazen who his closer is. Like, it was unintentional at first, but there was like a year and a half where every time we had him on, finally Hazen's like, you ask me who the closer is? Well, then they got a closer. They got Paul Sewald, and they went to the World Series, and they didn't have to ask anymore. And then it's kind of just been mix and match again since then. Sewald wasn't the same the following year, and injuries, and he's gone, and now he's back. But every time they find a closer, it seems like they get hurt or whatever. So here we go again. Mike Hazen this morning asked how he sees the bullpen shaking out.
Yeah, I have no idea, honestly. I think that there's a few guys that that'll be in there. And then how that bullpen comes together, we've worked this offseason to build a lot of depth into that bullpen, to build a lot more power, a lot more swing and miss into that bullpen. I think that's what we were lacking as we kind of went through the middle part. Obviously, the injuries, look, we talked about this last year. They're losing Puck and Martinez. It was very challenging to replace guys of that caliber. I don't know that there's a lot of teams that can do that. We certainly didn't do that, and the bullpen was part of our downfall for sure. It's something we've been very fixated on. I know we didn't spend a lot of resources in the very back end. We're going to have guys that emerge into the back end of our bullpen, and we're going to look to improve that area of our team as we move forward.
I don't know where you come out on this, John, but I look at the Cardinals last year. The Cardinals had, by the end, a pretty ridiculous amount of injuries, but I don't think it cost them a playoff spot. I mean, if everybo's healthy, I just don't think they make the playoffs in that division. I think the Diamondbacks, and now that we're like a year removed from it, I think without the crazy injuries they had, they would have been a playoff team last year. But that ultimately doesn't matter. At the end of the season, it's like, well, if we had our guy, okay, but you didn't, and you missed the playoffs, right? It's something you have to account for it when you're rebuilding your bullpen, and that's something I'm sure they're still doing even as spring training gets going. But he said it right in there. I mean, they lost basically 2 closers last year, and 2 pretty good closers, it seemed like. And now you look at the bullpen, and it's going to be, that's probably the biggest thing in spring training, other than Jordan Lawler. Like, is he ready to be an everyday major leaguer? Because he basically has to be. And how close is Ryan Waldschmidt? But you as far as piecing things together, you're trying to piece your bullpen together over the next month, because you don't want to be doing it in that first series against the Dodgers.
Well, there's a few things. First of all, he absolutely positively told the truth. Most executives kind of dance around things, but he's right. He's not just saying that to be, mysterious because he doesn't want teams to know. As he said, he loses his closers. They bring in Sewald. Torey came on yesterday on Newsmakers Week and said, I want to see it in their eye, and I want, nose, knees knocking and all these different kind of things. But they're 100% right. And the issue becomes you have to build your bullpen from the back forward. So when you don't have your closer yet, then you don't know what everybody's role. And you better know part of spring training is who's 9, who's 8, who's 7. Generally, it's proven that if you don't have one guy, you're really going to struggle. So they may have a couple of guys to start the year, but then guys don't know their role. And people think, well, they just go in the game and they just pitch. And it doesn't work like that.
We've seen firsthand it doesn't work like that.
So you've got to, guys just are creatures of habit, and they want to know when they're going in. I've talked to, so have you. Lots of relievers. If I'm the 7th inning guy, then I start doing this and I start doing that. And, they have a routine and they want to know when they're going in the game. Yeah. So it's extremely important that they settle on somebody, not only for the 9th where you build your pen and go forward, But who's your setup guy? Who's your 7 guy? Who's your long guy? And you can't do that until you figure out what's on the back end.
Because it's a slippery slope when you don't have it, too, because we saw that last year. It's not like, well, this guy doesn't know when he's going in, so he's not totally effective. All of a sudden, nobody could pitch last year in the bullpen. You know, guys were getting hurt, but guys like Ryan Thompson and Kevin Ginkel have been lights out for this team before, and even they were struggling. I know we had Jody Jackson on earlier. She said Ginkel's shoulder was probably pretty messed up last year. I know there's more to it than just what's on the surface, but I'm just using 1 year as an example. You can look around most of Major League Baseball, and if there's not clearly defined roles, you at least run the risk of, now the 8th inning guy isn't as comfortable, and all of a sudden neither is the 7th inning guy, and we're not even getting to the 9th inning guy. And then all of a sudden he blows one save when we hasn't had an opportunity in a week and a half, and now he's a mess. And it's just, it's so volatile. I truly believe, I mean, you'd have to look, I guess, at every team's depth chart in the bullpen. I don't think any GM is truly confident in their bullpen right now. Like, truly, like, it's a sure thing. The Dodgers, because they went out and bought 7 closers, but even them, you know, like you see the bullpen, if it starts to unravel, it's totally different from year to year.
It always is
for every team except maybe the Dodgers.
Yeah, but it is the most unknown of anything. I mean, you have young players coming up, and I get that. But everybody will tell you year to year, and we've seen it, and I've covered teams, and so have you, that the year before they were great in the pen, the next year they changed very little, and they stink.
They can't pitch.
And vice versa. Yeah. It's a weird thing. What it really is in there mentally is a bunch of kind of Ferraris, and you're messing with the engine, and if you mess with because we know relievers can be quirky and weird, and they have a weird week, or they give something up, and then all of a sudden you don't have 3 days. Like a starter, okay, I gave up this, I didn't pitch well. Then they still have the routine over the next 4 days to get ready for the next one.
Yeah.
Relievers aren't like that. They might not get used for a couple of days, or closers are like that. They just get really weird. And so the style that the Diamondbacks probably have to win with to start the season is, we just said pitching and defense. Okay, well, you and I looked at the starters to start the show. If you're late ever again to the show, we're going to kill you. But so we talked about at the beginning of the show, the starters. Now you get to this point where the fly in the ointment might be, okay, you got a lead going into the 7th, you blow that thing, and what that does to the psyche of a baseball team is that continues to happen. They're always looking to the end of the pen, and the blame game starts, and you're around each other 9 months, and you're in the clubhouse every day. It can really start to erode the feel-good that you have in the clubhouse when your bullpen can't hold leads.
And it can flip. I mean, the year that they went to the World Series before they got Paul Sewald was great that year. But Paul Sewald's not like, even then, he wasn't like Mariano Rivera in his prime. But the Diamondbacks bullpen was just kind of like, at best, it was scuffling. There were some stretches there where it's like, hey, we've got the lead, and the bullpen's just blowing it. And that has a ripple effect through the whole team. I mean, of all things. If you
start pointing fingers, the GM gets asked, the manager gets asked, you're going to make a move, or you can do this, you can do that. Players get upset, starters, they won't say it publicly, but it's like, I pitched for 7, and then, I was lights out, and you come in and you blow the game.
Lead
and the pitcher starts looking at the manager when he starts walking out, and like, you're going to pull me and get the game to this pen that stinks.
But
like you said, it's a ripple effect.
They brought Sewald in that year, though, and all of a sudden everything just locked right into place. Like, it was perfectly lined up, and that's the other side of it, and that's why bullpens are so weird. Even mid-season, hey, this isn't working. Hey, okay, we're going to bring in one guy. He's a good closer. He's not like he's not a Hall of Famer, but he's a good closer. All of a sudden, we're in the World Series. But then the next year, he couldn't close.
Right. It's so weird.
Nobody else
Plus, we've interviewed lots of relievers before. I'm generalizing and stereotyping for sure, but they're really fun and quirky and weird, and it's why, like, okay, you're in the pen, and these guys sitting there the whole game, and they're throwing stuff at each other. It's just so weird. It's like, they're just a different type.
They are the best. Well, not always, but generally speaking, a lot of times they're the best interviews.
Yeah, but again, their mental side sometimes can be a little off.
Yeah, you got to. Yeah, I mean, they're like goalies, goalies and relievers. Coming up next, we're going to take you to the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You can't have guys leave and break out somewhere else. Hassan Reddick broke out in Philly. Zach Allen broke out in Denver. You had these guys. You can't have Walter Nolan or Will Johnson or Robinson. You can't have these guys break out on another team. It's up to Rallis to get the most out of these guys now.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allpro allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted number 1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I-10 and Ray.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here, and the energy is unreal. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and yes, the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss the action as Satu Sabali, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and many more take the court and redefine the game. Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. Unrivaled is built for the players, the WNBA's best, playing here on American soil in their offseason instead of having to go overseas. And Season 2 of Unrivaled will feature higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines. Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks start Cactus League play this afternoon at Salt River Fields against the Colorado Rockies. Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, Nolan Arenado, and Alec Thomas are among the regulars in today's lineup. First pitch is at 1:10. And Newsmakers Week wrapped up today on Bickley and Murata to hear interviews with Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike Laflur, Arizona Diamondbacks GM Mike Hazen, and more. Head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Southwest Gas.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It's noon on a Friday. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke. John Lund in for Wolf, and Rick is here with Wolfing Down Your Lunch. What's up, Rick?
What's up, guys? The Phoenix Suns were crushed 121-94 to the San Antonio Spurs last night in Austin in the Suns' return from the All-Star break. Devin Booker left the game with right hip soreness. Could the Suns have started the quote-unquote second half of the season any worse?
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess it can always get worse, but that wasn't a great start. You know, coming out of it, it's a San Antonio team that you're lined up to play in the first round of the playoffs right now if the play-in, goes the way it's supposed to and everything. It's a team you were 2-0 against, and the game really wasn't close last night. And bigger than that is Booker being hurt. We've talked about this before, unfortunately. He's been hurt before. He's good at working his way back in. He doesn't tend to miss a ton of time, but we're officially in the stretch run now. Like, you need your best player.
There's 26 games left. My first thought after I turned the game off last night was they're never, ever, ever going to get healthy or on the same page in Dylan Brooks' case. So in other words, they're going to get everybody back and then Dylan's going to get a T. Or they're going to get everybody back and Grayson Allen. Or they're going to get everybody back and Jalen Green. Or
we've seen every version.
Well, they're not beyond the point of we're going to give Jalen Green a rest. It's like he's played 3 games in a row. It's like, no, man, let's go.
It all feels that way, but he actually missed the last game going into the All-Star break.
So when they, how about never? It's looking like that.
Yeah. Sorry, I was distracted by what you put on the TV in here.
We took, just to take back the curtain, we took hockey off because Canada was coming back.
Because it was obvious what was going to happen.
And so every single person knows, you don't even have to have the volume up for The Hangover. And it's just amazing. Like, they just got out of the police scene.
The Hangover was on the next channel. I was like, I'm not watching Canada do what they do in every single game. We're just going to change
I thought that hockey was going to distract you more.
No.
The Hangover has distracted us both beyond belief. But we're professionals.
Canada Olympic, knockout hockey games, it's just the same movie over and over again.
Yeah.
Oh, what will we do? We are down by a goal. Oh, look, we won. Hey, we almost didn't, so we got a power play at the end. So we put the Hangover on instead. Rick?
Tanking has been a big topic of conversation around the NBA. Yesterday, we saw Suns owner Matt Ishbia go off on tanking on his X account. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com. And it asks, tanking has become a major problem in the NBA. What is the best proposed solution? Same draft odds for lottery teams, play-in teams can get lottery pick, or freeze lottery odds after trade deadline?
Man.
My answer is none of them, but you guys can try to answer it.
The problem. And this is what happens when, a couple teams ruin it for everybody. It's not just a couple teams. It's been going on for a while. But, now you've ruined it. Because if you do same draft odds for lottery teams, the just legitimately bad team who should get the best player, probably not going to get him ever. Of these 3 options, I'd probably go with that one. Now, you know what? I'll go freeze lottery odds after the trade deadline. It's not a solution, but it's more of a solution than the other ones.
It's certainly no offense to Rick, who's amazing, but I just heard Charlie Brown's teacher I don't care about any of the, I'm like you. I don't care about any of the solutions. The bad teams generally are the bad teams, and like a lot of things in my life, I just push, kick the rock down. Don't do anything. Like, that's what I generally do about life. I wouldn't do anything. The bad teams are the bad teams, and the only reason they're doing this is because corporate sponsors are complaining. And that's the bottom line to the whole thing. If it was just
we don't
sports,
even know if they're doing anything about it.
They're like, we can't have this. And it's like, okay, but there's no good solution.
You've had it for 10 years.
Yeah, it's like letting government more into your life. Like, I don't want more stuff. Let's freeze this. Let's move that. Let's do these odds. Like, it's just all too complicated. Common sense says the worst teams are the worst teams. And you brought up a great point earlier, which is the worst teams can. I know it's rare, but you
pushing the guy out the window. Okay.
But the thing is that the worst teams are the worst teams, and they can have all the picks they want, and they're still going to stink.
Yeah. But it does feel like at least the bad teams, if they get the best player, eventually turn it around. The teams who have just decided and they've sold their fans on it, that's the best to me. When the fans are like, all we got to do is be bad for 4 years. Hashtag the timeline.
Right.
Then we'll get Marquise Chris. We'll be unstoppable.
Right.
Okay.
Good luck.
Yeah, my solutions are one of two things. It's either just all 30 teams get one ball in the lottery and anyone can win it, or my other, because that means that good teams could get the number one pick,
That's
bad
gonna be
teams
corruption.
could get the number one pick. And then my other solution is just getting rid of the draft and, making the salary cap like a harder cap so people can't just go and, get every new free agent out, like college free agent, like the good teams. So those are my two solutions.
I know the second one you said is viewed as the crazier one. Like that would never probably happen. Just like relegation would never happen. But I like your second one better than your first one. I don't hate your first one, but I do think it's got to be a non-playoff team that gets the pick.
Yeah, but then I think teams tank still.
I don't hate the second one either. But here's what happens is that, New York, LA, and Chicago get the first 3 picks and everybody loses their mind. But what you're saying is that at some point,
they can't afford them.
Right. If you do a hard cap, then what happens is, look, you have to go to Green Bay, or you have to go to Milwaukee, or you have to go to Minnesota. Because at the end of the day, I think I don't know if you believe this, but I certainly do. The number one thing that players want is money, period, end of story. So if you have the money, they'll come there.
Yeah, especially
eventually.
players right out of college. But if you're going to do that, though, it can't be this weird thing where like, the Lakers signed the top 3 guys in the draft. We're going to pay Luka in 12 years. That's okay. We're just deferring them.
I don't even think that's I don't know how legal that is in the NBA, but I'll go with freeze lottery odds until after the trade deadline. Same draft odds for lottery teams leads 55%. Freezing the lottery odds after the deadline, 28%, and play-in teams can get lottery pick is at 17%. All right. Team USA women's hockey took home the gold medal in the Winter Olympics yesterday with a 2-1 comeback victory over Canada. It was the buzz of the office yesterday. How awesome was that? And can the USA men take gold this weekend?
I thought the game yesterday was, especially the game-winning goal, where she dances around the defender, and then the goalie's in this weird position where like, wait, my defender's gone. What do I do? The actual shot wasn't like, it's not like it was like top shelf or bar down or anything. It was just kind of rolled in, but that was a great finish. The tip-in goal to tie it with 2 minutes left is actually harder to do. It just doesn't look quite as cool, but that's probably the U.S.'s best women's team ever. So the fact that they rallied, and like, that's cool. Can they win? I mean, they're going to have their hands full with Slovakia today, but they should beat them, and they can beat Canada. But I truly think, and now this is going to have to play out, they're the only team that can beat Canada, because I don't think they'll play scared with a lead. And we've been doing the show, but Finland went up 2-0, and they're like, all right, we just got to kill the next 45 minutes. Cool.
And that's how they play.
You're going to lose.
That's how they played. Well, and this has been Canada the last 2 games, right? Is that they've played from behind, and if they do that against the U.S., but see, they know better. They're going to raise their level of play. They kind of just sleepwalk, and then they hit for a few minutes, and then they're good to go. If you do that against the U.S., the U.S. will win.
At least with the U.S., like, you've got the Kachucks that could stir things up. Canada is Tom Wilson, but he'll just go run and hide in the corner unless he can hit somebody from behind when they're not looking. But if he actually has to fight, he's useless. So that's a way where the Kachucks could maybe get to Canada, but Canada's good. It's actually, they should be beating these teams like Czechia. They should be beating them like 6-0. So I don't know what's going on.
I think the hangover's been much better than that game was. I got to be honest. They're now in the room where they're walking in, and it's Mike Tyson. we may have to stop the show. He's doing the Phil Collins right
We may
now.
just have to play Phil Collins as the rejoin when we come back.
Unbelievable. He's going to punch Stu in like 60 seconds.
Rick,
it's going to be amazing.
I thought of you yesterday when that game ended because I wasn't here. How happy were you when they tied it?
Oh, I was. John
Wolf was
saw.
Wolf was like, what? You'd have thought there was an earthquake in here because Wolf was doing a read at the time, and he was like, it shook him. And then when
did
they
the newsroom go crazy.
Oh
too?
my God.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, he thought that the first goal was the winner. He was completely confused. Then when the second one happened, he's like, "What's going on?" Like he didn't know because everybody in the newsroom was jumping around, and he was like, "Somebody win the lottery? Like what happened?"
The Olympics.
It was amazing. That was very cool.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. As always, when we come back, did the Suns' loss to the Spurs show us how much Phoenix needs Dylan Brooks? And is that going to be an issue going forward? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
As the one, there's a swing and a drive. Deep right center field. Back it goes. Way gone.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's 2026 now. Maybe you're looking to do something big this year. I tell you, something big is buying a new home. So what if you find that new home and it's the place you've been looking for your whole life? It's your dream house. Well, you don't want to wait around trying to sell your old home and then potentially lose it to some rando. So go out there, buy the new home, just move in right away without wasting time. Then you can sell your old place. It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Still sell your old place, but you get moved into your new home first, and then you just do everything from there. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No showings, no double moves, none of that. No bending your schedule around the schedules of a bunch of strangers. I've done that. Not doing it again. Chances are if you've done that, you don't want to do it again either. Then the Orchard experts handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town. They're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's easy. It's right there on the site. That's Orchard.com.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular-level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These Commander level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from gated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Box into the forecourt, dribbling against Bouye. Threads the needle to Wembanyama, who jams it right on top of Mark Williams, and then mean mugs all the fans in attendance. The Suns fall tonight to the Spurs, 121-94.
That was ugly, and we've got more reaction to it coming up on the Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports on YouTube and 98.7.
Wow, well done. Well done.
Hey, it's Gambo. Diamondback spring training kicks off today. We'll tell you the key guys to watch during the spring on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Okay, I'm going to quickly shout out Carefree because I have time before the drum part. What's going on, Carefree? I think we actually have a little bit of time before the drum part, right? So we can just leave this rolling, I guess.
The reason why is in the studio we have Hangover on, and Mike Tyson just punched Stu.
Yeah.
At Helms, or excuse me, not Stu. Yeah, not Stu.
No, punched Zach Galifianakis.
Yeah. But is there any, when this song's on, is there anyone on earth who doesn't do air drums?
No.
Like when the drums come up, you just instinctively do 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 do. Like
Yeah,
you have to.
So I'll just keep it going while you guys get into the
we will
conversation.
both air drum.
And then
because it's just like you're trying not to, and you're like,
All right.
So no, wait, are we going to punch each other when that part?
Maybe.
Okay.
Could
so
happen.
Just have to wait and see on YouTube, I guess.
Turn on YouTube. John Lund, Luke Lipinski, they might fight each other.
I'm just saying.
It'd just be one punch.
It's just. I don't want to go into a hangover thing because we have stuff to do.
No, we're
but it's
Top
like
Sons, but...
we don't have volume on, and it's like every scene we're like, oh yeah, this. Like one, it's almost like it
This is
crushes
what
your senses.
The Canada-Finland hockey game did to us. Somewhere in the third period, we're like, we already know how this
Luke
is going to end.
literally just walked to the TV and goes, anything else, and then it goes hangover, and we're both like, I
that'll
guess you
work.
could put that on.
That won't be distracting at all.
No.
The Phoenix. Oh, this is great if we're going to talk about Dylan Brooks.
Oh yeah. Speaking of punching, I guess he hasn't punched anybody
no,
yet.
Not yet. He served his suspension.
Yeah.
So he's back the next game. Obviously, they need that. We really
I
can't.
love that this is just going. Sorry.
This should be like the last segment of the show on every Friday or something.
That's
like
a great call.
You have to time it, and if anybody talks over the punching, you're just out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
or I
it.
guess it's drumming. It's not.
Boom.
But Dylan Brooks will be back for the next game against Orlando tomorrow. But every other technical foul now is a suspension, and as we've seen, they can't afford it.
Do I have time? All right.
It's like hot
I
potato.
learned something about the Suns last night in what was last night's game, like 56 or whatever it is.
Yes.
That the most important player may not be Book, and it may not be Jalen Green. It may not. They have no juice without Dylan. No juice.
No, and maybe that was just coming out of the All-Star break, but I don't think so, because this team that's been one of their biggest qualities all season. It's been one of the best things he's brought to this team.
Oh, sorry. I thought they were coming, and I just lost track. Yeah, it's just what I saw last night was the team. Ooh, getting close. Was the team that I thought we were going to see at the beginning of the season, and what
it's like a 12-minute song.
Come on, Phil, get to the damn drums.
I know we all want to hear the drums,
but they just didn't have anything. And like you said, coming out of the break is when you should have juice. Coming out of the break where Jalen Green was playing the way he was playing, like you're excited about those things, but the edge that they didn't have last night was the team I thought we'd see. And I like Dillon Brooks, but maybe at the beginning of the year we all kind of got into this thing of what he was going to be. All right, it's right here, right?
How did this song ever get popular in the first place, though?
You have to. See, how good is that? I mean, it might be the best, 3 seconds. I'm not going to say in rock history, but maybe that, from a drum standpoint, there's nothing close. Yeah. And I don't care, Neil Peart or Rush, you can go on all the things.
We've already angered the Canadians once. You want to do that again?
Let's do it again. But I mean, I'm not saying Phil Collins is the best rock drummer of all time. It's just, you have to. You break into that.
Hearing that song in its entirety now, though,
it takes a minute.
When that song first came out and people hadn't heard the drums,
how did they even get to that?
How did they get through the first 47 minutes of that song?
It is true. In our business, we're taught you better hook them quick, right? The listener, to just pull back. It's like you got 3 seconds to hook the listener. Hurry up, say something great, and then we're like, oh my god, how long is it going to take to get to Phil Collins and da 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 da?
They come in and they say hook the listener quick, and we're like, hear us out. What if we played Phil Collins for 8 minutes before either of us made a worthwhile point?
Let's be honest here. I bet if there is, because there's 1 million people listening to the show. So if there's 1 million people listening to the show, 999,999 did drums in their car.
Yeah.
Took your hands off the wheel and did it. And I bet we just caused about 19 crashes.
The problem, Phil Collins did. It wasn't us. It was Phil Collins. But the problem is if you turn that song off, if you hear it.
Yeah. Oh, you have to wait.
It off, because if you don't, you're like, I don't need to hear this. Then it's just stuck in your head.
When's it coming?
For 4 years until you actually go and figure out how to play it.
But I had never thought of that. I had never thought of the fact that it's a pretty slow-moving song. Not as a bad song, but it's a pretty slow-moving song. And if I was just depending on my mood, and most times that's not my mood, I'm somewhere between that and what Wolf does before the show. So I'm somewhere in the middle of that.
That was the opposite of Pantera Fallout. That was just Phil Collins
Wolf would have
mumbling.
never. He's like, come on, let's go.
Wolf would have been like, what is this?
Exactly. I've never thought of that, though. It takes about 47 and a half minutes to get to the drums.
We do have to play quickly Jamal or Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Are you familiar with this
No,
game?
What's going on?
Rick is very familiar with this game. So the game is, dude, you want to, I'm just going to ask the question, okay?
Yeah.
Jamal, the question is this. Have you seen The Hangover?
I absolutely have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's safe. Because sometimes you don't know.
I haven't actually.
What? You haven't?
No. Yeah.
My opinion has totally changed of you.
Okay,
I had a very
something
high
here.
opinion.
Just stop running the
now.
board. Just watch the. You're going to see it. Turn
Well,
the
you have
sound
to
up
see
in
it
the
tonight,
studio.
or over the weekend, and then you have to have a discussion about it.
Okay, I'll try.
Now, when we
honestly,
say,
it's worth your time.
When we say you have to see The Hangover, hear us clearly. We're saying you have to see The Hangover. We're not saying you have to see part 2 or part 3. You have to see part 1.
Really.
Okay, there's a big difference.
That's actually the only one I've seen. Also,
Good.
I've just
Keep
seen
it-
the first
just keep
one.
it that way.
You don't have to have any. You don't have to see any of the other
You're
ones.
good. As far as Dillon Brooks, this is now. I don't know how much to read into that last night, but they didn't look right without him. But they also didn't have Devin Booker and they didn't have Grayson Allen. So
No, but I think that just the juice from the beginning, and Book only played 8-9 minutes in the game. So yeah, it's hard to discern anything out of that. But the concerning part becomes what we talk about. Can he keep it under control? And I'm sorry, during the break, not GM, not coach, player. Booker had to go to him and go, dude, this is the home stretch. You can play, you can redline the whole game. But the reason why officials, for everybody who gets on officials, the reason officials will give you a warning most times first. Even a guy who's earned what Dillon Brooks has earned from a reputation standpoint, they will say to you, and even more so when you're that kind of a player, they'll say to you, you're on the edge, stop. So really it's 3 strikes and you're out. They'll say, well, actually 2 strikes and you're out. So we give you a warning, you get one. you've already been warned. A lot of times, even with guys with this reputation, they will warn you and say, hey, man, enough. And then when the guys when the Draymond Greens and Rasheed Wallaces and Dylan Brooks, they can't stop. And that's where I'm saying to myself, why?
The talking part of it, I mean, this has been a conversation all season, but now it's much more real because you're seeing it impact them as a team. I don't want him to change the way he plays, and that's why this is frustrating that he's already at 16, because just playing the way he plays, he's going to get some technical fouls. Like, I think we've all long accepted that. And some people probably want him to change the way he plays now, too, because every other tech gets him suspended. I don't want him to change the way he plays, but it's just not worth his time to argue with the officials, because every time he walks away with a tech and maybe it gets rescinded, nothing happens to the officials,
doesn't
whether
logic,
they're right or wrong.
I mean, this is the part that blows my mind. Doesn't logic tell you that you can play really, 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 really hard and then just not bark at the official? I mean, aren't they two separate things?
If you could cut it, that's what I'm saying. I think he can. I think he can cut out the barking without changing how he plays. I don't think him arguing with the officials is important to his game, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I just think they're two separate things. Play really, really hard, and then when the official gets on you, stop.
Walk away. Or, honestly, if you're a teammate, you may have to pull him away at this point. All right, when we come back, could the Cardinals potentially get a quarterback in the draft who's a projected first-rounder in the second round? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Fox into the forecourt, dribbling against Bouye. Threads the needle to Wembanyama, who jams it right on top of Mark Williams, and then mean mugs all the fans in attendance. The Suns fall tonight to the Spurs, 121-94.
That was ugly, and we've got more reaction to it coming up on the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports on YouTube, and 98.7.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Ready, set, save during the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale. Choose the open road in America's #1 selling truck for 49 years straight. The Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months on all remaining 2025 models, including the Ford F-150 Lightning. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offer expires 3/2/26.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
If you're sitting there thinking, I'm drowning in private student loan debt and nobody's going to help me, let me stop you right there. Why Refi will help you. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what they do. Why Refi works with you to build a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. Not a Band-Aid, a real path forward. And here's the thing. They're not going to make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment, no endless questions about how you got here. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. Why Refi was built for people who've been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. Take back control today. Call Why Refi at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin Cactus League play in just about 40 minutes at Salt River Fields against the Colorado Rockies. Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, Gabriel Moreno, and Alec Thomas are among the regulars in today's lineup. First pitch for the game is at 1:10. And Newsmakers Week wrapped up today on Bickley and Murata to hear interviews with Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike Laflur, Arizona Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen, Arizona State women's basketball coach Molly Miller, and more. Head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Now is the perfect time to start your home renovation, windows, doors, and more. All in stock at the Window Depot, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com.
In 40 days, he'll get $20 million guaranteed if he's still on the roster.
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Mike Lafleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Oh, we are firmly into mock draft season. Actually, I guess we're well into it. There's only 2 months before the draft.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's already February 20th?
Yeah. And I think you and I are very similar in this way. I don't know what it is. It was kind of like drumming, the Phil Collins thing. Mm-hmm. If there's a mock draft, it could be anyone.
I got to at least look at it.
I look at every one of them, and I can't help it. And then all of a sudden, my alter ego self will say, what are you doing? Like, I stop at every mock draft.
Yeah. It's even worse this year because the Cardinals pick so high, and Jordan Tyson's a first-round pick. So I don't know. You're right. None of these ultimately matter, but every time I look to make sure he's not going to Cleveland, I'm like, I want better things for him.
I do too.
Than Cleveland.
God, that'd be awful.
And it feels like, based on most of these mocks, he's either going to Cleveland or New Orleans, which again they mean nothing when the actual draft happens. Daniel Jeremiah, who does a lot of good draft work, was on a conference call earlier this week. And I'll start with what he said about what the Cardinals should do at 3, and then we'll build from there.
The quarterback thing's not going to be solved there, so figure out what they're doing from that standpoint at that point in time. I don't know that there's a wrong answer between a tackle and an edge rusher. I would, if it was like, what would I do? I always tell people, like, I do these mock drafts off what I hear and what I think might happen. It's not necessarily exactly how I would do it. I think the value for where they're picking is, points to the edge rushers. That's the guys that are going to carry the higher grade. So that would be the direction that I would go. And if you assume, as we all do, that Fernando Mendoza is off the board, man, you've got your pick of those 3 guys. And I don't know there's a wrong answer with the 3 of them.
So that's sort of in line with what you were saying a couple weeks ago when we did a show together of not necessarily going O-line with the third pick. I don't think quarterback is even really a conversation with the 3rd pick, and he immediately shot that down right there, which is good. I'm not I can't imagine a scenario on draft night where the Cardinals took a quarterback at number 3. First of all, I can't even imagine them doing it. But if they did, where we'd all be like, "Oh, awesome! Okay, cool." I didn't realize Caleb Williams re-entered the draft and they get him at 3. Like it would be a huge stretch, and I don't want to be that team who stretches.
No, and there's two things at play here. Number one, there's not a quarterback at 3, and Ty Simpson started 1 year, and I don't know if it's the NFL and shiny object syndrome, but the worst thing that the NFL does is draft quarterbacks. The worst. They push them up. They overvalue them, and I get it. It's the most important position in sports. But the one thing we do know is if you've only started 1 year, it's going to be hard for you. And you can go back to Mark Sanchez and just the different guys. If you started 1 year and now you're going to go into the league and you're going to try to figure it out, it's not going to probably work out well for you. And I'll use like Brock Purdy as the example, a local guy, but he stays at Iowa State. And then everybody's shocked. He's the last pick of the draft, and everybody's shocked that he can figure it out. Well, he played a ton of games and a ton of snaps, and I think it means a lot. And what the Cardinals will also ask you, they don't have the luxury of, say, the Rams, for example. Okay, they can take Simpson because Stafford's around in a Rodgers kind of a way where he can sit for 2 or 3 years, learn something, and then come in and he can play. What happens to these rookies is they get shell-shocked and they lose confidence. It's not that they don't have the physical ability. They lose confidence in what they can do. And so you take them early, they're forced to play, and they've played 1 year. And he played at Alabama. He did not have a good bowl game. He slumped at the end of the season. I'm not taking that guy there. That's crazy. Now you want to take him in the second round, third round, and you can get enough of a bridge quarterback. And then the second part is 2027 is supposed to be a lot better. So get a bridge quarterback and look at 27.
Yeah, and honestly, if that's the plan, if that's truly the plan, and I have some hesitation with 2027's a lot better. It is. 2027's quarterback draft class can be better than this year's. But 8 months ago, people thought this year's draft class was going to be really good. And so it's just because college football is so chaotic right now, it's like there's a lot of guys that if we pulled up the big board for 2027 quarterbacks, some of those guys aren't going to be as good. They switch teams into lesser situations. They stayed on their team, but all their weapons switched teams, and so they don't have anybody to throw to or whatever. Their coach left. Their team isn't as good. And there's going to be a couple guys that moved and got better. Like it's just – I remember what it was like last year, and the Cardinals weren't looking to draft a quarterback, but the thought was, man, 2026 draft, if things don't work out with Kyler, there's going to be all these quarterbacks, Lenora Sellers and Cade Klubnik and Sam Levitt and Drew Aller and all these guys that were supposed to be amazing that are all guys you can get in the third round now or aren't even in the draft yet. So I'm with you. The 2027 class is better for quarterbacks, but if you're going to go with a bridge guy, and I want to try and say this right, because people hear this as like, you think Jacoby Brissett's better than Kyler Murray? No, but if I'm just going with a bridge guy anyway, he makes the guys around him better. So at least I can develop Michael Wilson and hopefully Marvin Harrison Jr. and whatever. No, Jacoby Brissett does not make the Cardinals defense better. We saw that last year. Do I think Jacoby Brissett, as much as I like the guy, is the long-term answer for the Cardinals at quarterback? No. There are more than 2 quarterbacks on the face of this earth. It's not just Jacoby Brissett and Kyler Murray.
Plus, I also think, and we'll get more into a conversation about this at about 1 o'clock, so don't miss that part because we'll get into a little bit more quarterbacks this way. But I think there are other guys. We forget. I think we do this as fans. We think to ourselves, it's either draft or we got to get a top guy. There's a few guys, even though it's a hard position to fill in this league, there just aren't enough. But I think there are a few kind of wild card-ish guys, and we get into this conversation because Darnold just led the Seahawks to the Super Bowl. I covered the guy 2 years ago in San Francisco, and in training camp, everyone kind of looked around and went, why hasn't this guy done it? Well, it was because of the mental side. And once he got loved up a little bit by Shanahan and then in Minnesota and then in Seattle and got in the right system, there are guys out there that can perform that have been in a really bad situation. And maybe, and this is where Mike Laflur comes in, the Cardinals are in a situation where a lot of quarterbacks who have washed out would say, I'm going to go there. But you just mentioned it. Michael Wilson Jr., Marvin Harrison Jr., the best tight end in football. All of a sudden you start thinking to yourself, and Mike Lafleur and a quarterback-friendly offense, maybe that's a place I'd like to go.
Yeah. Just to bring it back to Daniel Jeremiah real quick, because you brought up Ty Simpson. He did talk about Ty Simpson for the Cardinals maybe later in the draft.
Those guys in that next tier, so Ty Simpson, I think would fit great in there. We'll see, where he ends up going. If he ends up going in the first round, then that would take that off the table. But pick 34, it's about right where I have him, So if he were there at that point in time, I think that would be a really solid pick.
So I don't hate that, but I'm not gonna say it like Ty Simpson's the guy. I don't hate the idea, and I've said this for a while, of taking a quarterback in the second or third round in this draft. And you and I were talking about this before the show. The only reason I'm okay with it is because I don't think it precludes you from taking a great quarterback in 2027 if it comes to that. It would be weird to me to just go into this season, new coach and everything, and be like, yeah, we're punting this season. You know,
you can't.
You can't. And so there is a way, and I would prefer to not have to use such an early pick in the second round on it. Maybe whatever you get for Kyler, maybe that's a late second or mid third. I don't know. But I feel like in the scenario he just laid out there, let's just say they took Ty Simpson in the second round. If it doesn't work out, it cost you a second round pick. You've missed on picks before. It doesn't stop you from drafting Arch Manning or whoever if you're in a position to do it the next year because you, quote, only used a second or a third round.
Well, and that's what I asked you before because we got into this conversation. We love to include the listener and everything and the viewer. So you and I before the show were saying this, and I asked you right back, as long as I can still, and this is kind of a Josh Rosen kind of a question, but as long as the next year that player in the second round isn't the guy, like for example, Tyler Schluck gets taken by New Orleans, and I like what he did this year.
Yeah.
But if there was a better quarterback and I'm New Orleans who picks at 8, I don't want to sit there and not take that better quarterback because Tyler Schluck might be something.
But New Orleans, you're right. That's a perfect example because they took this guy, and at the time, I'm sure the thought was, hey, the 2026 class is loaded. So they took Tyler Schluck with the thought of, let's see what he is. You know, their other option was Spencer Rattler. The Cardinals' other option is probably Jacoby Brissett. Let's see what he is. Let's draft whoever and let them learn under Jacoby Brissett. But if it doesn't work, unless this guy like takes off, if it doesn't work, we're going to be picking high enough where we're going to get a good quarterback in 2027. But you're not wasting this year because now Tyler Schluck, if you're New Orleans, you feel pretty decent about him right now. I don't know, he's going to like lead them to Super Bowls or whatever, but you feel like you have your quarterback there as opposed to reaching on Ty Simpson in the first round this year if you're the Saints. Whereas if they had just totally just passed on Schluck last year and been like, we'll get somebody in 2026, they'd be passing in 2026 too. As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we are inviting you to the men's basketball game February 28th against Utah. Use code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head on over to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for the information. When we come back, is there a scenario where an MLB lockout might actually help the Diamondbacks? That was brought up earlier today. We'll let you know what was said next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on the Kevin McCabe Show. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts the Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
1-877-CARS for kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship. Tell me more. Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs. How do you make money? We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better. What about client portfolios? We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs. Your clients really come first then, huh? Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. Wow, maybe we are different. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event, going on now.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at dbacks.tv. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
Welcome back to the show. Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf today. Boy, this is the ultimate looking for something good and something bad scenario. But is there any way a lockout ultimately is a good thing for, I guess it would just be for every team that isn't the Dodgers.
Well, give us a second on this before you scream, a lockout is good? Are you insane? It's like, well, we might be, but think about this.
First of all, I'm not even saying that.
Oh, yeah, I am, because here's the thing. You will never, ever, 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 as an Arizona Diamondbacks fan or team or executive or whatever, ever.
So is that a double negative?
Yes. Okay. On the same level as the Dodgers or the Mets or the Yankees or the Red Sox or the Phillies or any of the major teams. And Kendrick does a great job based on the revenue they do have of spending that percentage. The Dodgers are number one at that.
Yeah.
And they have the most money. So it's not a rip on anything. It's not like the Diamondbacks are cheap. They're not.
No, it's actually one of the best stats you can give on a team. They reinvest
percentage
their
of revenue
back
spent
into the actual.
Yeah.
Because sometimes we all get in this conversation of like, well, you can't take that cap hit, or you can't do that. It's just going back to the owner.
Yeah.
But Kendrick actually reinvested into the team.
So that's a good thing. But stay with me for just a second before you call me crazy again, which is you're never going to be on the level. So we go back to this investment thing that we talk about. Would you invest a loss of 30, 50, even 70, 80 games, which stinks, I get it, to get it right? Because if you cap the Dodgers, if you cap the Yankees, you cap the Mets, I don't have to go through all the teams
You don't
again.
even have to cap the Mets. They can keep.
Oh, yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's true. They're a bunch of idiots.
You know how they spend
But
their
let's just say, just because it's so close, let's cap the Dodgers. I'm telling you, in our lifetime, it's the only way you're going to level the playing field. And they still do a great job with their farm system and all the things they do. And I know people hate to hear that, but they do. But you're never going to catch them from a level playing field standpoint until Major League Baseball gets a salary cap. And Ken Kendrick talked about it yesterday. He wants it. They're going to do it. They're going to do nuclear, I was going to say winter, but it's going to be nuclear summer to get it on the agenda to have some form of it. But it could be good if you're a Diamondbacks fan because that's the only way you're going to level the playing field. So my question is, would you invest missing 60 or 80 games, which you hate, but you get it ultimately right so that you can level the playing field against the Dodgers.
Let me play the cut from Kendrick first, and I'll think about that while I play this cut. Okay, you've given me about a minute to decide the future of baseball.
It's of course you are opening the door to the fact that we're about to engage in labor negotiations, and it's really not my place to talk about that. I would personally like there to be a different model than we have. But that's a collectively bargained issue. We have a committee that will start right around the corner to meet with the Players Association and their bargaining committee. And so I'm hoping that we all would see we can, through bargaining, we can make the game a more competitive game from top to bottom. Right now, it really is clear that we have a group of teams at the bottom and we have some teams at the top. We are in neither of those groups, to be fair, and I think a model that would allow those extremes to not be what they are, I think would be good for the fans, and honestly, I think it would be good for the players. I hope they're going to understand the math that I think could prevail, and there's already some public information out there that. If we remodeled how we operate into more like the other three sports operate, it might be better for all. But I can't really get into the detail first. The detail isn't yet there, and I'm not one of those that are on the front lines of bargaining. I'm a cheerleader.
So, I mean, football has it, I think, the best. Football has done it right. Hockey got to the point where they basically do it like football. One of the things he said in there, Rick said this last week when we talked about it too, something hockey does. It can't just be, hey, LA, you can't spend your money. It can't be that. It's also got to be, hey, all you cheap teams need to spend some money.
Need to raise
too.
the floor.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge part of it because it just is. Like the problem is not just the Dodgers. It does feel like in the last couple of years, the Dodgers have been like, let's see how far we can push this before there is now we're just, $250,000 to Kyle Tucker. Do you need him? No, not really, but he could get us drinks during the game. That'd be cool. So $250 million. I'm sorry, not $250,000, $250 million. And we're going to give Shohei like $1 billion, but we're going to pay it to him in 2073. So it doesn't, they are pushing it so far now that the other, 25 teams that can't afford to spend like that, and that is extreme. You shouldn't have to spend billions of dollars to compete. So there's got to be some sort of cap, but you got to bring the floor up too. You can't have teams just being like, I'll just take all the Dodgers' money through revenue sharing, and then I won't go out and sign players. Like, no, you actually have to compete too.
Yeah, and he did say that. He did say that was kind of – so what they do is they would raise the floor. When he's saying it could work for the players, he's saying they'd raise the floor. But what they have to do, and you just talked about it, they put everybody on layaway, and you shouldn't be able to do that anymore. And it's not the Dodgers' fault; it's baseball's fault for having the loophole. But what they also can't do anymore is say we're going to penalize you, because for the NBA, for example, when the Warriors were winning championships, they didn't care; they just kept paying. Mm-hmm. And same thing with the Dodgers; they don't care. They've got revenue streams;
they don't care.
So they don't care. So it's got to be a hard cap, and that's why it's going to take so long. But if you're not the Dodgers specifically, because let's lose them as the example because we're in the division and they're right there.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Ken Kendrick is saying is that, look, to be able to compete at that level, we're just trying to level the playing field. But from a player's perspective, they don't care if you raise the floor. They just hear that you're capping their money, and that's an automatic no.
Yeah, now you've opened the gates too much. So I don't even know if they will be able to fix this because, I mean, if you put a cap – if they could somehow come up with an actual salary cap and like try to make this a relatively fair league, what happens to all the money that's already promised to Shohei or Kyle Tucker or all these guys? And I'm sure there is a way to do it. And I don't even have a problem if you want to have some sort of system where here's the cap and then here's like a second cap that's not $1 billion away, make it a reasonable number, where a team like the Dodgers or whoever, they make that much money and they want an extra advantage, that's fine. I don't have a problem with you having an advantage because you've run your organization right and you're making money, but it's gotten stupid. It's gotten really stupid in the last few years where it's like, yeah, we pay one guy more than the AL Central, entire Central pays any of their players combined. You got to get reasonable here too.
Well, as optimistic as we are, and it's the first day of spring training, which is generally perceived to be everybody's optimistic at this point, to know, because I think we know this, you cannot win the division. That's not good for baseball. To think to yourself, okay, I'm a Diamondbacks fan, and what are the Reds, Cubs, Brewers, Mets, Phillies, what are those teams doing? Because I can't win my division. It's
already been bought.
Right.
And it was bought next year and the year after, too.
So when you start the season going, okay, the Dodgers are going to represent the National League in the World Series, what's everybody else going to do? Unless there's major injuries, they're just not going anywhere. And even if there are major injuries,
it would have to happen in the middle of the World Series.
And they might just buy more during the year. That's the advantage.
Any injuries they have during the season, they can replace.
Yeah.
And I don't think the World Series is guaranteed for them. They are and should be the favorites, but the division is 100% guaranteed. I would imagine in Vegas you can't even bet on that.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Or it would be like put down $1,000 for a dime, basically. Right. So it's your original question: would I sacrifice 80 games next season to get this? To get
fixed? Competitiveness in the division. Oh, you're coming around. I can see it in your face. Well, you're even giving me an That's better than we started with.
Because the reality is we're probably gonna have to sacrifice 80 games next year anyway.
That's true.
So I'd like to actually get something out of it other than like, hey, the White Sox got new flags in their stadium. It was worth it. Like, no, if we're gonna miss games next year, this should be priority number one. And again, teams like the Dodgers, Yankees, whoever, if there's some rule where they can spend a little bit more if they're willing to, whatever, like. Whatever you want to make the cap, if they go over that, then there is a tax. But you can only go like 10% over the cap. You can't go 7,000% over the cap. You know. All right. I don't know if you convinced me or not.
No, I didn't. No. But I will say this: that the teams that are in these negotiations, the power teams always win. So that becomes the problem. It's not about Milwaukee, Minnesota. They won't win. And so your LAs, New Yorks, those have the owners that have the most power and they have the most money. And so when it comes down to this whole thing, if they do try to cap those teams, I just don't see where it ever happens because they've never won. No. The lesser teams have never won a negotiation.
It seems like Manfred kind of does want the cap. So, I mean, there's your commissioner wants it. But to your point, when push comes to shove and the teams with the biggest money are at the table saying, like, no, we're not doing this, and the teams that don't want to pay anybody are like, yeah, we should. This is where, like, the teams like the Diamondbacks who are actually doing it the right way and reinvesting the money they make, their voice is going to be really important in these negotiations.
Yeah, but Minnesota's at the bottom going, hey, you need to change things. Yeah. And people are like, shut up.
And give us your money, too.
Yeah, right.
All right, so when we come back, are people too high on Malik Willis after, I don't even want to say 1 year, like 4 games, 3 games? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
LifeLock, how can I help?
The IRS said I filed my return,
but I haven't.
1 in 4 tax-paying Americans has paid the price of identity fraud.
What do I do?
My refund, though.
I'm freaking out.
Don't worry, I can fix this.
LifeLock fixes identity theft guaranteed and gets your money back with up to $3 million in coverage.
I'm so relieved.
No problem. I'll be with you every step of the way.
1 in 4 was a fraud-paying American. Not anymore. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
LinkedIn is pretty amazing at helping you grow your small business.
We cannot make your email response time faster. We can help you sell, market, and hire in one place. We cannot help you find space for your 3 desk drinks. Why do you have 3? And while we can't help you find the perfect volume for your presentation video, LinkedIn can help you find the perfect audience for your business. Grow your small business on LinkedIn. Learn more at linkedin.com/smallbusiness.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks start Cactus League play this afternoon at Salt River Fields against the Colorado Rockies. Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, and Alec Thomas are among the regulars in today's lineup. First pitch is coming right up at 1:10. And Newsmakers Week wrapped up today on Bickley and Murata. To hear all of their interviews from the week, head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Required minimum distributions can trigger a tax bomb, raising taxes, Social Security costs, even Medicare premiums. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision and Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, Wolf and Luke, John Lunn in for Wolf.
Do we have something to take care of before we get into our conversation here?
I do. I wanted Jamal to be in here for it too, but he just walked out, so he's going to miss it. All right.
Hang on.
That's.
I'm going to yell.
Are you going to?
The news people get mad at me? If I do that?
The news people, they're always upset a little bit. All right, John is out there yelling into the newsroom right now. Well, whenever he comes back, we'll take care of it. Okay, let's.
Well, the news people just gave you the dirtiest look. We're doing news here. We don't have fun. We're very serious.
Happening over here.
It's a lot of news. Why are you yelling down the hall?
Sometimes though, one of them will look up with like hope in their eyes, like, "Are you talking about something that isn't news?"
I'm telling you, no offense, and they do an awesome job.
They do a great job.
Incredible job. But I'd probably stick needles in my eyes and ears if I had to do that all day. We have the fun job, you know?
Yeah,
we're in the toy box over here.
But we're also on YouTube, so if you do stick needles in yourself, people can watch it on YouTube.
I might get good ratings.
We'll take care of what we need to take care of when Jamal comes back.
Right.
But let's. I'm gonna play this cut from. I'll start with Mike Lafleur on with Bickley and Murata this morning for Newsmakers Week. They asked him the question you got to ask, right? Where are you on the quarterback position of the Arizona Cardinals? You just took over this team. Okay, you got to know who your quarterback is, right, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it is the most important position in all of sport, right? Like let's be real, right there. There's no harder position to play in this league than the quarterback. But like every other position, especially being in the first year, Monty and the crew, we're talking about everybody. We're talking about this entire roster, all 90. And when I say all 90, I mean all 90. Like who's good enough to make the 53? Who's good enough to be, a reliable backup? Who's good enough to be a starter? Who do we got to bring in from a free agency perspective? What's the projection on what some of these guys are going to get paid? What is their health history? And then you got the draft and all the things that happen within the draft. I'll be taking off to the combine with Monty on Monday. Our whole staff will be there. It'll be great to get there to start to get to know those guys. But like I just said, I mean every single position is important, and we'll be talking about all of them.
In other words, teams have players and they play positions.
Mike just got here. Mike Lafleur just got here, so I don't want to do this, but I feel compelled that I have to. Liar, liar, pants on fire. It's all they're talking about over there, just like we are. You're not talking about 90 guys. Stop it. You're talking about the quarterback. It was the first question they asked you during the interview. It was the second question, the third question, the fourth, and the fifth. Yeah. And then they took a pause to something else dumb, and then they went back to the quarterback. And it's all you're talking about now, so stop it. Like, he right-turned on that so hard.
The fact that he right-turned on it, though, is what makes me think they already know their answer.
That's a good point.
That they had decided probably, like I said, before they did the interviews, but there was a small percentage of if some guy comes in and is like, hey, no, we got to keep Kyler and I'm going to do this, then maybe you leave that open, but you don't tell the people you're interviewing because, like, Jeff Hafley's coaching Miami now. Right. Like, you're not going to tell these guys. The fact that he's not giving an answer like, oh, yeah, Kyler's our guy. Like, he was hurt last year. He's back. Just the simple fact he's not doing that because he can't, I think tells you all you need to know. All right, we have to hit two things here. Do we want to take care of what we had to take care of before first?
Sure. I think it'll take the whole segment, but let's see what we can do. But we have to do it because we have a guest coming up next. And then,
okay, then real quick on Malik Willis. Are you in for the Cardinals or
not?
Well,
here's what scares me about it. He's thrown 155 career passes, most of those in Tennessee. So we're basing it on a couple of games he had with the Packers. Athletic guy, can throw and everything. But if you say, and we're saying this because Matt LaFleur had him in Green Bay, tells his little brother, 8 years younger, hey, man, this guy's really good. Okay, that's fine. But if you take a flyer on Ty Simpson in the second round, he costs you hardly any money. You can get out of it. If you take a flyer on Malik Willis because everybody's dying for a quarterback,
everybody's so desperate.
You're probably looking at $25 to $30 million, even though everybody's like, what? It's like, yeah, that's what he's going to cost you to take a flyer on it. So that's a much more expensive experiment than
the only part of it that even like if Mike LaFleur wasn't the coach or if Matt LaFleur wasn't Malik Willis's coach in Green Bay, I wouldn't even entertain this thought.
There would be no connection.
The only reason I'm even remotely entertaining it is because of that connection. But still, you better be certain Malik Willis is a franchise quarterback because I don't need to go out and get a bridge quarterback. I can draft a bridge quarterback in the third round if I want. It doesn't have to be Ty Simpson. Or I already have a bridge quarterback in Jacoby Brissett that I'm paying, $3 million to next year that I have as much confidence in him as Malik Willis right now. Malik Willis may end up being better because we know Brissett's ceiling and his play last year didn't translate into wins. But if you're not getting your franchise quarterback, if you're in a position to draft one in 2027, that's not the worst thing in the world.
Well, the last 2 years he's thrown 54 and 35 passes in Green Bay. So you're telling me that's what you're going to base this whole thing on? And the reason why it's scary is because the real hot thing in the NFL now is finding that next Darnold. And everybody thinks it's going to be Mac Jones or this guy or Daniel Jones gets resurrected. So everyone thinks that they're going to identify that guy and he's going to be the guy. But
you have to pay him he's a sure thing.
It's a lot, man.
All right, so let's hash this out real quick.
We tried to be fast.
We were in here before, half hour ago, was that?
Yeah.
And Rick, you just jumped up to the point and started celebrating to the point where I thought I had missed the U.S. game and it was on and they won in overtime. And so then John and I were like trying to figure out like, okay, what is Rick so fired up about? And I eventually went to Jamal found something hilarious on like YouTube or whatever online and you saw it. But apparently that's not what really happened.
No, Pete Alonso 2-run homer in the first Orioles spring training game. It's been an incredible debut for him as an Oriole, but this is not a Baltimore area show, so I won't go on and on with my soliloquy.
I appreciate the enthusiasm.
Is it October and I fell asleep?
But I was just surprised that it was for a spring training result.
I mean, when you get a free agent like this on your team, and this is what he does in his first spring training game, I mean, it's pretty. It fires you up.
Okay, but you have set the bar now where all season, if the Orioles are playing during our show, if he does anything, you have to react above how you reacted. Because this is just
sure.
Not even cactus.
I mean, just to explain to people, too, the reaction was similar to the women's hockey game when they scored the game-winning goal.
So
like that's how. Yeah.
Which one was a bigger reaction?
Oh, Pete Alonso by a mile.
Was
the
it?
Pete Alonso home run was absolutely.
Do I get a say in
yeah,
this?
you were there. Jump in here. Jump in.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, please no. Don't.
Because you're in there.
Don't,
Yeah, you were in there.
No, don't. Yeah. I don't want to see that reaction. I don't.
But it was more than the Olympic goal yesterday, right? It was
100%.
more than that.
Yeah, I do have to give him credit though. He called it right before it happened. He was like, Pete Alonso hit a bomb, and then he immediately hit a bomb. So, I don't like giving him credit, but I will give
But that's why I feel like if you're saying that, it carries some weight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Again, totally appreciate the enthusiasm. Just when it happened, we both looked at each other like something important.
I thought, because we were watching The Hangover again. We're watching The Hangover here, and I'm thinking, what did we miss? Like, did that game go into overtime and we just don't know?
They took back Canada's goal and Finland just won in the shootout or something, or the U.S. game started earlier. I got the Italian
The
times
length
wrong.
of home run had a lot to do with it, too.
Okay. That's fair.
I've heard that length does not matter at all. So I just don't think that should matter in your enthusiasm. But I could be wrong.
I'm so happy for both of you.
I just felt like if we didn't do that, it'd be hanging out there and people in their car would be disappointed that I didn't say that.
Like the Phil Collins song.
Yeah,
if you don't play it to the drums, people all day are like, somebody finished the joke. All right.
The U.S. is on the ice now, so we lose you.
Well, that's why we have John Bloom coming in for you. What do the Suns need to do to stay afloat down the stretch? We're going to talk to Suns broadcaster John Bloom joins us next. Have you ever heard his open? His open.
No, I haven't.
Okay, now you're going to have to listen.
I'm going to jump out of my chair for this.
It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Swung on high fly ball deep to right field. That ball is way gone. Perdomo.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, Macedonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
When you struggle with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck, you feel embarrassed, you feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people all the time who are in that exact spot, but just know there is a way forward, and it's called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's all they do, and they won't judge you. They won't ask you why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low, fixed-rate payment that you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give them a call to find out more. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pull-up jumper at the buzzer. He got it! How about 52 for Devin Booker?
This is a dream job. I now have my dream job.
He's going to fade from 3 and knock it down. My! If he can make it there, he can make it anywhere.
Voice of the Suns, John Bloom, joins Wolf and Luke to talk Phoenix Suns. Now.
Still the best intro.
I like it.
But it's like the best walk-up music. John Bloom is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line as we head into the stretch run for the Phoenix Suns. What's going on, Bloomer?
What is happening, Luke? And Silent H, good to talk to you for the first time. I've listened to you for a while, and now you get the full indoctrination, John, because anybody who I meet that goes by John but has that H in the name, I just call him Silent H. So I hope I'm the first that's ever done that for you, because that'll keep my streak intact.
It's very nice. It's never happened.
Even heard that.
Awesome.
Wow.
Very good.
All right, Bloomer. Well, let's start with the game last night, and let's just start with Jalen Green's performance. 26 minutes, 26 points. We know he can score. It's going to be about more than that, but I think even more than what Jalen Green can do, it's how the team's all going to fit together around him. And Book left early, and Dylan Brooks didn't play, and Grayson Allen didn't play, so how much can you take from his performance last night in a 27-point loss to San Antonio?
I mean, I think that's what we take, right, Luke? And I heard you talking about it before. I mean, there weren't a ton of positives from last night. A lot of the positives came before the game, to be honest with you. I mean, I was super jacked up about the energy being on campus at University of Texas, again, at that Moody Center. That's one of the more impressive facilities, regardless of being at a college campus or off. And then just to know that basketball was back after a week off and feeling like this was a team that needed a break in some aspects to get healthy. But then we show up and we hear that Grayson Allen tweaked his ankle, and that gave us a certain type of feeling. And you knew Dylan Brooks was out, so you knew already you were going to be shorthanded against the Spurs team that's firing. I mean, they were won 6 straight, and they're really playing their best basketball. And so it's like quickly the optimism and the positivity turned last night. I'll throw one more bit of positivity about the Moody Center. Is it's one of the few courtside seats we have left as radio broadcasters in the NBA.
Nice.
So that's pretty cool being down there on the floor. But, that all kind of got swept away just by the basketball game. And the Spurs clearly took advantage of their advantage. It made me think a lot about, I watch cooking shows with my kids for years now. And a lot of times they kind of, do like a secret twist, or they make you lose something. Last night, it felt like the Suns were ready to cook this meal, and then they told Mark, you got to lose the protein. And they didn't have Book, and then they told him you can't have carbs or starch on that plate. And they had to take, they didn't have Dylan Brooks, and Grayson Allen's such a big role, too. So now you look at it, and you're like, all right, well, what can we do here? We got to make a salad. I mean, that's really what you had. And then on the other end, you're going up against the filet mignon with the potatoes and, any kind of sauce on the side, plus the appetizer and the dessert, because the Spurs are fully loaded right now. So it really wasn't much of a contest from that standpoint. I don't know if everybody followed my food analogy. I think I might be hungry. Is it lunchtime right now?
Yeah, I'm starving right now. It's 1:20, and I'm absolutely starving.
We got Bloomer in here for wolfing down your lunch.
And all I can think of is like this filet, and it's got, you know what I mean? And maybe I want to do it Oscar style. I want some crab. Anyway, I digress. Let me just stay with Jalen just for a second because he had the game that he had. I look, we all know he can score. He goes 26 and 26. I covered a game last year where he scored 38 in the playoffs and then did nothing else. But I know that he is a scorer. But my question more goes to, he played the 26 minutes probably because they were getting blown out. Is he a full go? Is he pedal to the metal right now? Could he, like last night, if it was a close game, could he have gone 32 or 34 minutes?
I don't think so. I think this is a process, John. I think it's going to be one of those deals where we're going to see like a stretch where he looks like Jalen Green from last year. And as you mentioned, had great stretches in the playoffs, especially scoring the ball. What I liked the most about the way it started last night was he wasn't looking for a shot in those first few minutes. He was attacking the glass. I think he had 3 rebounds in the first 90 seconds. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if he's going to do this adds another layer, right? We didn't have that expectation. You see Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin rebound as good as any guards and guys their size in the league. They both do. And now if you can throw Jalen Green into that will make a difference for a team that has struggled to rebound the ball. So that gave me the first kind of positive feeling. And then you just saw shots falling. And we all know he can fill it up. I mean, he's a bucket getter. And I think Suns fans are just getting a taste of it now. A lot of us are getting it for the first time in person. And some who are watching or listening to the broadcast are getting that feel too. But hopefully over these next 26 games, it's a steady diet of that. And then we get used to what Jalen Green has to offer for this basketball team. And the most important part of that is not us. It's his teammates and his coaches figuring out what to expect from him on a night in, night out basis.
We're talking to John Bloom. Bloomer, you already outlined it. No Grayson Allen, no Devin Booker for most of the game. No Dylan Brooks, and we knew that going in. So the reason I bring up the other guys is maybe it makes the picture a little cloudier. But if that's what it looks like without Dylan Brooks, then we need him to never get another technical foul. I mean, how badly did they miss him in that game last night? How concerned are you about this going the rest of the way in the regular season?
Yeah, I mean, you could tell he's such a missing element when he's not present, whether it's, on the floor itself when we're watching the game in action or even on the sidelines. So, yeah, that's a big missing piece, which the Suns really can't afford to have absent much. And yet the odds tell us that the likelihood is he will miss more action because of the way the NBA sets up this kind of penal process with regards to technical fouls. I don't love it. If you listen to our broadcast, I'm sure you've gotten that feel from my partner, Tim Kempton, that neither of us are a fan of the way this whole thing is set up, because a lot of times, these calls are then rescinded the next day. When they're rescinded, is that really truly rescinded? It's almost like an apology that we used to see in newspapers. Remember those things? When you'd read a newspaper and they'd say, we made an error last Friday and we apologize for that error. Well, how many people do you think actually saw that error? And how many do you think actually care about a technical being rescinded? It's about what happens during game action, and it changes the course of the game, just as we just talked about what Dylan's presence means during the game and on the sideline. If you take that off of a specific game, for instance, when he's been given 2 technicals in a game and then sent off the floor, that is also a difference maker for this basketball team. I think he knows it. In fact, I was listening to Josh Bartlestein, the CEO, on with the guys on Newsmakers Week this morning with Bickley and Murata, and he made the comment that he's confident that Dylan knows what this situation is, how important he is to this basketball basketball team, and he'll adjust accordingly. Hopefully, the officials recognize that he's making that adjustment. That's where I kind of lose faith in how these next 26 games are going to transpire.
Hey, John, the big question is always, the word that is being used for most of the season is when, as in when they get healthy, what they can do. With 26 now left, it's not that I'm losing complete faith, but it's not like you can, in game 81, say, oh, my God, they're back together. What are they going to do in the playoffs? I mean, they need, 10, 12 games? At what point is the cutoff point where you go, well, it's too late?
Yeah, they need as many as possible. I think that's how we all feel. It's like you can't put a number on it. I think we would have said 82 in the beginning of the year. Then slowly but surely, maybe they can get 60, maybe 40. Now it's like 20 would be amazing, but still probably not likely, just the way things have gone. I would love to just have a night where we get a chance to focus on this team's basketball without trying to come up with, if they could have had Dylan, or if they could have had Devin, or if they would have had Grayson, or if Jalen was healthy, all these things. And, it's not too much to ask at this point. I don't think we're whiners for saying this. It's February, almost March. And at this point, every team has had at least a few games or a stretch of games where they were healthy, and the Suns haven't. So, that again shines a light on what the big story is, which is the Suns are 8 games over 500, sitting in 7th in a brutal Western Conference. Okay, and I know it's not maybe as top-heavy as people expected. Maybe they thought that there'd be more teams over 40 wins by now, whatever number you want to put on it, and the Thunder are the only ones up there right now. But I still think if Denver gets healthy, there's another team that's waiting to get full. You look at San Antonio and the way they're playing right now, and again, how they handled the Suns last night. They are building momentum. I'm not sure that they're a team a lot of people are confident saying is a championship contender yet. But perhaps depends on how the cookie crumbles, I guess, in these next couple of months of the regular season, and then as we get into the postseason. But what I love, again, I'm going to go back to the positive thing because that's just the side of the street I prefer to live on. What I love is that this team has 32 wins in the back pocket, 26 games left, with some good opportunities in front of them. And again, I know it's driving everybody crazy, but if they do all come together and we get to see them full, I think that we haven't even seen the ceiling yet for how good they can be.
That's a good point. Bloomer, it's always great to talk to you, man. Thank you so much.
You bet. Thanks for having me. Have a great weekend.
For sure. You too. That's John Bloom, voice of the Suns right there, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. I also got so caught up in the John Bloom interview in the Open. I didn't get to shout out Waddell. You know I like to shout out Waddell.
Oh, yeah.
What's going on, Waddell? Everybody out there in Waddell right now, we're talking to you. All right. That was John Bloom joining us. We're going to come back. We're going to talk D-backs. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf, although Kevin Zimmerman's going to come in for me for the next segment and a half. Close out the show. So, long story, but we're going to do that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Gambo, we want to see all of you, especially when you wear the Schmedium shirts. I mean, we must see. Put
this
that away.
This is a large. This shirt. You want to look at? You want to go look at the tag? Go ahead. Look. If it's not a large, I'll buy you lunch. Take a look at the back.
It's a medium. He owes me lunch.
It is not.
Look at the tag.
Look at the damn tag.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
You see, I bet all of us have different goals, of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today. Basinonians, just like I did. I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now, of course, I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. Pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call, 480-360-7900, 360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here, and the energy is unreal. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. And yes, the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss the action as Satu Sabali, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and many more take the court and redefine the game. Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. Unrivaled is built for the players, the WNBA's best, playing here on American soil in their offseason instead of having to go overseas. And Season 2 of Unrivaled will feature higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks' first spring training game is underway, and welcome to the Valley, Nolan Arenado. His solo home run has the D-backs leading the Rockies 1-0 in the top of the second inning at Salt River Fields. And Newsmakers Week wrapped up today on Bickley and Murata to hear interviews with Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike Laflur, D-backs GM Mike Hazen, and more. Head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation or K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
All right, Luke had things to do. I don't know how dedicated he really is to the show. He had things to do. He's got things to go. No, he's very dedicated. But he had things to do. People to see, places to go. But that is to our advantage because Kevin Zimmerman is here. Of course, Empire of the Suns, which we're going to get into Suns talk in about 12 minutes. We'll get into the Suns and get his thoughts on 26 games remaining and what was ugly outside of Jalen Green in the 121-94 loss, which you heard right here on Arizona Sports. So we'll do that in about 10, 12 minutes. But we just said, the big voice guy said it, that spring training is here. And I'm not going to jump up and down, and I'm not going to go crazy like some people on this show when certain people hit home runs. But Nolan Arenado hit a home run in his first Arizona Diamondback at bat. He is no Pete Alonso, but it is. But he did that. We're getting into spring training and all these different kind of things, but obviously a good sign, right?
A good sign because he was supposed to be a defensive guy, right?
Right.
Like that was the whole point of that signing. Yeah, they need good vibes. Any little thing. I know it's one game, the first at bat for him, but yeah, that's a good start. Good to see.
Yeah. What about just spring training in general? And look, we're not in Minnesota, we're not in Milwaukee, we're not in Chicago, we're not in any of those places where they go, oh my God, and they'll come out here, or they'll just say at least spring at some point in our lives will happen. So we don't have that sensation. But I do love this, that regardless of the Dodgers, and we can get into that, and regardless of what might be a long lockout next year, when spring training starts, it just, I don't know, you just feel good, don't you?
And especially with all the clouds hanging over this thing,
right?
With negotiations, and suddenly the MLBP is out without a leader and all that stuff. Like, let's just enjoy it while we're here and live in the moment, and hopefully the background noise happens and we're out here in nice weather. But yeah, I think right now for me, it's like, I think people are happy to just look at the baseball part of it, right?
Yeah, I'm just like, go around, go to a game. It just means hanging out, drinking some beers. I mean, it used to be great. Spring training, you could go on the lawn for $5, not so much anymore. But still, spring training is awesome. And I love what it represents, which is, to me, I love being outside. I love watching a ball game. It could be anybody playing, so I'm kind of excited about that. But in terms of the Diamondbacks, just big picture, we haven't even really seen things. But just asking you expectation level for this year's team.
Yeah, this is a weird offseason because I think when you looked at how it kind of started, okay, we're losing some starting pitchers. We were injured all of last year. We traded away some good players last year. I think the Michael Soroka signing was maybe one of the first things up that was there, and that's like, oh no, they're signing and taking a risk on a guy who has an injury history, hasn't had a long period of success himself, to be hey, you're not just an option, but we're signing you because we need you for sure to be in that rotation. It looked like, and then you look at it today, and suddenly it looks a lot different and more optimistic to me, I think. Not to say this roster, I expect them to get in the playoffs easily by any means, but I just think that from where we started, there's a lot more optimism as far as that goes, even with all the injuries.
Kevin Zimmerman is hanging out with us as Luke had somewhere to go. We're going to get into the Suns in about 10 minutes, but Mike Hazen was part of if you missed it, was part of a great Newsmakers week with Bickley and Murata. And here's Mike Hazen this morning on how he feels, the general manager of the Diamondbacks, on how he feels about the roster right now.
Yeah, I think, this offseason was a little bit different than the ones we've typically had with the guys that we're kind of balancing that are on the IL right now that are going to be coming back onto the roster, and want to make sure that the team was in a good enough position as we go through the season, especially the early part. We have an tough early schedule. I think it's come together fine. With Corbin's injury, hopefully he's going to be back. We're seeing where Gurriel is going to land. We have a bunch of young kids that you're going to see in spring training just because of the WBC. So I'm excited to watch these guys get going. I think we have a good young team. We have some star veteran players, and I think this team is going to get better and better as it goes through the year.
So the fear I have is this sounds like a team that very, very well. If we get healthy, when we get healthy, at that point, it sounds like second half. You're looking at Gurriel, 2 closers. Corbin Carroll gets added to that, and all of a sudden it's this whole thing of when we get whole, and there's no guarantee, as we're finding out with the Suns with 26 games left, that you are going to get whole. And in a division where you're not going to probably win the division because of the Dodgers, now you have to compete with all these teams for the wild card, and you can't just wait until the second half. There's a lot of pressure on the team right now to be good and at least hold on until they can get the reinforcements back.
Yeah, and the injury thing really matters, especially I think Corbin would be at least capable of being trusted to come back soon when the season starts. I've just read about the hamate bone stuff, like maybe he doesn't have the power and that takes a while to get back. The starting pitching additions, especially getting Gallen this late when you thought he was gone basically most of this offseason, matters to me because that's okay. We at least can trust several of our starting pitchers. You can say, Ryan Nelson maybe takes a step up. Merrill and Gallen probably will get better compared to last season. That at least alleviates some of the bullpen concerns, which, yes, they've gotten a lot of guys in different avenues to at least give you options, but there's still zero. I mean, it's pretty open-ended on how they'll construct it back to the front. And maybe the starting pitchers can make you feel better about that. But for me, yeah, it's kind of like, hey, offensively, Corbin's healthy. Do you get a good defensive outfield? I don't know. Is Alek Thomas going to produce enough on the offensive side to be part of that? I don't know. So yeah, just too many questions, and we've played around with enough teams in this market to say when you have that many questions, it starts to get dicey.
Well, I call it the what if theory. With any team in any sport, is when you start saying the what ifs, generally speaking, they don't all come through. Only a few do. Yeah. So if you start saying to yourself, well, I like Santana's defense because they have to be defensive related, but he's 39. You're fine at second and short. Arnau to hit a home run today. You feel good about that. But at his age, is he going to, because he's got to balance. He's got to be more of a defender, but he's got to hit.
Yeah. Then
you just mentioned the outfield when Gurriel gets back. So we start playing the if game. If Alek Thomas, if the starting pitching, if the bullpen, if the closers. That's a lot of ifs.
And like Geraldo Perdomo has criticized, that was a Newsmakers Week, a good interview with Bickley and Murata with him earlier this week, just on, hey, I did not play good defensively this year. I'm sure he'll improve upon that, but like he raised the bar really high in his own season. Like, can he carry this team, especially if Corbin's not 100% to start the season, as an offensive player along with Cattell? So there, again, another what if there. You lost all that power with the trades midseason. Can you make it up enough? I know they did, and they played really well, but like, how sustainable is that to keep that identity?
All right, Kevin Zimmerman is with us. We'll get into your wheelhouse coming up next, because last night's game will react to that, but there is one thing specifically about Devin Booker, about Mr. Brooks and the games he's missing. We'll get into all those conversations before the top of the hour. It's Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Ready, set, save during the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale. Choose the open road in America's #1 selling truck for 49 years straight. The Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months on all remaining 2025 models, including the Ford F-150 Lightning. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offer expires 3/2/26.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-230-2777.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. Full recap of the Suns games against Orlando and Portland. Did they get things back in the right direction? It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Birds and Gambo coming up at the top of the hour, about 15 minutes to go. Wolf and Luke. Neither Wolf nor Luke. Luke will be back on, they'll both be back on Monday. So, John Lundin, Kevin Zimmerman is here. Digital content. He is the boss at Arizona Sports and the podcast that you need to be listening to, Empire of the Sun. So let's end on this today. The Suns, don't know if we've talked enough about this today, but 121-94, not the ideal way. Hope the sarcasm is coming through. Not the ideal way to start the second half. Just first, before we drill down a little bit more into it, what was just your initial reaction to it?
Try not to be alarmist, I guess. There are some things that are saying to me, okay, yes, you do miss Dillon Brooks that much. Yes, you obviously miss Devin Booker. Grayson Allen, I think people have not appreciated what he's brought this season, especially early on when he was carrying a lot of the weight next to Book with Jalen Green out. So with those 3 guys out, yes, it's not going to look pretty. And we were talking off air before this. Yes, the Spurs are good. They're a very physical team. Wemby is a problem. He had a little stretch in that second half where it was just like, no, he's just gonna end this thing very quickly. But yeah, to me, try not to be alarmist, but there are some things about, hey, you guys got to get healthy, because if you're healthy, you can maybe run for that 6th spot, stay out of the play-in. But if you are not, I think it's pretty safe to say they'll be in the play-in, but then you're kind of playing with fire, obviously, just being in that group.
Well, and look, the whole tanking thing and the team and the teams at the bottom of the West, I don't think there's any way they fall out, certainly of the top 10. Yeah. Ideal, now that we have an expectation, which we didn't have at the beginning of the season, I think that 6 would be nice. Mm-hmm. But the thing, I guess, you learn something every game, and maybe I'm wrong in this assessment, but with Book's injury, yeah, you always think they'll go as Book goes. The way that Dillon Brooks' emotion has kind of gotten in this team, and it's kind of part of their DNA that they were missing last night, I think maybe as Dillon Brooks goes, they go. And so now with this every other, if he gets a technical foul, it scares me because you just pointed this out. It's a big thing that we talk about. Mm-hmm. When will they be together? Okay, even if they got healthy, when is Dillon Brooks going to miss games? And I think we saw last night, acknowledging that the Spurs are very good, that they need him. They need that edge that he provides.
I think, I'm sure the coaches, GM, all of them are having that conversation. Like, Dillon, last night does show. Here it is on paper without you. You're important. I know that you play with fire, but we got to try to miss as few games as possible. It's probably going to still happen a few times, but you just got to limit it, because that is important. He's that important to this team. I think we saw it just in the fight and physicality of, maybe it's one person, but it does rub off on people. I think that basketball coaches would say that. So yeah, that was a big deal. But yeah, the only positive take out of that game was Jalen Green looked physically good. Putting up 26 points in 26 minutes is pretty good stats, pretty good efficiency. But to me, the bigger picture is you're asking these role players that have blown the expectations out of the water all season long to keep doing that when they're in positions where they've never been in before. So, for example, Colin Gillespie, like, as awesome as he's played, I would like Colin Gillespie off the bench for 25 minutes as a point guard, not starting point guard Colin Gillespie you have Grayson, Jalen, Book, ideally in that starting lineup with Dylan and Mark Williams. That's just one example. I could go down the line, but to me, that's where you're putting these guys in positions they're just not comfortable, never been in before.
It's the roles.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why they're called role players, because you're supposed to play, 25 minutes. It doesn't mean that you take those minutes, give him 5 more and say he'll be just as efficient. You know this. Mm-hmm. When they run the numbers and they do all the analytics they come out with, this is what you should be playing, this is when you should be playing. And when that gets kind of thrown, then that's where the problems are. Maybe the biggest issue from last night, though, is in trying to get the continuity and get everybody to play, Book gets hurt.
Yeah.
So now as we sit here at 1:49 on Friday, what's the concern level that he misses Orlando or other games coming up?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Jordan Ott has spoken today or if he will, because they had practiced a little bit ago, but it just doesn't seem like that's going to happen in the near future, especially if Grayson Allen really did tweak his ankle like in pregame or whatever he did. That's, again, another important element where Jalen Green's now going to be pushed into the number 1 role when he's just trying to get healthy, and you're not going to get that cohesion with him and Book. So to me, yeah, it is just a waiting game, and it's kind of, beating a dead horse, talking about it all season at this point because Jalen hasn't been there up to this point.
Yeah, John Lund and Kevin Zimmerman will talk about the Suns loss last night, 121-94, and the concern levels. Dylan Brooks misses because of technical fouls. Book only plays 9 minutes. He's out right before the game. He just said Grayson Allen. We thought yesterday at this very time, well, I guess now we got Grayson Allen news right around noon. But we thought right when we started the show yesterday, everybody's going to be together except for Dylan Brooks. But then he's going to come back from technicals and everything's going to be fine by the time they play Orlando. And all of a sudden it's a tweaked ankle. Let's be honest. They're going to pull Book back, I would imagine, right? They're not going to just say you played 9 minutes, you're fine playing Orlando, because it's a long term. There's 26 games. And this is just what teams do nowadays. If something happened, then especially in a muscle injury kind of a way, then it's going to be a couple of games until he's probably back.
And the scary part, again, trying not to be alarmist, but Jordan Ott's comments afterward, to me, raised alarm bells in my head because he showed frustration. And again, it's one game after the All-Star break, but he showed frustration that they just can't catch a break. At the very least, that's what his frustration was about. Because, like you just said, he wants to see how these pieces fit. He wants lineup data to see how these pieces fit. And just obviously as a basketball player, how you move with someone else. That's why Jalen Green was coming off the bench when he was half healthy in the front half of the season, because they wanted to ease him into it next to Book. And so now it's just a matter of, okay, can you do enough carrying a lot of the weight until whenever Booker and Grayson, hopefully both of them are back soon, where you're not pressing, you're not getting in a funk yourself, and then you guys can figure it out. So it's just trying to play that waiting game longer that they've done a really good job playing. And again, you go back to the wins that they should not have won, the comebacks against the T-Wolves, the one that stands out a lot from the front half of this season. Those matter now more than ever, too.
Well, and I'm okay being an alarmist because that's kind of where I go.
That's our job, I guess.
Right. So because I want people to panic, and no, I don't. But I am an alarmist by nature, and so when I see a game like this, and this is all we have to react of right now. Maybe over the weekend it's different. We come back on Monday and we sing a different tune. But as we sit right now after a loss like that, what really concerns me is, okay, throw everything aside. Let's just say for the millionth time that they could get healthy. One of their main advantages is the way that they play, how hard they play. And what starts to happen, especially for these better teams who have been there, done that, they start honing in and they do play harder.
Yeah.
So not the major, but one of the advantages they have is the style and the pace and just the how they play so hard. Everybody's going to start doing that because they want to start honing in.
Yeah, and last night didn't even feel like they had that oomph, and that's why the Dylan absence really stuck out, is because – look, the Spurs, again, to their credit, they're a really physical team. I think Stephon Castle, people are starting to realize, like, he's going to put a shoulder into you. He's not the fastest dude, but he's such a sturdy basketball player. He's going to put a shoulder into you. He's going to get to his spot in the mid-range and pull up and shoot over you. That kind of stuff just matters in that aspect of how the Suns defend. But the pace wasn't there on offense. The other team making the shots doesn't help you get on the offensive boards, even though the Suns probably weren't going to get offensive boards against that team anyway, because, again, they're so physical. So it just took the Suns out of all the things and the identities they have built. They got up 42 threes. They took 6 free throws. And I think they showed the graphic in the middle of the game. It was like they've been out free thrown. I don't know how many games it was, like 5 or 10 of their last games. It was like 180 to 90, so like 2-1 basically. I think that's a personnel issue more than anything. Like, yes, the Suns might be getting screwed on a couple calls here and there, but they're not built to draw fouls. Jalen Green's maybe the only guy right now, and they need to find a way to manufacture that, and that's kind of Jordan Ott's biggest job right now, is figuring out how they cannot lose that margin at such a terrible rate. Let me look. Spurs got 18 free throws to
Green had none.
4, yeah.
And he's their guy. I mean, and look, stylistically, they don't have a lot of guys that get to the line, but you cannot, if you look at the box score, you cannot be at 0 or get that badly beaten at the free throw line, because then you have to, okay, are you hitting more field goals? Are you hitting more threes? You have to do all these other things if you're not getting free points at the free throw line.
That's half the differential in that blowout, really, is where that is, and that's already a blowout. That's pretty big.
Yeah. Great stuff, man. Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
It, yeah.
Kevin Zimmerman does a great job. Check out Empire of the Suns. It is absolutely required reading. He does a tremendous job. And hopefully we'll have a better tune to sing on Monday after they take on Orlando. Try to get everybody healthy. Certainly get Jalen Green back playing the way that he was, which was the only positive from last night. All right, thanks to Rick and Jamal. I apologize. I do feel bad about the Pete Alonso thing. I think we were a little too hard on you on that. So I do feel kind of bad about it. So I'll rescind that. Luke just 100% still thinks that it was outrageous, but he's gone, so he can't defend himself. So I think that, yeah, he went too far on you on that whole thing. But Burns and Gambo are coming up next. They, of course, have a tremendous show for you. Appreciate it. For Luke, for Rick, for Jamal, Burns and Gambo are next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Equipment can be expensive for families with kids participating in youth sports, but you can help. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Arizona Sports is proud to partner with Earnhardt Auto Centers for this year's Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for the kids at Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. All February long, we're asking our listeners to donate new or slightly used sports equipment during this year's drive. You can donate gear at any of the 17 Valley Earnhardt Auto Centers or give online. Text GEAR to 620-620. We'll send you the link. That's GEAR to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 483-eyes. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
With a Global Credit Card, you earn reward points for every purchase. Use your rewards at checkout at many of your favorite stores, or use points instead of cash when you shop online. You can even use them to book a flight up to 3 days in advance. New York, Vegas, Albuquerque. From groceries to getaways, redeem your way. Apply for your Global Credit Card now at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks' first spring training game is underway, and welcome to the Valley, Nolan Arenado. He hit a solo home run earlier in the game, and the D-backs lead the Rockies 1-0 in the top of the fourth inning. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, family-owned since 1977, bringing you award-winning Mexican flavor and a great happy hour every day from 2 to 6. Hungry yet? Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Up to a claw on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Happy Cactus League opener to those who celebrate. I'm seeing the pictures. I wish we were out there.
Oh,
I'm looking forward to being out there. Love the weather. Love the Cactus League. It's one of my favorite parts about living in the Valley is going to a Cactus League game.
It is
the weather.
Great to live in an area in which they have all these Cactus League baseball games.
Just beautiful. Diamondbacks right now already got a solo home run from Nolan Arenado. So he's off to, I think, his first at bat. I might even been his first pitch for all I know. Kebab Moreno is already 3 for 3 on ABS challenges so far.
Wow.
What's the rule? Like, how many do you get? You get 2, but as long as you keep getting them right, you don't lose any. So if I understand the rule right, in theory, as long as you keep getting them right,
you could do 50.
You could do 50.
Oh my God. Well, they don't get that many wrong, but
yeah, I mean, right. I mean, so okay. I don't think anybody would ever. But I remember from last spring, Kebab Moreno was really good at it. Really, really good at kind of understanding the strike zone and what is and what isn't. And it would seem as if he's already off to a really good start this year. So he's 3 for 3 with it. That's
my curiosity is how much time is it taking?
Have you not seen it in action?
No, I mean, not that I remember.
Okay, I mean, they did it during the All-Star game. And last year during the spring, Gambo, I swear it takes 15 seconds. It is not long at all. I mean, it's just like you tap the helmet, you wait for 10 seconds, you look up on the big screen, and they have the ball coming in, and it just tells you whether it hits the box or not. Right? That's it. It's done, and it's over. So we'll see.
It's over. Game over, man.
It's over, man. Game over. Speaking of game over, man, what's our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo Show?
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
And he will let the final seconds tick off as the Suns fall tonight to the Spurs, 121-94. Their record on the road is back to even at 14-14. But here tonight, it was all Spurs, 121-94. San Antonio victorious.
About 4 minutes into the third quarter, that game was game over, man.
Yeah.
Game over. Enough.
I thought it was that second quarter. It's like they go on this 13-0 run, and they get up 43-25, and at that point, it's like, oh my goodness. The Suns didn't score a basket for the first 4.5 minutes of the second quarter until Royce O'Neal hit a three. 7 minutes and 29 seconds left. They eventually got the lead up to 19 at 56-37. In the third quarter, obviously, San Antonio pulled away. And the only thing you're waiting for at that time is Malawach and Fleming and, let's see the kids get in the game because you knew that game was over. San Antonio, Wemby blocked 5 shots. Castle was unstoppable. The Rutgers kid, Harper, was just great. They were good. They were good. And obviously, the big story is the Devin Booker injury. Left the game, tried to come back and play a little bit, had to leave the game again, didn't come back. It was a hip soreness. And, it's just, it's crazy because yesterday they woke up and it was like, this is the healthiest we've been all year.
I know.
Grayson Allen was good to go. Book was good to go. Jalen Green, no restrictions. Let's go. Grayson Allen sprains his ankle during shoot-around. Booker does something to his hip during the game. And now you're right back to like, okay, I got a couple more guys injured again. They couldn't stay healthy for longer than like 4 hours.
Yeah, which is not a really good sign that was as long as they could go staying healthy. It's the loss itself. I mean, San Antonio is one of the best teams in the NBA, and they've been playing like it as of late. So that by itself, you almost, I don't want to say you expect to lose, but you almost kind of expect to lose a game like that, on the road to open up the second half. And because San Antonio is really, really good. It's the Booker injury that now has got everybody kind of in a foul mood about this basketball team, because it like you say, it just plunges us back into that level of uncertainty. Okay, when is he going to be available? And when is Grayson Allen going to be available? We'll talk about Jalen Green a little bit later. It was really good to see him play. It'll be good to have Dylan Brooks back. It's certainly the defense did not play very well last night, but the questions all center
Struggled with
around.
the three early, really struggled with that three.
Oh, yeah, they did. So, any questions of regression, or should we be concerned, or should we be panicked? I don't think you should freak out about how they've played in February and worry about this trend or that trend or overall. I think they're fine as long as they start getting dudes back. And if they're not going to get dudes back, then they're not going to be fine, right? They're going to be in trouble as long as Grayson Allen can't play, as long as Devin Booker can't play.
No, their strength isn't that they're top heavy. Their strength is that they're deep.
Yep.
Their strength is that they're pretty deep and they can run a bunch of different guys out that can play really, really hard. But no Brooks yesterday, and then Booker's limping around. He came up about 4 minutes left in the first quarter. He went to the locker room. He came back. He tried to play a little bit in the second quarter, lasted 2 minutes, and then had to leave the game. Didn't come back in. And then Grayson Allen was like, all systems were go, man. All systems were go. And then all of a sudden he sprains the ankle, in the shoot around. I'm going to think that's going to miss some sprained ankle, depending on the severity of it. I'm going to expect that's going to miss more time.
And it wasn't even the ankle that was bothering him going into the All-Star break. It was the knee. Jordan Ott after the game. And if you're looking for an update on what's going on with Devin Booker, we don't have any. Unless you have something that I don't know about. I don't think we have anything right now about Devin Booker in the latest. Here's Jordan Ott after the game last night.
I just probably heard the same as you guys heard. Just right hip soreness. Obviously tried to go back out there. And we just save himself from himself. So when go out and play, he wasn't moving great when he came back in.
Yeah, here's more from Jordan Ott.
I didn't, Dwayne. I don't know. I felt in the first timeout he might have felt something because he wasn't. I looked for him during the timeout, but then obviously went back in and I didn't know anything until I think then right after that timeout he kind of said something or someone then told me, and that's why we took the next one.
What's the prognosis in terms of day-to-day or next game as far as him?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was something that's just, different. It wasn't the ankle. It wasn't anything like that. So, tried to assess, and then he felt good enough to come back in. And the first couple of times up and down, I didn't notice anything. And then I definitely noticed there at the end of that second stint that he was not right. So, yeah, something just popped up.
He went on to say, quote, "I just want to see the guys play together. That's it. That's it, and I probably didn't handle it right in the game when we get the news, close quote. And I don't know if that meant he was more upset about it than maybe he wanted himself to be when he found out about it. I don't know exactly what he meant by that.
Let's say it again. Say it again.
I just want to see the guys play together. That's it. And I probably didn't handle it right in game when we got the news.
Okay, so
he might be as frustrated as we are with a team that just can't get all the parts aligned at the same time.
I think he might be saying, I probably shouldn't have had Booker go back out there again.
Maybe.
I probably should have realized I shouldn't have had him go back out there.
Oh, yeah. I didn't handle
because it was 2 minutes. I want to see these guys play together so badly. He comes back, and can you go? Oh, yeah. I shouldn't have done it. I should have just said,
right.
"You're done. You're done. Let's not risk anything further."
I think now that you say it out loud that way, I think
because it was
right.
2 minutes.
Yeah,
it was 2 minutes, and he couldn't play.
And he even said, can you go? Yeah, I can go. And he mentioned that phrase. We had to save himself from himself.
Yeah,
Devin Booker's going to put himself out there if
he wants to play.
And then they saw him when he was out there the second time. It's like, yeah, no, you're moving around real poor. We got to get you out of there.
Well, I think the only chance that they legitimately had of trying to get into a top 6 seed was being fully healthy. And if they're going to go through the next month of the season battling these nagging injuries with guys in and out, I don't think they can get there. That's my opinion. I just don't know. I think with a full squad, they could probably get to 6. I think without a full squad, and remember, Book's missed some time this year too. He's missed some games. I mean,
with the ankle mostly, right before the All-Star break.
He ended up sitting out 7 games in a row at one point. So I don't know how much time he's going to miss. I don't know how much time Allen's going to miss, but I just don't know that they can get out of a play-in situation if they don't get these guys back.
A back-to-back for the Suns tomorrow. They're at home against the Orlando Magic on Saturday, home against the Portland Trail Blazers on Sunday. And if we get information about Devin Booker, you better believe we will pass it along. Join us on April 11th. It's Pat's Run. It's presented by Tech Systems. 4.2-mile run/walk that honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. Should the Arizona Cardinals take a chance on the Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson? I guess the question would be, when would they take that chance? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Fox into the forecourt, dribbling against Bouye. Threads the needle to Wembanyama, who jams it right on top of Mark Williams, and then mean mugs all the fans in attendance. The Suns fall tonight to the Spurs, 121-94.
That was ugly, and we've got more reaction to it coming up on the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports on YouTube, and 98.7.
I got this great message from Fired Sean. You guys remember Fired Sean? Yeah, Fired Sean. He went to lifeguard imaging with his wife. He goes, me and the wife, we did the imaging thing. I'm pretty good, just have to work on a minor thing. However, my wife has to work on things a little more and do a follow-up with a doctor. So thank you for a great promotion. It was really helpful. Went to lifeguard imaging, and I've been offering everybody, and it's ending soon. So I just want you to, if you want to get it now, because it's going to be over pretty soon. A free coronary, heart, and artery scan. That's right, a complimentary coronary, artery, and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. Costs about $600. You and your wife could go in and be $1,200. You'll each get one, or you and your husband. Look, the reality is early detection does save lives. It does. And this could help prevent a heart attack, stroke, heart disease. 1 in 2 men will be diagnosed with cancer. 1 in 3 women will be. And a lot of times you find out too late, which is why the imaging that Lifeguard does is fantastic. They do a lung scan, an abdominal and pelvis scan, a full body scan, a virtual colonoscopy. Right now, they're offering the coronary artery heart scan for free. Call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no full protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500 plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. We are in the stretch run of the NBA season. We'll get into the Phoenix Suns and how their weekend went. Tune in Monday at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hello, Glendale. Thank you for joining us today on this Friday edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Hi, Glendale. Hello, everybody out there on the YouTube audience watching as well. We appreciate you guys. Always checking in on the chat, see what you guys are talking about. Appreciate that. There are some on the chat who believe that with all these losses piling up for the Suns, that somehow this lunch bet of ours is in jeopardy. No, it's not. It's not in jeopardy at all.
Hey, it just might be postponed a little bit. I might not get it as quickly as I wanted to. You know,
it might take us a little longer to go out to the rah-rah room than we thought. But I have a hard time believing the Suns aren't going to win 5 more games at some point this season. That's the magic number you've got. Yeah. So we appreciate those of you out there who are looking out for us, worried that Gambo's going to take me to the cleaners on this lunch. I'm pretty sure it's still going to happen.
Well, I did have to buy lunch today.
Oh, you know what? My bad. I opened the show with Diamondbacks. Okay. Thank you for lunch.
Yes.
Thank the Seattle Seahawks for lunch.
Yes.
Because I drafted them in our little roundtable Super Bowl thing, and everybody paid off lunch there.
That's
we
right.
had some pizza. Thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
That. Yeah, it was good. Mm-hmm. I'm going to hit a food coma about 4:30, so you have to do the rest of the show. Is that okay?
Yeah.
You fine?
Listen, I'll go too.
So we're done. We're just calling it a day at 4:30. Is that the plan?
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Scouting Combine starts next week. I think I saw on Twitter that we'll hear from Monty Ossenfort and Mike Laflur, I believe, on Tuesday of next week from the Scouting Combine. Daniel Jeremiah is an NFL draft insider for the NFL Network. I did a conference call yesterday. Our own Tyler Drake was on it. And he said this when asked about ideal fit at quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals.
In terms of how that fits within that system, I don't know that there's, outside of Ty Simpson, I don't know that there is an ideal fit with the rest of that group. I might be more willing at that point in time, if Ty Simpson was gone, to see who's kind of left for me in the following round.
Okay, and to follow up on that, Ty Simpson, in his opinion, could be a solid pick as a second rounder for the Arizona Cardinals. Here's what he said about
those guys in that next tier. So Ty Simpson, I think would fit great in there. We'll see, where he ends up going. If he ends up going in the first round, then that would take that off the table. But pick 34, that's about right where I have him. So if he were there at that point in time, I think that would be a really solid pick.
This is interesting. Mel Kiper Jr. thinks he's the steal of the draft.
We said that.
Mel Kiper Jr. said Simpson may be a steal. He has him going number 21 to the Steelers. He doesn't have the elite traits, but what he does do, he's a faster version of Mac Jones. Says Simpson's stock is dropping in some circles, but not with Kiper. I think Mike McCarthy coming in is going to be really interesting. It depends on what you see with Ty Simpson. If you watch him up until mid-October, 21 touchdowns, only 1 interception over the first 9 games. He goes, then he has the 7-game period. We had 5 fumbles lost. Last 6 games, 7 touchdowns before interceptions. But if you looked at him over the first 9 games, getting the ball out, he was letting it rip. There's a lot to like. So there's a story that says Mel Kiper calls Ty Simpson the steal of the draft.
I think he's one of those guys. I mean, say what you will about the scouting combine and the underwear Olympics and all of that stuff. Depending on what Ty Simpson does at those and depending on how he tests and how he interviews and all that stuff, I'll be curious to see if he's a stock up, stock down guy over the course of the week, right? Like, because if he's a stock down guy, then you can start having some conversations, I think, about him being there at 34. If he's a stock up guy, he's not going to be there at 34. He's going to go somewhere in the late first round. Steelers, as he's been linked to. The Rams, I think, are a team that could make a lot of sense given they have 2 first rounders. And sometime really soon, they're going to need a Matthew Stafford replacement plan, and maybe they would look at Ty Simpson as that plan. I think it will be. I mean, next week's going to be a big week for a lot of guys, but specific to the quarterback position, it could be a really big week for Ty Simpson to see if he establishes himself as a mid to late first round guy, or if he's more in the second round. If he's the second round, then he's a Cardinals guy potentially.
Some analysts have compared him to Tony Romo, a player who carved out a stellar career through instincts, creativity, and toughness. They like his toughness. He plays through injuries. He was hurt a lot that second half of the season. He had a bunch of injuries. He plays through the injuries. So he does have a toughness level about him. Listen, I'm not opposed to taking a quarterback in the second round. I don't want to take one in the first round because here's the deal. If you take one in the second round, he doesn't work out. He could still be a backup for you. You can move on from Jacoby Brissett after next year, and that could be your backup. So I'm not opposed to like getting a guy you like, seeing if he's any good. If he works out, great. And if he doesn't work out, well, then you could just have that guy as a backup. So I'm not opposed to taking a quarterback after the first round.
Jeremiah was also asked his opinion on what the Cardinals should do at number 3. They've largely been attached to offensive tackle at that spot. We talked about it yesterday, Spencer Fano or Maui Noah.
Yeah, Maui Noah.
The offensive tackle out of Miami. Here's what Jeremiah said yesterday.
The quarterback thing's not going to be solved there, so figure out what they're doing from that standpoint at that point in time. I don't know that there's a wrong answer between a tackle and an edge rusher. I would, if it was like, what would I do? I always tell people, like, I do these mock drafts off what I hear and what I think might happen. It's not necessarily exactly how I would do it. I think the value for where they're picking is, points to the edge rushers. I mean, that's the guys that are going to carry the higher grade. So that would be the direction that I would go. And if you assume, as we all do, that Fernando Mendoza is off the board, man, you've got your pick of those 3 guys. And I don't know there's a wrong answer with the 3 of them.
The 3 of them.
He's talking about Bailey and Bain.
He's talking about Avril Reese. He's talking about David Bailey. He's talking about Reuben Bain Jr.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 guys he's talking
Bain was
about.
Unbelievable. Watching him from Miami through the playoffs, like, oh my God, that guy's a wrecking ball.
Here's more Jeremiah on those 3, and then we'll talk about
Reese,
it.
I would say, just because organizationally they haven't had as much success with a high pick on a guy who's, maybe a little positionless. So Reese, maybe that dings him a little bit in the room there. But David Bailey and Reuben Bain, either one of those guys, I think would be an outstanding fit there. And they're like plug and play, and they both give you some real pass rush off the edge. So that's kind of the area that I would look.
Same thing I said yesterday with the offensive linemen. Like, if you're going to draft one of these edge rushers, you better get the best one.
Absolutely.
Like this, there's going to be 3 guys, and you're going to compare them. And you've got to get the right one. Like, you have to get the right one. If you go offensive lineman, there's 2 of them. You got to pick the right one. One of them is going to be better than the other. I'm not saying both can't be good, but one of them will be better than the other. You have got to make sure you get the best guy in these groups.
And for those who are wondering about that positionless, comment that he had in there, what he was referring to, and I think most Cardinal fans understand this, the Isaiah Simmons, Zaven Collins idea of you're drafting this player and he can do this and he can do that. And he's so versatile. He can play here and he can play there. Some people look at Reese, the linebacker out of Ohio State, as that kind of guy. Like, not pure edge. Maybe he could be inside. Maybe he could be outside. He could play here. He could play there. But he's a wrecking ball no matter where he plays. And Jeremiah is kind of alluding to the fact that in the past, the Cardinals have been burned by those positionless players.
The Clemson kid.
Well, Isaiah Simmons is first and foremost. Zaven Collins has turned out to be a fine NFL player, but certainly not as impactful as you would think.
Who was the other guy that was more of a linebacker? No, wait, before him. Before Reddick, there was another guy, linebacker,
Dale Buchanan.
corner. Dan Buchanan?
Dan Buchanan.
He's big enough to play safety. He's not like
he was better though. Like I don't feel like they got as burned by him. He was decent.
I don't think he was that good.
I mean, he wasn't bad like Isaiah Simmons was.
Right, Isaiah Simmons was terrible.
Was just terrible.
Couldn't figure it out. Just couldn't figure it out. It was too much information.
Yeah, I put Dan Buchanan more in the Zaven Collins category. Like he was good. He was fine, but not worthy of where he got drafted, I don't think, in terms of what he contributed. So
look, offensive line, edge rusher, if you're picking 15th and 3 edge rushers are off the board and you're getting the 4th one, you're not going to get criticized a whole lot. But when you've got the top choice of offensive lineman or edge, you better freaking get it right. Like, you've got no choice. Like, you can't miss. You can't. If you're picking the 3rd best offensive lineman, okay, like, again, you're not going to be criticized because you didn't get the chance of your first and second. But, you've got to, you've got to make sure you get the best guy, whatever group you're going to go with.
Somebody at ESPN.com today ranked the deepest and the thinnest positions available this offseason in the NFL. Did you see this?
I did.
And he ranked it, and he combined the draft and free agency. Like, so all the means you have to improve your roster.
Yeah. Edge rusher?
Edge rusher was number 1. The deepest position you can get this offseason. Interior offensive line was number 2. Running back was number 4.
All needs.
That's great.
All needs.
Offensive tackle was 7. Defensive tackle was 10. Quarterback was dead last.
Terrible quarterback draft.
He's like, it's just a really bad year at quarterback.
It is.
The worst.
It is. Those guys, the Nussmeier and Carson Beck and Sim, they're going to get drafted. And it might be they might actually get in a decent spot because they're not going to be, if they're not drafted in the first round, there's not going to be as much pressure. You're not going to be paying them as much money, and they might have a little bit better of an opportunity to settle in.
When we come back, there was one thing to really like about that Suns loss last night to San Antonio, and it was pretty obvious. We'll talk about the impact Jalen Green could have moving forward next on Burns and Gambo.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
As the one, there's a swing and a drive. Deep right center field. Back and goes. Way gone.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The thing I really want to focus on today, telling you about Global Credit Union when it comes to doing your banking, checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, credit cards, why I'm a member of Global Credit Union and why I'm very happy because they work so hard for their membership to save them money. It's about customer service. It's about 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Live U.S.-based customer support, something you will not find very many places anymore. They offer it at Global Credit Union. They're very proud of it at Global Credit Union because they understand it's your money. You're going to have questions about it. You want answers. You want to talk to somebody about it who knows. I mean, that's one of the many benefits that come with being a member. There are so many others, including access to direct deposit funds 3 days in advance, all the money they save you through all of their low fees, no fees. It's a better way of banking. Find out for yourself. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit is required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I-10 and Ray.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are taking on the Colorado Rockies right now in their first game of Cactus League action, and welcome to the Valley Nolan Arenado. He hit a solo home run in the top of the second inning. However, the Rockies got 2 runs back in the bottom of the fourth and lead 2-1 as we head to the sixth. And Newsmakers Week wrapped up today on Bickley and Murata. To hear interviews with Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike Laflur, Arizona Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen, Arizona State women's basketball coach Molly Miller, and more, head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Babbo Italian Eatery. On February 25th, dine at any of Babbo's 7 locations to raise money for pancreatic cancer research. In honor of founder Ken Pollock, a huge baseball fan, support the cause. Details at babboitalian.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How much will Dylan Brooks return to the lineup help the Suns against the Magic and Blazers? We're reacting to the games Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Tip jar flagpole sitta for me, please.
Who?
The name of the song is Flagpole Sitta by Harvey Danger, if I'm not mistaken.
Flagpole Sitta, okay.
Yeah.
All right. 3-0 USA.
Oh,
We are destined for a USA-Canada gold medal match.
Breaks my heart to hear that you won't be getting up at 6:10 a.m. on Sunday to watch it.
Yeah, no, I won't be getting up at 6:10.
Not only a no, a hell no.
No. I was proud to see the USA women win the gold and see them celebrate and sing the national anthem with pride. That was amazing.
But not proud enough to get up in the morning to see if the men can do it on Sunday. Your sleep is more important than your country pride.
On a Sunday.
I'm doing it.
I'm doing it too. I'm told. I mean, I'm going to be up anyway. It's like not that big of a deal.
4-0 USA.
They just scored again.
And this game is over. The Slovaks are going down. Canada was down 2-0 to the Finns.
They were.
And they came back and they won the game.
That was a great match.
Tied it and then won it with 35 seconds left. They won the game. So the Canadians were down 3-2 to the Finns.
2-0 to the Finns. And they came back to win 3-2. Yeah.
I was rooting for Finland.
Jalen Green last night. Why? What, just because you've been there?
Because I've been there and I like Finland. It's a beautiful country and I like the people. I was rooting for Finland.
All right. Jalen Green last night said he felt like himself again.
Yeah, I feel good. It's the first time I felt this good in the entire season, so happy about that. Not the result we wanted, but personally, I feel good out there, like myself again.
And he did.
Great. That was great.
And he looked like himself.
He did. He got the shots. I told you, I thought with Brooks out of the lineup, I thought that he was going to get a lot of opportunities there. And you watched it in the first quarter. 5 for 9 from the field, 1 or 2 from deep. He had 11 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist in that first quarter. And there was some terrific plays. There was this steal, and then he took it the rest of the length of the court for a layup that made it 21-18. Then he came right back and hit a pull-up jumper to make it 24-20. They had 20 points, and he had 11 of them. So he got to be aggressive. He got to take those shots. So, he ended the half with 14. So he only, he had 3 points in the second quarter. But I thought that first quarter was a good sign of what he's capable of doing. And he ended up getting, how many shots I have it here
23.
on my notes? He ended up 11 for 23. He shot the ball pretty well from three-point range, 4 for 9, 26 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists. But I liked how active he was. I love his ability to get downhill and get to the basket. And I think that was, listen, he needs a few more of these games. But I think that's the first, good sign of what he's capable of doing for this team.
Sure, not after the game.
Yeah, the most important part is the minutes. He's been able to play more minutes. So as we continue to build him up, he's learning, to pick his spots. Obviously, we would love his reps out there with our full squad so we can all learn them. So that's how it started. And then as the game progressed, I thought he just got more and more comfortable. The best part about it was he played 26 minutes, and he came out. Feels pretty good.
It was great seeing him get to the rim. They obviously need his rim pressure in the worst kind of way. Jordan Ott talked about that either before or after yesterday's game. We just don't have anybody on the roster who can do what he can do in that regard, and so they need to have that role filled. It was hard, and I don't want to diminish the importance of Jalen Green doing what he did last night. It was hard to get that excited about it because last night was a downer of a night for the Phoenix Suns.
Grayson Allen didn't come back to the lineup because he sprained his ankle and shoot around, and Booker goes down and he's hurt, and Brooks is on the sideline watching, and I get it. I get it. They went on the road and they played a San Antonio team in Austin, but still on the road, that could end up being the second best team in the West. They're a really good basketball team. And they got clobbered. It wasn't really a game. It wasn't close at all. They were never really close after that first quarter. San Antonio pulled away with that big 13-0 run in the second quarter, and the Suns were never really able to get back into the game. But you have to look at the Jalen Green thing, in my opinion. I think you have to look at that and say, okay, this is a weapon that they could use, and it still might take another 2, 3, 4 games until everybody's comfortable playing with them. But I think it's good that he got out there and played those minutes.
Yeah, no. I'm doing that. I'm doing that. It's just if you're going to look at the ledger last night, it was way more red than black. It was way more. You were more negative than you were positive. At least I was about the totality of everything that happened last night. Few more games like last night to watch him kind of mentally rebuild his confidence and his ability to get to the rim and to trust it and feel good about it will be great. And as long as, I don't know about Grayson Allen, who he's missed so much time and he's been in and out of the lineup all season long. As long as this Devin Booker thing isn't too long and too serious and too tough, then okay, then you could almost look at Jalen Green having a few games without Devin Booker as a positive because it might forces him to take all those shots and force him to be the guy and kind of force him to assume more of that role, which would be great.
That's what I thought about Brooks being out.
Yeah, and I think it also applies with Devin Booker as long as Devin Booker's not going to be out for that long. If he's going to be out for 3 weeks, that's no good. Then you start... then you start worrying about how much ground are you going to lose, and are the Clippers, who beat the Nuggets last night, are they knocking on your door? The Warriors, they lost last night. They got Porzingis back. They're going to be missing Steph Curry for the next 10 days, 2 weeks,
Not so
something
worried
like
about
that.
them. But I understand
I'm not worried about them. But you know what I mean? Like just enough losses. Yeah. Moves them down close enough where suddenly the 7th seed isn't taken for granted anymore. It's not an assumption anymore for the Suns.
And outside of that, I also think you lose the ability to peak going into the playoffs. If you can't play a certain amount of time together and figure out how to play together and get the chemistry and everything like that, then I think your chances of being able to peak and say, okay, we're at our best right now going into the playoffs are gone because you're still going to be trying to figure things out on the fly.
Yeah, but we've all been waiting for that kind of breakout moment from Jalen Green, and I think last night you kind of started to see some of it pop a little bit.
A lot.
And that's good because he's, unless they do something drastic this offseason, you assume that Jalen Green in the short term, for the next couple of years, is a big, big part of the Phoenix Suns' plans. Now, maybe he becomes a trade piece depending on how they want to do things. I tend to doubt it, but I would assume he's going to be a big part of their plans moving forward for at least the next couple of years. He's been so durable throughout his career. This has never been a problem. You just want to see him get back to that. You want to see his confidence level get high.
Yeah, I would just hate to see them go into the whatever playoffs or play-in tournament. They've played a total of 7 games together as a group. Because right now, somebody had it out there earlier. They played 60 minutes or something together, Booker and Green. It's such a limited amount of minutes that these guys have played together. And that's your backcourt. That's your backcourt. And here we are. We're going to be hitting March soon, and these guys have barely played together. So it's a concern. It's a concern.
Yeah, it is. It is. And not knowing anything new about Devin Booker and watching him, again, sort of the same deal as Grayson Allen. Booker comes back. He's fine. He plays. He sits the last game before the All-Star break so they can give him a little bit of rest.
Right.
He participates in the All-Star weekend, but it's not like he ran a marathon. He did the 3-point shooting contest and he played, in the game itself a decent amount of minutes, but not a tremendous amount. He looked fine. He looked great. He played really well in those games. For him to get that time off and then be right back to square one with a different injury entirely, is he compensating for the ankle? Is there something else? He's never really had hip problems in his career. He's always been hamstrings and groins and ankles and things like that. I can't think of a hip injury in the past for Devin Booker.
No, but you could see it when he came back in the second quarter, just trying to get up and down the court and it was okay, get him out. Just get him out. And that's where I think the comment you played earlier from Ott was telling. It's I think Ott realized I made a mistake putting this guy back in the game. We're trying to win. You want to come out of the gates with a strong start. You want to play well, right? Everybody's rested up. Everybody's healed. You're ready to go. And then, you get hit with all this bad news with Allen and then Book, and then you end up taking it on the chin to San Antonio. Now you got a back-to-back. And look, there was a point when I would look at this schedule and be got to win both of those games. I'll take a split right now in these next 2 games.
Orlando and Portland
I'll
this
take
weekend.
a freaking split. I just don't want this to end up being, all of a sudden you lose 7 out of 10. They've been very good at not having these losing streaks, but you're starting to get into a stretch here where they're playing around 500 ball or worse.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, nobody better to tell us about all of these Diamondbacks pitchers coming back from all of these Tommy John surgeries, and certainly nobody better to talk to us about what might be happening a year from now with the labor situation than former Diamondbacks pitcher Daniel Hudson. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. I had another person reach out to me via social media just within the last 24 hours to ask about the LASIK surgery at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. A lot of people realize, and it hits you at about 40, your eyesight starts to change. It gets worse. It's not better. It just gets worse and worse. And then you say, okay, I need glasses for the first time in your life. You've never needed them. Now you need glasses. You're like, okay. And then you realize a year later, you're going to need a new set of glasses and a new prescription because your eyesight changed again and then again. And you're always constantly getting new glasses and contacts. And now you've got to wear readers. And you could just go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz, a team eye doctor for the Suns and the Diamondbacks, with locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and get LASIK surgery. It will either reduce or eliminate your need for glasses, contact lenses, readers, because Dr. Jay Schwartz is simply the best at what he does. Call him at 480-483-EYES. Set up that free thorough eye exam. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hey, tired of not being able to smile at family gatherings or while taking pictures? Aria Dental All-on-4 Dental Implant Treatment is for you. You can have a new set of brand new beautiful teeth in 24 hours after surgery. The All-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. Dr. Joe, he's so cool. 20 years of dental implant experience and surgeries. He trains and lectures all over the world, all about dental implants, and he lives right here in Phoenix. Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers. They're locally owned and they pass the savings on to their patients. If you want a beautiful new set of teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. There's a free consultation if you mention me. That's Aria, ARIA, DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What stood out to us from the first weekend of spring training games? We're talking D-backs Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Cactus League season opens today for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're taking on the Colorado Rockies as we speak right now at Salt River Fields. Joining us right now, an old friend of the show. I know he and Gambo talk all of the time.
He doesn't have any friends, really, so,
wow.
He's got me.
God, that's not a very nice thing to say about our next guest. I hope Daniel Hudson is still on the line. Daniel, you're still there, or have you hung up on us?
No, he's right. I don't have a lot of friends.
I was going to say exactly.
Dang.
Exactly.
Okay, wow.
I don't have any friends either. That's why we get along so well.
You two are perfect for each other.
Exactly.
Yes.
How's retirement, my friend? You enjoying it?
Yeah, man, I've been really enjoying it. Being able to spend some time with the kids, enjoy them, travel a little bit. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, 15 years in the major leagues. You probably never thought you'd accomplish that, huh?
No, actually, yeah, I did not for sure. I mean, that was the plan going into it. If you would have asked me, early on, if I'd make it 15 years, I thought you'd be crazy. But I definitely had my ups and downs, man. In 15 years, it went pretty fast, actually.
Yeah. All right, so let's talk about this. You spent 6 years with the Diamondbacks. You were also with the Dodgers in 2018, and then you spent the last 3 years of your career with the Dodgers. So you're the perfect person to ask this question to. We could be coming up with a work stoppage here. There's a lot of people don't like the way the Dodgers spend money and defer money and the $1 billion TV contract. Is there a problem in Major League Baseball? Do you think the players would ever agree to a salary cap? Is one even needed?
Based off the last few CBA negotiations that I was actually, I'm not going to say I was a part of them. I wasn't a huge part of the union side of it, but I was in tune with everything, and just the way I don't see the players really ever going for a salary cap now. I understand the sentiment from lots of fans and around baseball about the way, some teams go about spending money. And my only caveat to that, my other side of that is, what would you rather the Dodgers do with their $8 billion TV deal? Would you rather them just keep it in their pocket and not spend the money? I just don't understand it. So it's one side or the other, right? You don't really get to play the middle. But a lot of the time it's like they're taking their TV revenue and they're spending it and they're putting it back in the field, which you can't say that about all the owners. So, I think I'm a little bit biased towards the player side, but I definitely understand the sentiment. And Gambo, I've told you before, if I was playing still, I probably would feel like we were behind the eight ball a little bit if I was still playing the Dodgers, if I didn't play for them.
So if you were on another roster, any other roster in Major League Baseball, you would feel a little bit of a us against the world kind of thing, or us against them kind of thing, when they've got all the resources and nobody else seems to have.
Yeah, look, I grew up in the 90s and early 2000s of those Yankees teams, and they were spending way more money than everybody, and they didn't exactly, win every single World Series. I think the last one they've won is 2009 still, I believe. So, I've told Gambo this, it's still baseball, man. Like the 95% of the time in football and basketball, the bigger, stronger team is probably going to win, and that's just not the case in baseball. We saw it in the 2022. We lost in the first round of the playoffs. 2023, the Diamondbacks swept us. Like, it's not a guaranteed thing. You still have to go out and still play baseball, and it is what it is at this point. Like I said, I don't know the exact answer to the whole CBA thing, the salary cap, no salary cap. I just don't really see the players going for it at this point.
It is crazy, because if you think about dynasties, they're rolling the caps, the sports with caps. The Kansas City Chiefs, a dynasty. The Patriots, a dynasty. You look at dynasties. Most of the dynasties are in the sports that like baseball doesn't have dynasties. Nobody's going on a run of winning 4 in a row.
Right. So, and my thing is, like, didn't we have like 5 or 6 straight years of LeBron versus Golden State in the finals or something like that?
Yes.
And nobody
Golden
had a problem
State.
with that.
Nope.
So it's just, it is what it is, man. I think our parity is fine. Yes. At the end of the day, the Dodgers spend more money than everybody, but I don't see it being that big of an issue. And I think every single owner in baseball could organize contracts the way the Dodgers do it. They just choose not to, because at the same time, it's probably not great business practice to push everybody's salary down the road. But when you're the Dodgers and you have all the income, the TV income, the income from the Asian markets, now that they have Shohei and Yamamoto and Sasaki, they can do that, and it's just I think it's smart business.
Yeah, the other thing I would say is, and you won a World Series with the Dodgers, and you won a World Series with the Nationals. You closed out the Nationals one. I don't know if the Dodgers get enough credit. They don't make mistakes, right? Like Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Yamamoto, Sasaki. Like, when's the last time they made a mistake? When's the last time they signed somebody and you're like, oh, that's a terrible mistake, it backfired? They very rarely make a mistake with all these big money signings.
Yeah, they just have really, really smart baseball people in the front office making decisions, putting the right people in the locker rooms together to make a cohesive unit every single year. I absolutely loved every single locker room I was in when I played for them. Top to bottom, the organization is just run very, very well. I've told you they have swung and missed on a few 1-year shorter deals, but for the most part, they just get the right guys, the right mix of guys, and it's just a well-run organization.
Daniel Hudson is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, talking kind of all things baseball right now, and I want to localize it as best I can, because for the Diamondbacks now, when you look at all of that money that's going to be sitting on the sidelines to start the season because of Tommy John surgeries or ACLs or things like that, you are uniquely qualified to talk about kind of the process that these guys are facing. Not so much Corbin Burns, it's his first, but Justin Martinez, it's his second. AJ Puck, he had the brace surgery instead of a full Tommy John, but he's had elbow issues before. You had 2 of these yourself over the course of your career. What sort of challenges do these guys have in front of them as they kind of race the clock a little bit to try to get back as soon as they possibly can this year?
Yeah, especially with I think Martinez is a little bit farther behind than the other two, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
You know, it's definitely going to be a thing for him, especially mentally wanting to get back out there as soon as possible. But you know, especially with the second one, you know, I think it's going to be the smartest just to take the slow road and really trying to make sure all the elbow issues are behind. Mine was a little bit more unique because I had mine back to back. So I didn't actually pitch in between. So I think there was a little bit less miles on my arm, if that makes any sense, in between. So, yeah, I think the mental aspect of it is definitely the hardest part. And, you know, rehabbing here in the summertime is not easy. Watching your teammates go out and play every single day, I think that's the hardest part. But at the same time, I think it's not – I don't want to say it's commonplace, but it is not that as big a deal as it used to be to have it done the second time.
What's the difference when you come back? Did you lose velocity? Did you not trust your stuff? What was the difference between a Daniel Hudson that had no surgeries and a Daniel Hudson that had 2 Tommy John surgeries?
I think the biggest hurdle is trying to be yourself again. I kind of akin it to being like a baby giraffe when you're starting to throw again, right? Like it's very, very difficult to feel like yourself when you're on the mound, and it just takes a little while. I think when I first came back in 2014, at the end of the season for a few games, you know, got my feet wet again. Then went back into spring training. There was some questions up in the air on what kind of role I was going to go back to being a starter. Ended up going back to the bullpen. It just took me a little while to kind of feel like myself again. And I think a lot of guys have that sentiment when they come back from a TJ. Actually, really any kind of surgery, to be honest with you, to get back to peak performance. And it just takes a little bit of time. So I think the slow road especially with Martinez, would be smart to come back at the end of the year, not push it too hard, and then have a full regular off season of training and strength training and come into spring training healthy in 2027.
Daniel, we appreciate it. Great to hear your voice. Hope all is well in retirement for you. And I'm glad you and Gambo have each other to keep each other company. That makes me happy.
Appreciate you guys, man. Anytime you want to talk, let me know.
You got it. Thanks, Huddy. Daniel Hudson, former Diamondbacks pitcher, former Dodger pitcher, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. The Arizona Cardinals yesterday, it's a big day for the organization. They broke ground on their new facility. How much of a game-changing, franchise-changing moment is this for them? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric, ready to help you right now with all of your plumbing needs. If you need a plumber, I got over 50 years of experience. I had a toilet bowl that wasn't flushing properly just a few weeks ago. Had Christian Brothers come out. They did a great job repairing it for me. Good price and great technician, and everything's working. So they do a fantastic job of helping you if you've got some clogged drains, if you've got some slow-moving water, if you've got some areas in your house that the hot water just takes way too long. You feel like you're wasting 20 gallons of water before you got hot water. Call Christian Brothers. They can help you with soft water, reverse osmosis. They can help you preserve your hot water heater. If you need a new hot water heater, they carry all the major brands, but they're great for any and all of your plumbing needs. Just give them a call at 602-222-3535 for any plumbing need you may have. That's 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hi,
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. February means the annual Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for kids with Earnhardt Auto Centers. I'm here with Chris Kerr, the Corporate VP of Marketing. Chris, tell us more about the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for kids.
Well, you're right. It's the greatest way I think we can kick off a 75th anniversary milestone, 1951 to 2026. And this one's all about the kids, all about Boys and Girls Club of the Valley. Athletics and getting kids involved with sports can be a costly venture. And we want to supply equipment to these kids and these families at the Boys and Girls Club so families don't have to worry about that. We're looking for people to donate gently used or even new equipment at any one of our 17 locations valley-wide. I mean, whether you're in the East Valley, West Valley, North or South, you're never more than 5-10 minutes away from an Earnhardt Auto Center. We want this to be convenient and take in things that we'll turn around and give to the Boys and Girls Club and help them out with their projects.
It's the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive. Like Chris said, you can donate at any of the 17 Earnhardt Auto Centers locations or text GEAR to 620-620 to donate online.
Message and data rates may apply. Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at BabboItalian.com.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are taking on the Colorado Rockies right now in their first game of Cactus League action, and welcome to the Valley, Nolan Arenado. He hit a solo home run in the top of the second inning. However, the Rockies got 2 runs back in the bottom of the fourth and lead 2-1 in the top of the 8th. And Newsmakers Week wrapped up today on Bickley and Murata to hear interviews with Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike Laflur, D-backs GM Mike Hazen, and more. Head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through 5th. Details at casinoarizona.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. Full recap of the Suns games against Orlando and Portland. Did they get things back in the right direction? It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I think a ton, just with the preparation, the week to week, the day to day, everything you do. I think where you work is huge, and I think what he's building here and what he's doing here is the first step, and I'm excited to have add that to our tool bag.
That was Trey McBride. He was one of the Cardinal players yesterday who was turning over a ceremonial shovel full of dirt in their quest to build their new practice facility out there right near the Desert Ridge in the northern part of Phoenix.
I always think it's so weird when you see those photos.
Do you really?
Yeah, guys in a bunch of suits and ties, like with a shovel, like they're like you're not actually doing anything.
Yeah, I know. I still. It's
It's
funny.
just a photo op.
I can remember like it was yesterday being there for the ceremonial groundbreaking for Chase Field, and it was for something as boring as watching guys and gals in suits turning over fake shovelfuls of dirt with silver-plated shovels or whatever that had their names engraved on it. It was pretty cool. I got that. There is something sort of like, wow, 2 years from now, there's going to be this brand new state-of-the-art practice facility here, or 3 years from now, there's going to be a beautiful ballpark here where right now there's nothing. It's ceremonial, and everybody takes the shovel and they go put it up on a frame in their office or whatever.
The biggest one had to be the Suns moving from the Madhouse on McDowell to downtown Phoenix.
And that one was, I was in
college,
high school when that happened,
Okay.
college when that happened. I wasn't working in the industry when they did that, so I don't remember that.
Yeah.
The Chase Field one, I was there that day. I was there covering. It was like 1995, I think, March or April in '95 when they first did it, and I remember that well.
You were covering that too bad. Wow.
I was covering Arizona sports back in 1995,
Wow.
if you can believe it. Trey McBride was out there. Buddha was out there. Marvin Harrison Jr. was out there. Michael Bidwill was out there.
I think what it does for the players is it continues to modernize our facility. Our facility in Tempe has continued to work great, but we've outgrown it with a lot of the things that we've been working on. But until this property came available, we looked at other properties too. This is going to be awesome for us as we look at it. The facility itself will be quite a bit larger. We've modified the Tempe facility every several years, but this is going to be the most state-of-the-art facility that's been ever built in the National Football League. And we're proud that it's right here in Phoenix, Arizona.
He went on to say, quote, the GMs get to do their draft choices and they hold close their cards. The coaches get to hold close their game plans. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I've been looking at this property for over a decade. I wanted the best possible property for our performance center to make the multi-generational investment that we're making, close quote.
Listen, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like this is a big moment for the Cardinal organization to break ground on this facility and get it going. Their facility was not up to par. I think it hurt them with free agents. I think it hurt them with their own players. I think it hurt them with the winning because you just didn't have the massive amount of space you need for meeting rooms for everybody, and it's just you want. You want the best facilities out there, and it's not just about like having the Wi-Fi, right? It's about having the proper meeting rooms, the size for the meeting rooms, the right weight room, the right training room, the right cafeteria and food and all of that stuff. I mean, you're fueling these bodies, you're fueling these athletes, and you got to give them the absolute best to have them at their peak performance. And it's been hard to do that here. I think this is a step in the right direction. It's one of many steps that have to be made by Michael Bidwill. It's not the only one. This isn't all that's going to, but it does help. Like, it's going to help tremendously. You got 2 more years in Tempe, and then but at least you got something to look forward to. You know that eventually, in a couple more years, you're going to have this new facility.
I think this is something where truly perception is reality on this. And I think the perception of playing in an old, outdated, small building makes your organization look outdated and makes it feel small and makes it feel like it's behind.
Yeah.
And I really do. And I
agree.
I don't think perception always is reality, but I think in this case, very much it is. And I think the way players around the league perceive you and the way, as you pointed out, your own players perceive you, we saw it through those report cards the last couple of years. I think when you're playing in an old building like that, you don't feel like everything is being done possible to give you the best working conditions that you can have. And I think that very much works against you organizationally for all the reasons that you just talked about and so many more. So I think it is a very big deal. And whether it was the report cards that motivated them to do this or not, the fact that it's done is the most important thing. Michael yesterday talked about how he welcomed the feedback. He was happy to have the feedback.
It's also embarrassing to see all those Fs and you're ranked at the bottom of the league.
No doubt.
With the way that you're perceived and viewed. I also think did you see the Josh Weinfuss tweeted this out today? This caused quite a stir yesterday. The whole I'm the team president.
I was going to get to that, because I was going to say it wasn't the perfect day yesterday for the organization in the sense that Michael Bidwill was asked a question about who the team president is, and this was how he responded.
Michael, you guys are among the minority of NFL teams that does not have a team president to oversee the business side of operations. Why have you not hired someone for that role?
I am the team president.
Why have you not hired a team president?
I am the team president.
And do you think that's the
So next question.
According to Josh Weinfuss put this out there, and I think it's pretty good. When Cardinals owner Michael Bidwill was asked today at the groundbreaking event for Arizona's new facility why he's not hired someone with a team president title, he said he is the team president. I am the captain now.
He didn't say that.
Okay, he didn't say that. He didn't. That was according to
Gambo trying to do his Captain Phillips
I
impersonation.
am the captain,
which wasn't very good at all.
According to the Cardinals media guide, Bidwill technically relinquished the title of team president when he took over as owner when his father Bill passed away in 2019. He held the title of team president from 07 to 19. Now he's just listed as owner without the team's president designation. So the media guide that the team puts out does not even list him as the team president. So it's a very fair question that Teo asked, a very fair question. Are you going to hire a team president? And he said, I am the team president. Well, nothing says you're the team president. You're saying you're the team president, but you guys have a media guide that people look at it and it doesn't show you having a team president. It shows that there is none, that you are just the owner of the team and that you relinquished the title of team president 7 years ago.
Yeah, the Cardinals, according to the story I've got in front of me, there are 7 organizations that do not have a team president. The others are the Cowboys, the Giants, the Bucks, the Bengals, the Steelers, and the Colts. A team president, as we know from our history, we think of the Derek Halls of the world, right? We think of the Josh Bartlesteins of the world, typically responsible more for the business side and not as much for the sports side of things. But as Teo pointed out in his story today, hiring somebody for that role kind of suggests a willingness to take kind of a hands-off approach when it comes to this. I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. As a Cardinal fan, whether Michael Bidwill is or is not the team president is not of major concern to me. And I want to clarify what I mean by that.
Okay.
What keeps me up at night, theoretically, would be the lack of a quarterback, would be not doing well in drafts, would be
You're not turning over, waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning in a cold sweat because the team president's title's not filled?
No, I'm not.
No.
I'm not worried about whether Michael is or isn't the team president. I'm worried about them getting drafts right.
Sure.
I'm worried about them competing in the toughest division in the NFL. I'm worried about the quarterback and who the quarterback's going to be. I'm worried about making sure the coaches are being properly funded and that there's enough money in the coaching pool to go hire the best candidates out there.
I understand.
I don't worry about whether he's the president or not.
I agree, and you're right to put all those things first. I think that the fan base has a very negative opinion of Michael Bidwill overall. And anytime there's a chance to knock him, I think that people will do that. They will knock him.
Oh, I agree.
Because I think the overall public opinion on Michael Bidwill, his approval rating must be extremely low. The team doesn't win. They don't have any success. People don't like the casitas. They don't like all of the things that they've done to the stadium. And he could say, we added Wi-Fi. But people don't like the changes that were made. Now, you could say it brings in revenue and they need revenue. And I understand that to a certain point. But like they used to have cheerleaders that moved around to all 4 corners of the area. Now they can't do that because they made those areas priority seating. So a bunch of fans are on the field. So whatever it is, that there is a very negative opinion of him. Like if you polled approval ratings for Ken Kendrick, for Matt Ishbia, and for Michael Bidwill, I think you would have a very high favorability for Ishbia and a very high favorability for Kendrick, but an extremely low mark for Michael Bidwill. Mm-hmm. And I think that's why I agree with what you said. The other things should be what keep you up at night. But you also look at the guy that's in charge of the whole thing and question whether he's capable of helping you answer the questions that you're having a hard time sleeping over.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just saying I'm not going to pile on over this. Like I'm going to choose the hill to die on. It's not going to be this one. It's not. I'll choose another hill at some point. Not this one. I don't think it's the one to die on.
Right, I know. I think it's a fair question. Like, there are certain teams without a team president. They are listed as not having a team president.
Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Jordan Lawler, is he going to start the season in center field? Because he wasn't starting there today. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Swung on, high fly ball, deep to right field. That ball is way gone, Perdomo.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta again. You hear those engines? That means Ford Truck Month is on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and these deals are rolling in hot. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family. And right now, the savings are seriously stacked with zeros across the board on 2025 Ford F-150s, Lightnings, and Super Duty XL trucks. We're talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy. Zero money down and zero payments for up to 90 days for qualified buyers. Plus, score $1,000 truck month cash towards your purchase. That's more bang for your bucks. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the local protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Less than responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
On February 28th, boxing's biggest spotlight shines on Glendale, Arizona. Two Mexican warriors, Eduardo Sugar Nunez collides with Emmanuel Navarrete in a huge WBO and IBF world title unification. Only one can rise as the next king of Mexico. Live at Desert Diamond Arena. Don't miss boxing history. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms. No broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Oh, yeah. Social media poll. Daniel Hudson on at 2:45. So roll us out now, 3:15.
He takes precedent.
He does, because he's Gambo's only friend.
And he said apparently Gambo is his only friend?
Yeah, and so it'd be irresponsible of us as members of the human race to...
We should have bumped him up to the weigh-in.
I love Huddy. I love Huddy. Huddy's great.
We should have him.
The guy pitched 15 years in the major leagues. He won a World Series with the Nationals, won a World Series with the Dodgers. He was very good Diamondback. He had a great career.
We should have him on more often, just if nothing else to foster a friendship.
Yeah. He's bored in retirement, so.
Oh my God, the slander.
No, he is kind of bored. Like, you get retired. Like, when you retire, you kind of like to look for things to do. So
he can join us weekly during baseball season.
He would love to. He would love to come on and talk baseball.
Love to have him on.
He's asked me if he could come on and talk baseball.
Has he? Well, then we should.
Yeah, that's why we had him on today.
And you go.
Like, I got nothing to do if you want me
you
on.
big time him?
Poor
You're like, no, you can't come on the show.
Of course not. I think Huddy's great. Huddy's great.
Lonely, sad, retired guy. I mean,
he can talk about Justin Martinez having 2 Tommy John surgeries. He could talk about the Dodgers and their payroll because he played for them. I mean, it's a lot that he can talk about.
All right,
he's an insightful guy.
He is an insightful guy. We got a poll question. 5-1, by the way, with about 12 minutes to go. USA Hockey is beating
Save some of those goals for the Canadians.
Yeah, 6:10 in the morning on Sunday. What's poll question? What are we asking today?
Poll question today has to do with the Phoenix Suns. They just returned from the All-Star break, but there's even more news because now Devin Booker is injured. So besides Devin Booker's injury, what's your biggest concern about the Phoenix Suns for the rest of the season? Is it Dylan Brooks' technicals, Grayson Allen's injury, the Suns' defense, or other?
Not counting
really
Booker.
good.
Not counting Booker.
Not counting Booker.
I'm going Grayson Allen. He's going to go defense.
How do you know that?
I know.
You know that? Mm-hmm. What's going to keep me from going for something else just to spite you? Because I do like to spite you every now and then. It's kind of fun.
If you're not, you're going to go defense.
It's not Brooks. Yeah, it's defense.
Told you.
It's defense.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
27% going with Grayson Allen's injury.
Okay.
26% going with defense.
I love a poll question like this.
25% going with Dylan Brooks technicals, and 23% going with other.
That's some even pie cutting going on right there, right?
With
everybody
4
gets a quarter.
options.
Yeah. What are people writing in what the other is?
Yes. Lack of size, the offensive rotations, the offense's inability to score.
Okay.
I just gave you the repost.
Oh.
On Twitter.
Look out. Here we
445 is going to be serious.
It's going to be lit at 445.
It's going to be big time.
Yeah. All right. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. A shout out to our audience in Deer Valley. Appreciate you joining us on this Friday, Deer Valley. Thank you very much. Mike Hazen today on Newsmakers Week, general manager of the Diamondbacks, on the need by the team to have a great spring training.
Quite a bit. It's, we can't play that way. The focus in spring training, we played sloppy last spring training, and the answer is always, it's spring training. Don't worry about it. Nobody wants to hear it when you're talking about spring training games because no one really wants to discuss those. But it carried over into the season for us, and he acknowledged that too. And, we sat down this offseason and talked through that, and it's been a point of emphasis from his first meeting on that spring training games, the caliber of play, the way we go and play is going to matter because it carries over into the regular season. And I've already said this, the first month of our season, we play the best of the best the entire month.
That was Mike Hazen today. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
We talk about that so much with football, but not baseball as much, right? Because spring training is so long. We talk about, do you play Marvin Harrison Jr.? Do you play Kyler? Do you play the starters in the first game and the third game? Like, Kansas City and Reed, they always play their starters. Mahomes always, we do it so much in football. We don't think about it that much in baseball, right? We kind of think about baseball as like, each guy is their own individual. They're going to figure it out on their own. They're working on stuff. We don't care that the guy got blown up in 2 innings. He's trying to come up with a fourth pitch that he hasn't had much success with, and he's going to keep. Like, we think about it like that. We don't think about it in terms of trying to get off to a good start, wins and losses.
No, we don't. It's a really good point. I've never really thought of spring training like that at all. It's for a lot of guys who kind of know what their role is going to be. It's just about getting your reps in, getting your at-bats, getting your timing down, doing this, working on a thing, working on a that or whatever. But I think for Mike Hazen, he's trying to like holistically look at it. And exactly to your point, last year we got off to a really sloppy start. It started in spring. It carried over into the regular season, and we're not going to let that happen again. We're going to tighten down the loose screws really early in spring. I think individually, I don't know if there's been a spring training that has meant more to the Diamondbacks than this one does in terms
as a team or as individual players?
Individual players. Jordan Lawler specifically.
Yeah. Yes.
Michael Soroka specifically. Brandon Pfaadt specifically. Eduardo Rodriguez. Like
Pavin Smith.
Absolutely.
Alec Thomas.
100%.
Totally agree with you. Totally
it's just, it's, collectively them. Okay, I buy what Mike Hazen will say. But individually,
so many.
I don't know if there's ever been a more important spring training
Ginkle
for half
and Thompson?
the roster on the roster. Just everybody in the bullpen. I think you could put everybody in the bullpen on that list as, hey, pressure's on. Every time you go out there, you're pitching for a role. You're pitching for a spot on the team. You're pitching for a spot in the bullpen. Yeah.
So yesterday we had a little powwow, me and you, with Mike Hazen and Troy Lavello. And one of the things that we talked about with Mike is that there's going to be a short leash on these relievers. And he said, in not so many words, he said, not really the young guys. Because, you don't want to lose them, right? So the young guys, but some of the veteran, we called it the Joe Mantiply effect, right? Mantiply was 10 games last year, and then they got rid of him because he couldn't throw a strike and he couldn't get anybody out. So now you're looking at this year, and I think for some of the veteran guys, if they don't pitch well early because they've got 15 different options, I think they'll move on. For the younger guys, it seemed like Mike was more willing to give those guys a little bit of leeway to work through it.
In the opener today, Jordan Lawler was not in the lineup.
He was not. It was odd, huh?
Yeah, no, I guess a little bit. Ryan Waldschmidt was in left. Alec Thomas was in center. Jorge Barrosa was in right. Waldschmidt, I saw, hit a ground out that came off the bat 115 miles per hour, which I think is a harder hit ball than 3 or 4 of the regulars in the Diamondbacks lineup last year. So Waldschmidt becomes a guy to watch. But Lawler met with the media yesterday, day before, said everything's going great, feels good, starting to feel natural in center field for him. That's good. And then Michael Soroka met with the media.
Oh, this was fun. This was interesting.
Quote,
this was interesting.
My expectation is to help the team, and I think the best way that I can do that is to start.
Okay.
We've talked about that. That's why I signed here, and everything's going really well so far.
All right.
I'll do what I have to do, but I feel like it's been communicated pretty strongly. I think we all see me best suited as starting to go from camp.
Yeah. This is going to be – listen, I think there's 3 guys battling for 2 spots and make the best guy win. And I think if Soroka wins if he's better in the spring than Pfaadt or Erod, I think then you put him in the starting rotation. You got to have your best guys out there.
Of course.
Now, Pfaadt has options. I don't believe Erod does. So, if you were going to send somebody down to the minors, you would do it with Pfaadt. I've also brought up, I think this is a big year for Pfaadt because I think if he doesn't get his act together, you might start looking at him more as just a bullpen guy. Could he be a closer, instead of being a starting pitcher? We've seen Dave Righetti, Dennis Eckersley. We've seen a lot of, really good starting pitchers end up being closers and be very good at it. So I wonder if that could be the path if Pfaadt does not have a good year.
Potentially, eventually. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the general manager of the Phoenix Suns, Brian Gregory, we're going to talk to him about the state of Suns basketball after last night's loss to the San Antonio Spurs. He'll join us next here on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If Corbin Burns comes back and pitches the way he basically has his entire career, which again, not a given coming off the injury, but the way I worded it was potentially. If he does, your rotation is Corbin Burns, potentially Zach Gallen being really good, potentially Merrill Kelly just being Merrill Kelly as your number 3. I think we're all pretty happy with what Ryan Nelson has done. If he's your number 4, and then Erod or Pfaadt or whoever, Soroka's your number 5. That is.
Yeah.
I mean, if Corbin Burns comes back healthy and good to go, that is a top 6-7 rotation.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here, and the energy is unreal. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. And yes, the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss the action as Satu Sabali, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and many more take the court and redefine the game. Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. Unrivaled is built for the players, the WNBA's best, playing here on American soil in their offseason instead of having to go overseas. And Season 2 of Unrivaled will feature higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit Vital4Men.com. That's Vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are taking on the Colorado Rockies right now in their first game of Cactus League action. And welcome to the Valley, Nolan Arenado. He hit a solo home run in the top of the 2nd inning. However, the Rockies got 2 runs back in the bottom of the 4th, and it actually ended up being a 3-2 victory for the Diamondbacks over the Rockies after the
Diamondbacks tied it and then took the lead. And Newsmakers Week wrapped up today on Bickley and Murata to hear interviews with Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike Laflur, Arizona Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen, and ASU women's basketball coach Molly Miller. Head on over to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
Home of the Suns.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Coming off the court.
You hear it straight from a Suns player.
With Burns and Gambo.
Oftentimes, we'll take this opportunity in coming off the courts to talk with a Suns player. Every now and then, we get the opportunity to talk with somebody else within the organization, and we're looking forward to this conversation because it's been a minute since we've had him on the show. Joining us right now, the general manager of the Phoenix Suns, Brian Gregory, who joins us here on Burns and Gamble. Brian, welcome back to the show. How are we doing today?
Doing great, man. Thanks for having me on, guys.
There it is, the leader of the organization. Love it. How are you, my friend?
Everything's going good. You know, we obviously got 2 home games this weekend. Got to bounce back from last night's game, but you know, we're in good position, and I like where we're at, and we need to keep building.
So I got to ask you this: Did you grow up a Bears fan?
Yeah, strange story. I grew up a Bears fan, and then when I went to school my last 4 years of college, Oakland University is right down the street from Pontiac, so I became a Lions fan too. So both those are my teams.
Oh my goodness! I was going to ask you because our producer Lauren's a big time Bears fan, so we're kind of like getting her on the fact that they're going to move to Indiana. The Chicago Bears are going to move to Indiana, so not sure if she could support him anymore.
Yeah, when I read it too, that would be a tough one. Yeah. That would be a very difficult one.
All right, let's start with this. What kind of updates can you give us after we watched Devin Booker leave that game last night with a hip injury, and we know that Grayson Allen sprained the ankle in I think shoot around yesterday. Sprained the ankle in shoot around. Any updates at all today on their status?
Just you reassess them. I think nothing in terms of super serious, but at the same time, medical staff and myself and the group will look it over and try to figure out what the time frame is, and we should probably know the time frame in the next 24 hours. Obviously, with either situation like that, you really can't determine a time frame probably for 24 to 48 hours to see how the athlete responds to it. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Okay, so safe to assume that or at least it's unlikely that those guys would be able to play this weekend in your back-to-backs.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet. Again, we had a good day today, and then we go in the morning and we reassess them and see where they're at for the weekend.
You guys obviously have had an unbelievable season up until this point, and I'm wondering, is there any underlying, not frustration necessarily, but maybe it is frustration over the fact that you're still kind of waiting to see the version of yourselves whole with everybody available, and that there's 26 games left now and you still haven't seen that version of it. Is there any frustration that lingers over something like that, Brian?
Well, I wouldn't use the word frustration just due to the fact that we play in the NBA, and that's part of the deal. You know what I mean? It's just it's a fragile league. It's a fragile situation, and injuries are always going to be a part of an 82 game season with as many games as we play, with the travel and the back-to-backs and different things like that. It's part of it. And you have to navigate it. So I wouldn't say frustrating because you get what you sign up for. I would say there's a disappointment that we haven't seen it yet. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And we have to. I think the thing that this team has done so many good things, guys, but I think maybe on the top of it is they control what they can control, and that starts with Jordan, and it goes to his staff, and our players have done an unbelievable job of that. We have to have, and if you want to be a quality NBA team that's growing and building and getting better, you have to have the attitude of no matter who we got enough. And then you got to go out there and compete and attack and play Suns basketball. And if you do that, then you're every day you can build on the day before. And the other thing that happens when you do that, and our guys have done a great job of that, when a piece comes back, it's not like you have to adjust everything and make all these changes. It's a seamless reentry, and I think we've proven that through these 57 games that we played.
Brian Gregory, GM of the Suns, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Are you confident after sitting and watching last night as part of the suspension that Dillon Brooks will be will be better in the future when it comes to the technicals, knowing how important he is and the role he plays on this team?
Yeah, we've had a lot, conversations with Dillon, and he knows how important he is to our team. He knows how important he is, both, the physical aspect of it and also just the leadership and the passion aspect of it. And he knows we need him on the court. You know what I mean? And so that's been conveyed and communicated, and I think he's got a firm understanding of that.
Yeah, because I told Burns, I think he's going to be much better the second half of the season here. Now that he's sat and he's watched and he wasn't able to help his team, he's got the ability to keep it under control. So is he not going to get another technical? No, he's going to get another one or two. I just don't think he's going to get 10 more technicals from now through the rest of the season.
I would take that.
That bet? Okay, that's good to know.
No, I would take that. I would take that.
Haywood Highsmith. I look at that move. Yeah. I like it. 3-and-D wing. A lot of playoff experience with Miami. Went to the NBA Finals. Cost effective. You've got him on a 2-year contract now. Was this move made more for next year? It still seems like he's weeks away. Hasn't played a game this year. Was that one of those moves with you where you kind of have an eye on the future with him being able to help you more next season?
Yeah, I think that played a big role in it. At the same time, again, one of the things that I have a great amount of confidence in our human performance group, and I think, we'll have a greater assessment of where he can be at over the next 2 weeks. I think 2 weeks with us, really doing a great job in terms of competitive workouts and different things like that, and the strength and the conditioning and all that. I wouldn't bet against there's an opportunity for him to help us this year as we get into the stretch run. But obviously we're very excited about the future and what that brings for him in our organization, for sure.
I thought you guys knocked it out of the park with the draft, with Malawach Fleming and even Kobe Brea, who knocked down 2 beautiful 3-pointers when you got him in the game last week. But it has been a slow roll. Part of that is because you guys are just so freaking good, it's hard for these guys to get in. Now, a lot of the grades that have come out, like, the Suns draft, these guys aren't playing and you're not getting good scores. I still think that these guys are being developed the right way, can really help in the future. Was this the plan? Was your plan that they wouldn't play a lot this year? Are you surprised, disappointed? Just give me your thoughts on the development of the 3 young kids you drafted.
Well, I think the plan, there was a 2 different paths. If we weren't competitive and fighting for, a top 6 seed in the West, which obviously is a battle night in, night out in this side of the league, then the rookies get more playing time. You see some of the rookies that are playing more. A lot of them are playing on teams that, don't have our record, to be honest. You know what I mean? And so that's why they're getting that opportunity. With us, it was a little different. But the biggest thing is with a 21-year-old and a 19-year-old is the development piece and the growth piece. And even, you saw even in last night's game, in those 6-7 minutes that they played, they're significantly better players than they were a month ago, than 2 months ago, than 3 months ago. And they get a ton of credit because their attitude on a daily basis has been unbelievable. I understand there's an excitement about seeing those young guys play, and they're excited about it. They want to play. and their work ethic on a daily basis, the coaching and direction that they're getting on a daily basis is starting to, build a foundation. So when the time comes, they're ready again to move into the playing group and play. Anybody that's grading a rookie class in February doesn't really understand what basketball is all about, to be honest with you, because you can't grade guys for 3 or 4 years in this league.
Okay, leave me with this, because your owner, Matt Ishbia, came out and talked about tanking and how much he's against it. Would you, as a general manager, ever endorse one of your teams tanking to get a better draft position?
No, absolutely not.
Can anything?
The integrity of the game, and I think that's the biggest thing, is just the integrity of the game. You know what I mean? You play the game to win. Now, again, something that we've done great this year, our staff has done a great job of, there's a certain way we want to play. And we know if we play that way, it gives us the best opportunity to be successful, okay? So we're not judging everything on a win or loss, but the ultimate goal is to win every game you play. And that can't change. And I understand where some organizations are at. I just, Matt and I are on the same page, as is Josh Bartlestein, as is Jordan Ott and everybody. We can't worry about what other teams are doing. We just know that doesn't fit what we're all about.
Brian, we appreciate the conversation. Thanks for coming on for a few. Best of luck with the back-to-back at home this weekend and the rest of the season. Thanks for coming on for a few.
You got it, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, thanks, BG. Brian Gregory, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. The top 101 NFL players. How many Cardinals are in the top 101? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Coming off the court, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
The head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, Kenny Dillingham.
One of the smart things I think that you did is promoting Hines Ward. Your thoughts on Hines Ward and what he brings to the table for you?
Hines is unbelievable. He cannot handle minimum expectations. You either do or you do not. There is no try with him. And then when NFL scouts come in and there's articles written about the most fundamentally sound wide receiver in the draft is Jordan Tyson.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, his coach is Hines Ward. And then the moms come in, they're like, you won Dancing with the Stars. I don't even know your 1,000 yards and 100 touchdowns. You're the Dancing with the Stars guy, right?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. They're online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Yeah, President's Day weekend was last weekend. President's Day sales event still going on at Liberty GMC. You haven't missed a thing. So don't think for a second you can't get out there this weekend and you're not going to get great deals on, 2026 Hummer EV SUV, that you're not going to get a great deal on a 2026 GMC Terrain. You can lease one of those for just $199 a month for 36 months or purchase it with $6,000 off. Yukons, Yukon XLs, they're arriving daily. Lease options at $769 a month. You can lease a 2026 Canyon for just $299 a month right now. And if you get your car serviced, your vehicle serviced at Liberty GMC, 20% off your service up to $500 right now. Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
gives. Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at BabboItalian.com.
All right, let's talk about something a lot of people deal with, but almost nobody wants to admit they deal with: private student loan debt. When you're struggling with it, it feels like this weight you're dragging around everywhere you go. But you don't have to keep dragging that weight. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Why Refi works specifically with people who are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They help you refinance into a low fixed rate payment that fits your actual budget, not a fantasy budget, your real one. And they do it without judgment. They're not here to lecture you. They're here to help you start fresh. I've talked to people who felt completely buried, like they had no options left, and then Why Refi stepped in and gave them a real path forward. There's something powerful about knowing someone's actually willing to work with you. Look, you can't change what happened, but you can absolutely change what happens next. Call Y-Refi at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. Full recap of the Suns games against Orlando and Portland. They get things back in the right direction. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, just a quick reaction to our conversation with Brian Gregory a second ago. Number one, not a surprise, but nothing specific on Devin Booker or Grayson Allen and their availability going into the weekend. I think you were right to sort of presume that based off of the answer, they're probably not going to be available. But he did also allude, Brian did, to the idea that maybe it's not that serious. He didn't go into much more detail than that. We'll wait for some sort of official word. I mean, this thing can go a couple of ways here with Devin Booker, right? Like, it's, if we get that email at some point this weekend, Devin Booker will be reevaluated in a week or two, right? Then we know what kind of seriousness to attach to it. If we don't get that email, then we can kind of presume that he's day-to-day and just kind of working his way through it and would be back a little sooner than we would think.
I got the feeling in listening to him that the whole 24, 48, I don't think they're going to play this weekend. But he did say early on that I kind of like alluded to, like, it's nothing serious.
Yes.
So, I mean, safe to say, what did they have they played back to back, and then did they have Monday, Tuesday off? Or
no, they played Tuesday.
They played Tuesday and then Thursday.
Tuesday and Thursday. And I think it's the Celtics and the Lakers on Tuesday and Thursday.
Yeah, the best case scenario is that at some point they're both back for those games. The one that worries me more is probably the ankle with Grayson Allen than it is the hip with Book. Right, because Book tried to come back and play, and then they were smart and they took him out. They don't want to injure it anymore. The Allen one's the tough one for me because he's dealt with a lot of lingering injuries these last 2 years. Yeah. And I love him when he's on the court. I love him, but availability is becoming a little bit more of an issue with Grayson Allen.
I might flip my concern level a little bit.
Okay,
it's just ankles heal. And it sounds like it was, and we don't know the severity. Like, not all ankle sprains are the same. Devin Booker with a hip, that feels like new territory for him. Like an injury that we're just not accustomed. He has a hamstring strain. We generally know how long Devin Booker's going to be out based off of his history, right?
Yeah.
I don't really feel like he's got much of a history when it comes to hip injuries. So I feel like we're kind of treading into unknown territory here with this one. So I don't know. They're both concerning because they're both, as he said, it's just disappointing. We this time yesterday, this time 2 days ago, we thought, okay, here we go. They're healthy.
Oh, the healthiest they've been.
Locked and loaded and ready to go.
Yesterday morning was a good time, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, instead it's just right back to this, So
I know it's always like, a step forward, 2 steps back. They just cannot. Yesterday it seemed like they were right on the verge of being as healthy as they've been. Allen was going to play. Then he gets hurt in shoot-around. Book goes out there, and then he gets hurt. You're finally going to get to see Book and Green start to play for a little. Now, like you said earlier, my concern is just the lack of time that Book and Green are going to play together.
The final numbers are in. We've been keeping track of this all week long.
Okay.
And they're not. No one listening is going to be surprised by this at all.
Okay.
In the final countdown of the top 101 NFL players that Pro Football Focus is rolling out there, the Arizona Cardinals ended up with just one.
What?
Trey McBride at number 14.
I was watching. I've been following this thing every day that they did it just because. Well, just because, right?
Yes.
I wanted to
I had
know.
nothing else to do. Why not?
I was bored.
Part
of it, really, in all honesty, was I just wanted to see where the other teams ranked. How many of these guys would from the Rams? How many of these guys from Seattle? How many of these guys from the 49ers? 25% of the freaking league, top 101 players are in this division. Blown away by that. 24 of the top 101, which is about 25%. So 24 of those guys come from the NFC West.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Yeah.
Are you really that surprised by that, though?
Yes. There's that many? It is a great division, but still, that's a lot.
Even the greatness that we know that's baked into the division, because I'm not terribly surprised by that. 25 is a little high. 20%? Oh, yeah. I would have been like, yeah, I could see 20% of the best players in the league, the best 101 players being in this division. It's that, and this is what makes it so tough for the Cardinals.
The Rams had 10.
Even if they do everything right this offseason.
How do you catch up to that?
I don't know how you do that.
The Rams have 10 players in the top 101. Seattle, so here it is. The Rams have 10. Seattle has 8. The 49ers have 5. The Cardinals have 1. Mm-hmm. Pro Football Folks, they did a really good job with this. Trey McBride came in at number 14. He's the only Cardinal on the list, which is why I say you need great players. The Rams have 10 in the top 100. Seattle's got 8. San Francisco's got 5. That's 23 out of 24 in the division go to those teams, and you've got one guy. They need great players. They need quality now, not quantity. They need quality players. They need to be able to match up with some of these teams with best players.
They also need to make the players that they've got better. And that's they just announced their official coaching staff for the upcoming season. Most of the names we'd expected, a lot of the names we'd already reported on. I mean, I certainly am not going to disagree with you about the need to add quality players and add better players and not missing on draft picks.
Yeah.
Boy, Mike Lafleur and this coaching staff, they also need to take the players that haven't been great these last couple of years and develop them very, very quickly, like fast, because Monty's job might very well be riding on Mike LaFleur's ability to develop those players very quickly. It's adding, but it's also, for lack of a better way of putting it, fixing the ones that you've got. Yeah. And that's on Mike LaFleur.
Yeah, there's no question about that. Him, Rallis, Hackett, that whole staff is going to have to develop these players. Now, but, most importantly, I think of the two from last year. They got a pop, Walter Nolan and Will Johnson. Then you start to go back in future years. Can you get anything out of Darius Robinson? Can you get anything out of Marvin Harrison Jr.? Can you get anything out of Biggio Ojulari? Can you get anything out of Max Melton? But the two that pop to me are the ones from last year more than anything is Walter Nolan and Will Johnson. Those guys need to be great.
Yeah, they do. They do. And this coaching staff needs to make them great. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, reset time. Here comes Lauren to tell us what's going on in sports here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. Stuart Willis, a fiduciary, ready to help you right now. Retirement plan, financial plan. You've got some time this weekend. Think about it. Think about, do you have a plan? Think about, what do you want to do when you get to be close to 60, 62, when you want to retire? What do you want to do when you retire? You want to buy a second house somewhere and be a snowbird here in Arizona? You want to travel the world? You want to get a yacht? You want to get a boat? What do you want to do? Well, you want, it's great to have those ideas and plans and thoughts, but you do got to plan it out. And that's where a great portfolio review, a free portfolio review from Stuart Willis can help. Here's your goals. Here's what you want to do. You start putting the plan together. You start putting the puzzle together. You start putting the pieces one by one. You start putting it together. And you start working towards executing that plan. One day, you'll get to be my age. You'll be like, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm going to go do the things that I want to do. Call Stuart Willis right now. Set up a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-718-4040. That's 800-718-4040. 800-718-4040.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Exclude some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
The Target. 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms. No broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity. And they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Homeowners, did your home expire on the market unsold? It happened to more than 30,000 sellers last year. Now, spring is here when homes can sell for more money, but you need the right agent. Call Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Carol has thousands of buyers in waiting and proven systems to create demand for your home. That's why she can guarantee in writing to sell your home at your agreed to price and time frame, or Carol will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree to price and possession.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took on the Colorado Rockies in their first game of Cactus League action, and welcome to the Valley Nolan Arenado. He hit a solo home run in the top of the second inning en route to a 3-2 Diamondbacks win. And Newsmakers Week wrapped up today on Bickley and Murata to hear interviews with Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike Laflur, Arizona Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen, ASU women's basketball coach Molly Miller, and more. Head on over to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock reset time on this Friday, just before she gets on a big jet plane tonight.
Yeah. Heading to Indiana?
Yeah.
Check out the new Bears facility?
Yeah, I'm going to go scope out the new site for the stadium.
That's the plan, right? Because it's not getting passed without your approval.
Cannot wait to get you your first Indiana Bears jersey.
Yeah, you know I love the idea of a domed stadium.
I know you do.
You know I'm really excited about them to move to Indiana. So I got to go scope it out.
That's where she'll be at the last hour of the show or so. So safe travels to you on your way out the door. If you could do a little 4 o'clock reset for us, that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. So my swan song here. We'll start with the Phoenix Suns because they lost 121-94 to the San Antonio Spurs last night. But that is not the big news coming out of this game. The big news coming out is that Devin Booker was injured. How serious is that? Let's hear from Jordan Ott postgame.
Just probably heard the same as you guys heard. Just right hip soreness. Obviously tried to go back out there and we just save himself from himself. So when go out and play, he wasn't moving great when he came back in.
Went on to say that they do not yet know the severity of the injury, and you guys had Phoenix Suns GM Brian Gregory on just about 30 minutes ago. You can go listen to that now wherever you get your podcasts, and he said he also did not know yet on Devin Booker.
Yeah, it's just a tough break. Woke up this morning and everything was great. We're going to have Allen play in, and everybody was back, and Jalen's, the restrictions were lifted, and you're good to go, and then Allen gets hurt and shoot around. Book gets hurt during the game, and we almost feel like you're back to square one. Just can't get healthy.
Yeah, it does. And frustrated was not the word that Brian Gregory wanted to use, but disappointed was the word that he did. It's just disappointing that every time they think they're there at the finish line, they just have to get set back a few more steps. So that's where we are right now with this team.
And in MLB news, Mike Hazen joined Bickley and Murata this morning for the final day of Newsmakers Week, and he was asked if he thought the D-backs could bring both Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen back this season.
I'd have said there's a 0% chance of that happening. I think we left it open that there was a decent chance that one of them could be back. Didn't really know which one. Certainly we qualified Zach, so I think it was probably more Merrill than Zach, just thinking that given where the market may take that. But look, the free agency has a ways of behaving sometimes that you can't fully understand, and you have to be prepared for any outcomes.
And they were prepared for it. They pounced when the situation presented itself.
I mean, it took a unique situation to get Gallen, a very creative situation by the Diamondbacks financially to push so much of that money, 2/3 of the money down the road. Gallen's only making $8 million this year. He could have took the qualifying offer, made $22 this year, but now he's going to get $14 million down the road. No interest on that $14 million either. So in the end, he is losing out a little bit. But for the Diamondbacks, you know what? Took full advantage of it. There wasn't a market for Zach Gallen. There wasn't a good market for Zach Gallen, and he likes it here, and it made sense for him to come back.
I think it's obviously very beneficial that he's back because they needed that for sure.
Especially to round out their rotation with all the injuries so far this season. And in NFL news, head coach Mike Laflur joined Bickley and Murata this morning and discussed Matt Laflur asking him to go to a Phoenix Suns game.
He had a great time. He was trying to get me to go to that Suns game. I said, Matt, you've been here before. I have a staff to hire. So,
right.
It was neat. He took my son, my 10-year-old daughter. She passed. She wanted to just go hang out with the girls, but they put him on the jumbotron. They asked him, and if he could go on. He says, I'm going to boo. And the nice lady said, no, I think you're all right with your brother. And sure as crap, they put him on there, and he got the big boo bird. It was great.
You go perfect. Wow. That's great. That's outstanding. They put my brother on the board, and they booed him.
They booed him big time, too.
Why? Why? I mean, is there Packers haters out here? Like, why?
It was just me with a megaphone.
Was that what?
Yeah, that was it.
Was that what it was? I mean, a lot of Chicago transplants live here.
Yeah.
Who do they play that night? Do you remember what game it was? Because that might have impacted it somehow. I don't remember.
I remember thinking it was completely unrelated.
I don't know. I don't know why. Other than they're an NFC rival.
He had his daughter with him?
No.
He had
Mike's daughter?
Matt had Mike's son with him.
Yes. His
Matt had
daughter
Mike's
was invited.
son.
His daughter said, no, I'll pass.
So like Uncle Matt, why are they booing you? That type of thing?
Yeah.
Uncle Matt, why don't they like you?
Because I win. Google me. Is that what he said? He pulled the Kurt Signetti. I win. Google me.
Who got a huge extension today.
Huge extension.
Huge.
They paid like $13 million a year.
This money's out of hand. This money is out of hand with these coaches. How are you going to you're giving so much money to these coaches now? You're trying to make these arguments. Oh, we need to get all the money for the players. So, yeah, hell no. It's going to the coaches.
That's why everybody's trying to save money these days. Also, the Rams filled an opening that they had.
Yeah.
Offensive coordinator. You know, that's been an open role for them.
It's not Cliff Kingsbury.
It's not. It's going to be an in-house promotion of Nathan Shieldhouse to OC.
Interesting. Because I think when they hired Cliff, everybody was like, Cliff's going to be the OC. So what the hell is Cliff doing?
Yeah, he didn't
He's
get
an
a gig.
advisor?
He's wearing a schmedium and
he's hanging out with his painting of a lion somewhere.
Not me. This shirt is large.
God.
There were comments on the YouTube chat about it. They don't believe you. They think it's a medium.
This is a large.
No, I think that one's a large, actually. Guess the number of new offensive coordinators in the NFL this year. I saw Adam Schefter tweet
Okay, you had
today.
10 new coaches, so there's at least 10.
The number of
and
new
then I'll say
OCs.
4 others. I'll go 14.
21 new offensive
What the hell?
coordinators in the National Football League this year.
21.
20.
2/3 of the league has a new offensive coordinator.
I was blown away.
Wow.
I'm not usually very shocked. I was like, whoa. That was shocking to me. 21.
That is far higher number.
That's
I thought Gambo was pretty close.
That's a crazy, crazy number.
What's that,
21 new offensive coordinators.
Yeah, maybe we could play that Green Day song, 21 Guns.
Yes.
21 Guns. I like
Salute
that.
to
I like that.
21
Yeah,
new.
I like that Green Day song a little bit.
Oof. All right. And moving on to NCAA news, because Graham Rossini joined Bickley and Murata.
Yeah.
And he discussed Bobby Hurley's future and if he thinks it is at all complicated. This is a longer cut, but you need the full breadth of it to understand.
It's not complicated at all. I mean, we're going to see how the season plays out. I'm really proud of how these guys have played hard all season long. And a lot of people wanted to write them off after last season. They were begging for us to make a change after last season. We don't want to do it. I've got a ton of respect for Bobby and what he means for not only the sport of basketball, but his contribution at ASU. I mean, he's been there for 11 years. That's hard to do in college basketball. I think if you look at maybe the traditional Pac-5, including the old Pac-12 days, 13th longest head coach in college basketball, second winningest of all time at ASU. He's left a tremendous mark on this program, and so we're not ready to make a decision either way. We want to see how the season plays out, but they've been incrementally playing harder and harder, and you see that manifest into a huge win against Texas Tech a few nights ago. And so the way that this schedule sets up the rest of the way, get a couple more wins, make some noise in Kansas City, backdoor into the tournament, and we'll see what happens.
He's been here for like 10 years.
Yeah.
I think it is what you have in Bobby Hurley. I don't know that the end of the season is going to make any difference or not. The question is, do you believe in Bobby that he can get this program where you want it to be? Or do you feel like you've got to make a change? And I'm going to say that I think that they've got to make a change. There is, we said yesterday, they were listed as one of the next 4 outs.
Right.
So that win over Texas Tech helped them quite a bit. but they need another 2 wins like that in order to get in.
I agree with that. I think the tricky part about it is that it would be a major accomplishment if he were able to get this team into the NCAA tournament. Like if they were somehow able to do it like that, that would be. I understand what you're saying, and I mostly agree with you about the idea that you know who Bobby Hurley is by now. He's either going to be your coach or he's not. But if he's able to turn this team into a tournament team, that's a pretty special accomplishment given how low the expectations were. And it might change how you feel about Bobby Hurley a little bit if he's able to do, because this is not that great of a basketball team. But if things break right, he could have them on the doorstep of getting in. That might change their opinion about him.
I'd be surprised. Again, I'm more of the believer of Bobby Hurley's been here since 2015. You should know by now whether you want him back or not. It shouldn't rely on the last week of the season.
And Gambo's U of A Wildcats.
Bear
you got
down.
a big one tomorrow.
Bear down.
Against Houston.
Yep.
Time's that game start?
It's going to
You
be
got
a hell of
any
a game.
feelings on that one?
What's that?
You got any feelings on that one?
I thought all along that they would beat Texas Tech at home and lose the game at Kansas, lose the game at Houston. Then they lost that game to Texas Tech. This is going to be a hard game because you still don't have Koa Pete. It'll be they'll play them hard. I'll say this. If they win that game, solidified number 1 seed in the NCAA tournament. It's almost a lock if you win that game against Houston.
If they win that game, it'd be one of their most impressive victories of the season, and they've had many impressive victories this season. That game starts at 1 o'clock tomorrow on ABC.
You would lock up a number 1 seed, I think, if you beat Houston.
Lock it up.
I think so.
Lock it up.
I mean, they're like, what are they, 5th in the country, Houston?
Yeah, but there's still so much season to go. There's still conference tournaments. There's still 2 weeks left in the regular season. I think lock it up is a little strong.
I mean, but what do they got? They got Baylor. They've got
Kansas. They still have Iowa State. They still have the
Okay.
Big 12 tournament. I don't know if it's locked up or not.
U of A is 5th. Houston is 2nd. But Houston lost on Monday after the AP poll came out.
Right.
So that will have to be adjusted. And Mick Cronin update.
Oh, good.
Did they fire him?
No, he spoke to media today before practice and said that he apologized to Steven Jamerson and that they are on good terms now after his own players, including Trent Perry, came out post-game basically saying, we don't agree with you, Mick. That was not the right call.
Huh? His players did?
Yep.
So he apologized to the guy?
Mm-hmm.
I'd be like, screw you. I don't want your apology.
I'll be sure to yell at him tomorrow and tell you, Gambo says he doesn't care. You're a jerk.
You're an idiot.
Yeah.
Yes, and finally, an Olympic update. U.S. men's hockey advances to the gold medal game against Canada after winning 6-2 over Slovakia. Canada beat Finland 3-2, so we're getting the gold medal match that everybody expected.
I know. Gotta get this one.
I am so excited to see these two powerhouses go again. I know Gambo said he was rooting for Finland. Man, I was wanting. This was the rematch we've all been waiting for. We've all wanted, except for Gambo. It's here. You didn't want it. You said you were rooting for Finland. You didn't want this rematch.
I like the Finnish people. Their food's the worst in the world. They have the worst food in the world. Every day you go to dinner, like, what's my options tonight? We have moose or we have reindeer. Okay, I'll come back tomorrow. You come back tomorrow. What's the option? Oh, today we have different options. We have reindeer or moose. They either eat a reindeer. Like, you got any freaking cows in this country? Can I get a steak?
I'm
Can I get a hamburger?
these jokes.
I just want a cow.
I'm
do you not have cows in Finland?
I've heard this joke 100 times. I don't laugh at it anymore. Jesse, this is the first time he's ever heard these jokes.
True.
He's giggling like a little schoolgirl back in there. It's so funny.
My wife and I starved. We starved. We ate bread and water for like the 7. I loved Finland. I love it. It's a beautiful country. I did dog mushing and snowmobiling. I fed an Arctic fox in Finland. An Arctic fox out of my hand.
You're acting like you're Oliver Twist. I ate bread and water all day. I begged for more food.
We starved. You stayed in 5-star hotels. Shut up.
What's wrong with reindeer and moose? I mean, I'm sure
Jesse, don't ask follow-up.
Jesse, seriously.
I wanted a cow. I didn't want a reindeer. I don't want to eat a reindeer.
6:10 face-off Sunday morning. Gonna be there with my coffee and my pancakes and my bacon, and let's go. Let's see what we got. Can't wait.
And that's your 4 o'clock race.
Thank you, Lauren. We appreciate it when we come back. Phoenix Suns defense has been struggling. How can they stop some of the top talent in the NBA? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
As the one, there's a swing and a drive. Deep right center field. Back it goes. Way gone.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV, SUV, or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from gated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management founder Matt Degas. And Matt, taxes change everything once you retire.
That's right, Paul. When you retire, if you're taking income the wrong way, you could pay a lot more taxes than necessary.
And you help people avoid those mistakes.
Exactly. We analyze every account and create a specific tax strategy designed to save you money.
So get your review today.
Call us at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or online, brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. We are in the stretch run of the NBA season. We'll get into the Phoenix Suns and how their weekend went. Tune in Monday at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Tip jar, please. The Allergies. A song called I Think God Walked In. It's the name of the song? God Walk Down. God Walk Down. That's right. Also, shout out to our audience in Santan Valley for joining us here on Burns and Gambo. Appreciate you out there in Santan Valley.
I got a nice message from Bick earlier today.
Did you?
He loved my dig on Vince Murata. He was so happy with that. He texted me, good dig on Vinny.
Good. Okay. Yeah.
Vinny took there's a photo of the ASU coach Molly Miller in the studio.
Yeah. No,
And
I was
Vince
just
was
wondering what triggered Dan Bickley. That's all. I wasn't sure what made you think of Dan. That's all. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Didn't you just say Dan Bickley in the beginning?
No, I did not. I did not. No.
I have no idea.
I don't know. Yeah.
It's Friday. Cut me some slack.
I'm like, hey, good dig. But bye, Gambo. Just say good night, everybody. And I didn't. Yeah,
it's good.
I didn't say. Dan.
I got a plane to catch. I'm gonna go watch UCLA tomorrow. Let's go.
Phoenix Suns are back home tomorrow, taking on the Orlando Magic, and then the Portland Trailblazers on Sunday in back-to-back games. We don't know about Devin Booker. I don't know if we're gonna know about Devin Booker anytime soon. But last night's loss to San Antonio, Devin Booker gets hurt. That sucks. Grayson Allen's not available. That sucks. Jalen Green played great. Dylan Brooks wasn't available because of the suspension. I mean, look, there's when you're missing so many of your best guys, and you have missed so many of your best guys. So, like there's it tends to be a real simple explanation for why you lost that game last night, maybe why you've been struggling a little bit as of late. Boy, defensively, and again, knowing that they're missing some key guys, boy, they have really slipped defensively, and I hope, Gambo, I hope they can find their footing. I think they're going to find their footing. I hope they can find their footing, because without that, they've lost their superpower. That is their superpower and has been all year, their ability to defend. Without it, they're in trouble.
Played hard defensively, forced a lot of turnovers, did a really good job. He used to come up with a lot of steals, led to a lot of easy baskets. Defensively, had a lot of guys that were able to switch onto different opponents, guard multiple positions. Oso could guard multiple positions. Dylan Brooks could guard multiple positions. So, you were happy with the way they were playing defense. But look, let's be honest. This team has lost 4 out of the last 5 games. This team has lost 5 out of the last 7 games. So at one point, they were 11 games over 500, and that's down to 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2 and 5 in their last 7 games. This is probably one of the more difficult stretches since that first week in the season that we've seen. Lost to the Clippers, weren't competitive. Lost to Golden State, totally blew that game. Should have never lost that game. Lost to Philadelphia, didn't play well in that game. And then blown out by Oklahoma City and blown out by San Antonio in the last 2. You got some teams coming up that are going to be easy to beat. We talked about the mush in the schedule. After Orlando and Portland and Boston, LA, you got Sacramento, you got Chicago, you got New Orleans, got Milwaukee. There's a lot of winnable games for them, but this is the stretch. This is the toughest stretch they've had. They've lost 4 out of 5 basketball games.
Yeah, and it's, again, not trying to be panicky and not trying to sound off any alarms or anything like that. There's been a slip, and I have wondered about this, the high level of energy that this team has to play with in order for them to compete, and they've been able to do it so far. I wonder about how taxing that has been on them, and if they've got enough energy to kind of see it over the finish line. It will help when they get Devin Booker back. It will help when they get Grayson Allen back. Certainly will help when they have Dylan Brooks back out there, and hopefully he can stay out there. This is Josh Bartlestein this morning on Bickley and Murata as part of Newsmakers Week. Like everybody else in the organization, reiterating the idea Dylan Brooks knows he can't get any more technicals.
Yeah, Dylan knows. We're texting during the game about what we're seeing. Look, Dylan's a great leader. What makes Dylan is Dylan. Dylan the villain. He goes up to that line. What I love is everyone's gotten to see how skilled he is, the investment he makes in this game, and how much better he's become. And he knows the best version of our team, he's got to be on the court. So I expect him to kind of find that line, and he's got to still push and play with that urgency and that aggression, because it brings out of that in our entire team. But we also need him on the court as well. So Dylan gets it. I can't wait to go see him here shortly, and you'll see him at Mortgage Metro Center tomorrow afternoon.
And along those lines, I mean, and you made this observation, and I noticed it too. That's a tough matchup last night in San Antonio. Dylan Harper and Steph Castle, and their ability to just
just Harper's so good.
Massacre defenders, especially Suns defenders who aren't the best on-ball defenders anyway.
They're young
just
and
going
athletic.
right at them, right? At them.
They're young and they're athletic. You're counter to that. Look, it's been 12 games, I think, since Devin Booker led this team in scoring. And obviously he missed some time there. But, think about that. I mean, Booker's your all-star. Booker's your Olympian. It's been 12 games since you've had him lead the team in scoring. So not having him, I think it just sets everything. I think when the Suns are whole and the Suns are right, and even without Jalen Green, they were whole and they were right without Jalen Green. They were just missing a piece. But now they're not whole and they're not right because – there's a lot that this team relies on out of Grayson Allen and Devin Booker that they're not getting. And so I think it just knocks everything down. I was looking at the bench last night. There was a point in the game where their bench was just completely being outplayed by the San Antonio bench. And that never used to be the case, right? It used to be the Suns bench would come in and they do this yeoman's job. You'd be like, wow. But I think the bench is really struggling now because of so many guys that have to be starters.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, a name, as we look back on the week that was here on Burns and Gambo, a name that we were not necessarily expecting to be talking about, we've been talking about Tyson Bagent and the Cardinals intrigued by him as the quarterback. We need to find out about this guy. Brendan Shawgrew, Bears reporter from Bears Wire, will join us next on the Burns and Gambo show.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Desert Wind Harley will pay your sales tax promotion on any pre-owned Harley this week only. Think again, Desert Wind Harley doesn't intend on paying or avoiding your sales tax. That's the big no-no negatory ghostwriter. Sales tax is the amount of your discount on any pre-owned Harley. Desert Wind Harley is the #1 volume Harley dealer in Arizona. Don't need perfect credit. Don't need a cash down payment. 100% of all credit applications considered and every pre-owned Harley discounted by your sales tax at Desert Wind Harley now through Sunday.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're sitting there thinking, I'm drowning in private student loan debt and nobody's going to help me, let me stop you right there. Why Refi will help you. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what they do. Why Refi works with you to build a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. Not a Band-Aid, a real path forward. And here's the thing, they're not going to make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment, no endless questions about how you got here. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. Why Refi was built for people who've been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. Take back control today. Call Why Refi at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took on the Colorado Rockies in their first game of Cactus League action, and welcome to the Valley Nolan Arenado. He hit a solo home run in the top of the second inning en route to a 3-2 Diamondbacks win. And Newsmakers Week wrapped up today on Bickley and Murata to hear interviews with Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike Laflur, Arizona Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen, ASU women's basketball coach Molly Miller, and more. Head on over to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
The Cardinal Decision. With a name that we were not necessarily expecting to be talking about this week, but we have been talking about Tyson Bagent and whether he could be part of that Cardinals decision. Gambo reporting the news. It caught a lot of attention back in Chicago. And joining us right now to talk about Tyson and to get a read on him, his strengths, weaknesses, what we know about him. He is the assistant editor for the Bears Wire. He is Brendan Shagru. And Brendan, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. He joins us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Brendan, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Thanks for coming on. How are you doing?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday. And you did say my name right, so props to you. Thanks for having me on.
I'm a professional talker.
How about
Every
that?
now and then I know what I'm talking
So,
about.
Brendan, let's talk a little bit about Tyson. Kind of came out of nowhere. Nobody needed a zero-star recruit. Goes to Shepherd High School, Shepherd College, when most people don't even know where it is, in West Virginia. Lights it up. Doesn't get drafted and ends up with the Bears. From that point forward, what have you seen? What has he done to win over that organization to have been with the Bears for the last 3 years?
Well, first off, Tyson is an incredibly hard worker. He comes in 2023 as a rookie. He really starts as QB4. So behind then Justin Fields, P.J. Walker, who was signed as a free agent earlier in the year, and Nathan Peterman. And all throughout training camp, you just kind of see some flashes from him. He really shined in the preseason. The second preseason game was kind of his coming out party where he really started to turn some heads. And by the end of his rookie training camp and preseason, he becomes QB2. Justin Fields goes down, and it's time to see what this kid can do. Basically, from his rookie season, he was a smart decision maker. He knew how to operate within the offense that then Coach Luke Getsy was running. He goes 2-2, doesn't have the biggest arm, but he puts the ball where it needs to go. He threw for 3 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. So nothing like out of worldly or anything like that, but he did enough that everybody felt comfortable with him going forward over the last couple of years. And, for a guy, an undrafted free agent, to make an impression on not one but 2 coaching staffs, I think says a lot. And so since then, he has not played a meaningful snap since 2023 because Caleb Williams has started each game in 2024 and 2025. But this guy has lit it up in the preseason. I'd say his arm has gotten stronger. He's very smart with the offense, and Ben Johnson has definitely taken a liking to him.
I'm curious, from your perspective, a player like this obviously resonates with a lot of fans in a lot of fan bases. But in Chicago in particular, and especially after that very emotional press conference that he had where he got paid and he talked about his dad, how has he resonated with the fan base there in terms of his popularity?
Well, I would say the backup quarterback is definitely one of the most popular players of the Chicago Bears over the last 20, 30 years. Really, since he came on, everybody took a liking to him. They rooted hard for this guy. There was quarterback controversies almost immediately when Justin Fields was here. He's got a lot of fans. He's very easy to like. Like I said, he works extremely hard. He uses a phrase that I personally love. He likes to grind his face off when it comes to training, when it comes to learning the playbook. He knows his opportunities are limited, especially playing behind somebody like Caleb Williams. So he's just an easy guy to root for. I think for a while there was some division between Bears fans, especially when Justin Fields was in Chicago. A lot of people wanted Bagent to stay the starter. And even sometimes last year there was some talk that, hey, maybe Bagent should get some run over Caleb Williams so he can sit and develop and see how he can do in Shane Waldron's offense. You haven't seen a lot of that this year because of finally the Bears taking that step and Caleb looking like a franchise quarterback. But I'd say a lot of people really like him. A lot of Bears fans value him. So they don't necessarily want to see him go. They see him as one of the best backup quarterbacks in the league. I think he's probably more of that average type, but he's still a good player that you want in that locker room. And Bears fans aren't exactly wanting to push him out the door. If a trade were to happen, they want to get a lot of value for him because they see the value in keeping him around.
What type of value do the fans think he's worth?
I've seen some people say they don't want to trade him for anything less than a second-round pick.
Oh, my goodness.
It's always that situation where fans just overvalue their players. And I get it. I totally understand it. Everybody feels that their guy is the best guy. Like I said, people think that he's like one of the best backup quarterbacks in the league, and I like him a lot. We have not seen him play a meaningful snap in 2.5 years. He has done great in the preseason, but you're talking about guys like Mac Jones, even Jacoby Brissett played pretty well for the Cardinals last year. There's a lot of high-end backups, so I think he does offer a lot. He's very cost-controlled. But, yeah, a lot of guys, they don't want to see him go for anything less than a second-round pick, and I'm just like, that's not realistic, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was going to say, hypothetically for the Bears fan, as we're chatting here with Brendan Shagru, who is the assistant editor, for Bears Wire, covering the Chicago Bears on a daily basis. It's from an investment standpoint. I mean, if you just think of Bagent as an investment, to get him as an undrafted free agent, undrafted rookie free agent, to parlay that even into a fourth-round pick, right? Like if you just look at him as like a stock, buying him very low and even selling him for that, if that were to happen, and we're speaking hypothetically, of course, here, Brendan, that's an incredible success story for the Bears if they're able to take something like that and turn it into something of value, like even a fourth-round pick, isn't it?
I would totally agree. Yeah, so I put out just a hypothetical trades proposal or speculation. I don't have any I haven't heard any specific details or anything like that, but I could see a trade happening if the Cardinals were very interested and they said, hey, we're going to offer you a fourth-round pick, and let's say we make it a conditional fourth where it turns into a third if Bagent plays 51% of the snaps. It's kind of like similar to the deal that the Bears got for Justin Fields when he went to the Steelers for a sixth-round pick that could have been a fourth if he played the majority of the season. And if that trade were to materialize, I would definitely see the Bears saying, yes, we're going to do that. Because as good as Bagent is in the locker room, as much of a hard worker he is, I know the Bears organization really, really likes him. I know the quarterback room is great with them. But I also know that having a coach like Ben Johnson, that's a very attractive place for backup quarterbacks, and I don't think the Bears would struggle to find somebody to replace him that can match his level of play or even maybe exceed it. So the fact that maybe, somebody on the street comes around and, the Bears are able to get somebody else to replace him and parlay that into a fourth round, maybe a third round pick. And also, I think it's not a bad swing for the Cardinals to take, too, because I don't know what's going to happen with Kyler Murray's contract, whether he's going to get traded or outright released. And I know the cap hit is $50 million plus. Bagent is only under contract for a little over $4 million over the next 2 seasons. That is a very nice deal. And if you can find some sort of a bridge starter with him and have success, I mean, that's a win-win for both teams, in my opinion.
All right, let me ask you this, because my report is that the Cardinals are intrigued by him. I don't know if the Bears would trade him or not. I mean, obviously, I think that, from what you're saying, and it does make sense, if they could get really good value, they might try to, sell high on the kid. In your opinion, you've seen enough of the preseason games and the regular season games. Is he starter material in the NFL? Like, would you take him over, say, Mac Jones or Jacoby Brissett or some of the other? It's not a great, free agent class. It's not a great draft. Is he better than a lot of these guys that are out there?
I'd say he's on par with a lot of those guys out there. I can't say he's better. I will say I was very impressed with the preseason this past year, and I know probably a lot of your listeners aren't tuning in to week 3 of the Bears preseason against the Kansas City Chiefs. And I take all of that with a grain of salt also, because it is the preseason. It's a lot of just vanilla defenses, coverages, what have you. He just dissected that team in the second half, playing from behind, hurry-up offense. He and Ben Johnson were in sync like I'd never seen before. It was kind of actually a preview of the cardiac Bears that everybody saw this past regular season. That was kind of the beginning of it, where they came back against the Chiefs. Bagent led them there. He does have a lot of potential still. He runs an offense very efficiently. I love the fact that he's learned under Ben Johnson for a season. So I think intrigue is a good word for that, when you're talking about somebody interested in him. But when you think about the other guys on the market, I don't want to say he's better than them. I think he's on par with them.
Okay.
So it's, just knowing like the salary as well, I think could potentially be worth a trade if both sides were interested. Again, I'm not sure if the Bears are interested in moving on, but yeah, that's what I would say.
Brendan, give me 30 seconds on how the Indiana Bears news is being received in the Chicago area. Give me 30 seconds on that before we got to let you go.
Will Chicago get an expansion team?
Oh my goodness, what a story. So there's a lot of information flying around. A lot of people are divided. A lot of people are angry. All I'll say is this: nothing is done yet. The Bears are still going to go back to Illinois and present the offer that Indiana has given them. But yeah, people are upset. People are nervous. They don't want to see him move, even though it is literally right over the border, right next to Chicago. This whole thing's been a mess, and it's been a mess for a few years. And I'm glad I was able to talk about Tyson Bagent over the stadium news. Let's just say that.
Okay, sounds good. Brendan Shagru from the BearsWire.com joining us here on Burns and Gamble. Thank you, Brendan. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Have a great weekend.
You too. As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we are inviting you to the men's basketball game on February 28th against Utah. Use code 987 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for the info. What were the Red Sox willing to give up for Ketel Marte? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Fox into the forecourt, dribbling against Bouye. Threads the needle to Wembanyama, who jams it right on top of Mark Williams, and then mean mugs all the fans in attendance. The Suns fall tonight to the Spurs, 121-94.
That was ugly, and we've got more reaction to it coming up on the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports on YouTube, and 98.7.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at BabboItalian.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren's back with us. She was able to tolerate the Indiana Bears talk enough. And yes, she also pointed to herself passionately. She is watching the third quarter of Bears preseason game number 3 against the Kansas City Chiefs, and she's damn proud of that fact.
And did I ask Brendan when we hung up the phone, do you think the Bears will move to Indiana? Yes, I did.
And he said?
No, he thinks they're going to go to Arlington Heights.
Oh, okay. Which is actually further from downtown Chicago than Hammond, Indiana.
But it's in the state of Illinois.
Oh, there is that little detail, yes.
I just hope Chicago gets an expansion team. I hope they're smart enough to give Chicago back a football team.
This
they
is
deserve
actually
to have a football
why
team.
I'm leaving early.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shame that Chicago's not going to have a football team.
If I could, too, because the number of times he's going to try to just keep redoing this joke is keep going to it.
Should I take like a whole mental health week next week until this is resolved?
It was almost like all the years that LA didn't have a football team, but eventually they gave LA some football teams. Eventually, they might give Chicago back a football team.
Hopefully,
they will.
Maybe we can start a GoFundMe.
Well, do you think Indiana will change the name to? What do you think the name will be? The Indiana
the Hoosiers.
Oh yeah, they'll probably change the name. They're not going to keep the name Bears.
This is a despicable conversation.
I know it is. So let's turn it to one that instead you. Well, this is a despicable conversation too. This one isn't any better.
Sorry, I'm not bringing any optimism.
This got the Gambo retweet though at 3:15 when we rolled it out. So it was remarkably split the last time we talked about it. What do we got?
All right, well, we're asking, besides Devin Booker's injury, what's your biggest concern about the Phoenix Suns for the rest of the season? Is it Dylan Brooks' technicals, Grayson Allen's injury, the Suns' defense, or other?
It was split almost perfectly. 25, 25, 25, 25 when we rolled it
I went Grayson Allen.
I'm saying defense.
It is still split. 25,
wow.
25, 25. But we've got a new leader by just, not a 0.4%. Defense is leading the way. Next up, perfectly tied is other and Grayson Allen's injury, and less than 1% behind that is Dylan Brooks' technicals.
So it's almost a perfect even split.
If we were eating pizza and you were slicing this, it would be minuscule.
Yeah. Speaking of pizza, we ate pizza like kings today, thanks to Gambo.
And we haven't
over
hit
here.
a wall yet, and it's $4.49.
There's I bought that brownie thing they got. It's in there if you guys want to try
That's right, there's a brownie thing.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
That's
brownie.
the boost that you
Here
need
we
to
go.
get
That's the
through
little
show.
sugar high I need to get through the
There
last.
it is. It's in there. You want to go now? You go.
Yeah, well, I got to do the segment here, but
Yeah, I mean, please stick around until at least 4:55 here.
yeah, we'll do. No promises. No promises. That's Lauren. She's got a poll question. Thank you, Lauren. We do appreciate it. Longer answer here, but this is Troy Lavello when he was on Newsmakers Week earlier this week on how Ketel Marte is doing so far this spring after not being traded.
He's in a great spot. It's hard to probably go through what he went through this past offseason. He loves the Arizona Diamondbacks, and we're very grateful for our time with him. And he might be the best player that I ever managed. So I make sure that he understands that. And that was what I was getting through to him when we were talking through the course of the offseason, just connecting a little bit, very generally. But I think he was a little bit hurt by the fact that it was potential trade talk. But when what happens is, you open Pandora's box and one team calls on him to see if he's available, and the next thing you know, it just went crazy. He's a Diamondback. He wants to be here. And he's in a really good spot. And look, Ketel is a great human being. He is a very kind, caring human being that happens to be a really good baseball player that can hit it 116 miles an hour consistently. So everybody thinks that he's very aggressive, like I'm going to get after you every single day. But when he steps off the baseball field, he's a gentle giant.
Yeah.
So we have to make sure that we're continuing to cultivate this relationship with him and making sure that he realizes how important he is to this organization and this community and this town and this state. And I've seen fans welcome him and say, "We love you too," which is very important.
I'm glad they kept him if they didn't get the package. I mean, Mike had a high demand. We knew this. If you can meet the asking price, we'll make the trade. If you can't meet the asking price, we're going to keep him. Some people thought it was a bluff because of the 10-5 rights, but they decided that they were going to keep him. They weren't going to give him away. Now, there are reports out of Boston. It says during the Ketel Marte trade talk, the Red Sox were open to dealing Franklin Arias and one of either Peyton Toll or Connolly early. The D-backs wanted Marcelo Mayer and one of the pitchers. So Early's a left-handed pitcher. Toll's a left-handed pitcher. Mayer is a guy who played with them a little bit last year. He's a second baseman / third baseman. Mm-hmm. He was a top pick for them at one point. He didn't play very well last year. He hit 228 in 127 games, but he's still only 23 years old. He just turned 23. And if that's the guy Mike wanted, you could look at him and say, okay, if I'm going to trade Marte, this guy's my second baseman. Or if I don't get Arenado, this guy's my third baseman. So if this is true, then Mike was really looking to get one of the pitchers. And some of them, like, Early's. These are all top prospects in the organization, too, by the way. Like, if you look at the top 100 prospects in baseball, it's littered with these guys. Peyton Toll is number 19 in all of baseball for the Red Sox. He's a left-handed pitcher. You go to Arias is a shortstop. He's ranked at number 31 in all of Major League Baseball. And then the other guy is, Early, and he's a top prospect as well. So these are all top prospects that you were looking at in the organization.
Yeah, and I was for trading Ketel Marte, but only if it was for a deal that got you 2 or 3, preferably 3 big league ready players back to fill some needs and fill some holes and kind of like recreate your team. That was the only. I wasn't moving him because of his 10-5 rights, and I wasn't going to move him because of what happened last year in the clubhouse. I just thought he was the best way to fill a bunch of needs at one time. I'm glad Mike stuck to his guns. I'm glad he had certain demands for him, and he stuck with those demands. I think that once the Diamondbacks get their guys back, I think we'll be glad they kept Ketel Marte, but that, using Ketel Marte as a trade piece to fill those holes might have made getting the time spent before you get those guys back a little easier, right? Because you just would have been able to do some more things with your roster. But he still, I mean, Buster Olney has been ranking the top 10 players at every position in Major League Baseball. Today he did second baseman. He had Ketel Marte, number one on his list. There's a reason why the Diamondbacks had a high price for him.
So what it really comes down to is that the Red Sox were okay with giving the Diamondbacks one of their top pitching prospects, both lefties. Peyton told Connolly early. They could have one of the two. They're both good prospects, left-handed pitchers. What it really came down to is that the Diamondbacks wanted Mayer, who's a second baseman / third baseman, and the Red Sox wanted to give them Arias, who's a shortstop. And the Diamondbacks went, we have a shortstop. Now, I don't know if Arias could play another position, but he's a top prospect at shortstop. The Diamondbacks wanted Mayer, who's more of a second baseman or third baseman, and that's where the talks ended.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, are we ever going to get to the point where we see a fully healthy Phoenix Suns team this season? It's a tough question to answer, but we'll do our best next on Burns and Gambo.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
You're going to love M-Drive. It's a daily supplement that's going to help you every single day with your workouts, your recovery. It helps your energy, boosts your natural testosterone. It's a great product. It's a local company here in Arizona, but it is the number one men's health brand sold at Sprouts. The number one men's health brand at Sprouts. All the supplements, all the hair products, right there. If you walk into Sprouts, you'll see M-Drive prominently located throughout the store because it's such a good product. I've been using M-Drive for years. Helps me with all my workouts, endurance, stamina, the ability to recover. So important. And M-Drive is going to give you that boost. One of their leading sellers is M-Drive Boost and Burn. M-Drive Boost and Burn can help you lose that extra 5 to 10 pounds that a lot of guys want to lose. A lot of guys just want to lose a few extra pounds. You work out all the time. You're eating good. Like, man, I just cannot get rid of that extra weight. All you have to do is check out Boost and Burn. Now, right now, if you go online at mdriveformen.com, we can get you 20% off when you put Gambo in the promo code. Very simple. Put Gambo in the promo code at mdriveformen.com.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here, and the energy is unreal. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and yes, the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss the action as Satu Sabali, Kalia Copper, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, and many more take the court and redefine the game. Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays. Unrivaled is built for the players, the WNBA's best, playing here on American soil in their offseason instead of having to go overseas. And Season 2 of Unrivaled will feature higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took on the Colorado Rockies in their first game of Cactus League action, and welcome to the Valley Nolan Arenado. He hit a solo home run in the top of the second inning en route to a 3-2 Diamondbacks win. And Newsmakers Week wrapped up today on Bickley and Murata to hear interviews with Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike Laflur, Arizona Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen, ASU women's basketball coach Molly Miller, and more. Head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Babbo Italian Eatery. Arizona, eat for a cause, February 25th. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery, all 7 Valley locations, and 100% of profits go to cancer research. Dine in, take out, or go online to donate. Buy raffle tickets and online auction, babboitalian.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What stood out to us from the first weekend of spring training games? We're talking D-backs Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show, and yeah, we are running down a dream of the Phoenix Suns having all of their parts and all of their pieces healthy, in place, ready to go, exactly the way Jordan Knott wants it, exactly the way Brian Gregory designed it. And after last night's game, Gambo, the dream has never seemed more far away than it is right now. It's like, I mean, really, are we ever going to get to the point where we see this team whole again?
Well, I think there's a certain amount of games that they need in order to be able to peak and play together and feel comfortable. And my concern is that that's just not going to happen. After Grayson Allen hurt the ankle and shoot around yesterday, and Booker with the hip injury, look, I'm not expecting that they're going to play this weekend. So now a couple more games. The team's starting to struggle a little bit. Well, we said it lost 4 out of 5 or 5 out of 6. So we're starting to see this team, kind of get away from what made them really good. Now, if the trade deadline had been a little bit later, would they have done anything to address the issue? I don't know. They got to the trade deadline. They just wanted to get under the tax and move Nick Richards. They did end up with Amir Coffey, who's not going to play a whole lot for them, but might play a little bit. Bouye was the guy last night. They gave him the early opportunities. So I don't know. They liked their team. They liked where they were at. They wanted to be patient. They didn't want to do anything dramatic. But you are you are a little bit concerned with the struggles. Now, it's been a long season. They haven't hit that adversity yet. This is the first time. Mm-hmm. Now, the adversity is coming in the form of you got guys that, Grayson Allen can't get back on the court. Book missed, 7 games in a row, and now he's back, and now he's hurt again. Jalen's back, and you cross your fingers every time that he can make it through a game. So, and then the losses, all of that together is causing the adversity we had talked about. It was eventually going to come. It took until this point in the season to actually hit them.
Yeah, it's been remarkably smooth sailing, really, until this point. And so it's probably not fair to leap to any great conclusions over what is, without a doubt, their first rough patch of the year. I think now I mean, it's multiple things. Okay, it's like it's Grayson Allen. How serious is the injury? How much longer is he? He's been in and out all season long. It's Devin Booker dealing with an injury that, unless I'm wrong, unless I'm missing something, is fairly new to him. He's never really had hip issues before.
No.
And watching him move around last night was painful. It was hard to watch. Now, he's a very quick healer, and he's going to want to be out there. And you even heard Jordan Ott after the game say, hey, look, we have to protect Devin from Devin. We have to get him out of that game. I think he was, you brought this up, and I think you're absolutely right. Ott almost seemed frustrated with himself that he allowed Devin Booker back out there.
I think that's what it is.
You know, like
yeah,
he
for 2 minutes.
He was out there the first time, left, came back. He's like, yeah, I just want to see his hole. I want to see his hole so badly. So there's that element. There's the Dillon Brooks element, which I think this puts even more of an onus on Dillon to tighten up the loose screws a little bit. If Book's going to be out a while, if Grayson's going to be out a while, they really, really, really need Dillon Brooks to be mindful of his technical situation. And not because you thought you couldn't afford Dillon Brooks missing 2 or 3 more games before. Just wait until we get news on Devin Booker or Grayson Allen and how long they're going to be out. Now you really can't afford that out of Dillon Brooks.
You know, when I look at the 10-game blocks, and I haven't looked at this in a while, but when they got through the first 10 game blocks, they did not have a losing record in any of those 10-game blocks. But since they finished the last one at 30-20, they're 2-4.
Okay.
So this could be the first time that you've got a 10-game block in which they have a losing record. They got a win over Portland and win over Dallas, and then obviously losses to Golden State, Philly, Oklahoma City, San Antonio. They've still got to play Boston. They've still got to play the Lakers in this next. So they're 2-4 with 4 to play. Orlando, Portland, Boston, L.A. So you could, you look at the possibility if they lose 2 out of those 4 games, you look at the possibility of them having their first losing block. Now, I'm not saying that's the adversity. The most important thing is, look, they're going to get in, play in or 6 seed. They're going to get in. Fully healthy, I think they could have made the 6 seed. Lingering injuries, not being able to get everyone on the court, I think they're more like a play-in team.
Yeah.
Because I think what you said it in the email today, there's a little separation now between them and 6, isn't there?
I'm glad you noticed that. There's 2 games in the loss column.
So,
now, and it's not a lot. That can be made up in a week if you have a good enough week.
Yeah, but if it gets to 3 or 4, you start to make it very difficult.
And I'm glad you picked up on that. That's exactly why
I put
that in there.
I read your emails.
Not that you didn't read my emails, just that I didn't say, oh my gosh, look at this, there's some separation.
Right.
Just that's why I put that in there. There's, in the loss column, Minnesota's got a 2-game lead. It's not a lot, but it's starting to get a little separation. The Clippers, they beat the Denver Nuggets last night. They're only 4 games back of the Suns in the loss column. They're coming. Yeah. And they traded Harden. They traded Zubac. And they're still coming.
Right.
They don't have Darius Garland. I don't think he's playing.
They got a good
right
coach
now. They got a really good coach. And Kawhi Leonard, boy, when he's healthy, he just plays out of his mind. So, look, I know this sounds like, and trust me, if you're listening, watching on YouTube or listening in your car or whatever, we're not trying to sound off the panic alarms about the Phoenix Suns. They've had a great season. It's the simplest explanation here. They got to get guys back, all right? And having Devin Booker be out, having Jalen Green be in and out, having Grayson Allen be in and out, it's catching up with them. It's starting to see it. You're starting to see the effect of it. The concern here for me is twofold. Number one, it's defensively kind of getting back to that level of intensity they were playing with the first 3 months of the season.
That's big for you.
That's a big one for me.
And you're right. It's the first thing you notice that's missing. It's really what identified them.
It's their superpower.
It's their identity.
It's their absolute superpower. And it's been missing a little bit. And then number 2, and you've made this point many times, and you're absolutely right. Will you have enough time at the end of the season to be able to find the best version of yourself going into the playoffs, or is it going to be patchwork like this?
56 in, 56 games in. Let's just say you go. Let's just say you go the next 2 games, no Book Allen. Now you're at 58.
Now you're at 24 games.
24 games left. I mean, can you get 20 games with everybody playing together? I mean, that might be a lot to ask. I don't know.
What would be the number you'd put on it? How many games? of everybody playing together.
At least 15.
That's the number I had in my head, too.
Yeah, at least 15.
That's exactly the number I had
Give
in my
me
head.
15 of everybody playing together so they could get used to each other. Like, I'm happy that Jalen Green took 23 shots yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I think he needed to, and he was very efficient, and he was very good. I think he needed to show that. I think he needed to show his teammates that. I need him to be aggressive, too, because he does. There's a facet to his game that they don't have, his ability to go downhill and get to the basket. But as far as him playing with Book, him playing with Dylan, him playing with Mark, I'll give you 15.
That's the number I would have had in mind, too. Brian Gregory, when he was on with us earlier, general manager of the Suns, I asked him if he's frustrated about all the injuries, and he said frustrated isn't quite the word.
Well, I wouldn't use the word frustration just due to the fact that we play in the NBA, and that's part of the deal. You know what I mean? It's just it's a fragile league. It's a fragile situation, and injuries are always going to be a part of an 82-game season with as many games as we play, with the travel and the back-to-backs and different things like that. It's part of it. And you have to navigate it. So I wouldn't say frustrating because you get what you sign up for. I would say there's a disappointment that we haven't seen it yet. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And we have to. I think the thing that this team has done so many good things, guys. But I think maybe on the top of it is they control what they can control, and that starts with Jordan, and it goes to his staff, and our players have done an unbelievable job of that.
The thing I think we'll all be watching for this weekend, I know I will, is that email or that press release from the Suns that says something like Devin Booker will be reevaluated in a week. Devin Booker will be reevaluated in whatever, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. That will tell us how serious, if he's going to be.
My best bet would be Allen's back before Book.
You think so?
Yeah.
And if they don't give us a release at all, then we just assume that both are kind of day to day. But it's when you get that press release from the Suns where they put a time frame on it, that's when you know, ooh, okay, it's kind of a little serious and it needs to be taken seriously.
Let's go to the reality. Expectations shifts as the season goes on. In the beginning, there were no expectations. You get towards the season, as the season gets going, you start to believe this team could be more than just a play-in team. And then you even talked about, can they be a scare? Can they scare somebody if they're able to, get into a first-round matchup? If you're not right, you're not scaring anybody. This is just, I'm not saying it's going to be the biggest what-if, but you'll get to the play-in, you'll get a home game or two, you'll probably still get out of the play-in because the teams in the play-in aren't that good, and then you're going to lose in the first round, and you're going to be a little disappointed because they weren't whole. To scare some, forget about winning a series. Forget about winning it. To just put a scare into somebody, you need Book, Green, Dylan. You need all those guys playing.
Yeah.
I mean, just to win a couple of games and, put a scare into somebody. Without that, you're probably out very early.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, what was the process for Mike Laflur in filling out his first ever coaching staff in the NFL? We'll hear from the Cardinals head coach next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Mike Laflur, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, our guest.
What will it look like when you get the Cardinals rolling? What will this offense look like?
I say this, and I just told the staff this about 12 minutes ago. I said, we're going to operate better than anyone in the NFL. And I really believe that because that takes no talent. That's just setting foundations with our cadence, with our formations, with how we break the huddle. Like that I can guarantee. Like we're going to operate at an extremely high level. I just firmly believe that, the way that we're going to teach these guys and the way that they're going to take a lot of pride in that.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the great people at the Lund Mortgage team, ready to help you every single day when it comes to all your mortgage needs. Refinance, new home loan, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. Let the Lund Mortgage team help you. They're helping a lot of people right now get pre-approved for a mortgage for free. It doesn't cost you anything to get pre-approved. They do a great job of it. And how do they do it? Very simple. Over 35 years of experience right here in the Valley. They're going to find you the best rates, the lowest fees. They'll get you pre-approved. And then you could shop with confidence. You go out, you get a realtor, you go look for a house, and you are good to go knowing you've got the backing of the bank to be able to afford the house you're looking at. You're also not going to look for houses you can't afford because you're going to know what you're pre-approved for. Refinancing, a lot of people refinancing right now as well. Just call them at 623-889-0130. The rates have come down. Family-owned, local, right here in the Valley. Lisa Lund, Matt Oliver, a tremendous company. Any of your mortgage questions, you can even just call them for a question, and they'll be happy to answer for you. 623-889-0130.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
LifeLock, how can I help?
The IRS said I filed my return, but I haven't.
1 in 4 tax-paying Americans has paid the price of identity fraud.
What do I do? My refund, though. I'm freaking out.
Don't worry, I can fix this.
LifeLock fixes identity theft guaranteed and gets your money back with up to $3 million in coverage.
I'm so relieved.
No problem. I'll be with you every step of the way.
1 in 4 was a fraud-paying American. Not anymore. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
LinkedIn is pretty amazing at helping you grow your small business. We cannot make your email response time faster. We can help you sell, market, and hire in one place. We cannot help you find space for your 3 desk drinks. Why do you have 3? And while we can't help you find the perfect volume for your presentation video, LinkedIn can help you find the perfect audience for your business. Grow your small business on LinkedIn. Learn more at linkedin.com/smallbusiness.
Before you put your home on the market, know your options. Most agents bang a sign in the yard and pray the right buyer comes along. Not Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She has a proven system that works. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 12 cash offers on your home or choose her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol will sell your home at a price and time frame acceptable to you, or she'll buy it. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar, you'll know you're making the right decision. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must grant price and possession.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
One final shout out on this Friday to everybody out in Peoria. Happy Friday, Peoria. Enjoy the weekend. I thought you were going to add something.
No, I got nothing. It's Peoria. I don't know if they got a highway there or anything like that. I don't know. Good luck to you, Peoria. Have a great weekend. I got anything else.
Peoria.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
I got nothing
for you.
I'm sure you got some good restaurants.
Y'all have yourself a nice day out there. I got nothing right now, but I'm sure I'll think of something. Mike Laflur was on Bickley and Murata today, the new Cardinals head coach, as part of Newsmakers Week.
Glad he came in. I'm glad they had some representation here. That's good.
Absolutely. On him and his new coaching staff.
Yeah, I mean, I know this. These guys are going to put in the work. And the one thing I've learned through this over the last, 12 years being in the NFL, like if you can just take out the fluff and all the crap and you just keep the main thing, putting your best foot forward every single day, putting in the work, building these relationships, building the best roster we can as an organization with Monty, then you give yourself a fighter's chance come Sundays. Like we're not going to sit here and promise wins. We're not going to sit here and, guarantee, that we're going to be playing in February. I just know that we're going to put our best foot forward, that when we get there on Sundays, we're going to like what we see. We're going to operate the right way. When the silent tape is on after those games, I want these guys looking at it saying, yeah, I put my best foot forward and let the chips fall where they may.
I thought that about the Suns. It's a really good point by him. We're not going to promise wins. We're not going to say we're going to be playing in February. Before the season started with the Phoenix Suns, I think the thing that we looked at, we said, one of the most important things is that they freaking play hard. Because last year, we talked about this before the season, the amount of games they got blown out in, the amount of games that were over in the fourth quarter, the amount of times fans could go home midway through the third because they were down by 25 and they weren't coming back. There was a lot of them. There were a lot of blowout games where the team just quit. They quit because they didn't have any leadership. That's why they quit. When we got into the Suns season this year, it was very much, they got to play freaking hard. Don't get blown out in games. Don't have the game over early fourth quarter. Take these teams to the way. Even if you lose, as long as you're playing hard, the fans will buy it. Now, they far exceeded the expectations and won a lot more games. But I don't know, could we put the same thing on the Cardinals? Like, they were getting the doors blown off of them at the end of the season last year. The Seattle game, the Rams game, like they were getting blown out in some games, a 49er game. Can we say the same thing? Like, I think Lafleur's alluded, like, play freaking hard. Yeah. Be in these games. You're not going to be playing playoff football that next year. You're not. No. But can they at least be a team that you're proud of because they play hard?
Yeah, you know what? If you're looking for a place to start, there's no reason to not start there.
Somewhere, right?
You got to start somewhere. You might as well start with that. I guess I keep thinking back to Jonathan Gannon's first year, where that goal was achieved. We kind of had the same really low expectations set forward for them, where they were coming off the disastrous end of the Cliff and Keim regime. And it was really just, okay, we know you're rebuilding. We know this is a 2 or 3 year rebuilding process you're going through. Just make us proud. Just go out there and play hard.
Right.
Just go out there. And they did. In Jonathan Gannon's first year, I don't think it's a struggle for any of us to remember that team set a reputation around the league as, okay, they might not be very good and they might not have very talent. Man, they play really, really hard. And by the end of the season, when they're springing upsets on the Cowboys and the Steelers and the Philadelphia Eagles on the road, that hard work was starting to pay off. I hear what you're saying. I really, really do. I just, the go play hard fellas rah-rah speech, it only goes so far to me with the Arizona Cardinals organization. I want them to win football games. They don't win a lot of football games. They haven't won a lot of football games.
No, they're one of the worst organizations in the NFL.
So I understand what you're saying. We need to go into this and we need to just give them a low bar to meet. But I also I'm tired of setting a low bar for the Arizona Cardinals. I'm tired.
You have to reset.
I know
with the new coach. You have to here's the reset. What do you expect in the first year?
That's logic.
I know.
I'm telling you, like the emotions of it.
The emotions are you're tired of losing.
God, I'm just tired of losing.
I know.
I'm just tired of watching a team that loses all the time.
But if you say that to Lafleur, look, I get it.
Of course,
I get it. You're tired of losing, but I just got here.
But it would
I got some work to do.
It would also be irresponsible of Mike to go out and promise a bunch of wins. Which is going back to what Michael Bidwill said the day they fired Jonathan Gannon.
1 year.
Yeah, we're going to win next year. You sure? Are you sure? Because it doesn't feel like doesn't feel like you're going to be able to. Even if, what did we say earlier in the show? Even if the Cardinals do everything right this offseason, they sign the right free agents, they pick the right quarterback.
They're still way behind everybody else in this division.
Still way behind everybody in this division.
Pro Football Focus did their top 101 players in the division in the NFL. Top 101 players. The division, the NFC West had 25% of those players. Okay, 25%. How many freaking divisions are there in football? And you've got one division with 24 guys. 24 guys.
Yeah.
The problem is 23 of them came from the Rams, Seattle, and the 49ers. And the Cardinals only had one player that was considered in the top 101, and that was Trey McBride.
If we get to the end of the season and the Cardinals have won 5 games, 6 games, but we could say about them, hey, but man, they played so hard and they really bought into this new coaching staff and they really sold out. Logically, rationally, my brain will be like, okay, that's a win. My heart and my soul, that is just tired of 6-win seasons is going to be like, okay,
you want more.
I'm bored with that.
But that's why I said to you, if I can't get the quarterback, if I can't get the next, if I don't want to retread 38-year-old, I don't want Aaron Rodgers. I don't want Kirk Cousins. Yeah. I would rather punt one more year. Look, you know what I want more than anything is I just want some sustained success for a little while. Can I get a 5-year run where you don't suck every year? Can I get a 5-year run where you're relevant?
This is what I'm talking about.
But
this is literally exactly what I'm talking about.
I understand, but to get there, you might have to go through another season or two of pain.
Yeah.
And suffering, which I know fans don't want to do.
Yeah, but fans might not have a choice on it. We'll see. As far as the staff he put together, he and this is a comment I saw on ProFootballTalk.com, pardon me, talked about how it might end up being a good thing that they started building their staff so late. Now, it's up to you out there listening if you want to buy this as rationale or not. Completely up to you. Quote, he said, quote, there's so many good coaches out there. You just go through the process. You lose one, but sometimes when you lose one, it might be the best thing that ever happened to you because you end up finding the next one that's a better fit for us. You learn some things about guys you might not have even interviewed. Challenges, but I can flip it and say it's actually a good thing that they got off to the start that they did, that they got off to the late start that they did because they interviewed guys that maybe they wouldn't have considered before.
Nick Rallis. Like I got to spend, because we didn't get the right, we didn't get some of the guys we were looking at earlier. I got to go back and recircle and spend a little bit more time with Rallis and realize that he is a good coach and I need to keep this guy. So I think that could be his point too. Like we benefited a little bit because there were some college coaches that I probably wouldn't have hired that I ended up hiring because I had more time to go explore a wider range of coaches in that area.
It is yet another inexperienced coaching staff.
It is.
And that is something that they're going to have to prove that is not a problem because that felt like that was a problem under Gannon, and this one feels like it's kind of cut from the same cloth in terms of that lack of
experience. To your
point,
I understand you should put some expectations on the Cardinals. I just don't know what they are yet. And it might be more than just, I understand, it might be more than just, play really hard and be competitive. It might be more than that. I get what you're saying.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, are Mike Hazen and or Torey Lovello on any kind of a hot seat to start this season? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
As far as Dylan Brooks, I don't know how much to read into that last night, but they didn't look right without him. I don't want him to change the way he plays. And that's why this is frustrating that he's already at 16, because just playing the way he plays, he's going to get some technical fouls. Like, I think we've all long accepted that. And some people probably want him to change the way he plays now, too, because every other tech gets him suspended. I don't want him to change the way he plays, but it's just not worth his time to argue with the officials, because every time he walks away with a tech.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I got to check out these great deals going on right now at Sanderson Ford. Let's get you in tonight. How about tomorrow? 0% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 retail bonus cash on all the remaining 2025 Ford F-150 trucks. You know it's the best-selling truck in America, 49 years straight. You said, I'd love to get myself into a brand-new Ford F-150. People wait for this day. 0% financing right now for 60 months on all the remaining 2025 Ford F-150s. How about the Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben? You're going to love this. You could lease it. This is almost a steal. You could lease it $289 a month for 36 months. $36.58 total due at signing. You're going to love this deal. $289 a month for 36 months on the Bronco Sport Big Ben. You could also purchase a new 2025 Ford Maverick truck for $26,495. Sanderson Ford's on 51st Avenue in Glendale. It is the dealership that's service-built. Check them out online at sandersonford.com for more information.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
The Target. 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms. No broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took on the Colorado Rockies in their first game of Cactus League action, and welcome to the Valley Nolan Arenado. He hit a solo home run in the top of the second inning en route to a 3-2 Diamondbacks win. And Newsmakers Week wrapped up today on Bickley and Murata to hear interviews with Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike Laflur, Arizona Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen, ASU women's basketball coach Molly Miller, and more. Head on over to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
Arizona Sports.
And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Burns and Gambo talk spring training now.
You know, look, this is a big season for us, and I'm really looking forward to us turning the corner on last year and putting our best foot forward and watching this team come together and emerge in a way that makes the city proud.
That was Mike Hazen, general manager of the Diamondbacks, a guest on the Bickley and Murata show this morning. Once again, tip of the cap to the morning crew here on Arizona Sports. Dan Bickley, Vince Murata, Jarrett Carlin, Sammy Sabalka for their work on Newsmakers. It's always very busy trying to get as many of those people in as they can. For Mike Hazen today, they had their Cactus League debut. The Diamondbacks did. They won 3-2 over the Colorado Rockies. I saw where Torey Lovello said that Jordan Lawler will start in center field tomorrow. He did not get those opportunities today. Ryan Waldschmidt got the start in the outfield. He was a very intriguing guy to watch. Probably a little early to think of him for a roster spot on the 26-man but he's turning. You can just tell. You just tell in the way they talk about him. He's turning some heads and catching some attention a little bit in camp so far. You can just tell.
Yeah, and you know what? If you want to take it a step further, he has taken over for Jordan Lawler as that next guy that you're excited about in the organization. You know, Lawler's had some failures to the point, like if I talked to you a year ago now, we were talking about Jordan Lawler. Is he going to take that step this year? Now it's Waldschmidt. You know, he's that guy. So they got a few guys in the pipeline that could be really, really good. But this is a big year for Jordan Lawler. This is a big spring for Jordan Lawler. I'm still fascinated by the Alec Thomas in left and Jordan Lawler in center. And is that more of a reflection on Alex's struggles defensively, Alex's struggles offensively? Do they just feel like, you know, Jordan Lawler's better suited to be an everyday center fielder than Alec Thomas? It's an interesting dynamic going forward.
One of the things we always talk about on this show, maybe sometimes to our own detriment, is as we're prepping for the show, Gambo's at home prepping, I'm at home prepping, and we're scouring through the internet, and we're looking for inspiration and ideas, and, you know, this person said that, or this person wrote this, or whatever. You click on these links sometimes, and sometimes you know for sure, that story headline, okay, I'm going to click on this link, and I know there's going to be a Cardinal on there.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to click on this link, and I know they're going to be talking about the Phoenix Suns. It's just obvious. This one, I'm kind of with you. I was surprised on The Athletic when they wrote a story about MLB teams, managers under pressure, front offices under pressure. You know,
I'm looking and I'm like, I had to go back and do a redo. Like, did I read this right? Did I miss something? Didn't make sense to me. You would have thought that that they would at least have Torey Lovello on that hot seat. A lot of people are talking about Torey on the hot seat because, you know, the last year's struggles and the year before. Now, I did not call for Torey to be fired last year. I thought he deserved to have his job back. I think he's a good manager. I think he was put in a really bad situation with all the injuries and then truly no bullpen to trust or go to because of injuries, because of failure, because of whatever. But I would agree that this is a big year for Torey. This one is a big year. You've got to come out. There are expectations on this team. You re-signed Gallen. It's time. You added Arenado and Santana to shore up the defense. You don't have that bona fide stud bullpen, but you got a lot of options in case some guys fail. So I do think there are expectations.
It's a weird year. It's a weird year in that you're starting the season with $60 million worth of really good baseball players on the shelf and unavailable.
Very hard.
And that makes things really difficult,
yes.
Especially when you're not the LA Dodgers, when you're not the New York Yankees, and you can't necessarily afford to absorb those kind of financial losses the way those other programs can. So that makes it a weird year. I think it's funny, what works against Torey quite a bit is, quite frankly, his own success that he had after the trade deadline last year. Because I think that success that he had last year
kept his job, helped him keep his job.
Well, not only helped him keep his job, but it proved to them and to us, hey, I can make chicken salad out of chicken, you know what?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Okay, you traded everybody. Roster's depleted. We look like we're toast. And they played competitive baseball for a playoff spot until the last week of the season.
And the Twins had a fire sale, and they went the opposite direction,
right.
And couldn't win any games.
And by doing that, Torey once again demonstrated his ability to do more with less, and his ability to defy expectations.
When the expectations are low.
And his ability to go, oh, yeah, watch this, and lead that team to 2 months of some brilliant baseball that got them back in the race. So I think this year you can sit there and say, hey, there's $60 million worth of really great players who are on the shelf. And in theory, we should be able to say, yeah, well, look at what Torey did last year when he had all of those players that were hurt and all of those players that were traded. He damn near got rid of
got rid of Suarez, got rid of Merrill Kelly, and they got back into the race.
I think his own success in moments like that kind of creates the expectation that he'll be able to figure it out. And if he doesn't, that's what potentially puts him on the hot seat.
What do you think did them in more than anything last year?
The blown saves are the first thing that comes to mind.
Right. Was it 29 blown saves?
It was 29 blown saves.
29 blown
Second
saves.
most in baseball.
Yes.
That's the first thing that comes to mind.
That's the first thing, but I have a second thing that comes to mind. They ran themselves out of 10 baseball games last year.
I would have that on my list.
They ran themselves out of games. How many times did that third base coach send Gino Suarez home only to be out by 15 feet?
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Like, he can't run.
Yeah.
We had Suarez on the show, and he even admitted, like, I don't know why they're sending me. I can't run. Like, it was ridiculous. So I think the bullpen is one. I do think that they ran themselves out of a bunch of guys trying to go from first to third, thrown out, stealing second, getting picked off first, out at the plate. Like, it was just, chaos on the base paths was gone, and it was crap on the base paths that replaced it.
Yeah, there's no doubt there's no doubt that's on the list. It was terrible. The starting pitching was not great.
No,
I mean, it was all. I mean, it really
except for Ryan Nelson.
Except for Ryan Nelson, it was not great. I mean, Erod kind of found himself in the last couple months of the season. Fott was all over the place. Kelly was steady. Merrill, the mainstay, he was doing his thing. Zach pitched to an ERA of 6 the first 4 months of the season.
Starting pitching was not great.
Starting pitching was not great.
So bullpen one.
And then starting pitching to me would be number 2.
Number 2. To me, it's still the base running. And in defense.
And I was going to say their defense would be number 3 to me. Their defense was just.
Which is, again, say what you want about Lovello, right? Whether you like him or you don't like him. His teams are always fundamentally sound. His teams did not beat themselves. And last year was the first time with Torrey that his teams beat himself. Now, Mike fixed that. He got him a better defensive first baseman. He got him a better defensive third baseman. He's trying to fix the outfield defense. He cares more about the defense and trying to fix it, and they will fix it. They'll be better this year because of that.
Yeah, it's just, is this a win or else year for Torrey? Boy, that's, I mean, it might be only because he's been here so long, and we don't know what other standard to apply to him. You know what I mean? Like, he's been here for 10 years. It's you can only survive so long with just a 500 baseball team or things like that. But then on the other hand, I look at it and say, Corbin Burns probably not back to the All-Star break. AJ Puck's probably not back until, mid-June, early June. Who knows if Justin Martinez even throws a significant pitch this year until after Labor Day at some point. Gurriel might come back. It's hard, I think, to put that kind of win or else expectation when you're starting the year so behind the 8 ball with the injuries and just losing that much salary.
What if you are in playoff contention last 2 weeks of the season, don't get in?
Well, then it's the same story we've seen, the last 2 years? You basically just defined Diamondbacks baseball for the last 2 years.
But the next year, you would have Corbin Burns coming back to lead your staff. You would expect a healthy Justin Martinez to come back and be an anchor in that bullpen. I don't know Puck's contract status, but you would just hope that that next year you would be better set up to win than this year. I could look at it right now and say I think they're probably better set up than a year later, because by then you might have Walt Schmidt, maybe Lola Pops. You're gonna have to you'll have more time to find a replacement at first base. I mean, Arenado, I think, could play more than 1 year for you. I think he could play 2. Another year for Ryan Nelson to develop. But some of those younger kids, maybe Drake is ready to come in and play. But I understand. I think that there should be some pressure to win this year. I just question, to what level, to what extent.
Okay, and just real quick, I think the pressure is going to be exactly the way they've set it out for us. The pressure is to be good enough in the first half of the season so that when you get those reinforcements back, you give yourself
You're playing
a chance.
for some, playing for meaningful games.
In the first 3 months of the season, if you haven't set yourself up for that, Torrey could be in trouble. You know what I mean? I think the idea is just hang in there until you get Corbin and AJ Puck back and Gurriel back. Hang in there until you get those guys. If they can't do that, if they don't hang in there until that happens, things are going to get a little tight, I think, for Torrey.
If they're 10 games under 500,
early in the season,
not playing well.
Yeah, I think things are going to get a little tight for them if that happens. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, who should the Arizona Cardinals target at number 3 in the draft? That's coming up here on this Friday edition of Burns and Gambo.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Swung on high fly ball deep to right field. That ball is way gone. Perdomo
the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta again. You hear those engines? That means Ford Truck Month is on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and these deals are rolling in hot. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value and treating customers like family. And right now, the savings are seriously stacked with zeros across the board on 2025 Ford F-150s, Lightnings, and Super Duty XL trucks. We're talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days for qualified buyers. Plus, score $1,000 truck month cash towards your purchase. That's more bang for your bucks. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Here's a tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Tell Good RX Road and hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we are going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibility. Locally, there is nothing on tonight. Nobody is in action tonight. The NBA, Clippers-Lakers is tonight.
Who do you root for? Clippers?
If it's the Clippers, they're going to close ground on you. And
yeah, but you want to close ground on the Lakers, right?
I guess it just depends on if I think the Suns can get out of the play-in or not.
So the Suns are Right now, they are 3 games behind the Lakers in the loss column, and they are 4 games ahead of the Clippers in the loss column.
Yeah.
So would you rather have a little distance? Look, if you're going to be in the play-in tournament, you got to be the 7th seed. You want the home game, and if you lose, you get another home game. You got 2 home games to win 1 game.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can never. You got to give me real special reasons to root for the Lakers. So I guess I'll root for the Clippers. It's got to be like a real stars are aligned. I really need it bad. It's just not in my DNA to root for the Lakers. I just can't do it. I can't do it.
I got you.
Usually won't do it. That's on tonight. Olympics are on tonight. I think they're going to replay. Not that it might be worth watching because it was a blowout, but I think they're going to replay the U.S. win over Slovakia tonight. I think.
Yeah, the Canada-Finland game was Finland was up
really
2-0.
It was really good.
And I was pulling for Finland. Finland was up 2-0, and Canada came back. They tied it 2-2, and then they won it with about 35 seconds left in the game. So they got a big scare today by the Finns. Big scare by the Finns.
I was pulling for the rematch. I want to see U.S.-Canada one more time. That's some magic stuff when those two get together.
Sure. They hate each other.
That really is. It's just good, old, fun, nasty rivalry.
Sunday, 6 a.m.?
Sunday at 6:10 a.m.
You'll be up for that?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I will.
Bailey, you getting up for that, Bailey?
Yes, I will.
You'll wake up just for that game?
Yes.
All right.
Absolutely.
That should have been our poll question. How many people will wake up at 6 a.m. on a Sunday?
You won't.
To watch.
You won't.
That's pretty early. I don't get up that early, man. I'm not a good early person.
No judging. There's no judging.
I'm not a good early person.
Well, the game was going on while the show started. It wasn't final yet for the U.S. Slovakia game.
Today, yeah. We had, but 6:10 in the morning. Oh, check that out.
He's up early. He likes.
I like my.
He also goes to bed at 8:15 every night.
9:15. That's the 8:15. It's not that bad. Tomorrow, Arizona's taking on Houston at 1. ASU's taking on Baylor at 2.
And then the Suns are at 3,
Magic
right?
taking on the Suns at 3. So a 1, a 2, a 3.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, you got a lot of stuff. Suns again on Sunday night at 6 o'clock. You got Diamondback games all weekend. Yeah, a lot going on. Lot of stuff to talk about. So yesterday, Daniel Jeremiah, who's the NFL Draft Insider on one of them on NFL.com, had a conference call in which he was asked about the Cardinals and what they should do at number 3. And he thinks that Ty Simpson, not at 3, but at some point in this draft, could be a solid pick for the Arizona Cardinals.
Those guys in that next tier. So Ty Simpson, I think would fit great in there. We'll see, where he ends up going. If he ends up going in the first round, then that would take that off the table. But pick 34, it's about right where I have him, So if he were there at that point in time, I think that would be a really solid pick.
Mel Kiper said he could be the steal of the draft. He said, if you look at the first 9 games, and you look how great he was, then he battled through a bunch of injuries, and the rest weren't as good. But if you look at those first 9 games, he was lighting it up, like touchdown interception ratio, yards passing. But you should like his toughness. You should like that he battled through some injuries to stay with his team and try to win games. So Kiper has him as a potential. Now, he mentioned the Steelers in the first round as a team that could grab him. We're talking about second round. I'm not taking Simpson in the first round. I'm not even trading back into the first round to get him if he's there late, because I would wait. If I get him in the second round, and I'm okay with taking a quarterback in the second round. I just don't want to get aggressive and move up for a guy like that.
I think he's the most intriguing player to watch in next week's scouting combine because knowing how desperate teams are for quarterbacks, knowing how they will take all sorts of crazy risks if they think a guy even could be the next franchise quarterback for their organization.
Right.
I think if Ty Simpson next week gives teams a reason to believe that he can be that guy by showing well or interviewing well or testing well at the combine, I think you'll see Ty Simpson move up some draft boards, and not to number 3, not to where the Cardinals are picking in the first round. But to your point, Jeremiah just said a second ago, he's right around 34 on my board. If he has a good week next week, he's going to shoot way past 34. It's just the quarterback. It's how it works.
Let me ask you this. First round, you take either one of the offensive linemen or the edge rushers.
Okay.
Are you okay taking a quarterback in the second round when you may need a running back? When you say you take an edge rusher. Can you go quarterback in the second round over offensive lineman or running back?
sorry, not sorry. The cop-out answer is it depends on what I did in free agency. It depends on who my quarterback is. You know, like if I've done nothing in free agency and Kyler got traded and I ddidn't replace him with Malik Willis or Mac Jones, or
then you're okay taking the quarterback.
Then you almost have to. You know, like you almost have to think about taking a Nussmeier or a Carson Beck or somebody like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume that the Cardinals will go into that draft somehow, some way, having addressed the quarterback situation. Either they've traded for Tyson Bagent, or they've signed Malik Willis, or they've traded for Mac Jones. I'm not going to bring up Aaron Rodgers because my friends last night like, God, Gambo lost his mind about Aaron Rodgers. I mean, yes, he did. He lost his mind over Aaron Rodgers. We're not going to replay that conversation. They can't not address it before the draft. They can't, right? I mean, unless they just say we trade Kyler. Jacoby's our starter. I mean, I guess that's the way they could.
You could have Jacoby and then bring in competition in the draft.
In the draft, say Jacoby's our starter. We're good. We like Jacoby. We think he had a good season last year. And we'll look in the draft and see if we have one. Then you might take one in the second round. But I don't know. Like,
I truly just, I'm so sick. I just want the best players available on your board in these rounds because they're so void of top-end talent.
I just want
They're so void of top-end talent.
Yes, I just want them to get better at identifying the best player and developing the best player, because it's just, you can have all the high draft picks you want. It ain't going to matter if you keep picking the wrong guy.